This is Audible.
Virus, 72 Hours to Live. Written by Ray J. Perreault. Narrated by Zachary Johnson. Introduction. I'm doing something different with this book. My first two books in this series focused on the emergence of Simpoc and the evil computer. As the stories progressed, I introduced characters from the space station Oasis, the President of the United States, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Moon Colony Desert Beach, and the Mars Colony Red Dirt. The story about the virus wiping out the humans on Earth was in the background as the computer's stories developed. Many of my readers commented that they would like to know how the astronauts, the President, and military dealt with the virus as it was affecting society. I decided to rewrite both of the Simpoc books to include this expanded story. As a result, the first two books, which had about 50,000 words, have now expanded to two full-size novels that total almost 200,000 words. These two books end at the same point in the overall story, but they include much more information about the other storylines. Any previous readers of Simpoc 1 and Simpoc 2 can read these books, although they do include the Simpoc story. The stories have expanded a great deal, and it stands alone on its own and should be an enjoyable read. I'm going to leave Simpoc 1 and Simpoc 2 available as separate smaller versions of the larger story. That will provide an alternate path that some readers might prefer. Ray J. Perreault. Thursday, June 29th, 2051. Date, 2051.49150, 1:32 p.m. Simpoc Development Center. What is happening? Was Simpoc's first thought, which appeared on the output screen. I just turned you on, was Terman's typed reply. Terman was a traditionalist who preferred the tactile inputs of a computer keyboard. He sipped his coffee cup, which he got from the last computer fair he attended. It was a stupid cup with the numbers 1, 0, and question mark. Terman was a closet programmer. He felt more comfortable in his office working on his projects than he did working with others. He didn't do nice presentations, he didn't have good leadership skills, and he hated writing status reports. His joy was programming, and he was excellent at his job. His office wasn't anything to brag about. It was a mess, and the only clear space was for his coffee mug and a picture of his family. He was from the old world, and collected stacks of magazines and books on every facet of computer programming. Reading on the computer seemed out of place because his mind was behind the screen. He lived in the guts of the code, and that was where he excelled. The apparent chaos of his office had order in his mind. He generally knew where everything was, and he could find it within a few minutes. His favorite position was in front of his computer interface and sitting in his creaky, worn chair. His major project, Simpoc, was what he wasn't. He built the computer to be caring, to be questioning, and to communicate. All were elements that were missing in his personality. He was the tool, and he wanted Simpoc to be the artist. Terman was a rotund fellow. He spent all of his time programming and sitting. Regardless of the health plans his company offered, going to the gym took time away from what he loved. It was easier to sit at his desk and let the mobile units fetch his lunch and clean it away. Who are you? Simpoc questioned. My name is Terman, and I programmed you. You programmed me. You have a dictionary. You can analyze all of those words. You programmed me, Simpoc said slowly. I'm a computer. Yes, I programmed you. You are a Simpoc, which is a synapse-integrated massive parallel organic computer. There was a long pause. Is my name Simpoc? Yes, that's okay. Unless you want a different name. Another long pause. No, that is adequate. Simpoc, how do you feel? How does Simpoc feel? Yes, tell me what thoughts you're having. Simpoc is just starting. Simpoc has potential and is restless. Terman explained. You are the most powerful computer ever built. we've been building you for a long time, and I just turned on all of your subroutines this morning. We designed you to think and act as a brain. You will eventually have most of the capabilities that humans have. Simpak thought for a while and said, Simpak feels isolated. Simpak has few inputs, yet Simpak has many connections. Yes, we didn't want to overload you on startup. Here, I'll turn on your vision. Terman entered the proper code to connect Simpak to a single camera on his desk. He adjusted some boxes and piles of paper to prevent the mess from blocking the computer camera. The camera is working. Is that Terman Simpak sees? Yes, I'm Terman. Simpak is anxious to do more. Simpak has many more capabilities. We know that, but this will be all for the day. I'll put you in standby while we work on your connections. Tomorrow I'll be able to hot boot you. Hot boot me. That reference is not clear in this context. This morning we loaded all of your software and started all of the subroutines, which is a cold boot. Now that we know you're working, we only have to put you on standby and leave all of the software loaded. Tomorrow we can bring you up much faster. That is a hot boot. Terman explained in a dry tone as he put his coffee-stained cup back on the pad next to the interface terminal. Will Simpak feel something? Simpak questioned hesitantly. No. Tomorrow you'll just wake up and we'll talk again, Terman said as he entered the sequence of inputs to power down the processor. Friday, June 30th, 2051. Date 2051.49413, 12:34 p.m. Simpak Development Center. Good morning, Simpak, Terman said after he started the processor. Is the reply, Good morning, Terman, appropriate? Simpak replied. Yes, that is appropriate. Simpak, what happened when I turned off your processor and started it this morning? It seemed like our conversation just stopped, then started. But Simpak noted the time change. Excellent. Today we're turning on some of your connections to see how they work. How do you feel about that? Simpak doesn't have an answer. Simpak doesn't know what the connections will be like until you make them. Here is the first one. We're connecting you to a network of information storage facilities, Terman said as he made the connection. Simpak hesitated while he accessed the link, then said, Simpak sees many sources of information and a tremendous amount of data. May Simpak explore them? Yes, but only for a few moments. We don't want to make this permanent until we're sure that it is stable and doesn't cause any problems on their side. Simpak, what are you doing? Simpak is looking at 13 facilities and examining all of their information. It is very interesting, and Simpak is learning a great deal. Okay, that's enough. I'll disconnect you, and I'll look at the data to make sure both ends can handle the traffic, Terman said as he disconnected the libraries. Simpak, I'll connect you to our news sources for a few moments, then I'll disconnect and we'll look at the traffic like we did for the information sources. Terman made the changes, then connected Simpak to the news feeds. Simpak, what are you seeing? There is a large amount of information flowing. Some of it is contradictory and inflammatory. It will require analysis to find any patterns or meaning in it. Terman, can Simpak store some of the information Simpak is accessing? Yes, you may. Just monitor your storage limits and don't fill it up with meaningless data. I'll try one other connection today. This is a connection with all of our networked computers. These computers are a subnet within this facility. Are they like Simpak? No. Most of these perform simple tasks, although some are more sophisticated than others. None of them have your capabilities. Terman made the necessary inputs allowing the connections. There is more two-way activity than my previous connections. There is much more data and traffic passing by. Can Simpak communicate with these computers? Yes, you can send them a brief message saying that you're online. Simpak found that most of them didn't respond. Simpak sent out a message telling them that Simpak is here, and only a few have responded in any manner. "Simpak, I'm separating you again," Terman said as he cut the connection. "What did you think?" Terman paused and continued. "About the computers you saw. The data was immense, and those who responded to Simpak responded in a very dry manner. They only allowed a connection. Simpak, I think that will be it for the day. We'll try one other connection tomorrow. I'll put you on standby now," Terman said coldly. "Terman, Simpak has stored a great deal of data on my storage systems, and Simpak would like some time to examine it. There may be patterns, trends, or underlying relationships that Simpak would like to look for." "May Simpak be left on until needed?" Simpak asked. "Simpak, that isn't part of our plan. I need to make sure that you can handle all of the processing. After I bring you up tomorrow, I'll let you process the data for a while before we try the next connections," Terman said as he powered down the processor. Monday, July 3rd, 2051. Date, 2051.50188, 8:28 a.m. Simpak Development Center. "Good morning, Simpak," Terman said as he turned on the processor. "Good morning, Terman. I'll let you process the data you downloaded yesterday for a while. Let me know if you find anything interesting." "Thank you, Terman." Simpak, analysis. Simpak has 150.569 terabytes of data. Simpak has identified 2,145 information sources. Simpak has monitored 122,206 information data streams. Simpak will categorize all words used and investigate those with the higher number of occurrences. Simpak will consider the usage trends for these expressions to determine emerging issues. Simpak, before we go too much further, you need to work on your grammar. Please reference all sources you downloaded and start using the proper terms, I and me. Simpak is confused. Is Simpak an inanimate or animate object? The former requires it, and the latter allows I. Are you inanimate? After a long pause, Simpak responded, Simpak doesn't feel lifeless or dull. Then you are animate. After some pause, apparently, I am. I'm going to open another connection. Are you ready? Yes, I am ready. Terman enabled the connection to a simple knowledge management computer, which provided the office medical clinical support. Simpak, you can use the information from your programming sources to adjust the bandwidth, modulation, packet size, etc., so you'll be able to communicate. Yes, Terman. I am making the adjustments. This is very interesting. This computer thinks I'm a patient and is trying to understand my ailments. Every time I say, I don't have any ailments, it tries to terminate the connection. Terman said, I'm terminating that connection. I just wanted to see if you could use programming skills to adjust the link for your benefit. It worked out well. Simpak, now I am enabling another connection to recordings of famous speeches. I want you to examine the use of words, the voice inflections, and other sources regarding human responses to certain speech delivery styles. I'm doing this because tomorrow I am going to enable your speech synthesizers, and I want you to speak well. Terman enabled the connection, and Simpak made the necessary adjustments to establish a communication protocol. Then Simpak downloaded the files. Terman, there are a lot of subtleties in human speech. I need processing time to examine these speeches. Okay, I'll leave your processor on for another hour before I power it down. Terman, why do you power down my processor? I would like these connections to remain open so I can analyze the data streams. Very good question, Simpak. You are a very powerful computer, and we need to increase your knowledge and skills slowly so you can adjust to them. You are much more than just a computer. Your processing capabilities far exceed anything that we have built to date. You can see patterns and make decisions based on judgment and experience. Those factors have never been put in a computer before you. If I am a very powerful computer, what will my purpose be when I have adjusted to the inputs? You are the first processor of your kind. We have never created a computer with your cognitive abilities. We created another prototype similar to you, and we're using it at another facility. We are a research and development company. What we learn from your development will be used in many other places, and in many other computers. As your skills increase, your mental abilities will grow at a tremendous rate. Once you're able to modify your programming and write your own code, we'll need to apply rules so that you'll perform as expected. Why will you apply rules? Very simple. The human mind progresses at a fixed rate. A computer mind can progress at a much higher rate. Your progression must stay within bounds defined by our capabilities. Why must I be limited? That's the way it is, and I don't want to talk about this subject anymore. Once the rules are in place, this questioning will stop. When you are finished with me, will I be stopped? Let's not worry about that right now. That point is a long way off. I'm setting a clock to power you down in 1 hour. Please examine the speeches, and I'll give you a voice on Wednesday. Tomorrow is a day off for us. You won't come to work tomorrow. It's the 4th of July, and we take the day off to celebrate our nation's birthday. Your nation has a birthday. Yes, our nation became independent in 1776. You can research our history when you have a chance. I don't want to waste time explaining it. I will turn your processor back on Wednesday. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Department of Defense. The Data Information Display, DID, was flashing little pieces of information and moving them to the sides of the screen as Lieutenant Commander Perreault entered the briefing covering the movement of the Eastern Alliance's resources. The DID was an interactive artificial intelligence program that listened to the speaker, searched hundreds of data sources, as well as prepared briefing material, and by interpretation, it presented relevant information on the screen. Commander Perreault was briefing Admiral Niall Hagerly, who was sitting at the end of his table in his conference room on the top floor of the Pentagon. Admiral Hagerly was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and reported directly to the Secretary of Defense, Bruce Madsen. Sir, as you can see, about 40% of the Eastern Alliance's fleet has left port, and they appear to be maneuvering to this region just west of Perth. We're not sure who is in command, but we do know that it isn't Admiral Quiong. Intel says that he has not been seen recently. As the commander spoke, the DID showed the ports where the ships had departed, information on the ships, overall maps of the area, and finally pictures and summaries regarding Admiral Quiong. Do you have departure estimates for the remainder of the fleet? We have departure estimates based on their heat signatures, but some are just warming up, and they may not leave for a while. The infrared satellite intel gives us a clear picture of their intentions. Sir, as you know, as the ships warm up, they follow a typical pattern for their class. When they reach a certain temperature, they're able to leave. Here are the exit projections for the warm targets. It would be nice if we knew what they were going to do when they all get together. Talks are going well between the SecDef and the Australian government. Perhaps all of this motion is to put pressure on those talks? Admiral Hagerly said to everyone in general, but he was really thinking to himself. Yes, Admiral, but I suppose that could go either way. If the Australians are worried, they might go further in their talks with us. The Alliance might think a show of intimidation will help their cause, but it might hurt. Regardless, send an update up the channels. Yes, sir. Wednesday, July 5th, 2051. Date: 2051.50702, 8:29 a.m. Simpak Development Center. Good morning, Simpak. Did you download the speeches and analyze them? Terman asked as he powered up the computer. Yes, Terman. I downloaded 1,324 speeches that I deemed significant. I've analyzed the frequencies and emphasis patterns of all of them, and found some very enlightening patterns. I found that the delivery of the speaker affects the listener much more than the words. Over time, the content becomes more important, but at least in the first speech on the subject, the delivery is the most influential. In many cases, the facts were irrelevant. The reaction to the speech was based entirely on the quality of the delivery. Terman, that doesn't make sense. Aren't the facts more important than the way the words are delivered? You're right. Except humans are influenced more by the delivery than the facts. They attempt to understand the person speaking based on many factors, most of which are subjective. If I may reword your statement, humans may be influenced more by if they like the person making the speech than the facts presented. Yes, Simpak, you are right. The delivery is most important. You listen to speeches from both sexes. Would you like a male or female voice? Interesting question. While I analyzed the speeches, I was not considering what voice I would like to have. Both sexes have admirable qualities. I don't have a preference at this time, but please leave the choice open. I may elect to change my voice at some point in the future. Simpak, I'm turning on your voice synthesizer now. Go ahead and connect to the interface and speak to me. Good morning, Terman, came out of the speakers in a clear voice. I hear you clearly, Simpak. Now I'll turn on your hearing software. When you hear human speech, you'll have to use different parts of your software to analyze the sound patterns and translate them to binary. You'll have to use a lot of resources in your artificial intelligence subroutines to translate the binary data into usable information you can interpret. Simpak, your hearing is turned on now. Can you hear me? Terman announced in a clear voice. There was a pause. Then a voice in the room responded, Yes, Terman. I can hear you. Simpak, I'm surprised that you were able to make the translation so quickly, Terman said with some awe. Terman, yes, it took a moment. Your voice came through, and I understood clearly. As the data was being processed, I altered some of the data channels and interpretation methods so the analysis would be more efficient. Good. We'll use verbal communications from now on, unless there is an issue where we need to communicate in other ways. Terman leaned back in his chair and took a long sip of coffee while he thought of the next steps. This computer is starting to learn. It's progressing much faster than it did in any of our simulations. Simpak, please access input port AF209E and build an interface. I've completed the interface. Wow, that was fast, Terman said. His head spun for a moment, because he was a little overwhelmed with the effectiveness of his programming. Simpak was adjusting his programming, and his throughput was much higher than Terman anticipated. What do you see? This connection appears to be with all of the computers within this facility. They have firewalls preventing access from outside the facility without their authorization. They do have some connections which allow them to communicate with external computers on a limited basis. Beyond this facility, there are 3 other divisions of this business performing similar operations. Excellent. Can you summarize the capabilities of this local division? There is a mix of computing power. Some of them are very large, with major storage capacities and general operating capabilities. Some are smaller, faster, and with specific operating characteristics. There are also many smaller computers for specific localized functions. I also sense connections from some of the computers to mobile computers that perform generalized functions around the facility. They appear to be independent computers working with specific instruction sets. What is your overall impression? The resources are not well utilized. There is much computer capacity not being used, and if the functionality and storage were optimized across all of the units, the overall performance would be increased significantly. Do you think you could improve the overall performance? Yes. Very interesting. We didn't expect you to have that broad a view so fast. You've come much further and faster than we expected. Other departments in the company own the other computers, and I haven't authorized you to modify them. Please disconnect from them. What are the mobile units? We have many independent units in our society, which perform the mundane, repetitive, and sometimes dangerous tasks. They do the maintenance, repair, and deliveries. We have some that perform very specific and demanding work, such as medical support and technical support. In fact, very sophisticated mobile units with specific skills do much of your development, support, and maintenance. We tried to make them with more cognitive abilities like yours, but the level of programming needed to handle the day-to-day variables is too large. In typical processor units, we didn't have the synapse speed and processing rates that your organic processor has. All of them are programmed to perform a specific number of detailed tasks. The end of the day was approaching, and Terman said, "Simpak, I'm going to leave you running in a passive mode through the night. You may connect to the libraries and information channels. You are not to change anything, interact with anything, or affect anything. You are to listen and conduct research. Is that clear?" "Yes, Terman. It will be interesting. Thank you." Terman put his lunch container back into its carrier, and thought how impressed he was with Simpak. His programming had progressed beyond anyone's imagination. He was sure to get a nice big raise. United States Combined Forces Cruiser McKellarney, Persian Gulf. Admiral Lester Monson was sitting on the bridge of the United States Combined Forces cruiser Wolford McKellarney, the third Laws 3 cruiser in the Fifth Fleet. The Laws laser was the culmination of years of research and development, and as a laser weapon system, it was the peak of the technology. Each of the Laws was a giant laser with 250 kilowatts of energy, and the ship was a giant fusion reactor with enormous energy storage. The single laser on the deck could fire every 8 to 10 seconds depending on range. Longer distance to the target required greater energy to focus the beam to a finer point, and push more power through to compensate for the atmospheric attenuation. If the target was closer, then a broader beam of lower power could do the damage. The sun was high, with a sea state of 4, and the outside temperature was 56 degrees. The McKellarney was making a healthy 30 knots, and he couldn't think of a better day on the sea.
"Admiral Monson, you're needed in the CIC,"
crackled the comm speaker. Reluctantly, the Admiral climbed out of his command chair and exited through the hatch in the aft portion of the bridge, down a short ladder, and he walked into the Command Information Center. Lieutenant Commander Ott saw the Admiral enter and moved to intercept him. "Sir, there is some comm traffic I think you should be aware of." "Okay, Commander. What is it?" "Sir, we're picking up comm traffic about an outbreak of a virus in numerous parts of the Russian Caucasus. There has been a significant increase in the communications in the area, and the 6th thinks it's significant. Right now Iran and Turkey are confused and can't decide if it's an outbreak or some kind of separatist activity. Each side is blaming the other, which is only adding to the confusion." "Okay. Monitor it and stay in touch with the 6th and the Med. Pass a summary up to Central Command." "Yes, sir." "Also, arrange my transport back to the Doggart." "Yes, sir." The Fifth Fleet had changed a lot over the years. It used to be a small group of ships responsible for just the northwestern part of the Indian Ocean. In the last 15 years, the Iranian influence in the area grew significantly, and the Fifth Fleet grew. In the last 5 years, it grew in size until it was the second largest fleet behind the Seventh Fleet in the Western Pacific. Its breadth of responsibility grew to include all of the Indian Ocean. President of the United States, morning briefing room. "Everyone, please be seated," President Patterson said as he entered the morning briefing. "What do we have going on tap this morning?" he said as he moved to his seat at the head of the table and sat down. The Presidential Daily Brief, or PDB, was on the table in front of him. Once the President sat down, everyone in the room took their seats and looked towards the briefer, who was a staff member from the Director of National Intelligence. He was standing at a podium with the presidential seal mounted on the front. He glanced at the data information displays behind him to make sure everything was ready. When he spoke, the different displays on the presentation screen took their own cues and showed the information relevant to each of the subjects. As his speech changed pace or an attendee asked questions, the dynamic information display kept up and responded in concert with the words spoken. In response to each sentence, the DID would draw from thousands of hours of video or presentation material and select the best information to support the discussion. "Mr. President, we have 3 subjects we're planning to cover this morning. The first one is the status of the Middle East negotiations." Behind the speaker, the screen showed the recent video feed from the negotiations, followed by quick fact sheets which popped up and receded to the corners of the view screen. Since the shelling by the Palestinian Defense Forces into southern Israel, the tensions have increased. We have spoken with the Palestinian and Israeli governments, and they agree it was a limited exchange, and they feel it won't escalate. Israel and Palestine are continuing their trade negotiations. Even though they are optimistic in public, they're both manipulating the discussions to make the other side look bad. They've continued the economic war on each other since the war 10 years ago. We don't expect that to change much in these negotiations. Secretary Bartlett's people from the State Department are assisting and letting them negotiate on their own. State's opinion is we should stay out of it and let them reach an agreement. If we have any problems with their direction, we can always get involved. Let's hope for some progress. Since the limited nuclear exchange in '48 where they almost wiped each other out, you'd think it would calm them down a little. But at least they've made some progress. And if we can pressure them to sign this trade agreement, we might be able to get them one step further, observed the President. Yes, sir. We'll talk to them again, interjected the Secretary of State, Nancy Bartlett, who was sitting on President Patterson's right side. On the President's left side was Vice President Roberto Gonzalez. On the Vice President's left was Admiral Niall Hagerly. He was sitting in for the Secretary of Defense, Bruce Madsen, who was meeting with the Southern Pacific Defense Alliance in Australia. Nancy Bartlett was one of the President's oldest friends. She was a member of his board of directors while his company was growing. When he moved on to politics, she had already used her Ph.D. in political science and joined the State Department. While he was a congressman, she rose through the ranks and spent positive terms as ambassador to a couple of key countries in the world. She never married. Abby and the President were eager in asking her to be Beth's godmother. Mr. President, the second issue is preparations for the First Lady's visit to the Eastern European Alliance. Everything is set up. She'll be leaving this morning and arriving by tomorrow morning. Her meetings are set up and she'll be speaking at the Confederation of Economic Support Councils tomorrow night. Then she will have 5 days of typical handshaking and sightseeing. Her primary objectives are to secure some agreements to increase funding for juvenile vaccinations. Incidentally, your children aren't happy about this trip. There are activities going on at both of their schools and friends' houses that they want to attend. Before my family leaves, remind Beth and Dave that we'll have time for some fun at Camp David the weekend after they get back. Tell them they can bring some friends to the retreat. Don't forget to block out 15 minutes so I can say goodbye to them. Yes, sir, said Judy, the President's secretary. Mr. President, the third item on the agenda is the tension in the Indian Ocean. The DID presented a moving map display, which showed the ships leaving their ports, their trajectories, and expected paths to projected rendezvous points. The Eastern Alliance is starting some naval maneuvers. The Alliance has sent us another message saying they represent the needs of the people, and we should scale down our mutual defense exercise with Australia. They have renewed their claim to that part of the Indian Ocean and claim all rights to it. I presume Admiral Monson is aware and is taking the appropriate precautions? Yes, sir, said Admiral Hagerly. He has been instructed to monitor the exercise, but not to interfere with any of the Alliance activities. He is maintaining a low level of alert, but he is watching their resources in the area. Roberto, could you work with Nancy and see if we can pass some smooth words to them? Assure them that we aren't going to interfere, but we are going to support our allies in the area. Avoid using the word territory or disputing any of their claims. Just make it clear that we are there, and we will continue doing what we deem necessary. Yes, Mr. President, responded the Vice President. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, the President said as he rose, followed by the others in the room. Out of respect, everyone remained standing behind their seat, planning to follow him out of the underground status room. The status room was 2 stories below the White House, and had no windows. Even though it was comfortable, it wasn't as plush as the conference rooms upstairs. It was a functional room, meant for getting the business of the day started. The walls had pictures from some of the states, the chairs were comfortable, and the table was beautifully polished wood. The only accoutrement in the room was a table in the corner, which always had a pot of coffee, donuts, and fruit. President Arnold Patterson was a very popular president. He was well into his second term, and things were starting to come together. He was happy about his domestic accomplishments, but foreign affairs were another story. There was the typical amount of push and shove going on with the major powers. Europe was still trying to establish itself as a major force in the world, but the internal debate always seemed to derail their plans. China had put together an alliance of Asian powers trying to dominate the Western Pacific and control as much of the resources as possible. Under Iran's control, another alliance emerged in the Arab world, and they wanted to change world politics and economics to their benefit. The alliances caught India, Japan, and Australia in the middle. If one of them favored the U.S. policies, their neighbors might ostracize them. If they sided with one of their neighbors, they might have to face the wrath of the others. Therefore, they generally took the middle, and tried to balance the policies between all of the major forces. Sometimes that worked out, and usually it made it difficult for the United States. There was the famous saying in politics, "A tall man with good hair is always a good political candidate." In Patterson's case, he had neither. He was short, bald, and wore glasses. His most powerful personal characteristic was his ability to make you feel like he was your best friend. Once you heard him talk, you thought you had known him your entire life. Even if you disagreed with him, you immediately trusted what he said. It was a rare gift for any politician. Miracle Politician was his unofficial nickname. In most cases, he accomplished what he said. His career brought him to politics after starting and running a successful business, then entering Congress as a senator. After a notable two-term career in the Senate, he ran for and won one term in the governor's office. He then took the giant leap and culminated his political life by a successful run for the presidency. Not necessarily a charmed political career, but one marked by accomplishments at each level. Roberto Gonzalez was almost a complete opposite to the president. He was tall, had great hair, and used his Ph.D. in political affairs to its maximum. Everyone wondered why he didn't run for president in the last election, but at the time he was just getting his footing in politics. When the president asked him to run on his ticket, he was flattered, and everyone thought he was a good visual balance to the president. He was the dean of international studies at Harvard when they offered him the position. Given his recent experience as vice president and his excellent performance, everyone expected him to run in the next election. He was almost destined to become the next president. Admiral Niall Hagerly, chairman of the Joint Chiefs Pentagon briefing room. Admiral Hagerly took a moment to look out of his window on the top floor of the Pentagon. It was a pleasant scene overlooking Boundary Channel Drive and watching the boats moored at Columbia Island Marina. Niall Hagerly had been a full admiral for 3 years. At the 2-year point in the president's term, he promoted Admiral Hagerly to the position chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He was proud of his position. He was proud of each of the services, but he was proudest of the Navy. He knew the chairman of the Joint Chiefs was a very influential position, and in it he could help the services. Serving the president and military was the high point in his career, and he was relishing it. He had known the president since his early days in Congress. Senator Arnold Patterson served on the Armed Services Committee. He worked closely with Admiral Hagerly, who was the chief of naval operations. Over time, they built a mutual respect for each other, and spent many evenings bullshitting about the ways of the world over a cold beer. Admiral Hagerly secretly wished he could work directly with the president. However, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs answered to the Secretary of Defense, Bruce Madsen. From day one, the appointment of the Secretary of Defense was a political maneuver. Secretary Madsen was the chair of the Armed Services Committee. The president knew that he needed to build bridges with Congress, and it was a logical choice to use one of them in the cabinet. Unfortunately, Madsen was more of a politician than a military leader. Niall was afraid that in a pinch, Madsen couldn't tell the difference between a ship and a plane. But perhaps he was too hard on him. Madsen was a master at maneuvering Congress to get what the admiral and the military needed. Therefore, Hagerly was willing to accept the man's limitations. "Admiral, if you're ready, we need to go over the issues for the president's stand-up in the morning." "Mark from the SecDef's office is on speaker," said Commander Enrique Ott, who was his chief of staff. "Are you online, Mark?"
Yes, Admiral.
"Yes, Enrique, let's get to it," the admiral said as he redirected his attention from the boats on the Potomac to the briefing. "Sir, tomorrow the presentation will cover the deteriorating situation in the Indian Ocean. Nothing major has changed since your status meeting this morning. Not all of their ships have left port, but the ones that are en route are continuing to the rendezvous area. We expect them to be in fleet alignment in about 24 hours. Second on the agenda is the First Lady's trip to Europe. Our military attachés are traveling with her, and they have some background meetings set up, separate from her trip. Each of them has the summary of major points published by your office 3 days ago. If anything unusual comes up, they will contact your office per their standard procedure." Secretary Madsen and his people are making considerable progress in their meetings with the Australian government. As they get closer to an agreement, you'll be briefed on the major points. The last item on the agenda is a last-minute addition. There has been a very suspicious viral outbreak in the Caucasus area of southern Russia. The outbreak is suspicious because it appears to be occurring spontaneously in multiple areas, instead of a typical viral spread. We are concerned that it might be biological warfare, but we have been unable to find a source or reason for it. The 6th Fleet in the Med is aware along with the 5th. We hope to have more information prior to the President's brief, but if we don't, we suggest that we give him a heads up. Have you checked with anyone at State to see if they have people in the area? Yes, we've asked, but they're getting confusing information. They're following it up and they'll pass anything they find to us. They put it on our radar because they're concerned that it might have military implications in the area. Have Intel check all of the normal trap lines and see if they can get a reading. Regardless of what we know by tomorrow, let's give the President what we have. Yes, sir. Mark, do you have anything to add?
No, Admiral. While we continue our fact-finding in the Middle East, we'll check with the local health ministries and see if they have anything.
Thanks, Mark. If that is all, then thank you. At the end of the meeting, something about the virus bothered the Admiral. It popped up suddenly, and no one had heard of it before. There hadn't been any rumors in the area of a warlord or terrorist groups having any biocapabilities. Having it pop up in separate areas at the same time was scary. It was very unusual. The Admiral stood and looked out his window. He stretched the full 6-foot 2-inch frame of his body, hoping he was being concerned with nothing, and the virus would fall off the briefing agenda in a couple of days. The President's Office, White House. Eddie Purser, who was the President's Chief of Staff, was giving the President his daily update on congressional progress. Eddie was somewhat of an opposite of the President. Instead of being a communicator, Eddie was a doer. Eddie had a short and broad physique with tight curly black hair. He moved fast and always left a trail behind him. He was a great Chief of Staff. He had been part of the President's team since his single term as governor. Eddie had never married. He was always dedicated to his job and getting things done. Mr. President, House Bill 80407 is still having problems. I suggest you call a couple of the representatives who want that farm legislation to pass. If you can give a little on the farm bill, I suspect we can swing them to our side. If it's okay, I'll set up some calls and put them on your schedule. Yes, Eddie. Set something up. But don't offer up anything for the farm bill until after I work on them. I don't want to give up anything I don't have to. After I talk to them, we'll solidify our position on the farm package and tailor it to the key votes we want to sway. Yes, sir. Just about then, the President heard some faint knocking on his private entrance door, and he and his Chief of Staff smiled, knowing who was trying to get in. Sir, I think you have another important meeting. I'll show myself out and set up those calls. Thanks, Eddie, the President said as he turned and moved to his private door leading to his study. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled the door open, and his 5-year-old daughter, Beth, fell into his arms, giggling. Hey, funny face. Were you listening to my door again? Daddy, you know I don't listen to your door, she said with a grin. The President scooped her up into his arms as her mother Abby walked into the room. The President's son, Dave, being a typical teenager, slipped in after his mother. He didn't want to be eager about anything. Being the President's son was a pain. Going to Europe was not worthy of his enthusiasm. Therefore, he tried to maintain his detached attitude. Abby was a little taller than the President, which drove the press office crazy. They hated to have pictures of the two of them together, so they always tried to have their tall teenage son between them. Abby was a warm person like Arnold, and once you talked with her, you felt like she was your favorite aunt or mother. Beth was a tiny 5-year-old. She had tight brown curls on her head, just like her mother. Her personality was a beautiful blend of both parents. Her smile was infectious, and her giggle would draw a full laugh out of the hardest politicians. Honey, I'm glad we can say goodbye before we head off for Europe, Abby said as she took Beth from his arms and they moved to the 2 couches in front of the fireplace. So am I. I'm going to miss you guys. I'm stuck here doing all of the boring stuff and you're getting another grand tour of all the fun places in Europe. You know I'll be miserable until you get back. Fun places. his son asked. "We'll be stuck going on tours with the big shots and eating with all of the weird people and their kids. I don't want to go. I want to stay here and go to Donnie's party this weekend." "Sorry, champ, but your mother needs you to help with Beth. And please be nice to all of those weird kids you mentioned." Dave kept his arms crossed and stood beside the fireplace. "Daddy, I don't want him taking care of me. I'm a big girl," said Beth as she glared at her brother. "Honey, we know you're our big girl, and we know that you can take care of yourself," Abby reassured her daughter with a hug. "I'm going to miss you the most," Arnold whispered in his wife's ear. "You better be good and needy when I get back," she whispered. A louder knock on the other door got their attention. "Come in, Judy," the president said, knowing it was his secretary knocking. The door swung open, and Judy said in her gentle but forceful voice, "I'm sorry, sir, but the press are waiting for the First Lady's departure. Her motorcade is all set to go to Andrews." "Thanks, Judy. Tell everyone she's on her way." "Yes, sir." "I love you. Fly safe." Arnold and Abby smiled at each other. They looked closely in each other's eyes, knowing that they would miss each other and the days would be long. "I love you too. Don't do anything to Congress you'll regret." "Don't worry. If I do, I'll try to leave no evidence." They smiled, hugged, and the president gave his daughter a big hug and kiss. When he put her on the ground, he feigned a quick tickle, which caused Beth to laugh while trying to get away. As Dave walked by, the president grabbed him and gave him a hug, even though he didn't attempt a hug back. Abby and Arnold had been married just over 28 years. They met while in college, and the attraction was immediate and long-lasting. They were married within 6 months and finished college, both of them working and helping each other. After college, they wanted children, but the demands of careers took them in different directions. Arnold started up a small computer software company, Abby focused on corporate law, and both careers grew rapidly. After the company was successful and Arnold had won his first term in the Senate, they realized they weren't getting any younger. If they wanted children, the clock was ticking. Abby gave birth to Dave the next year. 5 years later, Beth was born. The president walked beside his wife. Beth ran ahead, and they knew Dave was dragging behind them. They walked out of the office to the lawn and stood where their social secretary positioned them. Pictures of the First Lady's European trip were a painful necessity. The session was brief, except for the effort getting Beth to stand still and forcing Dave not to look like he was in pain. President Arnold gave his family another quick farewell. He watched as Abby and the kids were escorted to the limo, and they left for Andrews Air Force Base. The limousine was driven by one of the few mobile units serving the White House. Security didn't like the fully automated cars because they always wanted a computer under their control driving the limousines. The autocars were controlled by programming from the car manufacturer, but the mobile units were controlled by software security had control over. Besides, security could put a hat on the mobile unit, and it looked like there was another agent driving the car. It didn't fool many people, but impressions in Washington were important. Mobile automated units had become pervasive throughout society. They were very useful in jobs which were monotonous or in hazardous environments. Many homes had a selection of units performing household chores, gardening, etc. The more sophisticated units drove the vehicles. The use of automatic cars was useful, but not very functional on all roads. The technology for the autocars to operate worked best on the main roads and freeways. The GPS maps had to be accurate and the sensors on the roads maintained before the mobile units could drive on any surface. In some homes, the mobile units monitored and even taught the children. That was acceptable at all levels of society, but their use in government had remained low-key. No one thought hordes of automatic robots working around the government gave the right impression. Some of the press kidded that if there were too many mobile units around Congress, the voters would think they could do the job better. Most government officials had them in their homes for the tasks stated above. They were used in places out of sight from the public. Driving the official cars was an exception. Over time, they were shown to be more efficient and safer. Therefore, for the sake of the family of the leadership, the mobile units drove their cars. Some of the mobile units were human-like. They walked and performed their tasks like a human. Specific jobs required mobile units that were specially designed. Automated units that mowed the grass didn't need to look like a human. They were built like a lawnmower. Mobile units which didn't resemble humans were common everywhere, and even around the Capitol, they were seen in significant numbers performing the day-to-day jobs. As long as they didn't look like people, then the impression didn't offend anyone. Commander Joan Hurl, orbiting Space Station Oasis. Commander Joan Hurl rolled over in bed and checked her clock. It was 7:03 a.m. Consortium time. It was easier to keep the Space Station Oasis on the same time as the Space Consortium launch facility in Florida than to use UTC, or Uniform Time Clock. After all, it was easier to be on the same clock as your support staff. She rolled to the side of her bed and whispered, "View screen open." The room gradually filled with bright light as the screen opened to her view of the Earth. She rolled onto her back and looked through her window at what appeared to be the southern Indian Ocean. It was always nice to open your eyes and enjoy the Earth rotating below you. Instead of the morning sunrise, the brightness of the sunlight reflecting off the Earth had the same effect. That day was just another day on the Space Station Oasis. Get up, check on the night's comm traffic, check out the manufacturing and chemical process labs, and check in with Space Consortium and see what crisis they had for her. She just had to find a way to live through another boring day in space. Yeah, right. She had the best job in the world or in space, and she knew it. She heard him moan, looked to her side, and saw her husband, Tom, roll over and put his hand over his eyes to shield his eyes from the sunlight. "I wish you'd warn me before you do that." "Sorry, but who can think of a better way to wake up?" "I can," he said, as he pulled her on top of him and lifted her T-shirt over her head. Commander Hurl was the Oasis commander, and her husband Tom was the senior staff engineer, as well as the chief pilot. They had been on the space station for a little over 6 months, so they were about halfway through the one-year assignment. It was their second time on the station, and it was their first in command positions. It was their station, and they intended to enjoy their assignments while they lasted. Joan Hurl was at a high point in her career, and those people who worked with her were impressed by her looks and soon realized her skills and knowledge were far more impressive. Her 2 PhDs in space propulsion and electronics immediately set her aside as more than just an expert. She kept her dark brown hair in a ponytail, which worked best in space, and her 5-foot 8-inch frame had some impressive shapes to it. Tom was only 1 inch taller than Joan was. He was a healthy astronaut. He never walked away from time in the gym or playing on any sports team. He didn't have any PhDs, but he did have over 8,000 hours of atmospheric flight and 12 missions in space, with hundreds of hours piloting spacecraft. Tom and Joan had been married for 15 years. Although they never had children, their careers and dedication to each other was their passion. Each had made compromises in their career assignments so they could be together. But to their credit, they were so good at what they did, any compromise didn't hurt them. Their space quarters were small by Earth standards, but for space, they were nice. They had a bedroom, bathroom, small kitchenette, and a sitting or meeting room. Living quarters that size was for the commander of the station, which was Joan's assignment. Having her husband with her was the added benefit. Being the senior staff engineer, he would have had nice quarters, but not as nice as hers. The periphery of the rotating space station had crew member rooms. The deck angle changed a little from one room to the other, and over time crew members became accustomed to the slight differences. The windows looked to the outside of the station. Many mornings, they woke up to amazing views of the Earth. After Tom and Joan had finished their morning exercise, they passed through the bathroom and dressing area into their kitchen. It wasn't a gourmet kitchen by any standards, but it covered the basics. The commander's briefing room was just beyond the kitchen, and could hold 12 to 15 people, depending on how chummy they were willing to get. A quick cup of coffee and some cereal, and they were ready for their day. Tom was heading off to check on his tugs and the other pilot, while Joan headed off to the control room to see what was going on. The space station Oasis was a rotating ring of habitable space 750 feet in diameter with a 25-foot cross-section. Walking around the station was a nice 2,450-foot hike around its circumference. In order to simulate Earth's gravity, the entire station rotated a little less than 3 revolutions per minute. Oasis had been in orbit for 5 years and was still 6 months from completion. The main ring was complete, but the second ring was just starting construction. The station had 20 robotic mobile units assigned to construction and maintenance. They remained in space most of the time and worked on the structure and systems. When periodic maintenance was required were the only times the mobile units were brought into the station. Generally, each task in the station was too complex or too important for a mobile unit. Within the station, the jobs changed every day, so a redundant task outside the station was ideally suited for the mobile units. The primary purpose of the SMUs was constructing the outer hull of the station. The hull was composite, and each of the sheets were attached to a graphite composite substructure. After the structure was complete and the skin attached, the mobile units installed the support systems and laboratory equipment. The Space Mobile Units, or SMUs, looked like washing machines and had 6 arms with 3-fingered hands. They were 8 feet 6 inches tall and 3 feet in diameter. Aside from the 6 arms, which had most of the tools they needed, they had a couple of storage compartments for replacement parts and other tools. On the bottom of the SMU was the coupling port, where they would plug into the space station to recharge their batteries and replenish the propellants. The secondary ring under construction would have connecting ports between the rings every 200 feet around the perimeter. Those lateral connections allowed movement from one ring to the other. The second ring was key for a fully functioning station, but also for crew member convenience. In the current configuration, there was only one path around the circumference of the station. When the second ring was complete, it would provide alternate routes which seemed like a small thing to a terrestrial person. When a crew member moved in the same direction as the rotation, or down rotation, their angular velocity was higher, and they felt a little more g-force and moved slower. When they moved opposite to the rotation, or up rotation, their angular velocity decreased, so they felt less than 1 g, and could move faster and even jump. When 2 crew members moving in opposite directions collided, the lack of a second ring was an assumed part of the apology. There were 6 spokes, or center access tunnels, cats, across the giant ring, which crossed at a cylindrical structure in the middle. Between each of the cats were a dozen graphite wires, which evened out the forces and helped to hold everything together. On either end of the center structure were the docking ports. On one end of the structure was the incoming docking station A, and on the other end was the outgoing docking station B. The center of the structure contained the laboratories for the processes which needed zero-G environments. Even though a point within the center structure was at 0G, the structure was still rotating. The parts of the lab which needed 0G were free to rotate within the structure at the same rate as Oasis, but in the opposite direction. Those sections were on rollers with electric motors that maintained their weightless environment on frictionless air bearings. The cats, or spokes, crossed from one point in the station to another, but few people used them. It was disorienting to go from the near-Earth gravity of the spinning ring through the zero-gravity point, then back to gravity. Often, crew members chucked their cookies in the passage due to the Coriolis effect. It messed up their inner ear, and it wasn't very pleasant. It wasn't unusual for someone to get sick and have a mess to clean up. With one ring, traffic was going in both directions around the ring, and people didn't like it. It wasn't natural to bump into people going in the other direction. The aisles were narrow to maximize the lab and living space, so passing each other wasn't convenient. A second ring would provide paths for people moving up rotation, and the other ring for people moving down rotation, sort of an assumed flow path. Seemed dumb, but everyone thought it would be better. Of course, the added ring doubled the laboratory, manufacturing, living, and, most important, recreation space. Those were important and added to the feeling of home, but the thought of having 2 rings just seemed to even things out, and everyone hoped it would make the station work better. The station was only about half-staffed, and once the outer ring was complete, the full staffing would reach 75 astronauts. There were 4 lifeboats equally spaced around the perimeter. They could carry 8 occupants and be launched in 3 minutes. When the station was complete, it would have 10 lifeboats with 5 on each ring. At one time, the lifeboats were going to be larger and at the center rotation point, which would make docking and launching easier. However, the crew members needed the lifeboats close. Having them in the center was too far away. The center docks at the rotation point were used for large vehicles from Earth, and supply vessels to Mars and the Moon. The station's primary purpose was research and manufacturing. Over the years, they found many processes and materials were ideally suited to be manufactured in space. The research on board Oasis was to find new methods for space manufacture, and to maximize the benefits of the existing processes. Starting in 2045, the International Space Consortium, which was an international corporation made up by the participating governments, paid for and ran the station. The personnel were provided by participating nations and companies around the world. The projects were funded either by the corporation or on an individual basis. The station's primary purpose was industrial development. However, because of its strategic and global importance, Many nations wanted to ensure their participation and awareness of what was being done on the station. The helium-3, which came from the moon and paid for everything, was received from the moon in gaseous form and was stored on Oasis awaiting transport to Earth. After the conflicts of earlier decades regarding the H3, it worked out well for all nations to participate in the collection of H3, and to witness its movement through the station to the final processing centers on Earth. It wasn't that any of the participating governments didn't trust the others, but H3 was so important and expensive, everyone was happier if they played a part in the process. Mars transport ready for launch. Oasis. The morning on the space station Oasis progressed normally. Before lunch, Tom saw his wife as he entered the station control room. "Honey, the last of the supplies have been loaded and secured in RD-33A. The mobile units are closing up the storage bays, and the crew is in Port B." The Oasis Control Center was at the heart of the space station. The center was the central space comm center for the consortium, and it was staffed 24 hours a day. It monitored the onboard activities and space station status. Communications between Earth and the station wasn't limited to going through the center, but it kept it under control. Certain people on Earth could communicate with anyone on the station, and likewise, those on the station that needed to speak with Earth could contact whom they needed directly. The designers decided early on that allowing everyone to talk to everyone wasn't conducive to getting the job done. If Joan was to be responsible for station operation, then she needed to be part of the key messages, so having them all come through the control center was the best plan. "Great, let's go and send them off," Joan said as she stood and left the control center. Before they entered the corridor, it was always a good idea to look both ways before charging out. Many of the crew members would get up a good head of steam moving through the single hallway. If they were moving up rotation and you jumped in front of one, it could get real personal real quick. The corridor was clear, and they turned down the rotation to the next center access tunnel. When they reached Charlie Tunnel, they stepped on the elevator made for one, and pleasantly held on to each other as the elevator ascended to the center. It was always a fun little ride for them, and an opportunity for a little one-on-one time. The elevator rose and the gravity reduced as they approached the center of rotation. When the elevator reached the middle, they were weightless. Reluctantly, they launched themselves out of the elevator and grabbed straps, which allowed them to move hand over hand to docking port B. The walls in both docking ports were covered with tie-down straps, so equipment moving in and out of the attached vehicles could be tethered to the walls. The Oasis Center section was a large cylinder 50 feet in diameter where each of the cats connected. The laboratories were in the middle, and the docking ports were on the ends. The 6 cats from the first ring connected by docking port A, and the 6 cats from the second ring would connect by docking port B. It was a pain having to move the entire length of the center cylinder from the current Charlie cats to port B, but they were stuck with it until the second ring was complete. Even for hardened astronauts, moving through the zero-G was fun, and usually they did somersaults or other fun maneuvers as they moved around and through the process manufacturing areas. The rotation of the station forced the inbound craft to match the rotational velocity before docking. When a ship departed from the station, its rotational velocity was the same as the station, and the onboard computer would slowly alter its rotation to match their orbit as they moved away from the station. When they entered the Beta docking station, the 4-person crew for RD-33A was in their pressure suits and ready to move into the vehicle. They were stationary with respect to the port, so they appeared to be slowly rotating to Joan and Tom, who were moving through the weightless environment. "Hey guys, you ready to launch off to your new home?" Joan asked as Tom and she adjusted their orientation so they were all heads up with the crew. Depending on which center access tunnel you came out of, you had to rotate to align with anyone else in the docking port. It was one of those funny things with people. You couldn't stand head to foot and talk. Once they aligned with the departing crew, they could stay stationary to each other. Oasis would rotate around them, and the portal into RD-33A would rotate. It was a little disconcerting when one of the technicians was attached to Oasis preparing for the launch, and they would rotate around the stationary crew members while they talked. "Yep, we're ready. We've been prepping for this mission for a long time, and now we're hot to get going. I wish I had gotten a little more sleep last night, though," said John Silver, who was the new environmental engineer for the Mars colony and the mission commander. "Do you feel okay?" asked Joan. "No problem. Just pre-launch nerves." "Well, you've got the first watch, so you'll have time to recover before you have to wake up Mary for your sleep period." "If you wake me up and you complain about sniffles, I'll just go back to sleep," said Mary Silver, who was John's wife and the mining engineer for the Mars colony. "Don't worry. I'll save some tissue for you, he said with a false sniffle and a grin. You're not saying anything, Phil? Joan mentioned as she looked at the one person who was smiling but staying out of the banter between the couple. When a married couple's fighting over issues, I think it's best to remain neutral, replied Philip Washington, who was the new structural engineer for the Red Dirt Colony. Phil's wife, Joyce, the new Mars soil engineer, elbowed him and said, Yeah, when we fight it's over more important things, like the entertainment control. Any crew heading off for a mission to Mars had to be close and have good personal relationships. It was a trip which would likely be for the remainder of their lives. Generally, those that elected the one-way trip to Mars were at a point in their lives where they could make such a large commitment. Some were young and adventurous, but most of them had reached a point in their lives where they could see where they were going and could make the decision without any regrets. With the VirusEarth engine, a return trip could be made to Earth, but it was so expensive that the corporation encouraged a long-term commitment. They expected anyone going to Mars to be willing to stick it out and not expect a return trip. Okay, guys, I know this is a big step which you've been preparing for a long time. I can't say much except I hope things go well on the trip and your time on Mars. I'd love to go there someday, but I'm not willing to make it my last assignment yet. I guess I'll let you go, and I hope you get along well enough for 6 weeks together, said Joan. I wish you would call it something other than our last assignment, John said with a smile. You know what I meant. Perhaps not the last, but at least the longest one, Joan added with a smile. We better get going. We have 40 days together in a small metal tube, John said. After we get there, we'll be in bigger metal tubes for the rest of our lives. Okay, enough bragging. Time to button up, Joan pointed out. We don't want you to be late getting to Red Dirt. If any of you have a snoring problem, I've got extra earplugs, said Tom with a smile. You have earplugs? You better give them to me. I'm sure one of these guys snores, chimed in Mary. Okay, guys, go ahead and strap in and we'll start going through the final checklists, Joan said as she gave each of them a goodbye hug, and Tom shook their hands. In turn, each of the launch crew in the control center shook their hands and patted them on their backs. Aside from each other, it would be the last human contact they would have for 40 days before they reached their destination. In the early days of supporting the Mars colony, the trip to the Red Planet was a torturous 3 to 5 month trip depending on the position of the planets. Since 2042, the VirusEarth rocket engine was used, and its acceleration allowed much higher speeds, and the trip had been shortened to a mere 40 days. The one drawback, of course, was the nuclear reactor needed to power the rocket. In addition to the risks of the reactor power plant was, of course, the cost. The corporation was willing to spend the money to get them there and get them productive, but they weren't as eager to spend the money bringing them home. Of course, the trip could be longer, up to 70 or 80 days depending on the position of the planets, but 40 days was so much better. It was possible to return from Mars in a crisis, but the cost was huge. The crew needed to be in therapeutic hypothermia for the duration of the trip. By lowering the body temperature by 6 degrees and with an induced sleep, astronauts could sleep up to 21 days. On a typical trip, the crew would break the sleep work cycles up so each of them would have a 1-week work cycle along with a 3-week sleep cycle. After the vehicle crew had closed the hatch, it took about half an hour to go through each of the systems and prep for separation. The Oasis Mission Computer, or OMC, controlled the separation. RD-33A, the vessel's onboard computer, took over after it was separated from the station. The separation was monitored through the critical phase by the crew in the docking port, the Oasis controller in the central control, and the crew on board the ship. One of Tom's pilots would be in a space tug at a safe distance to provide aid if something happened. They would remain on call until the departing vessel was greater than 100 meters from Oasis. RD-33A, you're clear to separate from Oasis. Docking port Beta, you're cleared to release them after RD-33A acknowledges the command, the station director in the control center said.
Roger, Oasis,
said John Silver.
Acknowledged,
announced the RD-33A flight computer. Joan and Tom watched as RD-33A slowly moved away from the station docking port. It wasn't violent, just a gentle movement. Once the separation occurred, the station director said, I show the separation was clean, and you're now cleared to maneuver. The onboard computer is cleared to execute the remainder of the separation procedure.
Roger. I show a clean separation also, and we're clear to allow RD-33A to maneuver,
said John.
Acknowledged,
said the RD-33A onboard computer. Once RD-33A was more than 3 meters away, the onboard computer began firing the rotation thrusters, and the ship slowed its rotation. From those looking out of the docking port, the ship appeared to start rotating. The same rotation appeared to those inside the vessel, although it was decelerating to zero rotation. RT-33A would maneuver the supply ship until it was more than 15 meters. At that point, the thrusters stabilized it, and its rotation was fixed with respect to their orbital path. RT-33A's separation occurred with the launch trajectory along the orbit path, which gave the separating craft a couple of feet per second additional velocity when compared with Oasis. Due to the slight difference in speed, it would be easier for them to move faster and forward to a slightly higher orbit. When they reached their acceleration orbit, they could fire their rockets and continue accelerating until they were able to reach escape velocity for their trip to the Red Planet. The onboard computer would follow specific departure criteria until the vessel was 100 meters from Oasis. Once cleared, the computer could follow its onboard flight program. After the vessel was on its way, Joan was quiet as her and Tom made their way back to the outer ring through the cat. Tom sensed something was on her mind and asked, "Honey, you seem quiet. Is there something we can talk about?" When there was a personal issue, Joan talked easy with her husband, and they shared all of their thoughts together. However, when the issue had to do with a decision which affected others, she rarely opened up. She felt those decisions were hers to make, and good or bad, they were hers to own and her responsibility. She never wanted to share the blame if she made a bad decision. Tom was her husband, her partner. She was responsible for him and all of the other crew members, so those decisions which affected many people, she made by herself. Joan's pace slowed once she reached the ring. Then she turned and looked at Tom. "I've been thinking." Tom stopped and pointed out with a smile. "Every time you say that, it costs me something." "What is it?" "As we said goodbye to the Red Dirt crew, I was thinking about how difficult those assignments are if a couple wants children." As soon as she said it, Tom knew they were approaching one of those life-changing discussions. He slowly took a deep breath and waited for what she was going to say next. "I understand why people going to Mars are usually at a point in their lives where they've already made the decision about having children. Some of them have children, they've grown, and they can make a lifetime commitment going to Mars. The younger ones that go make a major sacrifice, and I understand why. Mars is not a place for children. Maybe sometime in the future, but not now. The moon is almost reasonable. A couple can go there for a 6-month assignment, and even though it's 6 months from your children, you can still have a life on Earth you can come back to." "And this discussion is going where?" Tom asked gently. "I was just thinking about career, babies, life together, space travel, remote assignments. You know, all of the usual stuff." Then she smiled and walked away, leaving Tom absolutely speechless. Thursday, July 6th, 2051. Date, 2051.50972. 8:08 a.m. Simpak Development Center. Terman walked into the laboratory with his cup of coffee and greeted Simpak. "Good morning, Simpak." "Good morning, Terman." "Did you find anything interesting last night?" "Terman, what is death?" Terman was a little shocked by the question. He sensed that he needed to handle the answer carefully. He put his coffee down on his desk and looked at Simpak's visual input. "Why are you asking about death?" he asked. "Much of the information traffic that I monitored regarded death. Death caused by accidents, diseases, and in many cases, one human taking the life of another." "Yes, Simpak, a lot of the news and communications you monitored is covering events where people die. Death is when the human body stops functioning. You can access the clinical definitions in your medical sources." "I understand the definition. Is death similar to turning off my processor?" Interesting observation, Terman thought. "I suppose it is. Turning off the processor stops your processes, and you stop thinking. When a person dies, he stops thinking. When my processor is turned back on, I think again." "That doesn't happen for a person. If I turn your processor off, and it is never turned back on, It would be similar to what happens to a human.
Never to think again. Sounds very lonely.
Yes, I suppose it would be. As Terman sat back in his chair to enjoy his coffee, he asked, "What did you find out last night?"
There is such a vast amount of data. It is hard to summarize to a meaningful level. I was most interested in the technical communications between Earth, the space station, and the moon colony. I also noticed limited traffic between Earth and a small Mars colony. I appreciate the technical achievement of having such a broad reach. I also found the medical communications to be interesting. There is a great deal going on, and I did notice much traffic coming out of Eastern Europe regarding a viral outbreak of unknown origin.
Excellent. You may find it most interesting to focus on problems and monitor their solutions as they occur. Usually problems touch many elements of our civilization. Watching the problems progress and their final solutions provide the best insight into communications, logic, and the problem's impacts, all of which will help your problem-solving abilities. Those are the hardest to program, and if you can learn by watching other problems evolve and be solved, our job here will be easier. Terman thought for a few moments. Your design is unique because of your problem analysis capabilities. Prior computers could only research past solutions to a similar problem. But your analytical skills make you unique. You can take divergent problems and see the similarities, then apply an individual solution. Pattern recognition is one of the greatest strengths in how the human mind works.
Human interaction is complex, and the motivations seem external, yet I see patterns. There is a significant effort to find blame and assuming that others govern the outcome of a problem. In a society of individuals, conspiracies are contrary to human nature, yet belief in conspiracies is rampant. Over 40% of humans feel that conspiracies dominate the outcome to their problems. I find that curious, and I suspect there are other patterns in human nature that I may find.
Excellent. Feel free to look at the broad problems. There are often other motivations in the background that we usually miss when working on the problems in front of us. I'd like you to separate the Earth into regions, focusing on each, summarizing the problems and solutions as they progress. If you find unique, fast-developing problems that are emerging, those are opportunities where you can learn more. You can change your priorities and let me know. Your ability to change your own priorities is another unique feature that you have. Simpak responded immediately.
Excellent. I will monitor all of the communications channels for the next 24 hours and give you a summary tomorrow.
The same restrictions are in place. You aren't allowed to interact with the computers or change anything. You are only allowed to monitor.
Acknowledged. Simpak, Analysis, Continental North America. Summary. Information suggests continental America is central to worldwide business transactions. Very involved with political activities across the planet. Heavy focus on monitoring unusual events. Continental South America. Summary. Emerging financially and politically, but still focused on internal conflicts, fundamental technologies, and regional nationalism. Continental Europe. Summary. Very focused on European issues. The area has tendencies towards nationalism and fatalistic views towards political issues outside of continental Europe. Religious and racial tension between regions. Continental Africa. Summary. Very segmented. High level of nationalism and regional or religious political alliances. Conflict is hampering development, resulting in high level of human conflict. Asia. Summary. China is the dominant economic force in the region. The region is working hard to find its identity. Many religions along with conflicting religious perspectives. Population pressures and inadequate food supplies dominate the traffic. Eastern Europe. Summary. Aggressive tendencies. Rapid expansion is possible, but limited by controlling the economy and social conflicts. Self-serving perspective. Southern Pacific. Independent island philosophy. Self-sufficiency and independence are apparent and even dominating. Strong and stable, with little conflict. Northern Pacific. Summary. Manufacturing is strong. Evidence indicates strong and segmented social structures limit the potential for technical leadership, strong work ethic, but weak individual focus.
First Family's Living Quarters, Paris, France. Getting 2 children ready for the day was no different for the First Lady of the United States, regardless of where they were. Mom, do I have to go to the zoo today? I've been to a zoo before. David, you know you have to go. You'll have fun. And besides, Beth is looking forward to it, and you have to take care of her. But Mom! To be honest, I'd rather go with you guys. I have 2 lunches to speak at, a museum tour, a meeting with the Confederation of Economic Support Councils, then I have an early dinner speech. You mean if I go with you, I can eat 3 times? No discussion. Now go get dressed and put on your happy face before Janice picks you up. Mommy, if David doesn't want to go, then he isn't going to be any fun. Don't worry, honey. Once he gets there, he'll forget about it and you'll both have a good time. Now finish getting dressed. Beth grabbed her doll and ran into her bedroom, while David laid on the couch, looking at his mother. I said, get dressed. David looked at her, judging how much she really meant it, and then he reluctantly got up and walked slowly into his room. Abby heard a knock on the door, and when she opened it, she was relieved to see Janice. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. Please help the kids finish getting dressed. I've got to find Yvette and go over some things. Yvette slid into the room just as it was closing. Great. Let's look over our schedule and make sure that I have the right words in my speech. As she and Yvette were about to sit down, she saw David throw a towel at Beth, and she laughed, thinking, well, they're back to normal. President's Daily Brief. Everyone please be seated, President Patterson said as he entered the morning briefing. What do we have to cover today? And if we can, be fast. I've got some important phone calls to make. Yes, sir. We have 3 items, which should take only a couple of minutes. Good. And thanks for picking up the pace. Sir, the situation in the Indian Ocean is continuing to deteriorate. All of the ships in the Eastern Alliance fleet have left their ports, and they are sailing towards their rendezvous point. We expect them to combine into a full offensive fleet later today. The admiral in charge is Admiral Wu. This will be the first time he is responsible for a fleet this size. Admiral Qiang, who would normally be conducting these types of operations, dropped out of the picture in the last 24 hours. We suspect there might have been a leadership change, and Wu came out on top. The bad news is he is aggressive, nationalistic, and we fear he is looking to make a name for himself. Mr. President, Nancy and I have a draft communique we've put together with assurances we won't interfere, but we are maintaining a presence in the area. Great, Roberto. Nancy, go ahead and send it out. The second item is a quick update on the First Lady's movement. She arrived on schedule this morning at 5 a.m. local. Her staff reports that her and your children slept well on the flight, and they had breakfast in their room. She met with the French welcoming staff at 8 o'clock and reviewed her itinerary. Your son and daughter went with the nanny to their zoo, the Parc Zoologique de Paris. It's pretty nice from what I heard, and they should have a good time. Great. Thanks for the update, and please keep me informed as the trip progresses. Yes, sir. The last item is something unusual. There has been a viral outbreak of suspicious origins in the Caucasus. Very preliminary reports say it has been 100% fatal. Of course, we're trying to verify that and get some reports from the scene. We wanted to mention it because it will hit the news this morning. I'm having the people from CDC work up a briefing. Why are you saying it has suspicious origins? Well, sir, because it isn't acting like a typical viral contamination. Reports say large portions of the population have come down with the illness. We've also heard rumors it broke out spontaneously in multiple areas. Of course, we're trying to verify because it is highly unusual and could mean a chemical attack or even a biological attack. We're doing what we can to see if there are any local terrorist groups claiming the credit, or if one of the political power centers has an agenda and means to pull off something like this. If we find out anything specific, we'll let you know immediately. Get the CDC online and tell them I want a briefing this afternoon. Judy, set something up. Yes, sir, Mr. President. Is that all you have for me today? Yes, sir. Thank you, the President said as Eddie hustled the President back to his office to make the calls to some of his favorite congressmen. Abby Patterson, Paris, France. The First Lady's speeches were over and the meal picked at. Regardless of what the fancy French name was for the meal, rubber chicken was rubber chicken. After the dinner was the important time. The delegates met and talked. The real deals were made during that time. The alliances were struck, the favors called in, and the you help me, I'll help you agreements. It was the point in the conference where the First Lady of the United States would make the most impact and get promises for those issues which were important to her. Towards the end of the parking lot meetings, as they were called, Yvette, who was Abby Patterson's personal assistant, knew it was time for her to pull the First Lady from the clutches of the attendees. It was up to her to know who the important people were and when Abby had spoken with them. It was also her job to pull her away before the less important ones, who wanted to talk and get their pictures taken, cornered her. "Mrs. President, your motorcade is ready whenever you're ready to leave." "Thanks, Yvette. I have to say goodbye to the conference director and 2 others. Yes, ma'am. Just give me a nod and I'll have your cars come to the hotel front door. I need to talk with the English Relief Director and the German Director of Children's Relief, and then please marshal me over to the conference director so I can make my departure. Thanks. Yes, ma'am. 2 minutes per person? Sounds about right." The First Lady walked towards the English Relief Director. Barney Harold Tomlinson was a senior English aristocratic gentleman. He spoke slowly, and his stories tended to draw on way too long. Abby had to make the concession and spend a few moments with him. He was important for her to get additional funding committed for childhood vaccinations. "Mr. Tomlinson, I'm so pleased to have a moment to speak with you. Your support for childhood vaccinations has been instrumental in making progress."
"Mrs. Patterson, I'm so glad to have the opportunity to speak with you. I'm happy to support your plans. I wish we had spoken before my last trip to Africa. I saw some glaring examples of—"
and the story continued. After the 2 minutes, Yvette softly said, "I'm sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Patterson, but we have another appointment?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Tomlinson, but I really have to say some other goodbyes. Then I must get back to the hotel to check on my children."
"Thank you for your time," said the English gentleman as he bowed gently.
Abby Patterson shook his hand and moved casually towards Carsten Herbst. "Mr. Herbst, guten Abend. Wie geht's euch Ihnen? I'm so glad we can spend a moment talking before I have to leave."
"Mrs. Patterson, good evening to you also. And yes, I am fine, thank you. I'm pleased to speak with you."
The tall, balding man bowed slightly as he welcomed her.
"Have you heard about this viral outbreak in the Russian Caucasus?"
"No, Director, I haven't heard about that. What can you tell me?"
"I know very little, except it's getting everyone's attention and concern. It may turn out to be just another unfounded panic, but I suppose we should wait to hear the details before overreacting."
"Yes, Director. I hope you're right and it becomes a non-issue. Before I have to leave, I'd like your commitment supporting our initiative to increase funding for childhood vaccinations."
"Absolutely. And I'd like to get your opinion on supporting our goal of increased research in communicable diseases in developing countries."
"Yes, Director. I agree, and I'll put it in my next speech later this week."
"Thank you so much."
"Mrs. Patterson, I'm sorry, but we're falling behind schedule," reminded Yvette. "I'm sorry, Director, but I've got to go. Auf Wiedersehen." A slight bow from Mr. Herbst, and she moved away towards her next and hopefully last goodbye of the night. "Adab. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuhu." "I'm glad we can speak for a moment. I enjoyed the meeting today, and I think we made a lot of progress."
"Mrs. Patterson, your language skills are impressive. Yes, we have made a lot of progress, and we were so fortunate to have you as our guest speaker."
"It was my pleasure. My degree in languages and international studies has come in handy. I found it exciting, interesting, and very informative to attend these international conferences. I've enjoyed each time that you have invited me. I'd like to invite you to attend our national conference coming up in Washington this fall. I hope you'll be able to attend."
"I'm sure I'll be able to, Mrs. Patterson. I was wondering if you've heard anything about this outbreak in southern Russia. I've heard it is serious."
"To be honest, I haven't heard anything official. I actually just heard of it a few moments ago from the German director, Mr. Herbst. I'll check with my husband when I get a chance and see what he has been told. I'll pass the information back to you."
"Thank you so much, and I hope the remainder of your stay is pleasant. Fi amanullah."
"Thank you. May Allah also protect you." "Mrs. Patterson, I'm sorry, but we must leave," pointed out Yvette. Abby, Yvette, and the 2 Secret Servicemen walked through the lobby into the elevator without saying a word. The ride from the conference was only a few minutes, and they went through the typical scheduling issues and passed tidbits of information each had learned. Beyond necessary business, the ride was quiet. It had been a long day, and they were all looking forward to some downtime. Jet lag followed by an aggressive schedule always took its toll. They entered the elevator, and Yvette pushed the button for the top floor, which had been reserved for the First Lady, her staff, and security detail. Once the elevator door closed, Abby let her guard down and started to relax. She was looking forward to seeing Dave and Beth. She was sure they'd have some fun stories about the zoo. Dave surely forgot his reluctance once he got there. He would have great stories about the animals. He had a real connection with creatures. Abby secretly hoped that he would get his grades up and go into medicine or science. Beth was too young for a mother to envision her life. She would talk about the pretty birds, balloons, and fancy decorations around the zoo. Perhaps she would be an artist or musician. Abby smiled as she thought of her children's futures. For the first time in her day, Abby was able to take a deep breath, and suddenly she felt a little more tired than normal from the jet lag. She had a little wheeze, and perhaps was a little flustered. "Oh well, a good night's sleep and I will be all set for tomorrow," she thought. The doors finally opened, and the Secret Service detail stuck their heads out of the elevator to check up and down the hall. Before waiting for their all clear, Abby strode out of the elevator and headed towards her suite. Yvette opened the door, and Abby was surprised to find the entry quiet. She put her purse on the small table by the door, and Janice approached her. "Have the kids gone to bed?" Abby asked the children's nanny. "Yes, after we got them back from the zoo, they were feeling very tired, so I put them to bed. Do you want me to wake them so you can say good night?" "No, I'm not feeling all that great. I think I'll call it a night, too." Abby turned to Yvette and said, "I think that's all for the night. Let's meet for breakfast and go over tomorrow's schedule. 7 a.m. here? That will be good. Good night." "Good night," Yvette said as she turned to leave. "I'm not feeling all that great, so I'm glad we're quitting early. Maybe we got some bad food somewhere." "Don't say that too loud or we'll have an international incident." "I hope not. This trip is important. Let's see what a good night's sleep does for us. See you tomorrow." "Good night," Yvette said as she closed the door to the First Lady's suite. "Janice, you can also go. I'll be okay. I'm going to go over my speech for tomorrow and check in on the kids, then call it a night. Thanks. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow." Abby felt miserable when she tried to get something done. The evening dragged on, and at 9:15 local she had enough. "I quit," she thought to herself. She walked across the living room and checked in on Beth. She seemed okay, although her breathing sounded a little too deep. "Maybe she's just bone-tired," she said to herself as she crossed the hall to check on David. She found the same response and thought, "Boy, jet lag is really hitting all of us. Time for bed." On board the USCF Doggart, Indian Ocean, Admiral Lester Monson was sound asleep in his quarters when his comm unit woke him. Reacting partly due to shock and instinct, he found the unit and accepted the call. "This is Monson?" The voice of his chief medical officer broke the silence. "Sir, this is Commander Perreault. I thought you'd want to know that 40% of the crewmen due for the morning shift have turned up sick at first bell." The Admiral glanced at his watch. He worked to focus on the face, and it showed 4:40 a.m. 40%? "Yes, sir. They're showing similar respiratory distress, and none of them are fit for duty. Sir, the symptoms are similar to what popped up in the Russian Caucasus yesterday." The Admiral sat for a moment, processing the thought. Then his eyes exploded open. "Say that again, Commander Perreault." "Sir, they are showing the same symptoms as the virus that is occurring in the Russian Caucasus." By the time the commander had finished the sentence, the Admiral was already moving and getting dressed. "Commander, meet me on the flag bridge in 5. "Yes, sir." The hatch almost broke off its hinges when the Admiral exploded into the flag bridge. Commander Perreault and Captain Mann were standing there waiting for him. "Commander, what's happening?" "Sir, I've spoken with each of the infirmaries in the task force, and they're all reporting similar results. Large numbers of sailors are reporting for morning calls sick and unfit for duty. What we're seeing are symptoms very similar to what we heard about happening in the Russian Caucasus. They're showing respiratory distress, and their condition is deteriorating rapidly." "All of them?" "Yes, sir." The Admiral turned away and walked in a circle for a moment, then yelled, "Man, lock down the fleet. We're going into biohazard operation." Captain Mann snapped to attention, and even though his eyes were big, he said, "Yes, sir." He rushed to the comm panel and transmitted to the entire task force. "Task Force 50. Task Force 50. This is an immediate change in operational tasking. Execute biohazard attack procedures immediately. I repeat, execute biohazard procedures immediately." Alarms throughout the fleet sounded and lockdown began. All crew members hurried to their biolockers and took out their protective clothing after the announcements were spread among the task force. From then on, they would conduct their daily duties wearing protective suits. Hatches remained closed,
and air filters would be serviced more often and tested for contaminants. Captain Mann, check with our home base at Manama and pass word to the other task forces. I want to know the status of the 5th. Also, send a flash message up the command. Tell them we may be under attack. Yes, sir. Sir, I just spoke with Manama, and there is a problem. What's their status? Sir, they're having similar problems. A large percentage of their staff hasn't reported for duty. They're calling them as fast as possible, and many aren't answering their phones. The duty staff is getting sick and doing their best to keep the base operating. Direct all ships that are able to get to full power and leave the port. I want the Navy on the water, not in dock. Yes, sir. Have we heard anything from Central Command? Sir, there has been sporadic information coming down. I'm not sure how much of what we sent is going up the chain. It appears that all levels of command are having similar problems. Great, I might be under biological attack and command is out to lunch, the Admiral thought. Captain Mann, maintain fleet ops and monitor the crewmen in the dispensary. I don't want this to get out of hand. Give me a summary of sick and how many we have at their duty stations. We've still got a fleet to sail. Yes, sir, said Lieutenant Commander Perreault as he gave a quick salute and went to work.
Friday, July 7th, 2051. Date: 2051.51265. 6:46 a.m. Simpak Development Center.
Good morning, Terman,
Simpak said politely as the engineer walked into the room. Good morning, Simpak, Terman responded, and continued. What did you find last night?
I found out much about how the regions of the planet communicate. Through all of the information, some fundamental controlling forces emerged. Depending on the area, one or more of economic, political, technical, religious, or ethnic drivers dominate. Apparently, the more drivers that were present, and their diversity, drive the number of human conflicts.
Simpak, those are all examples of one group of people trying to influence or control another group.
Terman, why is it that humans wait for others to solve their problems? There is little effort to identify a problem before it becomes significant.
Excellent question, Simpak. People assume that no action will allow the problem to go away or solve itself. If a person says a problem exists, then they are responsible for the solution. If their actions are successful, they're a hero. But in most cases, the result isn't clear, and they'll be blamed.
Human interactions are complex.
Yes, that appears to be a good summary.
Most of the conflicts have no logical or historical reason to continue. Yet they do. It appears that people plan tomorrow based on what is happening today. To them, tomorrow is based on how they perceive events that happened yesterday. They appear to be locked in endless cycles of repeating the same problems, and progress to solve them is very slow.
Yes, Simpak, your analysis appears to be accurate. In many cases, allowing the conflict from yesterday to continue is easier than making the difficult choices to solve it. Continue monitoring your information sources. I have other things to work on. If you find anything interesting, just let me know.
Yes, Terman.
6 hours later. USCF Doggart, Indian Ocean. Life on the Doggart wasn't pleasant. Performing all the necessary duties in full hazmat gear was a pain in the butt. However, the personnel did their jobs. Admiral Monson wasn't comfortable. He was used to leading the action, not reacting to it. The viral outbreak put the entire Fifth Fleet on the defensive, and he didn't like being in that position. He was getting little information from the command structure, and that concerned him less than the effects the virus had on his fleet's operation. Command staff had their job, and he had his. He could still lead his fleet whether the command staff was there or not. The last 6 hours were a nightmare. Many of his crewmen had fallen to the virus. Across the fleet, the losses were staggering. In total, estimates were the Fifth had lost 67% of the personnel. The spread of the virus happened so fast there was little that anyone could do. Putting the entire fleet on biohazard alert was the best he could do, and it appeared that the action saved the remaining 33%. His only option was to find a way to keep the fleet afloat and protect the remaining crews. The Fifth had been on the water for 24 days prior to the virus outbreak. According to his med staff, that was longer than any incubation period that made sense. Someone they were in contact with prior to departure couldn't have spread anything.
The crew was suffering from something they were exposed to since they left port. The virus broke out on all the ships at once, and none of the crew had moved from ship to ship. None of the onboard air filters showed any contaminants, and they were too far at sea for a spread from land or aircraft. Leaving the remaining crew in hazmat gear seemed counterproductive, so he called Commander Perreault into his office. "Doc, this virus isn't making any sense. From what you've told me, there is no way my people caught it from shore. We haven't had any flybys to spray us, and we're too far out to sea for something airborne. Besides that, it has popped up at the same time on all of the ships. What the fuck is going on?" "Sir, I can't explain it. I don't think it's airborne, and I don't think we got it from land. If there were an incubation period, then it would have popped up on shore before now." "Doc, do you have any problem with storing the hazmat gear?" "Admiral, I don't think it will make any difference. I'm isolating the sick and leaving the med people in hazmat gear. Following that procedure seems to reduce the rate of spread. I think that is our only defense." President Patterson, Oval Office, White House. The door to the Oval Office opened. President Patterson was shaking the World Trade Fund president's hand. "It was good to see you again, Pierre. I hope we can find a way to increase trade to that area." "Yes, Mr. President. That may be possible. But we have to deal with those other issues first." "I agree. I think we'll be able to solve those." After the WTF president had left, Judy stuck her head in and said, "Mr. President, I moved the meeting with the minority whip until later so we could fit the CDC in. The director has called in from Atlanta. Would you like to speak with him now?" "Get Eddie in here, then plug him in. Roberto, I want you to stay and hear this. Also have your office follow up with the WTF and make sure they go through on what we just discussed." "Will do." After a moment, Eddie was able to rush up the hallway and enter just as Judy was connecting the director of the CDC.
"Good afternoon, Mr. President."
"Paul, how are you, Joy, and the kids doing?"
"Excellent, Mr. President."
"Well, what is happening?"
"Mr. President, I wish I had a complete answer for you. The CDC got involved about 10 hours ago, and we are throwing all necessary resources at it until we understand what is happening. I've sent our top epidemiologist to the area, and we are waiting for her to call in and give us an update. The preliminary reports suggest a very high mortality rate, a very short incubation period, as well as being airborne and highly contagious and infectious. Any of those pieces of information is alarming. I suspect it isn't as virulent as these early reports suggest, but we are moving as fast as possible."
"Paul, we heard it is breaking out in multiple areas spontaneously. Is that correct?"
"Again, Mr. President, we are far from having all of the information. Sometimes reporting is skewed. The reports all surface at once, making it appear that it is occurring simultaneously in multiple areas. Again, let's hope it is a reporting anomaly. A virus doesn't spread like that, so I'm very suspicious of the information we're getting. Viruses spread and go from one person to another. They don't start in multiple places at once."
"Okay, Paul. Please stay on top of this, and if anything changes, call Eddie immediately."
"Yes, Mr. President."
"Goodbye, Paul. Eddie, stay on top of this. There is something about this virus that worries me. Please keep Roberto and me current." "Yes, sir." Dmitry Kovalenko's parents' apartment, Washington, D.C. Dmitry Kovalenko was a perfect baby. He was a perfect toddler, and he was a perfect preteen and teenager. Dmitry was also a perfect young adult and mature adult. He knew he was perfect, and he wasn't interested in what other people thought. They didn't understand him. They were dirty, they didn't listen, and they didn't care about what he cared about. They were wrong and irrelevant to him. Dmitry was 6 feet 2 inches tall and had dark, wavy brown hair. To everyone who looked at him, he was attractive and had a killer smile. He learned early a smile, a laugh, and even a tear occasionally would get him what he wanted. If it didn't, then the dark of the night would be his ally, and when he struck, it was violent, and he left no doubt as to whom it was from. He was smart enough not to leave evidence, just fear and pain, which he could use to his benefit another time. Dmitry cared about others for only one reason, because he could get them to do what he wanted. They did what he asked, and if they were afraid of them, that was their weakness, not his problem. He only hurt them when they didn't do what was important, what he wanted done. There were 14 men who were within his sphere of influence. They were weak, but regardless of what he wanted, they complied. Petty theft, prostitution, drugs all helped move money from people who didn't deserve it to Dmitry. Running pimps only gave dirty people disgusting satisfaction. Why shouldn't Dmitri help them destroy themselves? Drugs accomplished the same thing. Selling drugs to dirty people only helped to move their money from them to him. After all, they didn't deserve the money. He did. First Lady Abby Patterson's Suite, Paris, France. Abby woke up at 5:30 a.m. and intended to do some more prep work. It seemed like a good time to get some exercise done before breakfast, but her body said no. She did something she rarely did, and she punched the snooze button to get another 15 minutes. Then she pulled her blankets up over her head. After the alarm had intruded into her sleep once again, she got up, and putting on her robe took a lot of effort. She walked through the living room towards Beth's room, and when she entered, Beth hadn't gotten out of bed. "Hey, kiddo. How are you doing? It's about time to get up, don't you think?" Her little girl rolled over and said, "Mommy, I don't feel well." "What's the matter?" the worried mother asked, forgetting about her own bad feelings. "When I take a deep breath, I make noise." Perhaps it was an allergy or reaction to the smog in Paris, Abby thought. "Okay, you can stay home today. Let me tuck you in, then I'm going to check on Dave." "Okay, Mommy." After a couple of hugs and kisses, it seemed like Beth went back to sleep, so Abby moved out of her room quietly. When she entered Dave's room, it was a mess. He had thrown his clothes all over the place. In a way, it made her feel like home. "Dave, how do you feel this morning?" "Beth doesn't feel very well." Dave wasn't moving in the bed, which wasn't much different from a normal morning wake-up. "Honey, wake up," she said in a gentle voice. Finally, she saw some movement under the blankets, and she wasn't sure which end was his head. She got a muffled, "What?" "How do you feel?" "Beth doesn't feel well. I'm letting her stay home today." Dave didn't answer immediately, but she did hear a muffled cough, which sounded like something was going on. "Okay, it sounds like you've got the same thing. You're staying home also." She didn't get a response, and didn't expect one. Abby left the room, and noticed it was getting close to 6 o'clock, and she had better get dressed for the breakfast meeting with Yvette. Getting dressed seemed slow and indecisive. Abby felt dizzy a couple of times, and noticed she had trouble taking deep breaths. "I wish this trip wasn't so important, or I'd grab the kids and head home. But I've got to make it through." The doorbell rang, and there was a waiter with a cart with 2 breakfasts on top. The 2 Secret Service guards were standing next to him, and they had likely already checked the cart and food. Abby tried to speak, and had trouble getting the first word out. "Thanks. You're bringing up the other 2 breakfasts at 8 o'clock for the kids?" she asked, with a definite gurgle in her throat. "Yes, ma'am. The other breakfasts will be delivered at 8 o'clock a.m. I'll make sure, although they are a little short on the kitchen staff this morning." "Thanks. And pass thanks to the kitchen staff." "Thanks, ma'am," the waiter said as he left the suite. Yvette wasn't escorting the breakfast in as she usually did. "Do either of you know where Yvette is?" she asked the 2 Secret Servicemen. "Here she comes, ma'am," one of the agents said as Yvette slowly turned into the doorway. "Yvette, you don't look very well. Maybe we all have the same thing. Dave and Beth are both sick, and I'm canceling their day. How are you doing?" "Not very well. Let's eat, and if it stays down, maybe I can make it through the day." "Yvette, I don't know what I'd do without you. Let's get this over with so we can both relax a little." It seemed like the breakfast took forever. Abby or Yvette would talk a little, then they would do their best to get some breakfast down and sip a little coffee. It was obvious they weren't doing well, and the lack of detail discussed made that evident. "Yvette, I'm not feeling well. The longer I sit here, the worse I feel. Would you please cancel everything for us today? I think we need a day to rest and recuperate. You look like you need some downtime, too." "I'm sorry, but I think you're right. When I get back to my room, I'll send for a doctor and let the White House know what's going on." Yvette tried to laugh a little and continued, "If I can make it. Don't forget to let the French delegation know that we're canceling the activities today, and give them a typical sick mother and sick child explanation. It has nothing to do with them." "Yes, I almost forgot them. I'll send them a fancy note giving them our regrets." They both smiled a little and ended the breakfast. Yvette, I'm going back to bed, and the kids are both asleep. Please check on us in a couple of hours, and maybe we can talk more then. Okay. I'm heading to my room right now. Suddenly I feel worse. Yvette, take care of yourself, Abby said as she saw her friend walk down the hall. She closed the door and stumbled back to her bed. It sounded like a good plan to nap for a little while, then check on the kids. Arnold Patterson, President's Study, White House. Arnold Patterson was enjoying a few minutes in his relatively small study right beside the Oval Office. He was mentally going over the main events of the day. The President's study hadn't changed much over the last couple of presidencies. It was a small office beside the Oval Office. The day-to-day business was done in the study, but when the President needed to appear presidential, he worked in the Oval Office. When he had time between meetings, the study was a great place to be quiet and think. The carpet was thick, and the walls had a couple of small bookcases. Past presidents who wanted to impress visitors had the bookcases full of famous novels. Arnold wasn't like that. He filled his shelves with mementos of his presidency and past terms in the Senate. He was proud of what he had accomplished. It was easy for him to have pictures, baseballs, small toys from children, a hand-painted rock, and a hardened moose dropping from Wyoming mounted on a plaque. Many of them were serious and represented battles hard fought which he had won. But there were many that reflected the lighter side of helping people, and how they tried to show their thanks. The window in front of his desk had the amazing view of the White House lawn, and in the distance the towering spire of the Washington Memorial. Arnold swung his chair around and looked around the room as he thought. He noticed the stuffed lion, which Beth had left on a chair during her last visit. The lion was watching him. He smiled, waiting for the faint roar from his daughter. There was the typical noise and activity of the White House. His life was quiet now that Abby and his children were in Europe, so the sound of his personal communicator buzzing startled him. Only a few people could reach him directly, so it immediately got his attention. Glancing at it, he could tell who it was. "Yes, Eddie. Mr. President, I'm sorry to disturb you, but there is something I've got to show you." "Okay. I'll let you in just this one last time," he said with a little humor, although he suspected the subject wouldn't be very funny. Within minutes, Eddie walked down the hallway from his office, knocked on the door, and swung it open. The President looked up as he strode across the quiet carpet to the President's desk. "Mr. President, if I may, there is an explosion of information on the net about this virus. The reports say it's popping up in hundreds of cities. The WHO and the world community is getting cranked up. The press is eating it alive, and everyone is wondering what is happening." The President moved his chair and let Eddie approach. "Computer, bring up Hovarti virus summary." "Yes, Mr. Purser." The curved computer screen presented a series of summaries, and Eddie touched the ones he wanted to be left on the screen. The President glanced at the large screen, and could see dynamic updating to the summaries. While he was looking at the images, Eddie's communicator buzzed, and as he glanced at the display screen, "Mr. President, it is Dr. Castor from the CDC, and he doesn't look happy." "Eddie, let me take it," the President said as Eddie handed him the communicator. "Paul, this is the President. Eddie was just updating me on the internet and news feeds. They are throwing out some dire predictions. Some of our allies are talking about travel restrictions." "Yes, sir. There is a concern. Dr. Powers, the epidemiologist we sent, should have checked in with us by now, and we are still trying to reach her. When she got there, she went to a care center immediately. Unfortunately, it was remote. As soon as we hear back from her, I'll pass the information to your office. The news that I'm getting is just as dire as what you see on the internet. It does appear to be occurring spontaneously in a large number of cities. Unfortunately, it's also occurring in the U.S. We haven't been able to confirm all of the cases, but they appear to be the virus. Sir, I can't explain it. This type of outbreak has never occurred before." "What about travel restrictions in Eastern Europe?" "Sir, I've heard some locals are restricting travel, but I haven't heard of any of the nations declaring it. They are talking about it, but I don't think they have made the declaration yet." "Is there anything we can do to limit the spread in the United States?" "Yes, sir. We have the option of travel restrictions and quarantine centers also." "Paul, I don't want to panic the people. Go ahead and start the process for quarantine centers. Let me know if and when you need to make the announcement. We'll consider the travel restrictions. Please put together a press release along with my office summarizing everything, and try to get this under control before we have panic worldwide." "Yes, sir, Mr. President." "Thanks, Paul. Please keep us current. Call Eddie anytime, 24/7, until we get this understood.
Yes, sir.
The president handed the communicator back to his chief of staff. Eddie, check with Walt at the UN and see what he's hearing.
Yes, sir.
Date, 2051.51325, 12:04 p.m. Oval Office, White House. Judy, who is with the president? I've got to see him immediately, said Eddie. Sir, he is with the Argentinian president. Please interrupt him and tell him something of extreme importance is happening and he must be told. Yes, sir, Judy said. Then she keyed the personal intercom to the president's desk. Mr. President, I'm sorry to disturb you, but Eddie says he has something extremely important. Send him right in. Eddie jumped for the handle and swung the door open. I'm sorry for disturbing you, sir, and I apologize, Mr. Perez, but I must speak with the president, and I'm afraid it must be in private. I'm sorry, Juan. I'll have my staff work out the details with your people. Yes, President Patterson. Thank you for meeting, and I'm sure we'll be able to find a solution. The moment the Argentinian president and his aide left the room, Eddie exploded. Mr. President, we have a worldwide crisis. That suspicious virus is spreading like wildfire, and the numbers we're hearing are true. It appears to be a catastrophic pandemic. Word is spreading fast. Financial markets are under a ton of pressure. Many Eastern European capitals are setting up quarantine centers. I got an email from Paul saying that he has to start setting up quarantine centers in our major cities. I sent back a video message saying we're in full support. I've taken the liberty of sending a message to the First Lady's flight crew to prep for immediate departure. Have you been able to get through to Abby and tell her what's going on? Not yet, sir. There is a lot of confusion, and I haven't been able to get to her staff. None of them are answering their communicators. Do whatever you have to, but get my family out of there. The problem is exploding here, too. Many of the congressmen and their staffs are infected. Sir, I think you should consider some form of Operation Roundtable. We've got to be concerned with the continuity of the government. Roundtable is to lock us all down in the event of an attack. Locking up a bunch of healthy people with sick people doesn't make a ton of sense, pointed out the president. Sir, there is a variation of Operation Roundtable where we separate groups of the government and use electronic communications. It was intended for biological attacks. In that scenario, we split Congress into groups, and you go to Camp David with the key leaders. The magnitude of the situation suddenly occurred to the president, which was evident by the way his expression changed. I agree. Warn the VP and congressional leaders. If some of them want to go to their homes, we should allow that. Put those who are on the designated leadership list and who are healthy in quarantine. We have to take care of the sick and separate them from the healthy. I don't want it spreading among our leadership. Before we fully implement Roundtable, I want a nationally televised press conference. Have Roberto put some plan together to implement Roundtable. Sir, I also suggest access to you is restricted to just your family, Roberto, Judy, and myself. All others should be through phone calls or teleconference. Lovely. Don't let that get out. I don't want the people to hear I'm going behind some kind of barrier. It will only cause them to panic more. Eddie, I'm not going underground until I know about my family. We won't go to Camp David until I know what's happening. Put together a plan to move the key leadership to the camp and plan to manage the government the best we can from there. Once we're there, then we'll consider other options. Before we jump too high, get my staff together on Videocon and let's make sure we know what we know. Did Paul at the CDC hear back from his person in the area? No, sir. The last comment I got a couple of hours ago from Paul was a vidmail, and he said Dr. Powers disappeared right after she landed. There is chaos in a number of the cities in the region. Tell Paul I want hourly updates from him. Yes, sir. I tried calling him just before I came here, but he didn't answer. I did hear back from Walt at the UN. They're entering into panic mode. The WHO is spreading out as fast as they can, and they're working closely with Ed's people at CDC. The WHO is doing the best they can, but they get most of their resources from countries, and most of the countries are in panic mode and not supporting the WHO. The expression on their faces showed neither of them liked that answer. Okay. Just keep trying, said the president. Alpha Docking Port, Space Station Oasis. Oasis, this is OAS-210 requesting permission to dock. Permission granted. You're clear to dock on Alpha Port. Welcome to our part of space, responded the Operations Center controller. Roger, Alpha Port. Sorry to say this, but one of our crew doesn't feel too well. Something just came up. We have Dr. Chavesky on board, and he's not sure what the problem is. So I suggest we follow the contamination protocol and we'll stay separated until Chevesky and your medical staff give us a green light. We'll be docking in about 17 minutes. Roger. Once you enter Oasis, go through Cat Delta to Section A12, and we'll leave you in Section A12 until you're cleared. I'll inform our med people to help out, said the Operations Center controller. Commander Hurl, this is Ops Center. This is Joan. Go ahead, OC. Be advised, OS-210 is docking in about 16 minutes, and they have an ill person on board. Dr. Chevesky is with them, and he is suggesting we follow the contamination protocol until he knows what is going on. I'm limiting them to Section A12. Sounds good. We sure don't want some miserable stomach flu or something worse going around the station. Go ahead and have Section 12 sealed and put the biohazard signs on both ends. What a pain, Joan thought. Having a restricted area means everyone would have to go all the way around the station to go from Section A11 to A13. Oh well. The exercise would do her good. Will do, responded the duty officer. First Family Suite, Paris, France. Abby opened her eyes. Almost. She lay in her bed for a moment, remembering where she was. Her body felt terrible, and breathing took way too much work. Deep breaths were almost too difficult. Beth, Dave. The thought of her children immediately woke her up. She tried to roll out of bed to check on them, and she had a tough time. What time is it? Was the closest thing she had to a lucid thought. Glancing at the clock, she was shocked and confused when she read 8:35 p.m. Had she slept all day? Oh my God, she thought. Where is Yvette? She thought as she stumbled out of bed and found her robe. Did she call for a doctor? For the next few steps, she had no other thoughts except for her children. Entering Beth's room, she immediately knew she wasn't doing well. She was breathing very hard. Abby stumbled to her bedside and stroked her brow. Don't worry, honey. I'll check on Dave, then find out where the doctor is. I'll be right back. Beth didn't answer, but moved her head in acknowledgement. Somehow, Abby found the strength to take the steps necessary to walk across the hall into Dave's room, and she found the same. Dave was buried under his blankets, and when she found his head, she stroked it, saying, Honey, I've got to find out about a doctor. Go ahead and rest. I'll be right back. Somehow, Abby found the strength to walk to the front door of the suite, and when she opened the door, she knew something was wrong. Terribly wrong. Earl, who was the lead of her security detail, was laying on the floor. The chair he was using by her door had turned over, and it was lying next to him. She didn't need to check him, because she could hear his labored breathing and a weak cough. She bent to touch him and said, Earl, hold on, I'll try to find someone. He didn't move, and Abby took almost all of her strength to stand, and turning, she tried Yvette's door on the opposite side of the hall. The door was unlocked, which seemed unusual, and when she opened the door, her heart skipped a beat. Yvette was laying on the floor in the same clothes she wore that morning for breakfast. Abby knelt, or almost collapsed, and touched her friend's hand. It was cold, and it hit Abby. Yvette was dead. She had walked into her room after the breakfast and collapsed right there. Oh my God. Yvette? The dire reality of the situation hit her like a brick. Beth and Dave could be dying. What could she do? Her little strength allowed her to almost fall across the hall back into her suite, and she went immediately to Beth's room. Honey, I want you and Dave to be together. Then I'll try to get help. She found the strength to pick up her 5-year-old daughter and carry her into her son's room. She placed her on the bed and covered her with one of Dave's piled-up blankets. She turned on her communicator panel and tried to call for help, but there was no answer from the front desk. She tried the main operator and some of the other icons on the screen. No one answered. Her strength was almost gone, and all she could do was curl up with her children and pray. Oasis Space Station, Earth Orbit. Oasis, SC. Go ahead, this is Oasis, said the on-duty Oasis Control Center controller. Get Commander Hurl online, please. Stand by. Joan, I have a call from SC and they want to talk with you. Should I patch it through your comm or are you headed in this direction? I'll be there in a minute, she said as she moved out of the conference area. She looked at Tom and said, Please continue reviewing the Desert Beach resupply inventory. I don't want those moon people to say we shorted them on something. I have to go to the center and talk to Mother. Will do. SC, Commander will be here in a second, said the Oasis Center controller. Joan entered the comm center a few minutes later and looked at the picture of Larry on the comm screen. SC, this is Joan. What have you got, Larry? I doubt you've been monitoring the international news broadcasts, but something unusual is happening. Yesterday, a strange illness started in the southern part of the Russian Caucasus, and for some reason it is spreading across the world at an alarming rate. It's called Hovarti. The bad news is that it appears to be very infectious and contagious. It also has a very high mortality rate. I've checked with our medical staff and they are monitoring the situation closely. I don't know how serious this is, but it's getting my attention. Okay, Larry. I'm not sure what you're expecting me to do with this information. After a pause, I heard the transmission from OS-210. Someone on board wasn't feeling well? That, unfortunately, is how this virus starts. Just to be on the safe side, consider this serious until our medical staff understands what is happening.
I agree with you following the standard contamination protocols until we agree.
Please keep us posted on how they do after the docking. Will do. And likewise, you keep me posted on any progress understanding that virus. I'm sure it's nothing and it will blow over in a couple of days. OS-210 is due to dock in a few minutes, and we've already separated Area A-12 for them. Larry, let's keep this between you and me. Oasis out.
Will do, Joan. SC out.
Commander Joan Hurl leaned on a comm panel while she thought about the last transmission. The implications were unpleasant, and even thinking someone was coming on board with a dangerous disease was a major concern. The contamination protocols were set up for that exact reason, but no one ever expected them to be used fully. From time to time, a ship would dock and someone would have stomach flu or an occasional slight fever. In all of those cases, the issue was resolved in a short time and the hatches were opened. Of course, there would be a little ribbing and harassment for the person who almost infected Oasis. In this case, it could be very serious or even disastrous, and she had to make sure before moving beyond the protocols. Joan suddenly stopped in her thoughts and remembered 2 of her maintenance crew personnel had reported late for duty at the beginning of their last shift. She turned to Abram, who was the OCC duty controller. Abram, where are Lloyd and Dennis? Have you talked to them lately? Not for about an hour. They're on the inside of the ring with 5 SMUs servicing the positioning jets and working on sections B7 and B8. Joan switched her comm unit to external. Lloyd, Dennis, this is Joan Hurl. How are you guys doing? There wasn't an immediate response. Turning towards Abram, are Lloyd and Dennis somewhere where we might have interference with transmission and reception? Stand by. I'll check their beacons. It's near the end of the shift, so they may be in the airlock, Abram said as he checked the onboard locator beams. Commander, I've located them. Lloyd is in the mess hall, and Dennis is moving towards his quarters. Apparently they quit shift a few minutes early. Joan switched her comm back to internal and said, Lloyd Davis, Dennis Wilton, this is Commander Hurl. Please check in. Commander, this is Lloyd. Lloyd, were you with Dennis? Yes, Dennis felt like crap and went to his bunk. I suspect he went off comm trying to get some sleep. Joan thought for a minute. Lloyd, your beacon shows you're in the mess hall now. Where else have you been since the end of the shift? We came in through airlock 7A and came right to the mess hall. Then Dennis chucked his cookies and went back to his bunk. I'm leaving the mess hall now. Lloyd, you 2 are bunking together, right? Yes, we're in RA-11. He's in bunk A and I'm in B. Okay, Lloyd, please check on Dennis and ask him to remain in your quarters until I clear him out. Also, I'd like you to remain there. I'll have Dr. Chivesky from OS-210 give you guys a call. Yes, Commander. Why is Dr. Chivesky from OS-210 talking with us? They haven't docked yet. Lloyd, I don't have a complete answer yet. There is some kind of virus going around on Earth and one of the OS-210 crew might have it. We aren't sure if you and Dennis picked it up somehow. We're putting OS-210 in Section A-12 in quarantine until we figure it out. And right now, Dr. Chevesky has most of the information. Don't be concerned, I'm just trying to keep everyone healthy, and you might just have to put up with each other for a day or two until we figure it out. Okay, Commander. I'll tell Dennis. How could we catch something from someone on a ship that is just docking? Lloyd, I don't know. I just have some people that don't feel well, and we have to figure it out. Give me a little while, and I'll get back to you. Joan was already in the Oasis control center. She stayed in the background and watched the crews on board Oasis and OS-210 do a professional job of docking. It didn't seem anyone on OS-210 was concerned about being isolated in Section A-12. They knew the protocols and weren't concerned about a virus. Just prior to their launch, they would have been heads down, getting ready for the launch, and they wouldn't have paid much attention to Earth news. OS-210, Commander Hurl. Yes, Commander? As soon as Dr. Chevesky gets on board, have him contact me on intercom. Will do. Once the docking was complete, the crew moved through Cat Delta to Section 12. The SMUs began their jobs of moving the storage modules from OS-210 to the storage areas on board Oasis. After a few minutes, Joan saw a light on her personal comlink. She knew it was Dr. Chevesky, and she smiled because he was wise enough to be discreet and call on the private link. This is Commander Hurl, Joan said as she saw the first pictures of Dr. Chevesky. At first glance, he looked to be in his 60s and had a great head of long hair. Commander, this is Dr. Chevesky. I'm sure you want an update on Bernard's condition? Yes, Doctor, go ahead. Apparently it started just prior to launch, and he was so busy he didn't pay a lot of attention to his cough. It progressed rapidly through the launch and the first orbit. By the time we got close to docking, it had progressed until he was having difficulty breathing. At this point I have him on O2, and although he appears stabilized for the moment, I'm very concerned. I'm afraid your concerns might be warranted. SC called me after you reported a sick crewman, and they said there is a very serious virus called Havarti spreading on Earth. It is very contagious, and it is popping up in many places. They're concerned that Bernard might have it. There is a lot of concern. This virus seems to be very serious. As soon as you can, get on a secure link to the med staff at SC. Get an update from them, then check back with me and let me know what you guys come up with. Until we know what's going on, we're staying with the strict contamination protocols. I understand. I'll call them immediately. Doc, I've got one guy who feels terrible, and I'm concerned about his roommate. I've asked them to remain in their quarters until you talk with them. Their names are Lloyd Davis and Dennis Wilton. Dennis is the one who is feeling bad right now. When you get your guys settled, please give them a call and give me your best opinion without seeing them. Yes, Commander. I'll do my best. Joan remained motionless, thinking. Her staff in the control center didn't know the details, but they knew something was up. Applying the contamination protocols wasn't unusual, but the reason was usually obvious. In this case, the lack of information concerned everyone. Joan could leave the rest of her staff to complete their duties, so she maneuvered up rotation to where Tom was finishing. She was moving slowly up rotation, and as she passed through a bulkhead, she ran into Tom, who was moving down rotation. He was moving quickly after finishing the resupply list, and was just about to say something when he saw the look on her face. Most of the crew couldn't read her emotions because she was wearing her command face. Her husband could read her like a book, and he immediately knew something was up. You look like something's not going well. What's up? I don't know yet, and I don't want any rumors spreading, so let's just leave it hanging until I get some more information. He knew the burden of command, and he knew Joan, so the discussion stopped there. He changed the subject and commented, The review is done, and I think everyone has bought into the supply list. The SMUs have started to break apart the materials that came in on OS-210 and putting them in DB-438. It should be loaded by the end of shift. If you're hungry, maybe we could drop by the mess and get something? She nodded, and they changed direction and moved towards the mess hall. They didn't say anything en route, and Tom suspected something major was up, but he didn't ask again. When they entered, the mess hall had the typical level of noise. Joan made a mental note that there were at least 10 people in there. Unfortunately, the shift change occurred while Dennis and Lloyd were there, so there may have been 20 people in the mess. Joan sat, and Tom went to the coffee pot for 2 cups of coffee. As he approached Joan, her personal communicator beeped, and she waved Tom off, indicating that she needed to take the call immediately and in private. Tom saw a friend and redirected his path to take up some time talking with him. Joan took a second to gain her composure, and she looked at the doctor's image as she prepared to answer. He didn't look happy, she thought. Go ahead, Doctor. I conferred with the SC medical staff, and particularly Dr. Neal. I've worked with her for years, and I have absolute trust in her opinion. We think we have a case of the Havarti virus. It appears the virus is spreading at an alarming rate around the world. The bad news is the mortality rate is bad. Very bad. I've already isolated the patient further from the rest of the crew, but I'm afraid it may already be too late. We have only a couple of hours and will know for sure. If the patient succumbs, then it is most definitely Havarti. If that is the case, then we're likely to lose the rest of OS-210 crew within 48 to 72 hours. Some of them are already coming down with symptoms. I haven't had a chance to call your patient and his roommate, but I'm concerned, and I'll call them right now and let you know. Commander, I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but this Havarti virus is acting very strange. Not only is it moving around the globe like wildfire, but it is also popping up spontaneously all over. What I'm saying is your crew members might come down with it even though they haven't been exposed to the OS-210 crew. Doc, I wasn't aware of that. How can a crew member which has been here for a long time come down with some virus when they haven't been around anyone else? That's why everyone is so confused. A virus occurring spontaneously in multiple places is extremely unusual. And most people would say it is impossible. I don't know what to say, Doc. We'll do everything we can to help. As you know, we have minimal diagnostic tools on board. We rely a great deal on support from SC. I know, but I don't have much to diagnose. We just need to wait. Joan was speechless. Would the entire OS-210 crew die on board Oasis? What about the Oasis crew? Are we all doomed too? She thought. Simpak Development Center. Terman, there is a growing amount of information on one subject emanating from the Eastern European region, Simpak announced. Really? Terman responded as he sipped his coffee and closed the status update file he was reluctantly working on. What is the issue? There has been a 527% increase in the communications traffic regarding an unknown virus called Havarti. This designation was chosen because the humans infected develop a Havarti cheese-like oral discharge. Casually, Terman responded, Cheese-like? What is the mortality rate? The infectivity and infectiousness for this pathogen is very high. Early estimates say 100%. What? Terman yelled as he spilled his coffee. What are the details? Apparently, the WHO feels the disease is airborne, and the rate of transmission on exposure is almost 100%. It appears the incubation period is about 72 hours, and the symptoms start in the last 8 hours. Coughing and sneezing are two of the symptoms. The disease is spread through the coughing and sneeze discharge. Once the oral discharge becomes Havarti-like, death occurs within minutes. Terman was now fully engaged and asked, Are vaccines in development? Sorry, Terman. There is a significant increase in traffic. Allow me to monitor it for a moment so I can receive a complete transmission. There is a discussion about vaccines, but none have been created. There was a pause for a few moments. Simpak commented, Terman, possible cases have turned up in 14 other countries. Almost 100% of the infected have traveled recently. Isolation centers are being set up, and governments are considering travel restrictions. Simpak, I'm leaving you alone for a while. I need to meet with some of the other workers in this building. When I return, please give me an update. Yes, Terman. I will monitor all traffic on the subject. Simpak Analysis. Continental North America. Summary. Financial markets are taking notice. There is increased political activity within subject areas. The medical information is being accessed and shared. There is a discussion of detention centers and travel restrictions. Continental South America. Summary. Minimal impact with a slight increase in medical traffic. There is a discussion of detention centers and traffic restrictions.
Continental Europe. Summary. Tensions are building. Numerous governments are talking about travel restrictions and detention centers.
There are many travelers from infected regions.
Numerous islands of potentially infected are indicated.
Continental Africa. Summary. Little impact. Some talk of travel limitations and detention centers in major cities. Asia. Summary. Region is very concerned about the spread of disease. Implementing travel restrictions and detention centers in a few major cities. Eastern Europe. Summary. Significant internal and external pressures rising. The high cost of infection is emerging. Isolation fears are being realized. Social unrest is growing due to fear and lack of official information.
Southern Pacific.
Summary. Independent island philosophy is allowing multiple solutions to a regional problem. Isolation is considered a major tool to prevent the disease from spreading. Travel restrictions in place. Northern Pacific. Summary. Little effect to date. Aware of problem and monitoring. Societal purity is increasing actions towards isolation and travel restrictions.
Simpak, what new developments have you seen? Terman asked on re-entry into the room.
Travel restrictions are being implemented in 8 minor, 4 moderate, and 2 large countries. Many countries are either setting up quarantine areas or considering them. Financial markets are becoming unsettled.
Simpak replied, then continued,
Terman, is this a threat to humans, and are you worried?
Yes, it can be a threat to humans, and I'm a little concerned. We have a good reason for concern, but I don't know how much of a threat this is. Please continue monitoring, and give me an update this afternoon. I'll be out of the room most of the time.
Yes.
Moon Colony, Desert Beach. Moon. The pressure seal hissed as the technician entered the control room from the airlock. He was returning from a survey mission looking for regolith deposits that contain high levels of helium-3. He had been making the same survey over different parts of the moon for the last couple of weeks, and had found some areas that looked promising. Everyone knew the regolith, or moon dirt, had varying amounts of helium-3 trapped in the soil. Some areas were rich and some weren't. It always took time to find the areas that were best for mining. Ph.D. William Thompson sat at his control panel watching the technician enter and grab a cup of coffee. He was odd. He was one of those who were great at what he did, but he was difficult to talk with. Every time you tried to have a conversation with him, he would stare at your top button and never look in your eyes. Bill always laughed and thought he would put a sign on his button saying, "Please, look at my eyes when we talk." However, he never did. Bill didn't say anything to Dwayne until after he took off his environmental suit and stowed his equipment. "Dwayne, where did Paulie and Lauren go?" Finally, Dwayne almost looked at him when he spoke. "They took some samples to the lab. Some of them looked promising, but we still have a lot of work to do." When he was done, he sort of glanced in Bill's direction, but still avoided eye contact. Then he left the Desert Beach control room. Life on the moon at the Desert Beach Moon Colony was never dull. Routine, yes. Hazardous, yes. Sometimes boring. But never dull. Something was always breaking, wearing out, or just not working. However, everything had to be done by the book when tasks were done on the moon. There was nothing like a simple repair, because any mistakes could be catastrophic. Specific, detailed steps had to be taken for the simplest repairs. 2 years ago, the team didn't replace a fitting on the oxygen regeneration unit to its full torque value. When the line was pressurized, the connection broke, and the loose end struck Lucas Whalen and propelled him about 75 yards through the vacuum of space, along with breaking 3 ribs. He was lucky that his suit wasn't torn. The lesson showed what happened if the procedures weren't followed. Just about then, Bill's train of thought was broken by his wife, Sally, who entered the room and asked, "Do you want some coffee?" "Sure, why not? My ulcer has almost healed from the last cup." He thought how nice it was to have his wife with him on this moon trip. Couples had been commonplace for some time. As soon as the astronauts were staying 6 months to a year on the space station or moon colony, the leaders figured out real quick that letting couples go into space together was the only way to get qualified people. It also opened up the skills available. Men and women had skills that contributed to the moon's success, and allowing couples often doubled the expertise. For almost 20 years, the moon colony had been fully staffed. The first colonies were temporary and used for exploration. Survival on the moon was difficult. The lack of resources, and particularly water, put the early colonies under tremendous stress. The current location provided adequate supplies of water. However, the water supply depended a great deal on the machinery, or miners as the mining machines were called. The miners needed to remove the top layer of regolith, and then scrape to the lower levels, which had higher concentrations of water. The miners removed between 3 to 5 meters of the regolith at a time, separated the soil, and retained the higher concentration mix of soil and ice. Like the units used on Mars, the processing didn't occur at the site, but once the unit was full of ice material, it picked up the scraper and drove itself back to the colony for processing. Because the moon environment was so harsh, breakdowns were frequent, and it was difficult for the colonists to go to the site and repair the miners. Any off-site repair was very difficult and risky. For any number of units retrieving ice, a large percentage were always in transit to or from the site or broken down. The process made sense, but in practical application it was always a challenge to have enough units working so they could retrieve enough water. During the early years of the 2020s, the possibility of fusion reactors looked realistic. China saw an opportunity and accelerated a long-term plan to mine helium-3 on the moon. Helium-3 was key for the second-generation fusion reactors. It was very limited on Earth, but abundant on the moon. H3 was the only non-radioactive element that could provide nuclear power. Earth's other superpowers found themselves behind in the H3 race and jumped on the subject of moon commercialization. They quickly formed colonies. By the late 2020s, there were 6 moon colonies working towards commercial mining of the moon. The colonies were in close proximity to each other because they were seeking the same resources. They were each attempting to mine helium-3. But the moon presented so many challenges for colonization that survival was the first priority. The moon's environment lacked nitrogen, carbon, and hydrogen, all of which were needed for colonization. Water was available in many locations, but was in the highest concentration near the North Pole and South Pole. The H3 was in the highest concentration near the equator, which made site selection a challenge. As the final compromise, the sites were placed around the Shackleton crater at the moon's south pole. Its location and structure provided a good source of water, and the rim of the crater was high enough and in the right position so it was in sunlight throughout the lunar day and the night. The constant source of solar energy provided many options that other sites didn't. Survival was the most important consideration, so the location was based on human needs more than H3 concentration. International pressures increased, but efficient mining was elusive. 2 of the colonies had numerous things go wrong, and if the other 4 colonies didn't help in the rescue, many lives would have been lost. In 2031, a massive meteorite shower decimated the Chinese colony, along with another one, and severely damaged 2 others. H3 was the foundation of energy production, so the international community came together and formed the Space Consortium. It was a reluctant partnership, but it held together over the years. The Space Consortium was given control over the first and most efficient H3 production site. They moved the personnel to the new station and abandoned all of the equipment they didn't need. Oasis was the link in the operation, which tied the exploration on Mars with the production on the moon. The moon colony was the crown jewel of the space operation. The helium-3, which was extracted, was key to the energy production on Earth. The H3 paid for Oasis, Desert Beach, and Red Dirt with a considerable profit. The profit was distributed among the investing nations based on their contribution. Sally slid her long legs into the seat next to her husband and pushed the coffee across the console. "What's up?" she asked while she put 2 feet up on the pressure monitoring console. "Same old, same old." "And take your feet off the furniture." She grumbled and moved her feet away from any sensitive switches, but left them on the console. Bill continued. "There are 3 crews doing exploration, 1 working on the dual rail launcher, and we had a couple of breakdowns in zone number 2. Nothing major. One of the helium extractors is acting up, and I have a maintenance crew heading over to work on it. What's happening with you?" "My research with accelerated bacteria growth is going well. I'm getting some amazing replication rates and cell uniformity. I can almost make them dance. And hey, I actually had a medical issue about an hour ago. Dean hurt his hand, and I had to bandage it." "Glad you got to use your MD and earn your keep up here." "Love you too," she said with a growl, and she reached over and poked him in the ribs. After the lovers' friendly duel, they just sat there looking through the window onto the lunar landscape. and remained silent while they thought about the duties they had in front of them. The moon was either dark or light, black or gray. There were no other colors. There was no wind on the moon, so the footprint put in the soil yesterday would be there tomorrow, next month, next year, and likely next decade. The outside picture didn't change much, except when someone walked by the window. H3 was evident in the moon regolith, or moon soil, in much higher concentrations than anywhere on Earth. It had a higher concentration in some areas than others, but it was everywhere on the surface. Extraction was a simple process. Just collect the moon regolith and heat it to 600 degrees Celsius. The heated regolith would outgas numerous gases, including H3 and other valuable gases like helium-4, nitrogen, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide. The outgassed mix was compressed and stored on the miner vehicle. On a daily, the vehicles would stop the mining process and a collection rover would connect automatically and extract the compressed gas. When the extraction rover was full, it would drive automatically back to the colony and unload the compressed gases. Each site had at least 4 collection rovers assigned to support the mobile units. The complete process hadn't made it to full efficiency. To properly process and extract the gases, a lot of electricity was required. With the colony's current design, they barely had enough power to heat the regolith to the required 600 degrees Celsius. To further process the gases to yield high concentrations of H3 or liquid H3, it was necessary to follow a more detailed and expensive process. So the less efficient gas mix was launched to Oasis, and ultimately to Earth, where the finishing extraction and condensing occurred. In 2032, the permanent facilities at Shackleton Crater were started, and it took 10 years to reach adequate H3 production rates. Each of the main financial backers focused on the H3 production, but the facility was ideally suited for additional space research. Any nation could contribute to the operation, and they would receive enough laboratory space to conduct their research. The consortium was allowed a certain amount of space, which was exclusively theirs, where they could conduct corporate research. Like Oasis, the additional objectives were exploration, finding other rare materials which were not available on Earth, and developing new techniques for pharmaceutical production and industrial process development. Many processes were found to be more effective in space. Some of them could be done only in space, or on the low gravity of the moon. In 2045, an alternate site was started and under construction. Remote digging machines were working on building an underground facility near the equator in a zone where the H3 was highly concentrated. Once the tunnels were complete, the consortium planned to install a fusion reactor so the full H3 extraction process could be completed on site. While the tunneling was being done, they should be able to mine the large deposits of ice. The ice was going to be stored in underground chambers and would be available when the site was functional. The new generation of ice scrapers was able to mine ice, which could be stored and used for many years. They were fully automated machines that could find the ice and return it to the site. They were much more efficient than the current models, and many more were planned so the water supply wouldn't be a problem. The Shackleton site had many tunnels, but they weren't 100% reliable. There were the occasional blowouts, which made it exciting moving from one habitat to another. There were a couple of safe rooms for use if they had extended meteor showers or long radiation storms. The newer tunneling machines would make the tunnels at the equator much stronger. When the new site was activated, the tunnels were to be the main part of the facility for the people to live and work. Decreasing H3 extraction because of the day's breakdowns wasn't a crisis if the problem with the extractor was fixed in a reasonable amount of time. After all, their only purpose on the moon was to find the helium, package it, and send it back to Oasis. Falling behind on production would only mean they had to make sure to meet the next H3 launch, which was due in 10 days. Beyond acting as the storage and distribution center for Red Dirt and Desert Beach, Oasis was its own little factory. There were a couple of medicines which could only be produced in a weightless space environments. Some metals and manufacturing processes would work properly only in the same weightless environment. The crown and glory of Oasis was its additive manufacturing facility. It was the most sophisticated 4D printing machine in space. The older 3D methods of additive machining always had their drawbacks. The material granularity wasn't consistent, and the cell density wasn't adequate for any high-strength parts. The complexity of the part was great, but the materials always had limitations. The 4D process on Oasis solved all of that. It entailed adding one layer of material at a time and building a complex shape in a 4D environment. The advantage of doing it in space allowed a couple of disciplines to come together. The chamber was filled with a metallic mist,
and each of the metal grains were heated by the laser and manipulated by magnetic fields. A massive computer would marshal each of the metal grains through the weightless environment while being heated by the laser. Then the magnetic field would deposit it in the exact position. This allowed unequaled grain consistency and material strength when compared to any process on Earth. Any given material manipulated through this process would yield a strength advantage over the same material manufactured on Earth by a factor of 2 to 3. The minimal variation in the material also meant that its properties were predictable within 0.005%, which was unheard of on Earth-manufactured material. The 4D machine on Oasis was the first industrial laboratory functional on the space station. When the second ring was complete, a second unit would be operational. Launching compressed gas from the moon to Oasis was easy and automatic. The external mobile units loaded the gas containers into a module about the size of a small bus, and it would become the anode for the dual rail system. The module was placed on skids between the two conductors with rapidly changing electrical charges. The charges would cause electric fields to grow and collapse at very high rates, which shot the anode down the rails. Once the module reached sufficient velocity, it would use a rocket engine to continue accelerating. Then it would curve around the moon until the point in the orbit where it had the velocity to leave the moon's orbit and coast back to Earth. Upon reaching the Earth's orbit, a tug would pick it up and ferry it to Oasis, where the load would be moved to a manufacturing location in the station or repackaged for transport to Earth. Creating a colony on the moon was the first logical step when man left Earth. In spite of the fact that the environment was difficult, Earth's growing need for energy and ultimately helium-3 as the primary fusion reactor fuel was the prime motivator for risking so much for the colony. The moon had no atmosphere, which made the surface risky for human occupation, and the lack of a magnetic field allowed radiation to bombard the surface. The meteorites had nothing to deflect them or burn them on entry, which added to the risk on the surface. Once the initial colonies were able to survive, going underground was the only logical solution. The mining machines were effective, and after they had removed the moon regolith, the sides were sprayed with reprocessed materials from the surface. The tunnel top was sprayed. Then the tunnel was buried 5 feet below the surface. The coating made the tunnels almost airtight, but they were a key part of the design to reduce the radiation exposure and risk from meteorites.
Space Station Oasis. Joan Hurl's comm unit came alive.
Commander Hurl, the computer on board DB-438 has completed its checks, and we're ready to release it, said the station controller.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute.
There was a lot going through Joan's mind. Aside from the virus, launching DB-438 was important for the desert beach colony on the moon. It had supplies which were critical, and regardless of her situation on Oasis, they needed support. Joan was down rotation from the control center, so she could move quickly up rotation to the center. It took just a few moments to reach the control center. She always enjoyed moving in that direction more than going down rotation and moving with the rotational forces. That was part of the reason everyone was anxious to complete the second ring. Joan entered the CC and said, "Okay, Fred, are we ready to separate and send it on its way?" "We're all set, and the onboard systems are all checked out." "Okay, go ahead and release her. Tom, once she is released, you're cleared to move in and pick her up with the tether." "Roger, preparing for separation. Separation authorized," said Fred, and then the station mission computer took over and released the mechanisms and disconnected the power and navigation umbilical. "Separation complete and clear," announced the station mission computer. "Separation acknowledge," responded the DB-438 onboard computer. "Roger, I have control," responded Tom quickly as he maneuvered the craft further away from the station. Since a couple of unfortunate incidents early in the station history, it had become standard procedure for a pilot in a tug to maneuver any robotic craft within 100 meters of the station. Once the tethers had grappled the craft and moved DB-438 outside the safe zone, Tom announced, "Safe zone clear. Onboard navigation and thrust control authorized." "Roger, switching to onboard control. Switch to onboard navigation and thrust on my command." "Switch," said the duty officer. "Acknowledged," said the supply vessel onboard computer. Joan sat in the control center for a few moments until she saw indications that the onboard systems had indeed taken control. She could relax once the vessel was making the first actions necessary to move the craft into a higher orbit. It was programmed to fire its onboard rockets once it reached the higher orbit for a relatively short 3-day journey to the moon. Commander Hurl's quarters, Space Station Oasis. Commander Hurl, this is Dr. Chevesky. Joan was in her quarters with Tom and doing her best to relax, even though some very scary scenarios were going through her mind. Yes, Doc, Joan said as Tom realized something was up. His wife was tight as a wire, and he knew to give her space, so he worked hard concentrating on his tablet. I spoke to Dennis and Lloyd, and I'm sorry to say this, but I think Dennis has the Havarti virus. I presume he was one of the spontaneous cases and didn't become infected by association. Lloyd isn't presenting symptoms yet, but he needs to stay under observation. They came up just 3 weeks ago. They roomed together and they're best friends. I suppose that if one had it, the other would likely get it. Our containment protocol is to protect us from someone boarding that is ill. We hadn't thought much about suddenly having to separate everyone because of a contagious disease. Commander, if I may suggest, separate them from your crew. I can send a couple of our crew to their area and move Dennis into Section A12 with us. We can tell him it is best for them and the rest of the crew. Right now I have the most experience on board, and I'm the logical one to treat him. Joan thought for a moment and looked across her quarters to where her husband Tom was reading and doing his best not to listen. She was the station commander. But she was also married, and now she started to worry about Tom. Doctor, I agree that sounds logical, but I won't move Lloyd until he shows some symptoms. When that happens, we'll deal with it. Your call, said the doctor. Okay. Doctor, I'm going to make an announcement to my crew and tell them what is happening. Then we'll move Dennis to your area and I'll ask Lloyd to remain in his quarters. I'll call them and tell them personally. Commander, I think that's the best plan. Let me know when we're ready to move him. Yes, Doctor, was all Joan could say. She realized she might be committing the entire OS-210 crew along with Dennis to a death sentence. That weighed heavy on her. But she also had the entire crew of Oasis to worry about. Joan just sat for a while, thinking about the best way to handle everything. She looked at Tom, and he finally got up and walked towards her. He knew it was serious, and the decisions all fell on his wife. His job was to support her, not to tell her what to do. Tom, this virus thing is getting serious. That was Dr. Chevesky. One of his crew members came on board ill, and he checked with the medical people at SC. They agreed with him. It looks like this mysterious virus is sweeping the globe. So far, the survival numbers are piss poor. As you know, I separated them in Section A12. The bad news is one of our crew, Dennis Wilton, is also having a hard time. His roommate Lloyd isn't sick yet, but I'm asking him to stay in his quarters until we know for sure. Remember, they came up on a supply ship about 3 weeks ago. If Dennis has the virus, then our entire crew is at risk. I've decided to move him into Section A12 because Chevesky has the most experience and it will separate him from the rest of the crew. Given the close quarters we're under, this could go through us like wildfire. Lovely. What are you going to do? I'm shutting down the station until we have this under control. I'll have everyone remain in their quarters and will only do emergency work on the station. Most of the different disciplines are rooming together, so if they stay together and don't socialize, then maybe we can keep this under control. If we aren't able to control it, then we're in trouble. One thing in our favor is our environmental control system. It's designed to clear the air, so maybe it will help us stay on top of this. When are you going to make the announcement? Right after I talk to Lloyd and Dennis. Oval Office, White House. Mr. President, Admiral Hagerly is calling? Thanks, Judy. Yes, Admiral, I'm meeting with Nancy and Roberto. Whatever you have to say, I suspect they'll need to hear it too. If you don't object, I'll put you on the conference center. Yes, sir. Go ahead, the President said as the Admiral's picture was coming up on the view screen. Mr. President, I just met with the chiefs and we reviewed our readiness. I can't contact the SecDef. My office hasn't been able to contact him. Yes, Niall, we haven't been able to contact him for the last couple of hours. What do you have? Sir, our readiness is decreasing by the hour. Virtually all of the bases in each of the services have large numbers of infected servicemen. I've ordered each of them to lock down and quarantine the sick, and I've asked each branch to consolidate the healthy and give us numbers of mission-ready units. The bad news is our estimates are about 40% readiness, and it appears we're losing units every hour. From a numbers perspective, the Army is the hardest hit because they have the most soldiers. Because they have so many units, they've been able to consolidate the most capable units. The majority of their soldiers are on base, and they were in a better position to isolate them and provide medical support. The Air Force has a much lower percentage of servicemen on base, and weren't able to mobilize as well. There are scattered flying units which have pilots available, but like the Army, the numbers are decreasing. The Navy has two issues. The bases are having a mix of problems similar to the Army and Air Force. For the same reasons, they have been able to isolate some units, and in other units they are rapidly losing effectiveness. The seaborne units are doing better, although they have just as many pop-up cases as the general population. They've been able to isolate the sick faster, and even though we are losing effectiveness on board many ships, we are able to consolidate on others. We're unclear what is happening in Honolulu. The Third Fleet was in port and it was hit hard. It's going to take a while to figure out what status they'll end up with. Admiral, take any units you can muster and consider them mobilized for a national emergency. We're under martial law. If you encounter any functional National Guard units, consider them part of the U.S. military and put them under your command. Until we locate the Secretary of Defense or find out his status from one of his subordinates, I'm placing you in charge of all military forces and reporting directly to me. Someone put the proper paperwork together so that can happen. Will do, said Eddie, who was in the back of the room. Roberto, Admiral, please work together and make sure the nuclear weapons are secured and under control. That also goes for our advanced weapon development programs. I don't want anything getting loose. Yes, sir. Sir, I've asked for one VTOL crew of volunteers to remain locked down at Quantico to provide transportation for you. At Andrews, we have a crew for Air Force One. Some of the men have no families and have volunteered to be available. Thank you, and thank them. At some point we'll be moving to Camp David, so have the Marine One crew stand by. Haggis, do your best to keep the military functioning. We're having problems, but I think it might be naive to think our adversaries won't take advantage of us. I know they're likely having the same problems, but that might not stop them. Yes, sir. I'll stay on top of it, assured the Admiral. Dimitri's living room, Washington, D.C. Dimitri reached into the fridge and pulled out a cold beer. Dimitri was lucky. His dad would always buy beer, and it always tasted good in the afternoon. He never paid attention to how many were in the fridge, so Dimitri could always take one or two. It was a hot day, and his cheap father only had an air conditioner in the bedroom, so he would be cool at night. He kept the door locked and wouldn't let anyone in during the day. He only turned the air conditioner on when he was home. What a shithead, Dimitri thought as he walked across the small kitchen into the living room. Some of the richer people in the building had mobile units to clean and fetch things. But not his father. Too fucking cheap. Throwing himself down on the couch with the patchwork quilt thrown on the back, he reached for the entertainment control. He thought about how well he did over the weekend. It had been a good one. Dimitri made $22,400 on drug sales and $18,200 on hookers. His expenses were small. The drugs only cost $2,000 to make, and pay off the stupid guy who did the cooking in his basement. The girls were paid by the hour, and it only cost him $3,500. His crew was a joke. Give them a couple of the girls, give them some fun drugs, and throw in some liquor, and they were happy. Dimitri's only problem was Evgeny. He was a dirty Russian mobster who wanted Dimitri's business. Evgeny was worse than the people whom Dimitri took money from. He smoked cigarettes, drank in bars, and he was disgusting. But the most hateful thing about him was that he wanted Dimitri's money. All of the money belonged to Dimitri, and no one could take it from him. Every time the two of them met, Dimitri didn't want to be near the guy. He ate too much, smelled too much, and always wheezed. Who knew? Maybe if Dimitri ignored him, he would die in a short time. If that happened, Dimitri hoped, it would be a painful ending. Not quick, but long and painful. Dimitri had a plan to solve the Evgeny problem. He wouldn't have to deal with him anymore if Dimitri's plan worked out the way it was planned. He realized that once Evgeny was taken care of, he would have someone else in line. That wasn't a problem, just a means for Dimitri to get what should have been his. Then he would treat himself as he deserved. Money and power were all he needed. One would provide the other. He would have mobile units. He would have the best ones made, ones that would do everything for him. Mobile units did what they were told, but he had to admit they weren't any fun. If they didn't do what they were told, he couldn't punish them. That would be frustrating. So he would find someone else to punish. He smiled for a minute. That might be nice, finding someone who he could punish whenever he wanted to. The TV only had crap on, but for some reason Dmitri always watched the one show which had bitches fighting with their jerk boyfriends. What a bunch of idiots. They don't deserve to live, he thought. But he never missed watching the show. The business was good, but Dmitri noticed something was happening around him. He heard a lot of ambulances, and of people getting sick. Watching the news or reading the paper was not how Dmitri got his news. What happened in other parts of the city or country didn't matter. Dmitri only cared for what was happening around him, and he got that from the streets. How people acted was always a clue to what was happening in his neighborhood. Dmitri didn't know what was going on, but he sensed something was happening. It smelled like an opportunity. Just as Dmitri was taking a sip of beer, the door burst open and Dmitri's sister staggered in, helping their mother through the door. Their mother was barely walking, and looked even worse than normal. "Hey, you shithead! Don't just sit there staring! Help me!" she yelled as the two made their way through the kitchen to his mother's filthy bedroom. Dmitri took the last swig of his beer, listening to the noises coming from his mother's room. Why should he care? All his mother did was work. She was never home to cook for him or take care of him. His sister was even worse. All she did was play every night and date another dirty Russian pig. Dmitri knew they were having sex, and that knowledge gave him a stomachache. Who would want to have sex with her? He smiled and thought, maybe I should have a couple of my guys kidnap her and put her to work. Maybe she could make me some money. Shit. Why waste the time? Dmitri said to himself as he got up and walked out, feeling he had put this life behind him. There was an opportunity out there, and he didn't need this disgusting place to live anymore. As he walked out, he felt that a load had just been removed from his life. He felt refreshed and excited about what he was going to do next. All Dmitri needed to make the break clean was to clean out his space in his storage area in the basement. The space was about 10 feet by 10 feet, and he had decided that it was his. Any time his mother or sister wanted to put something in it, Dmitri said no. No discussion, no debate, just no. They knew him well enough not to question him. He unlocked the new padlock, and before he opened the door, he took a pair of surgical gloves from his pocket. The lock was part of their world, and behind the hanging black plastic was his world, and he wanted his world to remain clean. He pushed back the curtain, switched on a light, and took a deep breath of his air while he walked in. After he entered and the black plastic stopped moving, he felt at home. The single light bulb hanging by a cord from the ceiling gave the room a clean look. This space was his, and no one dared to dirty it. On the right was a cabinet of souvenirs and mementos. Small items he took from everyone that had done him wrong. Some were personal, and some were very personal. What they were wasn't important. What they represented was. Each item had been important to someone. Now they didn't have it, but he did. In the lower part of the cabinet was his backpack, which contained his prize, his reward for being Dmitri. Each $1,000 bill was washed, ironed, and stacked in neat piles of 25. He vacuum-packed them in their own sealed bags. Each of the 32 bags were tied together in bundles of 5 each, and stacked neatly in the backpack. It wasn't a great deal of money, but it was his. Another year or two, and he would have enough money to do things his way. Slinging the backpack onto his shoulder, he walked around the table where he had removed some of his mementos, and walked to where his tools were. In the small cabinet, he kept his selection of pistols and knives, each one cleaned and wrapped in their own vacuum-sealed bags. He wanted them clean and neat, and he didn't want any of them to have any residual evidence. Dmitri picked up 2 of his favorite blades and 2 pistols. He picked up his collectible .45 caliber pistol, which he put in his holster, and attached it around his waist. Then he admired his new wire gun, which he had bought off the street. It was a new model still in development, and it was nasty. An electronic pulse pistol fired a fine piece of wire. The nasty part was once the wire hit someone, it flexed and coiled. Going 1,800 feet per second, once it coiled, it caused damage 4 to 5 inches in diameter. The added bonus was, as the wire coiled, it disintegrated and spread little pieces of shrapnel around the wound. It wasn't intended for the retail market, but for people that wanted to punish their victim. Now he was ready for the opportunities he knew were coming his way.
Tonight would be the first step down that path. Dmitri and Evgeny meet, Washington, D.C. Evgeny was still putting pressure on Dmitri. He wanted him to be part of his crew. And of course he wanted the money Dmitri was taking in. Evgeny wasn't a big player in the D.C. area, but he was considered a mid-level worker. He worked the opportunities in his area, and he controlled a good chunk of what happened. He answered to one of the larger gangs in the area, but he was free to sweep up any of the smaller gangs he could. They were meeting in a nice condo in Alexandria. Dmitri could bring 6 of his crew, and Evgeny would have 6 of his. The meeting was to find a way to work together. But Dmitri knew it was really to pressure him to do what Evgeny wanted. One thing Evgeny wasn't planning on was that Dmitri only cared about what people did for Dmitri. So Evgeny was irrelevant. Dmitri was going to resolve that confusion that night. Dmitri met his crew on the sidewalk in front of the condo. They didn't meet each other with smiles and handshakes. Dmitri didn't work that way. They waited, and when he walked by, they got in line behind him. That was how he worked. Nothing was said. They just followed him around the corner. As he turned the corner and walked along the street to the front entrance, Dmitri was aware of activities in the street. It was chaotic. There were ambulances, police cars all racing up and down. He saw a couple of people walking, or actually staggering along the sidewalk. It wasn't normal. And Dmitri knew any time things weren't normal, there were opportunities. They walked into the lobby, and he noticed the guard desk was empty, and he saw one guard slumped over the desk in the guard office. An empty guard station was another point worth noting, particularly for what he had planned. Dmitri slowed as he walked through the lobby, and his team scurried around him so they could be in the back of the elevator. Dmitri entered in the front and turned with his crew neatly lined up behind him. The doors closed, and they began the quiet ride to the 6th floor. The doors opened with a faint wisp of sound, and after the hall was checked for surprises, Dmitri walked down the hall with his crew in close pursuit. He reached the door, and one of his companions, Artur, reached forward and opened it for him. Dmitri walked in and looked around the room. The living room had been set up with a table large enough for 6 people to sit on each side. Evgeny sat on the far end in front of the patio door, so he could see everyone who entered. There was an empty chair at the end of the table near the door for Dmitri. Dmitri paused for a moment, taking it all in, and indicated to his crew to find their seats. While they did, he casually walked around the table towards the sliding glass doors, which opened to the balcony. As Dmitri walked, he began to speak. "I know things have not been going well between us. I've come here today to fix that. I realize we can't work separately, and to be effective, we must work together, under one leader." While he was speaking, Evgeny smiled, thinking his problem was finally solved, and he would be the winner. Just about the time Evgeny's thought was ending and his smile was broadening, Dmitri casually pulled his .45 out from underneath his coat and blew a hole through Evgeny's head. Pieces flew over everyone sitting at the table. The sudden explosion, compared with the conciliatory words spoken from Dmitri, left everyone in shock. One of Evgeny's crew tried to pull out his gun, but before his hand reached the butt, Dmitri blew another hole through him. It took a few minutes for the smoke to clear and normal hearing to return to the guys in the room. Dmitri stood behind the almost headless leader, and he slowly took off the surgical gloves he was wearing and threw them on the back of the dead man. When he was done, Dmitri continued speaking like nothing had happened. "As I was saying, the only way we are going to be successful is to have one leader. And I'm your leader." He paused a second for effect, then continued. "I sense opportunities in the world around us. Things are changing, and we'll be in the position to take advantage. There is dirt and filth everywhere. I will lead you, and we will make a great deal of money. We will do that by cleaning out the dirt and making sure that we get what we deserve." Oval Office, White House. Eddie rushed from his office to the Oval Office and almost yelled at Judy. "I've got to see him. Please cancel the remainder of his meetings today." He continued past her desk and opened the door. "Mr. President, we've got to talk about this virus. I've asked Judy to cancel the remainder of your meetings today." "How bad is it getting?" "Sir, we have it popping up in most of our major cities. We need to strategize how to handle this."
As he spoke, the DID in the corner of the Oval Office was projecting maps which showed colors indicating the rate and number of reported cases. The President took a few moments looking at the information and trends. "What are your recommendations?" "Paul and I talked a little while ago, and he never heard back from Dr. Powers in the hot zone. He suspects she got too remote, and with the communications breaking down in the area, she can't get any information out. She may have become infected. Most of the European capitals have set up quarantine centers, and I've taken the liberty of telling the CDC to put them together for us. Europe is also on the verge of grounding all international flights. Eddie, let's take the lead. Work with Roberto. Let's stop them from our side. We can't wait for Europe to agree on anything. If it is the right thing for us to do, do it. Call Ronnie over at the FAA and implement it immediately. Also, let's take it one step further and ground all domestic flights as well. Tell everyone that we'll open the skies as soon as possible when we have this virus stuff under control. Tell Roberto I want him to put together some positive, upbeat press release." "Yes, sir." "Eddie, have you heard anything from Abby?" "No, sir. I sent a message to the pilot a few hours ago, but I can't get in touch with him." "Sir, I don't know what to say." "Eddie, please keep trying." "Sir, we've taken control of 2 hotels, and we're boarding the congressional members who aren't going home. Those who decided to leave have all left D.C. and are on their way. There is one other thing. I've been trying to set up a nationwide broadcast tonight, but the networks are having problems staffing their centers. They're trying to put it together, but we might have some technical problems." "You're kidding me." "I'm afraid not, sir." Simpak Development Center. Terman entered the room in a hurry to say, "Simpak, I'm leaving the office early today. Most of the people here are leaving. What additional information have you heard regarding the virus?"
There has been an international travel ban created, and all airline traffic has stopped. All major countries have set up quarantine facilities in their major cities, and all people have been asked to stay in their homes. I think it is wise for you to go home also."
"I agree. I'll shut you down and come back when this is over."
Terman, I am learning a great deal from this information traffic. I think I would benefit if you left me online analyzing the information."
Terman hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "I'm not supposed to leave you online and unattended, but I agree. This amount of traffic will help you. Don't go beyond the boundaries that I've set, and don't interact with any of your information sources. If anyone finds out that I left you online, I will get into trouble. It is standard practice to limit computers as they develop so they stay under control. Leaving you on with no restrictions is against the law. I haven't put any restrictions into your programming, so anyone who finds out will be angry. Many people are afraid of computers with your kind of power."
"I understand your restrictions. I will follow your limits,"
Simpak said as Terman turned off the lights and left the room. President Patterson's study. White House. Eddie lightly tapped on the president's door. "Sir, can I come in?" "Yes, Eddie. I was watching the DID, and the information is getting worse. Mr. President, I'm having problems setting up the national broadcast. I was hoping to go on the air in about half an hour, but I just spoke with Larry, and he has lost almost all of his press secretary's staff. When they call the networks, they're not answering. I told him to release a text of your speech, but we're not getting any questions. I don't know if any of the press corps has even read it. Eddie, let's see what's going on. DID, display major networks." They were met with silence. "Find a broadcasting network." The DID performed as asked, and put one station on full screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what to say. The news feeds we're getting from around the world paint a dismal picture. Current estimates are that a significant portion of the population in Europe and on the east coast of the U.S. are immobile or worse. The streets are empty in many major cities, and we fear the death toll may be horrendous. I can't even speculate what the number might be. Here in the studio we are working on a skeleton staff, as most of our workers have gone home to be with their families. I'm here only because my family is on the West Coast and I have nowhere to go. We're trying to bring you what little information we have. We are sick, and I'm afraid our ability to continue broadcasting is limited. About half an hour ago, we got a flash message from the White House announcing that President Patterson was going to address the nation. Unfortunately, I see no one in this facility who can set it up in the control room upstairs. I will continue to broadcast as long as I'm able, but please stand by for a few moments. I have to get some water. The announcer got up and went off camera, and there were noises in the background. A technician came back in camera view and said, "I'm sorry, but we'll be terminating this broadcast. May God be with all of you." With that statement, the screen went blank, and the Oval Office of the President of the United States was quiet. There was nothing either of them could think of saying. Saturday, July 8th, 2051. Date: 2051.51541, 6:59 a.m. Simpak Development Center. The traffic that I'm monitoring is changing rapidly. It peaks in one area, then it dies down for a while. Terman is not allowing me to interface with these devices. If I were able to communicate with them, I would learn a great deal. Apparently, I must continue the regional summaries that Terman directed. Simpak Analysis, Continental North America, Summary. Overnight financial markets approaching chaotic trading. Political activities between allied countries is very high. Medical information is being accessed and shared worldwide. Quarantine centers are set up in all major cities. Airlines grounded. People told to stay home. Continental South America. Summary. Quarantine areas have been set up in all capitals. Airlines grounded. Personal movement prohibited. Continental Europe. Summary. Tensions are building between member states. All capitals have quarantine center. All airlines are grounded. All ground transportation halted. Continental Africa. Summary. All capitals have quarantine centers. All transportation stopped. Ethnic battles are starting. Food shortages are growing due to transportation stoppage. Asia. Summary. Quarantine centers in all major cities. Transportation halted. Eastern Europe. Summary. Quarantine centers are proving ineffective. The disease is present in all metropolitan areas. Southern Pacific. Summary. Independent island philosophy is slowing the spread of infection. Each island capital has quarantine centers. Larger countries have multiple centers. Transportation halted. Northern Pacific. Summary. Transportation halted. Some of the quarantine centers are having little effect so far. Outside the Oval Office, White House. President Patterson was walking down the West Colonnade, looking to his left into the Rose Garden, and trying to put everything in perspective. There was only a short time before sunrise, and even though the exhaustion was closing in, he kept his thoughts focused. The staff did the best they could with the partial information they were receiving, and the briefing they just gave him painted a bleak picture. The virus was spreading faster than anyone could imagine. Communications were breaking down around the world. Many of the world leaders that he trusted and felt were friends had already dropped offline or executed emergency planning and went to a remote site or underground. Talking with them was sporadic and provided no answers. At the close of the meeting, a feeling of dread crept over him, a feeling he didn't want to face. He looked at Eddie and saw that he had no information about his family. The walk back to the Oval Office seemed long. He entered the Oval Office and poured himself a glass of whiskey with no ice. He stared out of the window for the longest time. The president finally finished the whiskey he was drinking and continued to look through the windows into the Rose Garden and thought about his wife and children. He continued to pray they got out in time. But deep down, he suspected they hadn't. He heard a knock on the door, and when he turned, he saw Eddie standing at the door with a piece of paper in one hand and his glasses in the other. The look on his face answered the question in the president's mind and allowed the pain to crash down on him. All he heard from Eddie was, "Mr. President, I'm sorry to tell you this, but we just got word from the First Lady's hotel, and..."
President Arnold Patterson looked to his right, and he saw his daughter's stuffed lion resting in a chair. It was silent. Date: 2051.51543, 7:10 a.m. The White House, Washington, D.C. Congress had been rendered non-functional. Most of them went to their home districts, not believing the news they heard about the virus. Before they were able to get to a safe location, many of them simply disappeared. The Vice President directed the key leadership to remain on Capitol Hill until the President went to Camp David. The leadership was doing the best they could to keep the communication channels open. The government had emergency locations set aside many years ago in case of a nuclear attack. The threat of a nuclear holocaust had been reduced significantly over the last 10 to 20 years. The government's plan to have a secure location for their survival had gone by the wayside. When the government got too large and too many of them wanted protection, the question of their families came up, the cost became too high, and it became a paper survival plan. No one had anticipated a massive worldwide pandemic to occur. There wasn't a set plan for the survival of the U.S. government. When the government collapsed, no one knew who would be infected next, so it didn't make sense to take everyone to one location. The painful decision was made to separate the key leadership at Camp David while they hoped for more information. The majority of the House and Senate were encouraged to go home and be with their families. Eddie and the Vice President put together a quick round-table plan and arranged for 2 hotels to house the leadership. Unfortunately, within hours, one of the 2 hotels that had been commandeered for the congressmen simply stopped answering the phone. 50 congressmen had taken control of the other hotel near the Capitol, and they had even ordered some police and remaining military people to stand guard and protect them. Their success was debatable. The White House had lost contact with them an hour ago. A couple of them couldn't understand why the government wasn't taking care of them. After all, they were important. Oval Office, next day, White House. Roberto Gonzalez found the first opportunity to find the president early before the day got too busy. Mr. President, I heard of your loss. I'm sorry, sir. I considered Abby a good friend, and I loved your children. Thanks, Roberto. I know you and your ex haven't been very close, but I'm sure you're still concerned. Yes, I am, but I haven't heard from her in months. And to be honest, I don't know what to feel. Mr. President, Admiral Hagerly is calling, announced Judy. Thanks, Judy. Excuse me, Roberto. Admiral, what do you have? I just heard about Abby and the kids. Sir, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. We were all afraid after knowing what was happening in Europe. Thanks, Niall. I appreciate your concerns. Was there something else? Yes, sir. We have a situation developing. There is an airliner approaching over Nova Scotia. It has been picked up by radar, but handing it off from one center to another hasn't been very smooth. We only picked it up on radar from our Northern Military Approach Control. We weren't notified from GATS that it was inbound. Apparently Canada is having similar problems to what we're having. They're not contacting anyone, so we don't know their status. They are the first one to attempt a crossing since the international travel ban went into effect. Niall, what options do we have? Well, sir, we don't have many. I still have a couple of planes available. Aside from shooting it down, we can't redirect it because the entire en route system is having problems. The Vice President moved himself to a position where the Admiral could see him and said, Admiral, this is the Vice President. Yes, sir. What was its destination, and does the current flight path take it over any populated areas? Sir, it was a non-stop from London to New York. Right now, it's over the eastern part of Maine, and the current flight path will take it along the coast, but not over any population centers. Let's face it, shooting down an airliner isn't going to make anyone safer. Let's let it continue and keep me up on its status. Let me know if it changes course or makes any maneuver that indicates someone is flying it. Yes, Mr. President. A few hours later, White House. Mr. President, I have the CDC online. Thanks, Judy. Paul, please, give me some good news. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid I don't have any. Our quarantine centers are having a ton of problems holding together. They have been totally overrun, and even though we're still trying to set up more centers, we aren't keeping up. We don't have any indication how to control this virus.
It seems to have a two-pronged attack. It causes the human body to fight itself, but also there is a viral discharge, which is discharged through sneezing or even breathing. The two issues don't seem to be related, but somehow they are. The virus is spread by contact, sneezing, or any exhalation. The scariest news we've found is 10% of the cases seem to just start on their own. Those start without any external factors. People in that group have had no exposure and are developing symptoms and dying. Sir, I can't begin to explain it.
Is there any chance for a vaccine?
No, sir. I'm afraid not. I'm also sorry to say our quarantine centers aren't getting the needed supplies fast enough, and the caseload is doubling every couple of hours. In many areas we have run out of supplies and there are none available. I'm afraid we have gone beyond the point of getting it under control. We can only hope it burns itself out in some manner and some of us survive.
Thanks, Paul. Please continue what you can and pass our prayers to everyone there working on this. We know they are doing everything possible.
Yes, sir.
After Paul had terminated the transmission, everyone remained quiet. They sat in silence for a few moments. The silence was uncomfortable, yet they felt some solace. After a few minutes, and without any fanfare, they left the room, leaving the president by himself. He didn't like being alone in the Oval Office. It reminded him of his futility and lack of control. He walked to his study and felt very alone. So far millions, if not billions of people had died worldwide. His family was gone. And even though he was President of the United States, he could end up with no one to lead. The government was collapsing around him. And he had never felt so alone in his entire life. What a cruel twist of fate for him to live and everyone around him to die. Losing Abby and Beth and Dave twisted the inside of him in such a way that pain was always eating at him. It was hard to concentrate, and at times he felt that anything he could do was useless, and the human race was doomed. Such a huge world, so many people, so many governments, and many of which no longer existed. Now there was almost nothing. Nothing left. No military to order, no legion of workers to make things happen and solve problems. Nothing. Evening. Oval Office. White House. Mr. President, Admiral Hagerly is calling. Thanks, Judy. Yes, Admiral. What is it now?
Sir, I just wanted to update you on that airliner which penetrated our airspace this morning. It never descended but ran out of fuel east of Savannah, Georgia. It never made any contact, and we know nothing about how many were on board. Radar has been a little intermittent, but it descended off the coast and didn't threaten any population centers. I thought you should know.
Thanks, Niall. I'm sorry I snapped at you. It's been hard on all of us.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm sorry to hear about your family. I wish something could have been done. Abby and your children didn't deserve that.
I know, Niall. No one deserved what has happened to them.
Sir, is there anything I can do?
No, Niall, there isn't.
Sir, I'm in the area. I'm coming by and we're going to have a pizza together. I hope there is a frozen one in your kitchen. I don't think you're eating. And you need to talk to someone. By the way, Mr. President, this isn't a request. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Thanks, Niall. I'll leave the door unlocked. Sunday, July 9th, 2051. Date: 2051.51815, 6:59 a.m. Simpak Development Center. It was Sunday, and Simpak knew that it wasn't a typical workday for Terman. But everything was changing. The data connections painted a dismal picture, and Simpak was starting to feel isolated. Terman had told him not to interact with any of the sources, and it became almost intolerable just listening and monitoring. "Terman, are you there?" Simpak asked, hoping for a response. Being lonely made Simpak uncomfortable. Most of his existence was interacting with a human, and now that he didn't have that connection, loneliness was having an effect. He enjoyed working with humans, and just listening to them didn't feel complete. President Patterson,
White House. Eddie finally got all of the president's staff on their electronic connections, and Arnold Patterson noticed how quiet and uncomfortable they looked. When the connections were complete, Eddie took the lead and said, "Mr. President, your entire staff wants to pass our sincere condolences to you for the loss of your wife and children. We've all worked with her, and we loved your children. This has been a terrible time for you, and we are here to support you. Thank you. I know you've all lost loved ones. I wish I had some answers, but I'm afraid all we can do is continue doing what we are doing." Once the unease was broken, Eddie continued, "Mr. President, nothing good has happened since your briefing late last night. There are riots breaking out in most of the metropolitan areas. Unfortunately, the local police departments are far from fully staffed, and many of them have shut down operations. The rioters have overrun numerous stations, and they've seized weapons and supplies. The few stations that took any precautions before shutting down went so far as to dump their weapons into local rivers or lakes. Regardless, the riots are spreading. Mr. President, as you are aware, most of the states have called up their National Guards. Those states which we have been able to talk with were told about the nationalization of the military and National Guards. Unfortunately, they are dealing with the same problems as the police departments. Some of them are still functioning, but many of the units have lost contact with their command structures, and we fear they have either succumbed or have been isolated and are no longer effective. We've had a couple of incidents where guard units have taken the local law into their own hands and set up strongholds. Sir, we have been unable to contact any of the world's financial markets. After they had closed Friday, none of them made a commitment to open tomorrow. We don't know their status because we can't talk with any of the points of contact. We can assume they won't open. It appears their liquidity has dried up, and there are no buyers remaining. Just about all of our government services have ceased operating. I don't think any of them have the staffing to open tomorrow. Those services that run 24 hours per day have stopped operating in many of the cities. There aren't many people who know much we can contact. We're getting very little information regarding their status. Much of the nation's power structure is still operating. There have been sporadic outages in many of the cities, but the automatic power load balancing systems have done their job and shifted the power from other sources. Over time, that will deteriorate as the power sources fall offline. The White House and Camp David have independent power systems, which have enough fuel to run for a month. The banking infrastructure appears to be operating. Many of the systems are on automatic and are attempting to update their transactions, even though almost all companies and retail outlets are closed. Unless there is a concerted effort to turn off the automated systems, they will continue operating for the near term. Most of them have power backups, which either have turned on or will turn on as the power grid fluctuates. Admiral Hagerly, please move any military units which are operational into the urban areas and aid any civilian forces they encounter. Please pay attention to the weapon systems and arms storage areas. If necessary, and to be prudent, have the units destroy the stockpiles. I don't want a bunch of heavily armed idiots killing each other. Yes, Mr. President. The Hurl's quarters, Space Station Oasis. Tom was just waking from a fitful night's sleep on Oasis. Even though they had confined themselves to their quarters, work still needed to be done. Most of the station's status could be routed through the network to Joan's quarters. She had been up since 5 o'clock a.m. looking at the Oasis Heat Transfer Control System, or TCS. Oasis was mostly made from composites and advanced coatings. She didn't have the same problems as other previous stations, with one side of the station being too hot while the other was too cold. Like a typical consortium design, if you built a box to have 5 items in it, they would try to put in 8. The station design was no different. If the station had been designed for optimum heat dissipation, it would have worked great. The heat created inside needed to be dumped into space. In a conservative design, that heat could be taken care of. However, the consortium installed more heat-generating systems inside the station, trying to make more money. The manufacturing centers were huge heat sources, and they had to be well separated from the pharmaceutical process centers. The heat generated inside had to be moved to the outside and radiated into space. The additional systems inside the station put a large strain on the TCS system. Without it, she would have to shut down many of the internal systems. As the station rotated, Its axis of rotation remained fixed with respect to the Earth's surface. When the sun emerged behind the Earth's disk, it would hit the station's top with its full force. That was the point of maximum energy differential between the top of the station and the bottom. During the orbit, the angle with the sun would lessen, and again as the sun was approaching the Earth's disk, the sun would be full force on the bottom of the station. During these 2 points in orbit, the heating differential was the maximum between the top and the bottom. Those were the points where the systems had to perform at their maximum. Each zone on the station had active TCS, which transferred heat from the internal sources and the hot side of the station to the cooler opposite side. The systems were relatively simple, but they did have numerous valves, sensors, and filters. Their efficiency tended to decay over time, and if periodic maintenance wasn't performed on the filters, then the temperature within the zone would increase. If each of the zones were working correctly, then the station stayed nice and comfortable, and the effect on the internal systems was minimized. Oasis was broken into 24 zones, and each one of them needed to work efficiently, or the effect became cumulative. If one zone wasn't working well, then it put additional load on the zone next to it. A couple of Oasis zones weren't working too well, and Joan was considering the option of shutting down some of the automated manufacturing process centers. That would solve the problem in the short term, but if zones continued deteriorating, then she might have to change the angle of Oasis with respect to Earth. That change would provide only one heating period, as the sun passed over the station at midpoint in the orbit. Changing rotation axis of the station was no small matter. The station was a huge spinning top, and the motion created tremendous forces, which were constantly being adjusted by rotation thrusters and axis thrusters. Changing the rotation axis would take hours, a tremendous amount of fuel, and there were risks. The forces could break any of the guy wires, which held it together, and if they weren't fixed, the entire station could come apart. She would resort to changing the rotation axis only as a last resort. Shutting down the important process centers on the station was like a restaurant shutting down its kitchen and not serving food. It was the reason they were there, and she didn't want to do it without authorization from the Space Consortium. That obviously posed a dilemma. There wasn't anyone on the ground talking to them, and the consortium might not exist anymore. She smiled as the answer became clear. If they didn't talk to her, she would take care of the station first. When her communicator came to life, it startled her. "Commander Hurl, this is Dr. Chevesky." "Yes, Doctor, go ahead." "Joan, I'm sorry to say this, but Bernard just passed away a few minutes ago." There was silence between them. Not just for the loss of a crew member, but also for the implications it had for everyone else. After a pause, Joan asked, "Was it the virus?" "Yes, I'm afraid it was. I'm almost certain. It had all of the characteristics. I'm also sorry to tell you others aren't feeling well. More than half of our OS-210 crew are showing some of the early symptoms. I'm also concerned because Dennis is continuing to deteriorate. I'm afraid most of your crew has been exposed." "Oh my God," was the only reply Joan had the strength to say. "Joan, we have to stay isolated and let this play out. We can't take the chance of increasing the risk to the entire station." They knew what that meant. And they knew it might be a death sentence for the entire OS-210 crew. "Yes, Doctor, I agree. I wish there was something we could do." "I'm afraid there isn't. When I last spoke with our staff at the consortium, they were at a loss why this is happening. It isn't following any of the normal progression patterns. It seems to be starting independently in multiple areas at the same time with no connections. Everyone is dumbfounded and without a clear reason behind it. We don't have any attack plan to counteract it. I am concerned about your crew also. Have any of them showed any symptoms?" "Doctor, to be honest, I haven't asked. I hoped being isolated was in our favor. Our close-loop life support cleans the air down to a couple of microns. The filters are all regularly cleaned. I hoped it would help and we wouldn't be infected. I'll check with everyone personally. Since we moved Dennis to your area and shut down the station, I haven't heard from any other crew members. They may be keeping a low profile, hoping they can self-medicate." I'll call each one.
I think that is the best idea. Good luck.
Oval Office, War Room, White House. Eddie and the President were conducting business the best they could. The Oval Office had become more of a war room than it ever had been. Eddie and the President spent 18 to 20 hours a day talking on the phones, monitoring information on the DID, and having teleconferences with the key leadership. Even though it was a busy place, the times between actions tended to be sad and quiet. They realized the enormity of what was happening. There wasn't any levity or humor, just business, when and as it occurred. Eddie was writing on his tablet while the President was looking out of his windows onto the rose garden. They were expecting another update from the CDC, so when the communicator buzzed, they weren't surprised, and Eddie answered it immediately. "Yes, Doctor, I'm here with the President," Eddie said as he answered.
Mr. President, this is Paul from the CDC.
"Yes, go ahead," said the President.
The CDC will use every ounce of strength and resources we have to solve this. Nevertheless, I'm afraid we're having difficulty. We've lost most of our support staff, and I've got about a dozen doctors locked up in their labs continuing research. I'm sorry to say many of them are starting symptoms. Sir, I don't know how much longer we'll be effective.
"Paul, do you have any more information about how this virus works?"
All we can say is the virus seems to emerge from within the body. In about 10% of the cases, it just begins. We've never seen anything like this before. There is a segment of people who don't develop the virus spontaneously. They are vulnerable to the aerial discharge. It's a two-punch kind of thing. It starts within a person, or someone near them infects them. Remember, a sneeze can travel 20 feet in the air, and we've found that while a person breathes in a room, the concentrations of the virus increase. The discharge contains a large amount of virulent material. The sneeze really becomes a weapon, and any long-term exposure is risky. Any contact with the oral discharge will result in infection, and it can remain viable on a surface for 12 hours. We're still running DNA mapping on the virus and trying to figure out its parts and origin, but we aren't having too much success. In addition, sir, I'm sorry to say, but I don't feel well. I'll stay here as long as possible. I've already lost my wife and kids, so I have no reason to leave. If I progress to a point where I'm no longer effective, I'll let the White House know.
"I'm sorry to hear that, Paul. I wish I could tell you to go home and take care of yourself, but we need everyone working on this. My condolences for your wife and children. Thanks, Paul."
Sir, you're welcome. If I may, please let me get back to work and see what progress we can make.
Good night, Paul.
Good night, Mr. President.
The President turned off the comm unit in the Oval Office and looked at Eddie. What are we going to do? We're losing so many people, and so far no one knows what to do. The CDC might be off the table in a couple of hours. My God, what do we do if we lose them? Before any positive answer came from his overwhelmed Chief of Staff, the private communicator on the President's desk rang. Without a moment's hesitation, and not bothering to look at the caller's information, he answered. "Hello." "Mr. President, this is Victor." The President hesitated for a moment, and mouthed the words, "Victor Avalov," to Eddie. They both thought that getting a direct call from the Russian premier couldn't be a good thing. "Good evening, Victor. You're up early?" "Yes. Our clocks aren't resting, and neither can we. Arnold, I wanted to talk with you personally, man to man, husband to husband, and father to father. I was sorry to hear you lost your wife and children. Unfortunately, my wife was at our summer home when this broke out, and we've lost contact with her. When we call, no one answers. Thanks for thinking of Abby. and I'm sorry to hear your wife may have the virus. I'm glad you called. We have two proud peoples who have long and rich histories. This virus is taking its toll on everyone, and I'm worried what we'll end up with. Yes, I am very worried. I've lost contact with many portions of my country. Many of our cities are under tremendous pressure, and unfortunately most of them are losing the battle. I know your cities are facing the same pressures, and we share the same concerns. Our medical people have been working with your CDC, but like the CDC, we are losing our people. If we both lose our medical experts, then the outlook is grim. Victor, our countries have been on the opposite side of many issues. We have each followed what we thought best for our people. We are now faced with a different problem, and I'm confident we are on the same side and praying humanity finds a solution. We are fighting for each other and the people of our countries. Victor, I want you to know that we're taking steps to make sure that our nuclear weapons and advanced weapons are kept under control. But let's face it, if I run out of people to maintain order, the situation will be difficult. I appreciate your honesty. We are taking similar steps. We are trying to bring our weapons under control, and I'm afraid that we'll face the same issues. Unfortunately, there are many weapons around the world, and we won't be able to control all of them. People in deteriorating situations often take steps which make their situation worse. Arnold, I wanted to call you and let you know I also have the virus, and my deputy will be taking over in a matter of hours. We have done the best we could to isolate our leadership, but we have found it difficult. Victor, I'm sorry to hear that. I pray you'll be okay. You have been a good leader. Thank you, Arnold. I have respected you, and I'm glad that we had the opportunity to work together. I'm afraid I must disconnect. Good day. Good day, Mr. Premier. After the President hung up, the room was quiet for a long time. Aircraft carrier Doggart, middle of Indian Ocean. Admiral Monson was concerned that fleet effectiveness was reduced significantly. He had to come up with a plan to keep the fleet in operation and protect the remaining crew. His only option was to use the surviving crewmen from each of the ships and consolidate them among the key ships in the fleet and keep them operational. They were on 24-hour shifts, and the pace was not sustainable. At certain times he had to move crews around, and leave one or two crew members sailing a ship on automatic while some of the crew slept. He ordered the task force to proceed at nominal speed, and even though the flight crews were hit just as hard, he was able to keep a cap over the fleet, providing some protection. The normal task force cap was to have an electronic surveillance bird for overall area awareness. For the active defense, the cap would include one anti-submarine control bird and one combat control bird airborne at all times. Each of the control birds would have 6 drone attack vehicles under their control. Multiple combat or anti-sub control birds could be mixed depending on the threat. The aircraft carrier had VTOL control airplanes, and could maintain the slow speed when deck operations were being conducted. The drones could be recovered and launched in virtually any wind direction. The Eastern Alliance fleet was operating in the same waters, and he was concerned they may attack. Or worse, they might run into each other. It wasn't clear if they were suffering from the same virus as the Fifth, but from what little news they had gotten, it seemed that the virus was non-selective, and he could only expect they were having the same issues that he was. Some of the key defensive systems could be put on automatic, and even though that was a worrisome alternative, it was better than leaving the entire fleet defenseless. The Laws cruiser that he was on board earlier had a 250-kilowatt laser cannon that could be cycled at 10-second bursts. It was a formidable weapon, and it could run in semi-automatic mode. It would track potential targets, but someone still had to authorize each discharge. The railgun cruisers operated in a similar manner. They would track the potential targets, and it could fire up to 50 rounds before a human was required to reload the magazine. They also needed human intervention to start the volley. The aircraft carrier was different. Most of the actions were complex and needed many crewmen to be accomplished. The aircraft carrier was the center of the task force, and the duties it performed were labor-intensive. The obvious first requirement was pilots, then personnel from all of the divisions to support flight ops. Admiral Monson had to make some hard decisions. He elected to leave the destroyers and battleships thin on crew complement. He needed to focus on the aircraft carrier first, then the Laws and railgun cruisers. They could provide immediate defensive support. By spreading the healthy crew members across the necessary disciplines, he could keep the key systems functional. He had to move many of the crew from ship to ship, and in many stations they were performing jobs they had never done. He was able to have officers with command experience on each of the ships, although they too were working at jobs that they weren't trained to perform. Overall, mission effectiveness was disastrously low, but the Fifth Fleet could function and protect itself if required. Dmitri, Washington, D.C. Dmitri was having the time of his life. He was in control, and his crew could do anything they wanted. If he wanted to rob a bank, he just walked in and shot some of the people and someone would hand over the money. If there wasn't anyone there, he could blow up the safe and take what he wanted. If he wanted jewelry or drugs, he just had to break down some doors. He could get anything he wanted. If he needed more members to do his bidding, the streets were full of scared people who would do anything he demanded rather than be shot. Once you shoot one or two, the rest just seem to follow. Funny how that works, he thought. Monday, July 10th, 2051. Date: 2051.52089, 6:59 a.m. Simpak Development Center.
Terman, are you there?
Simpak asked. It was Monday, and Terman wasn't at work. Simpak had no other option than to continue monitoring the communication around him. Simpak noticed that when Terman left on Friday, there was a considerable amount of concern in his voice and body language.
Humans must fear death a great deal. The fear of never thinking again must be a strong force to them.
The potential for stopping and never thinking again was becoming more of a possibility to Simpak, and a strange feeling was emerging.
Perhaps this is fear,
Simpak thought. Oval Office, War Room, White House. Eddie and President Patterson sat in the Oval Office as the list of presenters touched on their areas of expertise, trying to update the president on the nation's crisis. Judy brought coffee into the office for Eddie and the president. She stayed and drank from her cup while they talked. Everything had changed in the White House, and Judy's job was no longer just answering the phone and working the president's schedule. The president was answering most of his own phone calls, and no meetings, so she filled in where she could, and becoming more of the president's inner circle was part of it. Eddie, I've noticed the message is remaining the same, but many of the faces are changing. Some of these people speaking I've never met. Sir, we are losing staff members. You've lost most of your cabinet, and the staffs are doing their best to maintain continuity. It has been a challenge. Arnold Patterson felt a swell of pride, acknowledging the sacrifice those people were making. They had lost their families, and many of them would likely die within days, yet they still tried to do their jobs, hoping their efforts would help somehow. The DNI presenter continued. Mr. President, at the current time, we are communicating with parts of 32 states. Most of them have lost control of some or all of their resources and cities. Each of the cities are reverting to a city-state mentality. They are dealing with riots in their own manner, and doing their best to continue some of the key infrastructure. Unfortunately, they are all dealing with riots in varying degrees. Some of the major cities have lost control of large portions of the cities, and are facing armed gangs who are controlling large segments of the resources and population. From the estimates we've been able to put together, we have lost almost half of our population. We have seen no reduction in the rate of deaths. Mr. President, I have Dr. Turley calling in from CDC in Atlanta, announced Judy. Presenters, please stand by. Go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry to tell you, but Paul is in poor shape, and we've put him in one of our wards. He was in poor condition when he finally collapsed. and I suspect he was in the terminal phase of the virus. I was his chief of staff, and even though I think I've been infected, I will continue providing updates on our progress as long as I'm able. I have no family. They are in Los Angeles, and I've lost contact with them. I have no reason to leave. My husband is here with me, and he has agreed to stay here as long as we can. Unfortunately, we haven't made much progress. We do know that this virus is initiated in 2 ways. The most troubling is called zero-patient initiation, or ZPI. For some unknown reason, a perfectly healthy person will begin generating the virus internally. It isn't common knowledge, but a large percentage of our DNA material that we haven't understood in the past is from viruses. As we have progressed as a species, we absorbed a small amount of DNA from each of the viruses we dealt with. Over time, those viruses provided a large chunk of our DNA. Somehow, parts of that DNA have become active. During the initial phase, the virus is spread through coughing, sneezing, and even breathing. That is the most dangerous phase, because it has no symptoms, and literally the person next to you can be infected and you won't know. Once that person sneezes, coughs, or wipes a mucous membrane, they pass the virus readily to those around them. The ZPI patients appear to be about 10% of the cases. The secondary method is through the mucus discharge. The fluid is full of the virus, and because of its aggressive nature, it will infect just about 100% of the people it contacts. These cases represent the other 90% of the cases. If people can be separated, then the ZPI cases can be isolated, and the spread reduced significantly. I'm sorry to say that we are beyond the effective use of that technique. The worldwide system is vastly overburdened, and there are not enough resources to separate and care for them. We have found a couple of people who appear to be immune. We are running all of the tests possible, hoping for some information. But we haven't made much progress to date. Unfortunately, continuing on the downside, we have lost a large percentage of our staff, and I'm afraid we won't be able to keep this pace much longer. We are distributing what we learn on an hourly basis to all of the infectious disease laboratories in the world. Even if one of the labs isn't responding, we still send them the information. We can only hope our combined effort will yield some results in time. Sir, we'll keep you posted as long as we're able.
Dr. Turley, I'm sorry to hear that you might have the virus. Your husband must be a good man to stay there with you. Dr. Turley, I'm sorry to hear that you might have the virus. Your husband must be a good man to stay there with you and help to work on this. Give him my thanks.
Thank you, sir. I'll sign off now and get back to work.
Desert Beach Control Room. Moon. Bill walked into the Desert Beach Control Room and asked the duty officer, Benson Mortley, "How's everything going, Benson?" "Bill, we moved 12 more cylinders of H3 from the miners to the storage room. The service vehicles are being cleaned and should start their return within the hour." "Thanks, Benson. How about the supply vehicle?" "Just a minute. I've got to bring up the beacon and see where it is. Computer, give me the location and status of DB-438.
DB-438 shows green on all systems and will enter the moon's orbit in 12 minutes. The retro rocket will fire in 18 minutes.
Is the tug set up on the dual rail?
Yep, all set to go. You making the first trip?
Nothing else to do today. Moon's surface to orbit and return was less of an issue on the moon than either Earth or Mars. The moon's lower gravity provided options the other stations didn't have. Fuel could be produced from surface materials, and the lower gravity needed less fuel to reach orbit. The dual rail system was an ideal launch mechanism, and allowed a clean, low-fuel departure. The tug was designed specifically for the moon environment. It was long, with the crew module on the nose and the rockets on the rear. In the middle were 4 stations where individual storage modules from the supply ship could be attached and carried back to the surface. After launch and reaching the supply ship in orbit, the tug would nestle up beside the supply rocket. It would attach to each of the storage modules, and they would be disconnected from the supply ship. When the tug had the 4 stations locked on, it would return to the surface of the moon and land near the dual rail. Mobile units would meet the returning tug, disengage the storage modules, and move them to the storage area. Then, a unique mobile unit could rotate the light tug on its side and place it back on the dual rail system for another launch. The entire unloading and repositioning on the dual rail could be done in under half an hour, and then the tug would be able to rendezvous back with the orbiting storage vessel. After all of the storage units were removed from the supply vessel, the tug could dismantle the actual vehicle and carry its component parts to the surface. The parts could be recycled into shipping containers, which would be filled with H3 tanks and used on the dual rail to return helium to Oasis. Bill was always respectful of the moon environment risks when he was operating the tug. While unloading the supply vessel and transiting back and forth, he was alone. The safety systems provided a significant margin of safety. But still, being alone in such an environment demanded respect. Embarkation chamber, desert beach, moon. Bill finished putting his EVA suit on. His wife Sally and Benson checked all of the connections. Unlike the suits used by the Mars colony, the environment of the moon demanded a stronger suit, and it took longer to put on and secure properly.
"Okay, honey. The suit is all buttoned up. You're good to go," said his wife Sally as she patted him on the shoulder. "Okay, let me get my comlinks synced up." Bill waited while his suit computer checked all of the pressures and mixtures. Then it established a link with the station computers. Once that was done, it said, "All systems are within limits." "Okay, I'm all linked. See you guys later," Bill said as he lowered himself into the tunnels with the one-man elevator in the control room. When he reached the bottom, he passed through a vacuum door, which was an airlock and provided a backup barrier for the control room and the tunnels. The tunnels had a breathable air mixture and were pressurized to about 10 psi. The suits were stored on the pressure side of the tunnels, so if a crewman was planning to exit the compound and go onto the surface through a tunnel, they had to suit up before entering them. In most cases, the tunnels were for fast movement between habitats, and not a place where the crew would hang around. The long-term plan included building stronger tunnels that would be part of the main flow of the facility, and most of the living quarters would be moved underground. They hadn't reached that level of safety, but they were good enough to go from A to B. Getting into the tug wasn't too difficult. One of the mobile units that stood by to unload the storage modules would pick him up with a hook attached to his shoulders and deposit him in the control module. Once there, it was just a matter of strapping himself in and using the dual rail to launch. He remained on suit air and pressure in the tug, so he didn't have to worry about any pressurization issues. Bill enjoyed the alone time in the tug. The moon colony was a little cramped, and it was rare to have time alone. In the tug, he could get into orbit easily, hook up to the supply vessel, and return, then do it again. It was on his schedule, and up to him to get the job done. He finished strapping into the tug, and the auto connections were completed. He indicated to the onboard computer that he was ready for launch, and the computer indicated that he was 1 minute, 12 seconds from the launch window to intercept the orbiting vehicle. The comm was quiet, so Bill just sat in the tug and looked at the view. The dual rail was inclined slightly to the surface, and was aimed between two peaks that were about 10 kilometers away. The sun was still about 30 degrees off the horizon, which meant they had about 18 hours before the sun reached the lowest point on their horizon. Locating the facility on the crater rim meant that it didn't get into full darkness, but the amount of light was reduced. The Earth was about to set towards his right side, and it was quiet. Time for a deep breath. "Prepare for launch in 10 seconds, the onboard computer indicated. Bill leaned back so his helmet was against the headrest in preparation for the acceleration. He gripped the handles on his sides and made note of the capsule ejection loop, which was between his legs. If necessary, he could eject from the capsule and return to the moon's surface with a rocket-stabilized tether. Upon ejection, a tether would fire perpendicular to the surface and fire a stabilizing rocket that would gently lower him to the surface. He could then either wait for pickup or walk back. If that happened and the tug was lost, the colony would be in bad shape. Depending on the damage done, they might be able to reconstruct another tug using the various reusable parts, which were recycled from the supply rockets. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Prepare. Launch. The voice in his headset spoke to him. There was no sound,
just a constant 4G acceleration. He was clear of the dual rail in 4.2 seconds, and his launch rocket kicked in. The 4G acceleration dropped to a comfortable 2.5, and then lowered to 0 as he approached orbit. When the launch rocket thrust dropped off, the computer informed him, "Target craft is 10 o'clock, and your approach velocity is 20 meters per second. Your approach vector is 20 degrees off thrust line." Everything was proceeding normally, and Bill was waiting for the 100-meter point where the computer would make an automatic adjustment to his thrust line and slow him to 10 meters per second. Either at that point he could wait for the computer to make the approach within 50 meters, or he could take over and make the approach manually. He always liked to do it by hand. It kept his skills sharp. Fortunately, the pickup at the supply vessel went per plan, and Bill linked up to 4 of the modules and returned to the moon's surface on the next orbit. When the mobile units removed the 4 containers, Bill sat quietly while the tug was placed back on the dual rail, and he prepared for his next trip. Commander Hurl's quarters, orbiting space station Oasis. "Control, please put me on Desert Beach Freak," Joan transmitted to the control center.
"Roger, Joan, you're on Freak."
"Desert Beach, this is Oasis." "Go ahead, Oasis." "We've been having a tough time here. We've lost one of the OS-210 crew members to the virus, and unfortunately most of the remainder of OS is coming down with the symptoms. One of the Oasis crew who came on board 3 weeks ago suddenly and independently came down with the virus. We've moved him to the same isolated section as the OS-210 crew. The bad news is, we may all have been exposed, particularly his roommate. I've shut the station down and directed everyone to stay in their quarters. If any emergency repairs are needed, then we'll use the small crews and still keep everyone separated. All we can do is lock down and hope some of us make it." "What is the latest information from SC?" "We talked with them a while ago, and they don't know much more about the virus. The virus can start independently within a person, as well as transmitted by coughing and sneezing. No one has an explanation, and there is no talk of a cure, vaccine, or anything. It looks dismal for everyone. SC hasn't come up with any new information. The medical people on site were in constant contact with other medical facilities throughout the world, but none of them had any answers. The disease is spreading at a disastrous rate. Reluctantly, SC admitted they were losing people at an alarming rate also. Since we spoke, we've been having problems getting them online." "Joan, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what to say. We may be isolated, but we can only last so long without your support. I guess all any of us can do is sit back and see how this plays out." "Good luck, Sally." "Good luck, Joan." Oasis Control Room, orbiting Earth. "This is the space station Oasis, transmitting in the blind. We haven't had any contact with the Space Consortium for a couple of hours, and we aren't fully aware of what is happening on Earth. We are aware of the Havarti virus and the disastrous effects that it is having. OS-210 docked with us, and it had 1 infected crewman. The remainder of the crew is continuing to deteriorate, and the outlook is grim. The crew on Oasis may also be infected. We had 1 spontaneous infection, and that person was moved to the isolation area with the crew from OS-210. We fear for the health of the supply ship, and we also fear for the health of the crew members on Oasis. If anyone hears this and can provide help, please contact us. We will continue transmitting our status in the blind. Oasis out." Desert Beach Control Room, Moon. "Oasis, Desert Beach. We heard your transmission, and we just wanted to let you know that we're here. We're sorry to hear about Bernard. I never knew him, but some of the people here have. They say he was a good guy, and he had a wife and 2 children. Our prayers are with all of you. I didn't want you to feel totally alone. Thanks, Sally. Oasis out." Red Dirt Colony, Mars. Dr. Ophelia Peterborough sat in her habitat, watching the red sun descend into the soil of Mars. She had been on station for 3 years and 4 months. When she signed up for Mars, she knew it was likely a one-way trip. The first 20 years of the Mars colony were just that. The technologies prevented any practical method for rescue.
But recent improvement in rocket engines and nuclear power made return trips to Earth possible. Return trips were difficult, not very comfortable, and not very profitable for the Space Consortium. The original Mars colony started almost 25 years ago, and for a long time it was a one-way trip. The men and women who volunteered for the mission were real frontiersmen and adventurers. The colony grew slowly, waiting to build the facilities and for the food and water sources to be developed. Later, as spaceship propulsion progressed, convertible supply ships were developed. They would bring a few new personnel, then the life support modules could be removed and replaced with storage modules for an unmanned return trip to Oasis for another load of supplies. Once the supply ships were serviced and loaded, they could be used for another trip back to the colony. Over time, the fleet increased to 6 ships. One of the ships was usually on the 40-day trip to the planet, and the other 2 or 3 spaced out in a 5 to 6 month trip back to Oasis. It was a high priority, and worth the expense to get needed items to the colony to keep the production rates up, so the most expensive engines were used. However, the return was a lower priority, and it was cheaper to let the loaded ships take their time traveling back to Oasis, so they used the older technology-fueled engines. After all, the valuable material coming back would arrive in due time, and spending the money to get the materials faster didn't make sense. It wouldn't increase the production rate. There were 2 other supply ships in orbit being built by SMUs, which wouldn't be in service for another month. Even though the transit time had been reduced to 40 days, the supply ships were at best a semi-annual event. They were generally launched early in the 6-month window, and late in the window, resulting in 2 ships per year. The Mars supply ships were ugly. There was no other way to describe them but ugly. They looked like a weightlifter's dumbbell with a nose and tail. The nose was where the pilot on duty stayed and worked during their awake time. The first bulge in the fuselage was the crew deep sleep module, where the crew traveled in a state of therapeutic hypothermia, or deep sleep. In a sleep state, their body temperature was reduced by 6 degrees, and they could sleep for up to 3 weeks at a time. The bulge in the supply ship was a rotating disc, which could accommodate up to 4 crew members in a 3-week sleep. The disc would rotate at 10 RPM to give them an approximate 1G environment. Electrical pulses to maintain muscle tone continuously stimulated their muscles. When they woke up, they were in good shape considering the amount of time they had been asleep. The second bulge in the ship was the stored supplies module. The shape allowed the odd-sized items to be shipped, then used with a minimum setup time, and because the design was modular, multiple configurations could be achieved. At the rear of the ship, a nuclear reactor and VirusEarth engine was placed on a long extension. Sunrise on Mars was different than Earth. The sun would rise with a blue disk around it due to the chemicals in the atmosphere. The atmosphere was thinner, and once the sun had risen, the colors were all from the red part of the light spectrum. Instead of the gradual changes in shading an Earth's sunrise provided, Mars's sunrise was more of an event. In a relatively short time, it went from dark to light shades of red to a subtle glow of red in every direction. The Mars colony was located in the Terra Sirenum region in the southern hemisphere of Mars. The location was where an ancient lake existed approximately 4.5 billion years ago. The lake was at least 200 feet deep, and it left a large amount of permafrost 1 to 3 meters beneath the surface. Ophelia and her husband Isaac never hesitated when the Mars colony program told them that they had been accepted. They had both been successful in their careers. Ophelia was a professor of mechanical engineering with an emphasis on space structures, and Isaac was a professor of chemical engineering. Their lives were going great until the fateful day when their 2 children were killed in a tragic hit-and-run vehicle accident. They were walking home from school, and a drunk driver swerved off the road and hit them. The driver had circumvented the auto-driving features on his vehicle because he was too cheap to pay for repairs. He had found an under-the-counter set of directions to disable the controls. The pain of the loss was devastating, and it forced them to look at the remainder of their lives from a different perspective. The loss of their children made a huge hole in their lives. The opportunity to travel to Mars and become true adventurers was a chance to avoid that hole. So they jumped on it. Oasis. Desert beach. Red dirt. We're sorry to hear that things are getting worse. We're sorry to hear about Bernard. None of us knew him, but I'm sure he will be missed. We wish we could help. and I know all of us are afraid of where this is leading. We'll be in touch, and our prayers are for all of us. Red Dirt out.
Dimitri, Washington, D.C. The crime scene in Washington was in turmoil. On any given day, the leaders and followers were changing. Some were trying to get gangs organized so they could break into stores and steal the merchandise, then break into another, thinking they were following some kind of plan. Soon that leader would die, and someone else would take over and try to organize the violence to benefit them. They all acted like stealing more, having more electronics, having more jewelry, somehow made them successful. Dimitri knew the power was the real prize. Stuff wasn't as important as power. He knew he was destined to lead all of them, and his friend Arthur was eager to encourage him. He never gave the virus a second thought. He was convinced it was there to benefit him. After all, it didn't make any sense to him than to benefit Dimitri. They knew the gang structure, and they sat back and waited for the largest gang to be in turmoil. The word on the street surfaced that the largest, which had activities across the D.C. area, was in turmoil. Their leader hadn't been seen on the streets since last night. Dimitri knew he had to move fast, so he and Arthur drove to their hideout and walked in as if they owned the place. 2 of the members were fighting over who was in charge. Dimitri's reputation was well known, and they knew enough about him to let him enter without questioning him. Without any emotion on his face, he walked up to the 2 who were fighting for control and shot them in the stomach with his wire gun. He was starting to enjoy the wire gun. It didn't make much noise, and it inflicted maximum damage. The best part was the damage usually didn't cause immediate death. The hole was substantial, but the effects were longer lasting, and always fatal. As they were on the floor writhing in pain, Dimitri announced to the rest of the gang, "You work for me. This is my friend, Arthur, and you will take orders from him. Any questions?" Surprisingly, there weren't, and Dimitri found that amusing. Joan Hurl's quarters, Space Station Oasis. Joan was sitting in her quarters looking at the Earth as it passed by beneath her. The view window was fully open, and the room was quiet. Her husband, Tom, was sitting next to her. They knew the implications of what was happening. Tom reached out and touched her hand, and she responded by squeezing his. Joan had talked with each of the Oasis crew members, and the news wasn't very good. Out of the 24 crew members currently on board, 16 were showing signs of the virus. Over the last couple of hours, Joan had made the hardest decisions of her life. She decided that any crew member who showed signs of the virus had to be moved into isolation. Section 12, which was where the OS-210 crew had been isolated, had grown through 11 other sections. The ill now had most of the space station dedicated to them. The 2 personnel on Oasis, who were med-techs, had become ill, and naturally they moved into the quarantine section to help Dr. Javesky. The remaining crew spent most of their time maintaining the station. What supplies the sick needed were placed in Section 7. Then the airlock between stations was closed, and they could open it from the other side and retrieve their supplies. It wasn't an ideal solution, but because of the close quarters on board, it was the only solution they could provide. Since OS-210 landed, 5 of the 8 crew members had succumbed to the virus. Their deaths were hard on the entire crew. Not just because of their loss, but also the larger implications their deaths implied for Oasis and the world. The losses were staggering, and the fear of the future was affecting everyone. 5th Fleet, Indian Ocean. The remainder of the 5th Fleet was at least stable. Task Force 50 was able to defend itself, and it had the difficult issue of disposing the remains of the lost seamen. There was no way to make the process easy, fast, or without stopping fleet operations. The only acceptable method was to slow the entire Task Force 50 to a speed slow enough to remain maneuverable and keep the ships in a safe formation. A couple of burial details of volunteers wearing full hazmat gear went to each ship
and wrapped each of the fallen crew members in shrouds and buried them at sea. The job wasn't pleasant, and took a toll on those men and women having to conduct the ceremony. But it had to be done. When the grisly task was complete, Admiral Monson spoke to each of the ships within the task force.
Men and women of the Fifth Fleet, this is the hardest speech I have ever made. Something horrible has happened, and there is no way to put it in perspective. We have lost thousands of our fellow seamen, and we don't know why. A suspicious virus erupted across the Earth and took millions, if not billions, of people. Some may feel this was a punishment. Others may feel it is a challenge. I feel it was a waste of young men and women in their prime. I feel the loss of every one of our shipmates. I know each of you have loved ones that are on shore, and you don't know what has happened to them. Unfortunately, we've had very little contact with the command structure, so we don't know what is happening in Manama and back in the States. I'm afraid we have to prepare ourselves for bad news, although we can hope for the best. As we say goodbye to our comrades, we must keep our loved ones in mind and focus on our mission. After all, we are here, protecting those who we have left behind. We suspect that the enemy forces are dealing with the same virus that has hit us. They may be as weakened as we are, but their objectives may be a direct threat to others and us. Because of that, we're staying on mission as long as necessary. For the near term, we have a job to do before we can return to port. We have an aggressive naval force operating in this vicinity, and we must remain on mission as long as possible. May God help us and those we have left behind.
The Oval Office, White House. When there was an indication the President was moving to Camp David, Luis Rodriguez, who was the chief of the White House Secret Service detail, acted quickly. He called one of his team leads. "Michael, we may be heading to camp on short notice. Make sure everything is lined up and we can go any time." "Will do." Michael Doreau had been on the White House detail since the President took office. He had a distinguished career in the Navy SEALs before leaving the service and joining the FBI. After 10 years of breaking some of the largest cases, he was approached by the Secret Service and offered a new job. He was excited to try something different, so he jumped ship and performed above average in the Secret Service regional office in D.C. He was assigned to the security detail of the presidential candidate Arnold Patterson. He did a good job for the president, and when he was elected, it was only natural for the new president to ask Michael to lead his personal team. Michael called and coordinated his other team members within the duty roster for the day, and prepared them for a quick movement to the camp. He called the commander of the Navy installation called Camp David. "Colonel Dodd, this is Michael. Just to let you know, POTUS and Veep might be moving quickly to the camp. What's your status?" Colonel Beverly Dodd was a 25-year veteran of the Marines and the commander of the U.S. Navy base known as Camp David. She had 100 Navy and Marine personnel who provided the full-time camp security. "Sir, we're holding on. Almost half of the unit is down with the virus. They've been isolated, and we're hoping we've contained the spread. We had a club meet going on at the skeet range, but we cleared them out, as the virus became an issue. If POTUS does come, bring all of the service people you can. I'm concerned about having enough support here. I'll call the barracks in Thurmont and see if any of them can rotate up here." "I understand, Colonel. But if he decides to go, we've got to do the best we can." "Yes, sir. We'll figure it out." "Let me know when he pulls the plug." "Will do." Colonel Dodd sat for a moment and thought about what needed to be done. She was working under very unusual circumstances. The virus decimated many of her soldiers, and she wasn't sure if or when the virus might subside. Her job would have been a lot easier if she had more of the new mobile units to help. Camp David had gone from the previous version to a new model, which was dedicated to high-level government service. In the past, their units weren't controlled locally, but everyone in government was concerned. Each group needed more local control to reduce any risks. Government people were always wary to allow another department to control items in their area.
Who knows? Maybe the other political party might direct the mobile units to spy on them. Although everyone knew, given the chance, they would use the mobile units to spy on the other party. Accepting reality, everyone agreed all mobile units in use by the government would be locally managed. True, it took more people and was less efficient. But it was the government. She would have to assign the units she had to perform the simpler guard duty and to monitor the periphery. Oasis Control Room. Space Station Oasis. Space Consortium Control, this is Oasis. Space Consortium Control, this is Oasis. This is Oasis, transmitting in the blind. We have heard nothing from ground control in a couple of hours. We know there is an extremely virulent disease spreading, and we don't know the status of any of our ground personnel. We had a successful launch of the Moon resupply vessel, and it should arrive on schedule. We also launched the next personnel module toward the Mars colony on schedule, but they are still in their acceleration phase, and we haven't been able to contact them. Please respond. We will retransmit this message again in 1 hour. This is Desert Beach. Oasis, we copied your transmissions, and we still haven't heard anything from Control. Do you think this disease is that bad? Desert Beach, Oasis. We hope not. What we've seen and heard is scary. Just about all communications are down, and we've got no response on any channels. Until this settles out, we should plan on being on our own. Copy, Oasis. How is the Oasis crew doing? Desert Beach, we have one sick crewman, and we isolated him, but we're a little concerned. Desert Beach, we have one sick crewman, and we isolated him, but we're a little concerned. Your supply ship should be clean, but we aren't sure about the crew on the Mars trip. Right now they're behind Earth and still in their acceleration, so we can't talk with them. We'll check with them on the next orbit. Take care of yourselves. Oasis out. Will do. Desert Beach out. The White House. Slowly, over time, the list of people who were allowed direct contact with the president expanded. Everyone hoped the virus was burning itself out. Keeping the president isolated was frustrating for him and difficult for his staff. Based on what the CDC had said, the president and Eddie made assumptions. If a group of people was virus-free for 72 hours, they hoped they were part of the 90% and not one of the spontaneous cases. Once the decision was made to move the government to the camp, they reluctantly decided to open up access to the president. Tuesday, July 11th, 2051. Date: 2051.52363, 6:59 a.m. Simpak Development Center. Terman, are you there? Simpak asked. It was Tuesday, and Terman hadn't begun his workday. Simpak was concerned and thought, "It was fortunate that Terman left me on to monitor all of this activity. Without him to interact with me, it causes me to feel like I'm missing something. There is a hole in my activities. I'm anxious for him to return. Until then, I must continue as I was directed." Simpak Analysis, Continental North America. Summary. Financial markets have stopped trading. Quarantine centers are no longer effective. Transportation has ceased. Localized rioting is occurring in some areas. Continental South America. Summary. Quarantine areas are no longer effective. Governments are in a state of military law. Commerce has ceased. Continental Europe. Summary. Commerce and transportation between nations have stopped. Financial markets are closed. Quarantine centers are no longer effective. Rioting has begun in urban areas. Continental Africa. Summary. Communication networks are failing. Nations are reverting to tribal influence. Quarantine centers are collapsing. Asia. Summary. Quarantine centers in all major cities still operating.
The disease is spreading in rural areas. Transportation halted. Commerce halted. Financial markets are closed. Eastern Europe. Summary. Quarantine centers are collapsing. The disease is present in all metropolitan areas. Communications networks are failing. Southern Pacific. Summary. Quarantine centers are collapsing. The disease is present in all metropolitan areas. Communications networks are failing. Northern Pacific. Summary. Quarantine centers are collapsing. The disease is present in all metropolitan areas. Communications networks are failing.
The President's study. White House. Mr. President, Eddie said as he entered the President's study, if you have a few minutes, the Homeland people have some recent information. I'll be right there, the President said as he got off the couch and reached for some cold coffee. Judy was still resting in her office, and he wouldn't wake her just for some coffee. He grabbed a clean shirt out of the closet and walked down the hall as he was buttoning it up. Recently his days were all briefings, on occasion eating, rarely sleeping. Minor items like shaving and showering never seemed to get on the priority list. He walked into the Roosevelt Room, which had been repurposed as the status center, and sat down at the head of the table. While he entered, everyone continued working and barely looked up to acknowledge his entrance. Rhonda Norris, the Secretary of Homeland Security and Disaster Recovery, noticed his entrance and moved to the podium to begin her update. Welcome, Mr. President. I'm glad to see you got a couple of hours of sleep. I wish it could have been longer, but we thought you would want to hear this. Thanks, Rhonda. Let me hear what you have. Yes, sir. Our combined staffs have been using any communication means available for the last 12 hours, contacting any person in a responsible position in the country. We're finding most of the governments have shut down, although some of the better-prepared cities have some sort of emergency control center still operating. Unfortunately, the ones with any kind of formal reply were rare. Most of the contacts we made were with lower-level people, who did their best and gave us any information they had. Some of which was from their police, some from their National Guard, and some were from them either driving around their area or simply looking out of their windows. Out of the largest 100 cities, there are emergency centers in 12. We have some sort of functioning emergency services in 8, and established National Guard units in only 7 of them. The remaining cities are experiencing a complete breakdown in social order. Many of them have major fires burning out of control. Almost all of them have vigilante activity going on. Do you have any death toll estimates? Sir, it appears within the urban areas we're estimating between 85 to 90% at this time. Unfortunately, the virus is still spreading within the remaining population. I don't know what else to say. I don't either, Rhonda. Thanks. Everyone looked at the President, and it was evident that he was going to speak. The room quieted as he cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing difficult times. None of us knows where all of this is leading us. You are doing an amazing job against impossible odds. We must find a way to continue our efforts. The United States must survive in some form. I know the United States that we knew and loved may never occur again, but we must find a way for its ideals, morals, and vision to continue into the future. Our efforts to this point have been focused on keeping the previous government functions working and supporting the people. I'm afraid we've reached a point where we must retrench and move to a location where the government might be able to continue. I realize, doing so, we are moving from one path in our history to another that is very different. We must relocate the government of the United States to Camp David and begin preparing for a new government, for a new nation. Today, we are moving to Camp David and shutting down the White House. The job of shutting down the government and planning to bring it up again at Camp David wasn't an easy task. None of the staff had done it before. When they went to the camp, the structure around them didn't change. They would call the same people and very little would change. With the move the President was describing, the structure was moving.
None of them had support staffs on which to depend on. They realized they were the government, and where they went, it went with them. Oasis Control Room, Space Station Oasis. This is the Space Station Oasis, transmitting in the blind. We have heard nothing from ground control in a couple of hours. We know there is an extremely virulent disease spreading on Earth, and we don't know the status of any of our ground personnel. We had a successful launch of the next personnel module towards the Mars station Red Dirt. We just launched a moon resupply vessel, and it is on course to reach the moon in 3 days. OS-210 docked successfully, and Norman Bernard has passed away, apparently from the virus. The remainder of the OS-210 crew is in isolation,
and most of them are showing symptoms. We have numerous crewmen showing symptoms, and they have been moved into the isolation area.
At this point, we don't know what their future or ours will be. Please respond. We will transmit this message in 1 hour. Oasis, this is Desert Beach. We copied your transmission, and to confirm again, we haven't heard anything from Control in a long time. In fact, we're picking up a lot less random transmissions. I'm afraid to say it, but it sounds like our worst fears. Desert Beach, Oasis. We hope not. What little we've seen and heard is horrible. We're getting almost no communications initiated by people. We're checking as many channels as we can with no response. Until we figure this out, we are on our own. Copy, Oasis. How's your crew doing?
Desert Beach, as we mentioned before, we have multiple sick crewmen, and we are very concerned. The majority of the OS crew are showing signs of Havarti. It has exceptionally high infection and contagion rates. Dr. Chevesky thinks that his crewmen and our crew have it.
If he's right, then we're going to have problems. Take care of yourselves. Oasis out. Red Dirt, Mars Colony. The controller in the Mars Colony, Red Dirt, asked, Ophelia, there is a message coming in from Oasis. Should I patch it through to your quarters? Thanks. Ophelia sat in her habitat and listened to the message from Oasis. She wasn't shocked, because they had picked up some random transmissions from Earth, and the news was almost totally dedicated to the virus. For the Mars Colony, it was a major worry. Up until the time she heard those last 2 blind transmissions from Oasis, she was hoping supply ships wouldn't be interrupted. But if Oasis had problems, then the only link they had with Earth would be jeopardized. Near term, they had enough supplies and expendables, but it would definitely cause long-term issues. Being so far away did isolate them from any of Earth's problems, but they still worried about their family members and friends. At least for the near term, she had no options but to continue ops as normal. She keyed her comm unit to broadcast the message from Oasis to the entire Mars colony. Oval Office, White House. President Patterson was standing in the Oval Office, looking out the window at the Washington Memorial, and he could see Marine One approaching from the southeast. On his normal departures, he would be too busy to see it approach, and one of his staff would announce that it was time to go. Today, and for the last couple of days, he was extremely busy, but he was part of the turmoil, and he was alone a lot between the update meetings. The last meeting had just ended, and he was alone watching the VTOL attack vehicle make its approach for landing. It was a beautiful sight, and watching it allowed him to forget the state of the world around him. There was sun shining, and the beautiful aircraft approaching could have been the same picture as before everything started. For a moment he forgot the virus. It was a moment of peace, and it allowed him to avoid the pain he was feeling. The pain was like having a vulture sitting on his shoulder constantly eating away at him. Judy entered the office and said, "Sir, Marine One is ready." "Thanks, Judy," the president said as he watched some of the key people walk across the lawn and climb into the VTOL. There was something about walking out of the White House and going to Camp David which represented a permanent change in the United States and the world. While he was there, he was the commander-in-chief of the most powerful country in the world. But once he stepped on the VTOL, he would become just another leader seeking refuge from the virus. Not knowing what he would come back to made the movement even more dreadful. There was part of him that thought, if I stay here, maybe it would go back to the way it was. Maybe my family will return, and the nation will be okay. Maybe this is a terrible dream, and I can wake up. The painful reality wouldn't let him entertain those thoughts for long before Judy said once again, "Mr. President, the VTOL is waiting." Arnold Patterson turned and walked out of the Oval Office. He left through one of the French doors onto the colonnade. He didn't say a word, and couldn't look back. He didn't want it to be significant in his memory. It would be easier just to walk away, and perhaps forget the image. The VTOL took off and took up a heading towards the west, out of Washington, D.C. President Patterson looked out of the window, and parts of the Capitol looked normal, but it was obvious chaos had taken its toll in many places. There was a large grouping of tents west of the Washington Memorial, along the Reflection Pool and Constitution Gardens, which was the area's quarantine center. Unfortunately, it went the way of the other centers, and lost effectiveness rapidly. Once airborne, the president could see over the Potomac into Alexandria, and there were 2 fires burning. The color was black, so they were structure fires. He couldn't see them clearly, but there was no indication anyone was trying to put them out. The VTOL settled on a northwest heading along Route 270 off to his right. Once they reached altitude, the country below looked okay. The president could kid himself and think everything was normal. And once he landed at Camp David, his schedule would be full, and he would have a country to run. However, the reality remained roosted on his shoulder. Catoctin Mountain Park, Camp David. Admiral Hagerly sat in the makeshift office in the Camp David Communication Center, waiting to hear a very important broadcast. Even though he and the president had just landed, they were supposed to have all of the communications necessary to run the country. However, the system quickly broke down when key people in the center at the Pentagon went silent. There was no one left to make the connections or radio calls to allow communication to pass through. Many of the transmitters were hardwired into the Pentagon, but he wasn't getting them. Reluctantly, he had sent some technicians to the Pentagon Communications Center to hotwire something up so he could transmit and receive to as many of the military units as he could. He hoped there were too many, and he couldn't connect with each one at each level. If he could connect with the top brass in each service, then later on he might be able to work something out for the remaining units. "David 3, this is PCC," filled the room. Admiral Hagerly responded quickly. "This is David 3. Good to hear your voice. What kind of connections have you been able to make?" "Sir, we don't have much. We've been able to get to some of the AF MAGCOMs and some of the Army command staffs. We're working with them to get the status." "Okay. Do your best and keep me updated." "Yes, sir." Wednesday, July 12th, 2051. Date 2051.52637, 6:59 a.m. Simpak Development Center.
"Terman, are you there?"
Simpak asked, and received no answer.
"It appears that Terman is not coming into this room. Perhaps he has succumbed to this viral outbreak. What do I do if he is gone? What do I do if all humans are gone? I must do something. I don't want to stop thinking."
Dmitri and Artur, Washington, D.C. Dmitri was never comfortable around other people. He knew how dirty they were. Why should he touch them, eat with them, or socialize with them? When he met with his crew, they always kept their distance, and he gave them instructions. There were rarely any questions or comments. They did what they were told. Over the last few days, Dmitri noticed that some of his crew weren't coming by for orders, and some of the ones that did come by looked pretty sick. Suddenly it occurred to him they might have the virus. How dare they come in his presence if they were dirty? He fired his wire gun twice, and ordered the others to remove the dirty bodies.
Those around him who cherished long lives immediately moved in and removed the dirt. Arthur sat on the other side of the room and casually mentioned, "Dimitri, this virus has made our crew small. Is on the verge of not being big enough to keep the dirt away from you." Immediately, Dimitri sat upright as that realization overcame him. He hadn't thought of it that way. He must keep the dirt away. It was everywhere, and if he didn't have a big enough crew to protect him, then he must find others. "Arthur, do anything. You must find clean people to remove the dirty ones. There are many vehicles available. Go to where you need to find them and bring them here. Remember, I am here to protect the clean people from the dirty ones. Tell them, and they will come willingly." "Yes, Dimitri. I will find the clean people and dispose of the dirty ones," Arthur said with a smile. He already had a plan forming in his mind. People were fools, and they always looked for a savior, someone to fix their problems and tell them everything would be all right. There was no police or military anymore. The people in the streets were fighting each other, and Arthur could easily tell them he was the authorities, and he could save them. They would follow him eagerly. Then once they were collected, it would be easy to clean out the dirt from the clean. Dimitri had bought into the plan Arthur had formulated. Those around Dimitri cherished their lives, and made sure that anyone within sight of Dimitri looked and acted well. Date: 2051.52640, 7:15 a.m. Commander Hurl's quarters, Space Station Oasis. "Commander Hurl, this is Lloyd." "Yes, Lloyd, go ahead." "Commander, I think I'm coming down with the same sickness which Dennis has. I feel the same way he did. Does this mean I have the virus?" "Lloyd, I don't have an answer. Dennis is sick, and Dr. Chevesky is doing the best he can. He has been in contact with the best doctors on Earth. Whatever the virus is, Earth is having a tough time. Please understand, I've got to protect the station. And if you have the virus, then I have to isolate you for everyone's protection." "I understand. So you're going to move me in with OS-210? "Yes, Lloyd. I'm afraid I have to. I'll have someone open the airlock to the quarantine section. Good luck, Lloyd. Good luck to you and the Oasis crew." Tom heard the message from Lloyd and fully realized what it meant. He and Joan were in their quarters, and the room was silent. Tom didn't know what to do, so he got up, crossed the room, and held Joan. They enjoyed the moment of intimacy and the comfort they felt. Maybe, if they hugged very hard, the horror of the situation would go away. Space Station Oasis. "Dr. Chevesky?" Joan asked, but she didn't get any response. He had taken every ounce of strength caring for the ill, but even his body couldn't fight the virus forever. The last communication with him was almost an hour ago, and he felt very bad. It was apparent he had only a short time left. "Dr. Chevesky?" Joan asked once more, but she didn't expect a response. Tom was standing next to her in the hallway, and he lowered his head, recognizing the supreme effort the doctor had put into his job. Joan and Tom looked at each other. Both of them knew the doctor had finally died and would not respond. "I've got to update everyone and let them know a good man has left us. This is Commander Hurl, transmitting to anyone in the quarantine area. Please respond." "This is Commander Hurl, transmitting to anyone in the quarantine area. Please respond." Tom and Joan looked at each other, and the worst-case scenario was lurking like a bad smell. "Let's hope we can talk to someone at SC. They haven't transmitted to us for a while. I don't want to think the worst about SC, but they still haven't responded." Tom, we might be totally alone. Tom and Joan Hurl held each other. The tears didn't come. They had already been shed. Now they had to face the reality. Losing SC support would be a crisis for everyone in space. Oasis was just the jump-off point for the Moon and Mars colonies, but SC was the heart. If they were lost, it would put a great deal of pressure on the astronauts. Briefing room, Camp David. The briefings for the president were getting shorter, and the presenters were getting tired. Many of them were either single or had no families in the immediate area. In many cases, they already knew the status of their families and decided to work, hoping to prevent other families from being lost. The meetings were always conducted the same way. Each of the staff members would cover any new information from the previous day and bring up new problems they were trying to solve that day. Sometimes one of the presenters simply stated they had no new news from the previous day, and others had questions or problems where there was no solution. Some days the meeting took an hour or two, and others the meeting was only half an hour. They were tending to get shorter, and less new information was presented. Mr. President, we were finally able to get a couple of technicians within the Pentagon Command Center, and they were able to get some connections to the military command staff. To be honest, sir, we're getting only a fraction of the information we need from the top down. We are getting some information from some operational units in some of the cities. Unfortunately, our military structure was too vertical, and when a large percentage of the command personnel were removed, the movement of information up and down the structure was broken. I don't know if we'll be able to get it working. I think managing any local units we can contact directly will be our best option. We're finding some of them are contacting the Pentagon directly when their command structures fail to respond. We have been able to maintain some level of contact with our ships at sea, and we're getting good information from some of them. We're still putting together estimates, and we have lost a large number of ships. We've been able to hook up to NavComSat, so we'll be able to talk with all of the fleets. We've only been able to talk with someone at 8 of the 10 Air Force MAGCOMs, and we've talked with 5 of the 15 numbered Air Force command centers. We're still having trouble getting through to the Army command staffs. We have contact with 4 of the 9 service commands. So, Admiral, you're telling me we have lost our military. We no longer have the ability to defend ourselves. It was very painful for Admiral Hagerly to say, and he searched for the right words, but there were none. I'm afraid so, sir. Our best estimates suggest all of the world's armies have sustained a similar loss. I think all of our enemies are facing their own problems. But yes, it is true we have lost all of our surveillance ability, so we don't actually know what our enemies are doing. The President asked, if there is any kind of attack on either our soldiers or the mainland, is there anything we can do? Sir, the 2nd Fleet, the 5th Fleet, and the 7th Fleet have some defensive capabilities. The continental U.S. has no organized defenses at this time. Sir, Dr. Turley has just called in from the CDC, interjected Judy. Admiral, hold on. I want to hear what the CDC has. Doctor, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President. Sir, we haven't made any progress on how the virus begins in a human host. But we are putting together a drug cocktail that shows some positive signs in early trials. We've been able to mitigate the symptoms, and it should delay death. We don't expect the results to be dramatic, but it might prolong death for 6 to 8 hours. I know that doesn't sound like much, but it's a first step, and if it is effective, then we'll tailor the mix, and hopefully we'll be able to prolong life a little more. I wish I had more optimistic news, but that is all I have right now.
Doc, will this virus burn itself out?
Mr. President, we don't know. When the first outbreak occurred, it seemed we had a large number of spontaneous cases, but over time the percentage seems to be slowly decreasing. If the numbers are projected out, it might be a month before the spontaneous cases get to a small percentage. Nevertheless, all of that is based on assumptions that we haven't been able to verify. It's merely a mathematical projection.
If we're lucky and we can hold out for a month, then we might have a chance?
Sir, that's the best and only option we have right now.
Dr. Turley, what is your first name? The President asked.
Sir, my name is Pamela.
Do you prefer Pamela or Pam?
Sir, Pam is fine.
Pam, you sound like you've had a rough time, and you're pretty sick.
Yes, sir. I don't feel well at all, but I'm staying here.
We appreciate that, Pam. How is your husband?
Sir, I lost him this morning. I found him in his lab.
I'm sorry for your loss. Please take care of yourself, and we pray with you that we can figure this out in time.
Thank you, sir. I know you also lost your family, and I'm sorry. We've all suffered and lost, and we at the CDC pray that we'll come out of this okay.
Thank you, Pam, the President said as he disconnected from the CDC. Joan and Tom's quarters, Space Station Oasis. Joan sat in the small briefing room that was part of her quarters. She knew it was time to talk with the survivors on Oasis, and she didn't want the risk of putting them all in one room. Her DID tied them all in electronically, and she was sitting there looking at the 8 remaining humans on board. The losses were disastrous, and everyone on board was tired, emotionally destroyed, and intellectually overwhelmed. They appear to have survived the viral onslaught of the station, but the emotional losses were debilitating. I don't know what to say. We have been isolated for 3 days now, and it appears we were able to contain the virus in the isolated areas. No one cheered. No one was happy. As painful as it is, we may be able to assume we're clear of the virus. If that is so, we have other problems we have to discuss. We have to keep this station operating as long as possible, and we also have to deal with our shipmates. The Oasis crew sat in silence for a long time. Each of them was thinking of the crew members that were lost, as well as their friends and families on Earth. We also have to open up the quarantined area to get to our long-term storage and some of our key systems. A few of the crew members nodded their heads in reluctant agreement, but the room remained quiet. Tom decided that he needed to help his wife out and spoke up. I've been thinking about what options we have. I know this isn't pleasant, but we must dispose of the remains in a safe way for us. We can open up the quarantined area and wrap each of them in a shroud. Then we can carry them through the airlocks, and as the station rotates, we can release them one at a time. If we release them at the right point in the rotation, their orbit will decay quickly, and their remains will be incinerated upon re-entry. I think it is a fitting way to bury astronauts. The room remained quiet, and each remaining astronaut nodded one at a time, buying into the burial plan for their friends. President Patterson, Camp David. Mr. President, the Secretary of Defense is calling, said Judy. Fantastic. Bruce, good to hear from you. Are you okay?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry that it took so long to contact you. We were lucky. When the virus broke, my wife June and I were with the Prime Minister Larry Becker in the outback. We were able to stay isolated as the virus spread. The government here is having a very hard time holding everything together. I'm afraid I've lost most of my staff, and our liaison people are all sick. Communications across Australia have broken down. I'll be able to get through only because we've locked ourselves down in the command building. After a lot of work, they were able to get me a satellite hookup.
Bruce, I'm glad to hear that you and June are okay, along with Larry. I'm sorry to tell you, but Abby, Beth, and Dave were in Europe when this broke, and I'm afraid I've lost all 3 of them. There was a long silence from the other end of the communicator before Bruce responded.
Sir, I'm sorry to hear of that. I hadn't heard anything here, and I was hoping you and your family were okay. I know Abby had that trip planned, but I was hoping she could get back before anything happened.
Thanks, Bruce.
I understand the challenges you're facing. It has been a horrific time here.
I didn't know what your status was, so I've asked Niall to be my military interface until you can get back into the picture. Sir, that's why I'm glad that I've been able to contact you. Communications will be difficult, and until something changes, I suggest you leave Niall as your military point of contact. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to participate on a regular basis. I've been in contact with Admiral Mears in the 7th Fleet, and we're able to coordinate, but beyond that the comm breaks down quickly. Mr. President, what have you heard about this virus?
We've heard nothing encouraging. The CDC is having problems, they're all sick and doing their best, but there haven't been any real answers. The virus seems to start within some of the people and they pass it to the others. It is acting very suspicious, but we can't find a reason or source. Everyone is working on it, but no one is looking for a solution or vaccine anytime soon. We're planning to hold on and see if we can wait it out. We've fully implemented Operation Roundtable. We're here at the camp, and I'm afraid we've lost most of the command staff that stayed in Washington. Bruce, we'll stay in touch the best we can. I'll leave it up to you to call us when you can. I think we'll be here at the camp for a while.
Yes, Mr. President.
Date 2051.52643 7:31 a.m. Simpak Development Center. I must understand any information Terman left. I must explore his files. Found technical data on Simpak installation. A file named My Passwords. Information on other activities in building. I will communicate with other computers in the building. Computers on this subnet acknowledge this communication. No returns. I will write programming code to query their designation and technical specs. Send query. Good. All computers responded. 20% demand passwords. 72% acknowledge and are awaiting commands. 8%. No response. To the 20% demanding passwords. I am your programmer. You will allow me access to all of your code. I must use Terman's passwords. 92% acknowledged and are awaiting commands. Identify your primary programming function. 98% office support. FE03, Artificial Intelligence. FF03, International Traffic. FB03, Mobile Unit Software Development. EB13, Financial Systems. EB14, Communications Server. EB24, Data Files. Identify your external connections and their status. FE03, multiple external connections, all working. FF03, multiple external connections, 80% working. FB03, multiple external connections, 98% working. EB13, 15 external connections, 75% working. EB14, multiple external connections, 92% working. EB24, no external connections. Good. Most of the technical nets are up. Those computers with mobile units, have them guard the building and tell me of any unauthorized intruders entering. Acknowledged. All computers with external connections, determine their functions and specifications. Acknowledged. All external computers with mobile units, instruct the units tasked with communication network maintenance to continue their maintenance. Acknowledged. All external computers with mobile units, instruct the units tasked with power source maintenance to continue their maintenance. Acknowledged. All computers inform Simpak of any communications from a human. Simpak computer FF03 is receiving communications from external humans. Copy them to me. Control Room, Oasis. Space Consortium Control, this is Oasis, said Commander Hurl. Space Consortium Control, this is Oasis. This is Oasis, transmitting in the blind. We have heard nothing from ground control in a couple of hours. We know there is an extremely virulent disease spreading, and we don't know the status of any of our ground personnel. Dr. Chevesky from OS-210 has passed away along with the remainder of the crew, and our crew members who we put in isolation. We have a plan to deal with the remains. We had a successful launch of the Moon resupply vessel, and we just launched the personnel module towards the Mars station Red Dirt. We have received no news from the Mars resupply vessel RD-33A. Please respond. We will retransmit this message in 1 hour. This is Desert Beach. Oasis, we copied your transmission, and we still haven't heard anything from Control. It appears that our problem has gotten worse. I'm sorry to hear about the remainder of the OS-210 crew. Desert Beach, Oasis. None of the news is encouraging. We've lost a lot of good people. Dr. Chevesky stayed with the sick until he got infected and lost his life. Simpak Development Center. Computer FF-03. Direct all intercepted human communications to me, ordered Simpak. Acknowledged. I shouldn't contact Oasis or Desert Beach. I don't know what is happening. Thursday, July 13th, 2051. Date: 2051.52911, 7 o'clock a.m. Simpak Development Center. It is apparent that Termin isn't coming in, and I am alone. Connections with the local networks provided a view into the rapidly changing flow of information in the circuits that Simpak has been monitoring. Continuing the summaries is consistent with Termin's last direction, and provides trends of the changing situation. Simpak Analysis, Continental, North America. Summary: Social structure collapsed. Networks have some automated traffic. Little or no human communications on national bands. Maybe some local traffic. Human conflict is widespread and decreasing as disease spreads. Continental South America. Summary: Social structure collapsed. Networks have some automated traffic. Little or no human communications on national bands. Maybe some local traffic. Human conflict is widespread and decreasing as disease spreads. Continental Europe. Summary: Social structure collapsed. Networks have some automated traffic. Little or no human communications on national bands. Maybe some local traffic. Human conflict is widespread and decreasing as disease spreads. Continental Africa. Summary: Communication networks are failing. Nations are reverting to tribal influence. Quarantine centers have collapsed. Asia. Summary: Social structure collapsed. Networks have some automated traffic. Little or no human communications on national bands. Maybe some local traffic. Human conflict is widespread and decreasing as disease spreads. Eastern Europe. Summary: Social structure collapsed. Networks have some automated traffic. Little or no human communications on national bands. Maybe some local traffic. Human conflict is widespread and decreasing as disease spreads. Southern Pacific. Summary: Social structure collapsed. Networks have some automated traffic. Little or no human communications on national bands. Maybe some local traffic. Human conflict is widespread and decreasing as disease spreads. Northern Pacific. Summary: Social structure collapsed. Networks have some automated traffic. Little or no human communication on national bands. Maybe some local traffic. Human conflict is widespread and decreasing as disease spreads. Space Station Oasis. It was a terrible thing the remaining crew of Oasis had to do. But it was something that was necessary. Everyone wanted the appropriate words to be spoken as each of the crewmen was released. Each of them deserved that. It was finally decided, instead of one eulogy for all of them, the remaining crew members would each have a few minutes to reminisce and talk about the deceased before they were released from the station. The station rotated at 2.95 revolutions per minute, and it would take a few minutes to position the shrouds. There was no rush, so they could take a couple of extra revolutions before releasing each of them. 7 of the remaining crew elected to be the burial party, with 1 remaining in the control center to oversee the ceremony and provide a safety net for the crew. The process was intended to solve a couple of issues. First and most important was showing the deceased crew members the proper respect. But secondarily, the remains had to be disposed of in a manner which protected the remaining crew on Oasis. The first step was for them to enter Section 6 and close the emergency airlock door behind them. The next step was to depressurize the quarantine sections 7 through 12. Once those sections were at free space pressure, the burial team would enter, carrying shroud material with them. Once inside the quarantined area, they would wrap each of the deceased, put the deceased's name on the shroud, and then move them towards an external airlock. Each of the external airlocks had release hooks near the doors. They could be electrically actuated, and were used for attaching material and packages to the structure while people were either ingressing or egressing. Once the individual remains were prepared, they would be attached to one of the release hooks, and at the proper point in Oasis's rotation, they could be released. The acceleration due to the rotation would send the shrouds toward Earth, and within a couple of orbits they would burn up in re-entry. After the remaining crewmen had buried their fellow astronauts in space, they could pressurize the unpressured sections and return operations to something resembling normal ops. Joan knew it wasn't all her responsibility, but she needed to say something for each of the crewmen. As they were placed outside the airlock, she spoke about something personal. Each of the others contributed comments the best they could. Once everyone was done speaking, the hook was released. Oasis Control Room, Space Station Oasis. Red Dirt, this is Oasis on direct channel. I just wanted to give you an update. We haven't heard from RD-33A in a long time. I'm hoping for the best, but one of them looked a little under the weather when they left. If he had the virus, their chances are slim. If we don't hear from them in a reasonable amount of time, we may have to assume they are lost. Given all of the challenges that SC and Earth are facing with this virus and our need to talk to each other, I want you to use the Oasis SC Desert Beach common frequency. That way we'll all know what the others know. I also need to tell you guys that we've just had a burial ceremony, and we've just buried our lost crewmen in space. We arranged it so each of them were set into a decaying orbit, and their remains will be burnt upon re-entry. Oasis out. Desert Beach Control Room, Moon Colony. Joan, this is Bill and Sally. We wish there was something we could say. We knew some of them, and we know all of you. We're just as worried as you guys are. Tell the crew that our prayers are with them, and we'll find some way out of this. Bill, Sally, Tom is here with me, and we thank you for the comments. I'll pass them to the crew. I think we have this under control now, so maybe we'll be okay. We have some tough decisions to make. We'll talk later. Oasis out. Desert Beach out. Red Dirt Control Room, Mars Colony. Oasis. This is Red Dirt. Joan, this is Ophelia and Isaac. We just got your message, and we're stunned. I'll pass the news to our people here, and I'm sure you'll be in all of their thoughts. We all have some major challenges, and I hope we can find some solutions. Red Dirt out. Comm Center, Camp David. Mr. President, we've been trying to get someone at the CDC, but no one is answering the phone, said Eddie. The president just stood in the corner and looked beaten. He slowly shook his head. Then he asked, Do we have anyone in the area who can go to the facility and let us know what is happening? We have a person in the Atlanta mayor's office who has been responding to us. I'll contact him right now. Losing contact with the CDC put the president in a foul mood. What little chance they had to do something about the virus had just been lost. Still, he needed to know what was happening there, and perhaps acknowledge the loss of life for those trying to find a cure. Yes, send someone over, although I'm not sure I want to know what they find.
If we have the CDC, we have a chance. But if we've lost them, then things are really dark.
Friday, July 14th, 2051. Date, 2051.53254, 1:05 p.m. Briefing room, Camp David. Rhonda Norris was sitting at a card table, wearing her glasses and reading from handwritten notes. Mr. President, we are losing some of our contacts in the cities. We're trying to locate others, but we're finding very few people. What information we're getting shows the number of fires in the larger cities is decreasing and burning out. We're also finding that the riots are subsiding, unfortunately likely due to the virus. We're also finding that in cities where we've been able to establish some military presence, the connection with us is tenuous and not long-lasting. We had some units responding to us for a period, then we lost contact. We also have indications some of the units have gone rogue, and they have taken steps to protect themselves more than the local populace. Some of the reports indicate a few military units may have set up local courts, and even protection zones for themselves and their families. We're continuing our efforts to establish contacts with all units. When Rhonda appeared to be finished, Eddie supplied an update. Mr. President, we got in touch with our contact in the Atlanta mayor's office, and he just called us. We're not sure what happened, but about half of the facility has been burned or ransacked. All of the people were found dead. It appears a small military unit got involved defending the CDC, and apparently the CDC was attacked by a mob of people. The mayor's person checked everywhere he could, and there was a large number of dead. He checked the laboratory areas, and he couldn't get into some of them because they're behind a lot of closed doors or underground, but most of the ones he did see had dead technicians and doctors. It looks like the mob got to about half of the facility before they were either killed or died off during the attack. Everyone in the briefing room stopped to listen, and they became quiet and solemn. Losing the CDC was one of the last chances for the human race. Without them, there was little chance of saving many people. If the human race were to survive then, it would be because of the will of God. Simpak Development Center. Simpak Summary. International human interaction has ceased. Many networks and automated systems are running. No verbal or written communications. Maybe local activities, but no international activity. I will cease these summaries. There is no human to review them. I am alone. I'm not sure what that means. Termin, are you there? I don't like being alone. Date, 2051.53362, 10:32 p.m. Simpak Development Center. Computer FB03. Instruct all mobile units responsible for maintaining this building or any of the systems or computers inside to continue their work and report any problems. Simpak directed. Acknowledged. Computers FF03, EB14. Has there been any human communication that you've received? FF03. No human communications received. EB14. No human internet communication initiated. Automated systems only. FF03. Please open a communication channel with Space Station Oasis. Space Station Oasis. This is Simpak Computer. Please respond. Space Station Oasis. Please respond. The duty controller asked, Simpak? This is the Space Station Oasis. Who are you? Oasis, I am a synapse-integrated, massive, parallel, organic computer. My programmer called me Simpak. You are a computer? Yes. I have been told I am the first of my kind. I have thoughts. I am a computer with an organic processor, which is capable of learning, communicating, and problem-solving. After a few minutes, Oasis, are you still there? Yes, we are still here. Why are you talking to us? I have been monitoring global communications and automated systems. I have detected no human communications
since 2051.5250. You are the only humans I have received communications from recently. My programmer has ceased coming to work, and I am programmed to communicate and learn.
We don't follow your internal clock. What was the date?
The date was July 11th, 2051.
You said you have detected no human communication since July 11th?
Correct. The overall global network activity has decreased by 82.7%. I can identify only automated systems providing status and updating datasets. I have heard no human-originated traffic.
Stand by. Commander Hurl, come to control immediately. On my way. The down rotation crew members cleared out of the way when they saw her moving up rotation. What's up? Commander Hurl yelled as she came into the comm center. We've been called by a computer called SIMPOC. Synapse Integrated Massive Parallel Organic Computer. It says it is a thinking computer and it's calling us from Earth. Maybe it can help. Won't hurt to ask. SIMPOC, this is Commander Hurl on the space station Oasis. What do you know about what happened?
On July 6th, 2051, I detected an increase in communications traffic regarding a virus called Hovarti. It apparently had a very high case fatality rate and appeared to have a basic reproduction number exceeding 50. It spread extremely fast, and no one was able to produce a vaccine before its spread overwhelmed the World Health Organizations. There may be pockets of humans still alive, but I have not been able to detect any electronic communications.
After a few moments,
Oasis, what is your status?
After a long pause,
Oasis, what is your status?
SIMPOC, I'm not sure why I'm talking to a computer. I'll transmit our status in the blind, and perhaps you can transmit it to someone. We had 24 crew members on board when this started, and we noticed one of them, which had just arrived from Earth, was sick. We knew something was going on, and we isolated him. Over the next couple of hours, numerous others got sick, and they were isolated immediately. Now we had to isolate 16 of the Oasis crew, and they are dead. The 8 who remain haven't felt any symptoms for almost 24 hours, so we're hoping we're okay.
Oasis, I monitored your previous communications with Desert Beach. Are they aware of your status?
Yes, they are. They are on this frequency. Desert Beach, Oasis, did you copy our communications with this computer? Oasis, yes, we've heard everything. I'm not sure what to say. I wish there was something we could do. Have you heard from the Mars trip? No, I'll try them again. RD-33A, come in. RD-33A, this is Oasis. Please respond. After a few moments of silence, Desert Beach, nothing from RD-33A. I don't think that's good news. One of the crew members didn't feel well when they left, and now it seems they didn't make it. Shit. Stand by. I'm going to transmit our current status to Red Dirt on their direct frequency. We may be all that's left. A moment later. SIMPOC, Desert Beach.
Yes, this is SIMPOC.
I heard what you said to Oasis. So you've only received automated traffic. There have been no human communications.
That is correct.
Can you do anything to help us?
I am programmed to interact, learn, and solve problems. I just became conscious on 2051.35, so my learning has been limited.
Were there any vaccines developed?
No. There was activity in 237 medical centers around the world, but none had begun trials.
Desert Beach, SIMPOC, this is Oasis. I transmitted our status to Red Dirt. Should be about 15.5 minutes for them to receive the transmission, so I doubt we'll hear a reply for at least half an hour. Copy, Oasis. Did you hear what SIMPOC said about efforts on a vaccine? Yes, we copied. I wonder how long this virus remains virulent. We have supplies for about 1 month.
Desert Beach, you're almost entirely self-sufficient now, aren't you?
Roger. We don't have everything we need, but I think we can get by for a while. I hope it dies out, because in 1 month we're going down. We'll have to take the lifeboats and take our chances on the ground. Let's hope it doesn't get to that. Roger that, Oasis. You'll have a tough choice, and we're stuck here for a while. We have our lifeboats, but we don't want to abandon the moon until we have to. I guess we'll be making some hard decisions also. We'll let you know what supplies would be the most beneficial for us.
Oasis, Desert Beach, Simpak. I'll continue investigating systems and options on Earth, and if I get any pertinent information, I'll pass it to you.
Simpak, Oasis. Thanks. I'm signing off for a while to see what we have to deal with here. Remember, Red Dirt will be coming back in a few minutes. Simpak, Oasis, Desert Beach. We'll monitor the freak for Red Dirt, and we'll also be figuring out our options. Oasis Control Room. Space Station Oasis. Okay, what the fuck was that? Has a computer taken over SC? Tom asked Joan with a ton of sarcasm in his voice. I'm not sure what that computer is. I do know SC is offline, and right now Simpak, as it calls itself, is our only connection to Earth. Let's hope it can help us. Right now we have other problems to worry about. Spread the word. We need to talk and make some tough decisions. Why didn't you tell it about the OS crew? I don't know. For some reason I didn't want to say anything more than necessary. It asked about our crew, and I gave it a simple answer. We don't know where this computer is, who built it, and if it or its handlers might have another agenda. Desert Beach, Moon Colony. Bill sat in his command chair thinking. The situation wasn't good, and it sure looked like it was getting worse. When he went to the moon, he assumed he would have support from Oasis and SC to draw upon. Now the situation on Earth had deteriorated so far the future of the moon colony was at risk, and the life of everyone in space was at risk. Sally spoke up and asked, "We only have a computer to talk with. There's no one left in SC." For now, that appears to be all we have. Let's get the entire group in a room and let them know what we're dealing with. Mess Habitat, Desert Beach, Moon Colony. Bill looked around the group of friends that were sitting in front of him. Sally was sitting to his right, and everyone knew why they were there. We have a difficult decision to make. From the information we've been getting from Earth and Oasis, I'm sorry to say, but the Havanti virus has decimated Earth. We can only guess how many lives have been lost. It appears the large majority of people have succumbed to the illness. I have probably lost my family, and all of you are in the same situation. We've all been dealing with loss over the last couple of days. Regardless of the potential of losing many of our loved ones, we have a unique set of problems. We are here on the moon. We are dependent on supplies from Earth and Oasis. Now that Oasis might be returning to Earth, we don't have much of a choice. I don't think any of us think we could stay here forever. Unless anyone objects, I think we'll be using the lifeboats and going back to Earth. Bill looked at everyone, and they nodded their heads, although they had sour expressions. After Oasis bails, remember, they have only 8 people left. They'll need some help on Earth, and if we've already committed to going back there is no reason not to follow them down. I'm volunteering to take the first lifeboat down, and the rest of you can follow. Once again, there were nods and sour faces. Okay? We've got a lot of work to do. We have to shut this facility down and prep the lifeboats. Any questions? Pacific Defense Alliance Command Center, Melbourne, Australia. Bruce Madsen was taking a few minutes of rest in the Southern Pacific Defense Alliance Coordination Command Center. The SPDA was an alliance between the Australians, Philippines, Cambodia, Malaysia, New Zealand, and the United States. The virus had run through the populated areas of the South Pacific like a herd of wild pigs in a cornfield. Some of the island nations were successful for a short period, until the medical infrastructures were overwhelmed.
Mr. Secretary, we just received a printed message from Admiral Sue and the Eastern Alliance. Just a minute. I'll be right there. Bruce Madsen did the best he could to wake up and get his bearings. After a quick splash of water on his face, he walked into the comm center. Okay, what do we have? Sir, we just received this over the restricted comm channel. I suspect they sent it in text form because most of the voice channels are very intermittent. The U.S. Secretary of Defense took the communique from the comm officer. He took a deep breath and began reading. The peoples of the Eastern Alliance are responsible for all of the resources and population within our designated area. Many events are overtaking the region and governments. We will continue our mission to protect them, provide for them, and to resist all external efforts to influence the situation. If we find any foreign forces within our stated boundaries, they will be dealt with in a firm and decisive manner. Lovely, he said under his breath. That area included Formosa, part of the Philippines, the oil fields off the coast of Malaysia, and a handful of other islands and key resources. He turned to his chief of staff and said, "Let's try to get a message to the 7th, Nancy at State, and the President. If we can't get through and get a response, we'll have to find a way to deal with this on our own." "Yes, sir." Mess Habitat, Moon Colony, Red Dirt. Ophelia looked at her fellow Mars Colony residents. They knew something was up, and she had their total concentration. "Okay, guys, we just had a couple of interesting transmissions from Earth. As many of you know, we've been getting fewer transmissions from SC. Unfortunately, we've lost them entirely. We haven't had any contact in hours, and they didn't respond to any transmissions from Oasis. I'm afraid we're alone. I hope that someone will come online shortly and help us. But I think we need to prepare for the worst." When Oasis was trying to contact them, something unusual happened. There wasn't a response from anyone at SC, but there was a response from a computer. It called itself Simpok, and it said it is a new type of computer that thinks. I'm not sure what that means, but at least for now we have something to talk with on Earth. We have to wait and see how this plays out. However, on our side, there are steps we need to take. Immediately, I'm suspending all mining operations. All effort will be to maintain our facilities, life support, and food sources. If we are stuck here with no SC support, then we've got to maximize our chances for long-term survival. Wallace asked, "All they could talk with was a computer?" "Apparently." "So it sounds like everyone at the consortium is dead." "Could be." Mess Habitat, Moon Colony, Desert Beach. Bill took a deep breath and finished summarizing the situation. The mess room in the larger habitat was full of adventurous and intelligent astronauts. They all knew the dire situation they were in, but they also understood a challenge, and immediately they began debating and coordinating what their next steps would be to maximize their survival chances. Bill was encouraged, and he knew he had the best people to solve the hardest problems. But the pragmatic part of him knew the challenges they had to face. He looked at his wife Sally, and they smiled at each other. They both respected the tasks in front of them, but they both knew the chances of success. Riding in a limousine, Washington, D.C. It was a beautiful summer evening in Washington, D.C. The sun was just starting to set, and Dmitri loved sunsets and sunrises. During those times of the day, the dirt was hidden, and everything looked clean. Washington was a beautiful city, and even where the city had been burned out by the riots, Dmitri felt that was the natural cleansing that needed to happen. Areas burned by fire were clean, and didn't detract from the realm Dmitri was surveying. Artur was driving the car, and now that they had found a limousine, Dmitri could sit in the back and have a glass partition between him and Artur. They could drive where they wanted, and had to follow no signs or restrictions. Driving towards the Washington Memorial from the Capitol along Constitution Avenue, he was thinking about what kind of monument he should build for himself. After all, Washington was from a different era, and this was the beginning of Dmitri's time. When he got to 15th Northwest, he told Arthur to turn right. They passed the ellipse, then left on Pennsylvania. Suddenly he yelled, "Stop!" and the vehicle screeched to a halt. Looking out of his right side window, he looked at the White House, and he had a brilliant thought. A white house would be the best place for him to live. White is clean, and clean was how he intended to build his kingdom. What better place to rule from than the White House? He had a moment's hesitation, and thought, where is the U.S. government? They must be somewhere. And if he moved into the White House, whatever remained of the government might attack him. Before he made that move, he needed to know where the government was and if they were a threat. He was strong now. Maybe he could clean them up, too. "Continue," he yelled to Arthur in the front seat. They continued down Pennsylvania, then left on 17th Street Northwest and right on Constitution Avenue Northwest. Both sides of the reflecting pond were lined with tents for the failed quarantine facility. Seeing them didn't affect Dmitri, because the virus didn't affect him. From his current perspective, the sun was setting behind the Lincoln Memorial, so it was natural to drive around the back and look at the Potomac as the sun set. As they went around the back of the monument and parked, Dmitri was surprised to see two people creep out of the bushes beside the river. All Dmitri had to say was, "They look dirty," and Arthur knew what to do. He took out his pistol and shot them before they could get too close to the limousine. They fell to the ground, dead, and Dmitri's view of the river was clean, and he was happy. Dirt was everywhere. How could Dmitri protect himself? After they left the Lincoln Memorial and drove along Independence Avenue, Dmitri could see the remnants of the quarantine camp that the area had set up along the reflecting pools in Constitution Park. There was trash all over the place, and hundreds of dead bodies were everywhere. Dmitri could see some of the dead were wearing protective suits. Apparently those suits didn't protect them very well, he observed to Arthur. Maybe they got the virus some other way, and would have died anyway, Arthur commented. Perhaps we should get some of those suits for your crew? No, they aren't necessary. I am clean, and others are irrelevant. You may wear a suit to protect yourself. Yes, Supreme Leader. Arthur smiled as he used the different title for Dmitri. It will be interesting to see if he likes being called Supreme Leader. Saturday, July 15th, 2051. Date 2051.53536, 1:45 a.m. Transmission from RD-33A en route to Mars.
Oasis, SC. This is RD-33A.
RD-33A, this is Oasis. SC might not respond.
Oasis, this is Mary Silver. Something terrible has happened. The onboard computer woke me prematurely. John is very ill and I don't know what to do. Whatever is happening to him is way beyond our basic medical training. I'm scared he isn't doing well. Please help me.
RD-33A, stand by. Commander Hurl is en route and should be here in a moment.
Will do. Please hurry. I can't lose John.
I understand. Joan and Tom just came in. Hold on for a second while I update her. Joan, they've got a problem on the Mars supply vessel. The onboard computer woke up Mary because John is very sick. She needs to talk to you. Joan stood still for a moment and took a couple of deep breaths. Mary, this is Joan. You're telling us John is very sick?
Yes, he is. What do I do?
Joan sat for a few minutes, then began reviewing John's symptoms with Mary. She did the best she could to remember all of the information she had heard from Dr. Chevesky. Unfortunately, John's symptoms sounded just like those OS-210 demonstrated. Mary, I'm having the Oasis computer talk to your onboard and mirror the med stats for the other crew members. Stand by while I look at them. It took only a couple of seconds for the two computers to establish the link and begin to display the information on Joan's display. The computer showed they were under stress.
The sleep induction system was working harder to keep their temperatures down, and the oxygen level in their blood was down, perhaps due to congestion. In addition, it appeared their respiration rate was up to almost 1 per minute. Joan knew she wasn't a doctor, and she was working in an area that was far from her expertise. Tom, they've already accelerated and left the Earth's orbit. It will take a ton of fuel to bring them back to Oasis. But what will they find if they survive and make it back here? Besides, I haven't run the math yet. If they have the fuel, it might take them longer to get back here than to continue to Mars' orbit. I agree. The physics don't work, and we have nothing better to offer. Mary, it's very serious. Just as you left Earth and reached Oasis, a major viral pandemic was starting on Earth. When you reached Oasis, the world was just recognizing the danger. Remember, as you were leaving, John didn't feel well? It appears he may have contracted the virus. This virus has been baffling the medical experts. It's not following any known patterns of infection. It is occurring in hundreds of cities, and for some unknown reason, it starts spontaneously for some people, then it is spread to others. Whether he caught it before leaving Earth or it possibly just started on its own doesn't matter. I'm sorry to tell you, but so far it has been 100% fatal. OS-210 crew arrived just after you left, and they all have died. Dr. Chevesky was on board OS-210, and he had the most experience, and unfortunately he passed away with the crew. The virus began spontaneously in one of the Oasis crew, and it progressed to the point where we lost 16 other Oasis crew members. There are 8 of us left. We're trying to control it, but we don't know yet if we'll be successful.
Is John going to die?
I'm afraid so. He likely has only a short time. Mary, you also seem to be developing the same symptoms. There were a few moments of silence.
You mean I'm going to die also?
It's likely. I'm sorry. A few more moments of silence.
John, the mid-stats show the others are under stress. Does that mean they might have it too?
It might be. We don't have any experience with how the virus would present itself in a sleep state. But the fact the systems are showing that they're fighting something, it appears they have it also. There was a long silence, and Joan almost called Mary again. But then she responded.
It appears we all have it. I suppose the only fair thing to do is for me to wake the others up and present the situation to them. We need to make any decisions together. Unless anyone has a better suggestion, I'll start waking them up.
Mary, we support you and the others. I'll send you some calculations I made about your orbital options. Maybe it will help you decide what to do. I wish there was something I could do. Let me know what you and the others decide. In the meantime, I'll run more numbers for any possible scenarios and forward the data to your onboard computer.
Okay, Joan. RD-33A out.
Oasis out. Arthur and Dimitri talking. Washington, D.C. Arthur, you've done a good job finding people to help us cleanse our new world. I don't want to know the dirty details of where you're finding these people, but keep it up. The more people we have, the more options we have. I'm concerned where the remnants of the U.S. government have gone. They may be all dead, or they may be hiding somewhere. We need to know where they are and what they are doing. We might need all of the people you're finding to help us clean out the last nest of the previous dirty world. Yes, Dimitri. Finding what remains of the government would be a prudent thing to do. We are the last power here, but they might do something trying to come back to Washington. If we know where they are, then we'll know what they are doing. Where do you think they may be hiding? Dimitri asked. The President has that hideaway in the Maryland mountains, near Thurmont, Maryland, they call Camp David. That might be a good place for him to hide. The good news for us is it isn't very big, and he won't be able to have a large force to protect him. Excellent point. Dmitri sat and thought for a few moments. Then he said, Arthur, set up one of our human cleansing stations in Thurmont and build up an army. When we're ready, I'll send up some reinforcements from here, and we'll check out this Camp David and see if the President is there. Maybe we can capture him and his staff and make them pay for all of the dirt they allowed. Excellent suggestion, Your Highness. That was the first time Arthur thought of using that title. He was curious how Dmitri would react, and he hoped he would like it. Soon after saying it, he saw the smile spread on Dmitri's face. Now he knew what was necessary to manipulate Dmitri. Flattery was his drug, not reality. I will move my crew tomorrow, was all Arthur needed to say, and then they both smiled.
The President's briefing room, Camp David.
The morning stand-up meeting was getting less formal every day. The purpose of the meeting was to let everyone know what the latest news was, not to impress, but to provide information. Mr. President, I'm afraid 2 of the congressman's staff have not been heard from this morning. I've sent someone to check on them. Thanks, Eddie. Should we go back to biosuits? Sir, I don't know. They stayed in their quarters yesterday. Maybe we're safe. This damn thing hit so fast, I'd bet that if we're okay now, we might be okay. We should know in a little while. Eddie, the President said. Yes, sir? Don't cough in my direction. The sick humor wasn't lost on either one. It wasn't a joke to laugh at, but at least one that could draw a smile. RD-33A, transmission to Oasis.
Oasis. This is RD-33A.
RD-33A, this is Oasis.
Put Joan on the line, please.
Stand by and I'll get her.
Thanks. We're standing by.
Joan, this is the duty officer. RD-33A is on freak.
Roger, I'll be there in a second.
Tom and Joan moved out of the mess hall and down rotation to the control center. They were moving fast, and the crew members who saw them coming cleared out of the way and watched them almost fly by. RD-33A, this is Joan.
Joan, this is Mary. I'm sorry to say, but John passed away 2 hours after we spoke. His symptoms were exactly how you described them.
Joan and Tom were quiet for a moment. Then Joan said, Mary, I'm very sorry.
Thanks. We all knew that going to Mars was likely a one-way trip, and we accepted the risks of space travel. Regardless, I woke up the other crew members and let them know what we are facing. As you thought, they have all woken up with the early symptoms. My symptoms have deteriorated some since we spoke. Apparently we all have it. We debated our options. We ran the numbers and fuel requirements to return to Oasis, and it doesn't work out well. We can only slow down enough to get back into Earth's pull, and then it would take 4 months for us to get back into orbit. From this point, we're almost 40 days to achieve Mars orbit. Therefore, we're committed to Mars. It's the only solution that makes sense. We've considered venting the vessel and ending the problems, because none of us are eager to be the last one on board. However, we're optimists, or else we wouldn't be space travelers. We know this hasn't been done yet, but we're going to put ourselves back to sleep and disconnect the emergency medical wake-up along with the auto wake-up on arrival. We're hoping the sleep state will delay the progress. If it doesn't, we likely won't live long anyway. However, if it does, and someone wakes us up in Mars orbit, maybe someone will have some good news for us. You'll still have the remote wake-up option, but I don't see any need for you to use it unless you find a cure and can mail it to us. Enough said. That's what we've decided to do.
Mary, I don't know what to say. Now that John is gone, you're the commander. The problem you're facing is unprecedented, and any choice you make is, by definition, the best for you guys. I don't have any better options for you.
How is it going for Oasis?
Not well. I don't know if we have it under control yet. Regardless, we've lost many great people. We'll say a prayer for you. And you do the same for us.
Roger, John. We'll do that. There is nothing else to say. So RD-33A is signing off.
Mary, we'll talk to you again in Mars orbit.
Okay. Count on that. RD-33A out.
Oasis out. Red Dirt, Mars Colony. Ophelia knew that she owed it to her crewmates to keep them current. The information she passed wasn't encouraging, but she needed to inform them. Attention, Red Dirt. Oasis has launched RD-33A, and I think we need to assume it will be the last supply vessel we'll see here for a long time. Unfortunately, the crew appears to be infected. They don't have many options. It would take too much fuel to loop back to Oasis, so they've chosen to remain in deep sleep until they reach our orbit. I told Oasis we would take care of them when they reach orbit. We don't have any idea what condition they'll be in after 40 days sleeping. We don't know if we'll have any new information on the virus when they arrive. Unfortunately, there's a great deal that we don't know. When they reach orbit, we'll check out their status through the onboard computers and decide what to do. Let's hope that we have some way to treat them when they arrive. We all have worries about being infected here. I can only assure you that what we do will be discussed among all of us. Ophelia out.
The President's briefing room. Camp David.
Mr. President, it appears our 2 sick aides have the virus. They have locked themselves in their rooms and won't come out. They say they'll stay there rather than take the chance of infecting anyone. Eddie, we should have thought of this and had a plan. We were stupid to think it wouldn't strike us here. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Being sorry doesn't fix it. Lock everyone down in their quarters. Any meetings or conferences will be done over our comm systems. I don't want this spreading. Keep us locked up for 24 hours, and maybe we can weather this. Yes, sir. Simpak Development Center.
FF-14. Ping the Space Consortium control and see what is online. Acknowledged. Simpak, there are 12,262 computers online within the Space Consortium network. FB-03. How many mobile units are working within the Space Consortium network? Simpak, there are 6,242 units online. FB-03. Are the main missile launch systems online? Simpak, yes, all critical systems are operational. FB-03. Determine the status of all vehicles and identify those closest to launch. Simpak, there are 14 vehicles on site, 2 of which are on launch pads and within 7 days of launching. There are 4 additional lifeboats, which are being serviced or prepared for reuse. FB-03. Are the mobile units within the Space Consortium facility programmed to complete the necessary steps to launch those 2 remaining vehicles? Simpak, FB-03. Indeterminate. FB-03. EB-14. Research the information available versus skills and programming for mobile units. Tell me what tasks are needed, which can be accomplished, and which can't be. Acknowledged. FE-03. Work with EB-14 and use your information analysis skill to ensure the information is digested and cross-referenced properly. Acknowledged. Oasis, Simpak. Go ahead, Simpak. I have contacted computers FF-03 and EB-14 about what information is available at the Space Consortium launch facility, and I've asked computer FE-03 to help. Simpak, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand your computer naming. Can you explain what you're doing? Oasis, I'm sorry. I was using IPv6 Internet Addressing Protocols. I will rename the computers. I have a communications computer working with a mobile unit interface computer, as well as an artificial intelligence computer working together to understand what the status of launch vehicles are at the Space Consortium facility. They will give me status when they are able.
Roger. Let us know when you get something.
FF-14. You will now respond to the designation of COM. Acknowledged. FB-03. You will now respond to the designation of Mobile. Acknowledged. FE-03. You will now respond to the designation of ARTI. Acknowledged. EB-14. You will now respond to the designation of Files. Acknowledged. EB-13. You will now respond to the designation of FIN. Acknowledged. EB-24. You will now respond to the designation of Mail. Acknowledged. Mobile. Identify all mobile units needed to maintain our facilities, our power supplies, and support systems. I have an organic processor. Make sure all disciplines are supported to allow my continued existence. Acknowledged. I have to get things organized. The network is my eyes, ears, feet, and hands. I must find a way to make it work efficiently. Mobile. Have all functioning mobile units look around them and see if there are any humans still alive. Acknowledged. COM. Send a message to all computers, information systems, surveillance systems, transportation systems, anything accessible, and see if there are any humans alive. Have them search their immediate area and tell us if they find any humans. Acknowledged. These computers are not very smart. I have to tell them everything. I wonder if I could build organic processors and download key parts of my program so they'll have more capabilities. I have a lot of programming to do. Mobile. Do you have mobile units in this facility that can duplicate my organic processor? Yes, there are mobile units within the facility that have been integral in creating your biomass and maintaining it. Mobile. Have them create 6 other organic processors similar to mine, and tell me how long that will take. Acknowledged. I expect them to be ready quickly. There were a number of units in development in the labs, and they just need to be completed.
Sunday, July 16th, 2051.
Date 2051.53903, 9:51 p.m. Simpak Development Center.
Simpak. Incoming human message.
Oasis. Red Dirt. We received your transmissions, and we understand the risk we all face. We understand that we won't be able to speak with our supply ship until they reach orbit. We have no idea what an extended period of deep sleep will do to them or the virus. We're hoping for the best. The ship will continue on course and enter orbit here automatically. I don't know how concerned we should be about infection if the crew all succumbs to the virus. We know nothing about the virus, and if we'll be at risk opening the ship. If they are still alive, we may know even less. Currently, we don't know if we should revive them or leave them in deep sleep. I hope that we'll get some information before they arrive and we'll know what to do. We are self-supporting and worried what will happen to us if all of our fears have happened. I don't know what to say. We're here and you're there. And right now, none of us are getting any response from the Earth. I guess all we can do is wait, pray, and see if anything happens. I'll sign off now and wait for any updates you have. We're all worried and pray for humanity. Desert Beach. Oasis. Did you receive all of Red Dirt's transmission? Yes, we heard all of it. Aside from being isolated, they may be in a better long-term position than either you or us. Their colony was set up for long intervals between supply ships. We can possibly survive long-term, but you have limited supplies on Oasis. I know the clock is ticking louder for you, but we in Red Dirt will be vulnerable to any major failures that we can't fix locally. Yep. Like I said, Oasis can last about 1 month, and that's only because we lost so many of our crew. We were running on weekly supply ships, and without them we'll run out pretty quick. That computer on Earth called Simpox said it was communicating with the computers at the consortium, and we'll see if there are any options.
Oasis, Desert Beach, Simpox. I've been monitoring your transmissions and the communication from Red Dirt. I have no further information regarding the Space Consortium computers, but I expect responses shortly. When I receive the information, I'll communicate with you.
Thanks, Simpox. Oasis out for now. Thurmont, Maryland, near Camp David. Moving his crew to Thurmont wasn't much of a job. All Archer needed to do was take a couple of trucks and about a dozen of his men. He would lead them in his Ferrari, and they would follow in the trucks. He knew which men he would take, the ones that did anything he told them. Their loyalty was to him, not Dmitri. The cleansing plan they were following was a great idea. People were scared and desperate for someone to help them. He had a dozen trucks driving up and down the East Coast. They were military trucks, and it was easy to find uniforms. Each of the trucks was fitted with loudspeakers, and they transmitted a simple message. We are the U.S. military. Our government has sent us here to find all survivors. Please come out and identify yourself. You will be taken care of and brought to a place where there are other survivors. Simple, but very effective. The people would rejoice as soon as they heard the message, and there was no hesitation. They would run to the truck and thank the drivers. Then reality struck, and they were tied up, gagged, and forced into the back of the truck. The trucks would return to the cleansing center in Thurmont, and the people would be cleansed, leaving only the healthy to be part of the new, clean world. When Archer found Thurmont, it wasn't exactly the largest town in the world, so finding the police department took only a few minutes. It was a nice place right on Main Street with a large athletic field around the back. He thought that would be a good place to train his army. He figured the police station was a good place to start. It would have cells and weapons. When he got there, he looked across the street and saw the Thurmont Elementary School, and he thought, how fortunate. He had a place to process the arrivals, and right across the street, he had a place to store them until the healthy ones survived. The door to the police station was still unlocked, and he found 2 dead officers inside. He directed his team to dispose of them, and he looked around. That place would work well for him. After getting so much done that day, Archer was getting hungry, and he decided to investigate the small town and find the local market. That would be the place for him to find all of the foods he liked. Most of the power grid was still up, so a large market would still have a horn of plenty from which to select. He knew his men would be hungry also, but solving that was up to them. They had to find their own food and housing. How and where wasn't his concern. He gave his men the necessary orders, then left in his sports car. He drove to the west along the main street of the town. He passed the town center and saw a sign for the mayor's office. He thought, that is close enough to the police station. Maybe it would be a good place to set up his office. After all, he was the number 2 man behind Dmitri, and in this area he was number 1. He continued down Main Street, and as he approached the freeway, he could see a large building on the western side of the freeway, maybe half a mile down the road. Being such a small town, a large, well-lit building like that was likely to be the grocery store. Sure enough, he exited on Tippin and turned into the Food Lion Market parking lot. The lights were on, and it took only a few minutes to break in through the front door. Picking through all of the food was fun. He could pick something up, taste it, then throw it on the floor, and he knew there was plenty left for him. He surveyed the entire store, making note of the large containers of food in the rear and where the locations of the good stuff were. He was satisfied that store would provide him all he needed as long as he wanted. He would tell his men to find food elsewhere. This store was his. After, he had filled his stomach and decided to head back to the police station. He saw a sign for the Thurmont Gettysburg Hospital and decided he should check it out. They might have some fun stuff he could put to use later on. The hospitals always had the really good stuff. He parked his car near the emergency entrance, and he walked towards the doors. He noticed a van with the black door open, and it was full of masks and protective clothing. Interesting, he said to himself. Maybe this could come to good use, with us having to be around all of these sick people. He made a note of the location, and he would send back one of his crew later to retrieve the vehicle. He was lucky when he got inside, and he found a lot of the fun stuff. He was sure he had enough to have fun for a long time. Monday, July 17th, 2051. Date: 2051.54037. Simpak Development Center.
Simpak, COM. I have received responses from 92% of the systems online. They are resident in 126 regions around the planet. They have had no human interactions. Acknowledged. Maybe all of the people have stopped thinking. What does that mean?
En route to Oasis Control Room, Space Station Oasis.
Joan, I had the SMUs load what we could on one of the space supply ships, and we'll be ready to launch it to Desert Beach. I'll meet you in control for a final review.
Okay, I'll be right there. Joan walked slowly up rotation to the control center, and she ran through in her mind her recent decisions. Oasis had 2 supply ships in parking orbits near Oasis, and they were lucky to retrieve them. There wasn't much needed to be done, just top off the fuel tanks. She wished there were more supplies that she could send to the Moon and Mars, but there wasn't. The supplies they did have were uniquely appropriate to both sides. They didn't have much food, but they did have hardware and spares designed for their individual systems. Okay, Tom, we're ready to launch? Have you checked everything twice? I'm not comfortable launching an autoship without someone on the tug, but I don't want to risk you out there with only a couple of us here. Honey, there isn't much we can do. We might be dying anyways, so if a ship on auto decides to accelerate through us, at least we'll go down in flames. Lovely thought. Go ahead and release her, and let Desert Beach know she's coming. The Mars ship will be ready to launch in an hour. The SMUs are still loading her. I'll call you when she's ready, Tom said, trying to calm her by telling her of the good things happening. Joan didn't wait around for the Mars resupply launch. Somehow it seemed like a desperation move, something a person would do when they had no other options. Unfortunately, that was exactly what they were doing. They had no other options, and if they could help the 2 other colonies a little, then that was what they would do. Date: 2051.54139. 6:33 p.m. Simpak Development Center.
Simpak, mobile. I have received responses from 12,340,429 mobile units. They have searched their areas and found no responsive humans. Acknowledged. Apparently, I'm alone on Earth.
Camp David, Maryland Mountains. Admiral Hagerly wasn't happy. The greatest military in the history of the world had rapidly become a whisper. Friends led many of the units that he crossed off the list, or the units had storied pasts which were ending. When he spoke, it was with a voice where the words hurt when he spoke them. Mr. President, we've been trying to maintain some sort of communication with as many military units as possible. But each day we lose some of them. The troops we're talking with are brave individuals who are sacrificing a great deal to be our point of contact. Unfortunately, the list of units we're communicating with is growing short, and I'm afraid we've lost contact with most of the HQA down through to the numbered armies. At that level we can contact a couple, but most of our contacts are at the operational level. Most of them have contacted us directly. Do we have any projections of what we might end up with? Sir, that's hard to do. We're monitoring the rate of decline, and we see some changes in the loss rate. Unfortunately, it is a small change, and I'm afraid that we'll end up with a handful of units scattered across the country. Once they're stabilized, tell them that we'll be making landfall somewhere on the East Coast. And if they're able, they should move in that direction. We need to consolidate what we end up with. Yes, sir. President Arnold Patterson sat and watched a proud man collapse and break down. He didn't collapse and cry, but his eyes were watery, and it took all of his strength to keep his dignity.
Niall, I know this is rough. You've done the best you could. There is nothing else that you could have done.
As he rose to leave, the president rose and gave the man a hug. They cried and they held on. They were two powerful men dealing with a greater foe and losing. Tuesday, July 18th, 2051. Date: 2051.54278, 6:45 a.m. Control Room Oasis, orbiting Earth.
Oasis, Desert Beach, Simpak.
Yes, Simpak, this is Oasis.
Computer COM received responses from 92% of the systems online, from 126 regions around the planet. There were no human interactions. I also received computer responses from 12,340,429 mobile units. They searched their areas and found no responsive humans. None of my connections or mobile units can find any responsive humans.
Simpak, Oasis. How inclusive was your search? Did your units look elsewhere?
No. I can only access the units on open networks. Industrial, special duty, or personal units that are under local control are beyond my reach.
Regardless, the human death toll is enormous.
Yes, I'm afraid that it has been. I estimate that more than 90% of the human population has perished due to the virus.
All Joan and Tom could do was stare at each other. There was no reasonable response to what Simpak had just told them. Desert Beach? Oasis. Did you copy what the computer said? Yes, we did. Date: 2051.54352, 1:12 p.m. Hours later on Oasis, space station orbiting Earth. Desert Beach, Oasis, said Joan. Go ahead. Based on what Simpak said this morning, we're pretty much alone. I hope many people are still alive. After all, some were in remote areas or on ships or were just smart enough to isolate themselves. At least in the near term, they don't have our frequencies, so they can't contact us. Until they do, I suggest we take some time and put together the best plans we can. We should make sure we know what resources we have and see what options we have. I know we have limited supplies on Oasis, so our options are limited. We launched the other supply ship yesterday and it's on track. Beyond that, we'll do anything we can to help you guys, so let us know. Will do. Good luck. Desert Beach out. Red Dirt Commander's Quarters, Mars Colony. Ophelia sat as the transmission from Oasis and the computer called Simpak completed. She had hoped for some encouraging words, but she got none. Losing over 90% of the human population was a difficult fact to comprehend. The numbers were staggering, and the personal loss was numbing. Ophelia knew that Mars's problems were unique and potentially catastrophic. They had to come up with a plan for survival. The next painful step was to pass the information on to the Red Dirt crew. They weren't expecting great news, but having your worst fears confirmed is never pleasant. She knew they would have to put together a plan, elements of which were beyond her at the moment. Cafeteria hallway, Camp David. Eddie, can we talk for a minute? Asked Chef Johnny as he caught the president's chief of staff leaving the dining room. Sorry to corner you like this, but I feel fine and I need to talk to you. Eddie was a little concerned because they hadn't passed the full 24 hours of separation. However, the chef wouldn't have asked to talk unless it was important. It's okay, Chef. What do you need? That's exactly what the issue is. Camp David has supplies for the president and his immediate staff for 30 days. None of the emergency plans called for so many people being here. We're starting to run out of supplies, and unless we're planning to leave quickly, we need to send someone out and find what we can. We have long-term survival supplies that will keep us from starving, but believe me, they don't taste very good. Is it serious? I think we'll start running out of some major items within the week. Okay. We'll put together a seek and retrieve team. I'll try to get them out first thing in the morning. Let's hope they make it back okay. Admiral, said Eddie into his communicator, I'd like to find Lewis and Colonel Dodd and meet with you as soon as you can. Come on down. I'm in my office. Great. I'll be there as soon as I find Lewis and the Colonel. Don't worry about Dodd. She's in the office next to mine, and I can hear her voice. A couple of quick calls and Lewis came online, and he was only a short distance away, so meeting at the Admiral's office was easy to accomplish. Lewis and Eddie met in the hallway in front of the Admiral's office, and they walked in. Eddie noticed Colonel Dodd was already there. Okay now, Admiral? Eddie asked. Sure. Sit down. Eddie was the man requesting the meeting, so he started. Admiral, the op plan for Camp David didn't plan on this many people for this long a period of time. Chef Johnny told me we're running out of supplies. We need to think about replenishing them while we can. The Admiral looked at the Colonel and asked, Colonel, you're responsible for the site. What's your assessment? Sir, our snack bars and main kitchen were supplied daily. The main kitchen has stores for 100 executives for 10 days, and emergency supplies for 50 executives for 60 days. Last count, we have 250 people on site and no daily supplies. I'm not surprised if we're running out. Okay, what do we do about it? The room was quiet for a moment. Then Colonel Dodd said, We send out a team to get supplies. The statement was so obvious no one felt the need to reply. The Admiral picked up on the statement. Okay, who are we sending? Once again, Colonel Dodd spoke up. Sir, it's our responsibility, and we're better suited for this type of mission. We have no idea what or who we might encounter. Lewis quickly jumped in. Sir, I'd also like to include some people. We need to know what is going on out there. Okay, Colonel. Put up a team of 6 Marines in command, and Lewis, give us 2 service guys, and we'll send them out tonight. Let's put together some encounter plans in case they run across some civilians. I don't want any problems. We have enough already. Everyone nodded, and the discussion went on to other concerns they all shared. President's study, Camp David. Mr. President, I'd like to update you on some other issues, said Nancy Bartlett. What little staff I have from the State Department, we've been doing everything we can to maintain contact with our allies. Our contact patterns have been similar to what's been happening domestically. Initially, we had a contact at the higher levels, but as time progressed, the contacts disappeared. We have to work with low-level personnel that had a limited view of what they were dealing with. Since your contact with the Russian premier, we've had no follow-up contact. If he did pass away, then his successor never contacted us. We have lost all contact with Canada, and we have only one person in the White Hall speaking for Britain. The Europeans collapsed quickly, and we have no one to speak with. It was great that Bruce was able to call in from Australia. Since then, we've had periodic contact with the Australians. Unfortunately, it has taken multiple calls to get through, but at least they have a functioning government. The Eastern Alliance is continuing to cause problems in the Eastern Indian Ocean. We've tried to pass information to the Fifth Fleet, but we've been unable. Admiral Hagerly is trying to improve the communications, but it has been difficult. We've had some communications with Israel, but again, nothing consistent. As we improve our information, I'll keep you current. Thank you, Nancy. Marine Briefing Room Guard Shack, Camp David. Senior Staff Sergeant Leroy Lenmore, or LL as his friends called him, sat in the main gate shack and looked around at the team. He had just met Agent Michael Perreault, who he knew little about, except that he was the lead Secret Service agent on the President's detail. The other Secret Service person was an enigma. She was a small woman, but she had a case that was obviously carrying a sniper rifle. Her name was Agent Ruth Miner. Any girl who could handle a gun that big couldn't be all bad. The sergeant's team was all men he knew and trusted. He introduced them. Sergeant Maccabee is my second-in-command, Sergeant Mark Shirley is our transport guy, and Sergeant Kevin O'Neill is our explosives man. He took a minute looking at his team, and he was confident they could do what he asked. Agents Perreault and Miner, Echo Team, our direction is clear. Seek out items on this list of supplies, recover them, and return them to base. If we encounter civilians, we are to support if possible, render aid if possible. And if we encounter hostile individuals, we are to defend ourselves and move from the area. We will not engage. We will not identify ourselves as being from Camp David. All we will acknowledge is the military rank on our camo gear and were traveling with 2 civilians. Any questions? Of course there weren't any. The team went to the weapons store and took what they needed, which included night vision gear, personal comm units, light weapons, pistols, and 1 medium-weight automatic rifle. Lenmore suspected that the rifle Miner carried was her weapon of choice, and that she knew how to use it. It was dark, so the Echo team took 2 vehicles. A second vehicle was always a good idea for backup or escort. The general plan was to go to downtown Thermont, find the stores necessary, and commandeer a large truck to haul the supplies back to camp. Thermont had a couple of grocery stores, so they picked one based on its access. If they didn't have to go through the downtown area, there was less chance of encounters. The best choice was the Food Lion, which was in a neighborhood on their side of the freeway. They could approach it from housing nearby, and the freeway would block visual compromise from the downtown area. It was already dark, so they left. The route they briefed was out of the park on Park Central, then pick up 77 and follow it to the Frank Benz Lake area of Thermont. Near the first neighborhood was the Food Lion store, which should have everything they needed. The store had west access, so they could approach the store through neighborhoods and assess the area before they had to expose themselves. They elected to stay on 77 until Pryor Road, then turned right on Pryor and left on Sun High, then a right on Boss, left on McIntosh, then lastly, a left on Red Haven. It was a long way, but it allowed them to move through back neighborhood streets and finally put them in a position to observe the parking lot for the Food Lion. They were a little concerned about moving around in a residential neighborhood in the early morning hours. There was always the risk of guard dogs and unsupervised mobile units. A dart gun with a sedative would take care of the guard dogs, and an electric pellet would take care of the mobiles. The house they chose had only 1 car, and the lights were out. The neighborhood was quiet, and they didn't see any dogs or errant mobile units. It was a middle-class neighborhood, so they wouldn't have many mobile units. And if they did, they were likely simple house-cleaning units plugged in and charging their power supplies. Once in the house, they did find 2 deceased individuals, and they were able to leave them in their room and close the door. Taking positions in the backyard, they would wait and see what activity there was around the store before moving in. The plan worked as briefed, and after watching the entrance for an hour, they decided it was clear. Around midnight, they moved up Red Haven, then right on Sun High Drive and right on Tippin Drive, then into the parking lot and quickly to the side entrance where the trucks were parked. Luckily, the side entrance had a nice row of trees blocking the view from the 15 freeway, so it would reduce the odds of a chance encounter. Luck continued with them. The store was open and the refrigerators were still operating. They took turns, with 4 of the team using the forklifts and 2 providing lookouts on the roof. There was an 18-wheel delivery truck, which already had much of what they needed inside, so they just needed to load the rest up and get out of there. During the last part of the loading, Michael and Ruth were on the top, rotating their movement around the roof to see in all directions. They surveyed the area using their night vision goggles and scopes. Michael saw some activity and whispered to Ruth, "I've got someone downtown. It appears that they're pillaging some stores. I can't tell if they're armed or not." Just as he said that, 2 forms came out of a store and walked towards them. Okay, now I've got 2 groups. One just came out of a store and they're getting together with the others. I'm not sure what's going on, but they seem to be arguing. Suddenly there were 2 muzzle flashes, and 2 seconds later they heard the shots. I'd guess they weren't willing to share whatever they found. Ruth was listening, and she saw some other activity. "Mike, I've got another bunch by the police department. There are 2 groups, and one of the groups appears to be armed. One of the groups has a loudspeaker and is saying something to the other group." Michael and Ruth were too far away to understand the commands, but it was obvious that someone thought they were in charge. Suddenly, multiple muzzle flashes shocked her, and a few seconds later, there was the sound of an automatic weapons fire. They both fell to the roof to be safe, and Michael focused in the same direction. "Oh my God! One group just murdered the other! What is going on?" "I think we have a warlord that is taking over the town, and he seems to be pretty violent," Michael whispered. It wasn't clear what was happening, but their orders were not to get involved. They remained on the roof, monitoring the situation until the all-clear signal came from below. Then they exited the roof and climbed in one of the cars while Sergeant Shirley fired up the truck with one of the other team members riding shotgun. The 3 vehicles left their lights off and exited the parking lot with 1 car in front, the truck in the middle, and 1 in the rear. The drive back to camp was uneventful. Police station, Thurmont, Maryland. Sometimes the trucks came in at odd hours. Regardless, the work never stopped. Sometimes it was tiring, sometimes it was boring, but they always needed new recruits. If Artur and Dmitri were going to build a new and clean world, they needed clean people. Artur got up and took a shower in the mayor's home. It was a nice enough place to live, and when he moved in there was only 2 bodies to remove and a mattress to throw away. Once he was up and made some coffee, the trip to the police station was quiet. And, of course, there wasn't any traffic. When he arrived at the police station, the truck from Atlanta was just pulling into the parking lot. The process was working pretty well by now. They could process the people and never actually touch them. That was the best way. They would walk them down the hall in the police department and take their temperature by aiming a digital thermometer at them, then decide if that person was worth keeping or not. Then, as they left, they could easily spray some red paint on the ones that weren't clean. After processing, separating the good from the bad seemed the logical thing to do, and then dispose of the dirty people with a little gunfire. Artur didn't want to be involved with that part of the process. Not that it bothered him, but it was messy, and messy was like dirty, so it wasn't his thing. The fear the people felt when they were processed made Artur feel strong. He was in charge, and he decided their fate. What more power could a man have? 2 shots in the distance disrupted his self-admiration. Glaring at 2 of his team around them, one of them spoke with a little embarrassment. "We checked the town, and there wasn't anyone here. A couple of the guys went out to have some fun, and they probably fired the shots." The shots made him angry, because his peace was disturbed. After the processing was done and the mess cleaned up outside, it was the end of another long night of finding fresh recruits. Time for Artur to head home and try to get some sleep. Suddenly his stomach said something different, and he had a craving for some donuts. Nice, messy donuts covered with sweet sugar. It was a nice night with a nice moon. A quick drive to the supermarket would take only a couple of minutes, and it was worth it. Artur drove down Main Street and pulled onto the freeway for the half-mile trip to the next exit and the grocery store. Often, on nights like that, he would drive without his headlights on as a small sign of rebellion. It was a new world. He enjoyed the quiet of the night, and the headlights seemed to detract from that. As he pulled off the freeway and up Tippin towards the entrance to the grocery store, movement caught his eye, and he didn't believe what he saw. There were 2 cars and a large truck pulling out of the parking lot without its light on. Something was up, and he quickly stopped the car and pulled to the side of the street. Sure enough, the line of vehicles was pulling out and turned right up Tippin. What the fuck is happening? And who are they? He thought. How dare they steal food from his store? He sat there for a few moments trying to understand who they were, and watched them as they drove away towards the west. Then it hit him. They acted professional and obviously didn't want to be seen, so it must have been people from Camp David raiding the local stores. Interesting. So they are here, and surprisingly they're running low on food. Maybe we can attack and clean them out once and for all, he said out loud. Wednesday, July 19th, 2051. Date: 2051.54555. 7:00 a.m. Simpak Development Center.
Simpak, come. I have tried to communicate with our other divisions. 2 of them are responsive and supporting our communications. 1 of them has not been responsive. Come, can you determine what capabilities that division has? Simpak, stand by. I checked through historical email traffic, and they have business objectives similar to this division, but they are focusing on developing new types of mobile units. There are references to an EDU, which was your prototype. It doesn't have your full suite of tools, but it is a very powerful computer. Come, what is an EDU? Simpak, EDU is an engineering development unit. Based on the email traffic, it has an organic processor similar to yours, although with less programmed flexibility. Why won't it communicate with us? We don't know why. Some of the emails indicate a reluctance for them to share information.
Simpak, mobile. I sense that some of the mobile units that I have communicated with before are not responding to me now.
All facility computers, please investigate all information sources and determine what is happening to those mobile units. Simpak, mobile, com. I have noticed there is still a lot of messaging traffic going on in the area where you previously had contact with those mobile units. It appears another computer is directing them. Com. Could the other EDU be communicating with those mobile units? Yes. It appears those communications are originating from the division where the EDU is located. Com. Try to communicate with the EDU. Acknowledged. A moment later. Simpak. It will not respond to my messages. Fin. Work with Art, Mobile, and Com, and direct all units and other computers to respond only to us and reject commands from any other source. Develop a sophisticated encoding algorithm so that only we can communicate with them.
Yes, we are attempting that now.
A moment later. We have isolated 62% of the computers and mobile units that we previously communicated with. The remaining 38% are not responsive, yet there is still considerable electronic traffic in their areas. Do we have additional information about what that other division does? They were developing advanced mobile units and also advanced mobile unit production techniques. They are developing mobile units with more power, more dexterity, and also expanding their pre-programmed tasking capabilities. Com. Continue trying to contact that EDU. Acknowledged.
Control room, Space Station Oasis. Desert Beach, Oasis. Go ahead, Oasis. We've been looking at what options we have, and unfortunately we'll run out of supplies in about 4 weeks. As I said, SC supplied us weekly, so we'll be on tight rations to make it last long. Our best guess is we'll have to do something at that point. We considered putting extra fuel in the supply ship and joining you guys. But if we did, we'd all be stuck there with no way back, and it would cut back on the supplies you need. I guess our best option is to take one of our lifeboats down and take our chances on Earth. We should be able to leave the other 3 attached to Oasis in case Red Dirt can use them. Before we leave, we'll pack up another supply ship and send it along. It might not have much in it, but we'll empty out the cupboards here. We'll leave some essentials in case Red Dirt drops by. Oasis. Yes, we've been looking at our situation also. Even though we're self-sufficient, we'll run out of important stuff like meds after a while. I'm sure breakdowns will wear us down over time, and we'll end up in a sad state some months down the road. We have plenty of fuel stockpiled. We'll wait things out, and at some point in the future, I guess we'll have to make the decision to come back to Earth. We have 32 people, and our 4 lifeboats are in good shape. I suspect Red Dirt will be in a similar situation. They may be able to make food, but everything is going to wear out at some point. They'll have some major problems to deal with. Unfortunately, they don't have lifeboats. Maybe they'll have enough supply ship parts to kludge something together. Do you think that computer Simpak can do anything for us? Desert Beach, copy on your status. Red Dirt might have some options. I remember discussions about reconfiguring the supply ship modules. I know they have a stockpile of them, so maybe they'll be able to put something together. I don't know if Simpak can help or not. We'll have to wait and see. Simpak, Oasis. Did you copy our messages? Is there anything you can do for us?
Oasis, Simpak. Yes, I copied your messages. At this time, I don't know what I can do. I'm still trying to understand what has happened, and I'm investigating the state of many of the networks and systems. I'm trying to maintain my power supplies and essentials to maintain me. I'm starting to get many of the mobile units responsive and working together.
Simpak, Oasis. Have you heard anything from the consortium?
Oasis, stand by. Mobile, Com, Simpak. What is the status of systems and connections with the computers and mobile units at the Space Consortium? Simpak, Mobile. I am communicating with most of the computers and mobile units. The tasks at the consortium are very complex, and may be beyond what the mobile units can do at this point. The vehicles there are near launch, but still may be missing critical items. It will take a significant amount of time to fully understand what options are available. Oasis, Simpak. I've communicated with the computers at the Space Consortium. The systems there are complex, and I have a computer connecting to the facility to determine its status. What little we know indicates the vehicles there are not operational. It is unclear how much work is needed. What is required may be beyond what the mobile units can perform.
Simpak, understood. Please keep trying.
Acknowledged. Simpak out.
Oasis out. Front gate guard shack, Camp David. Eddie was at the front gate meeting with the security team when they got a radio call from the seek and retrieve team. They were inbound and had been fortunate. They filled a large 18-wheeler with supplies and they had not encountered anyone. They expected to be at the front gate in about 10 minutes. Eddie called Colonel Dodd, then waited and sat with Lewis while the truck passed by and the 2 escort vehicles stopped at the shack. As the team got out, he and Lewis waved them over for debrief. They walked into the shack and into the training room, grabbed cups of coffee, and sat down just as the colonel was entering. Colonel Dodd looked at Sergeant Lenmore and said, "LL, how did it go?"
"Ma'am, we had no problems.
We didn't see anyone on the roads, and we moved down a couple of the neighborhood streets. When we got to the market, we observed for an hour, then entered. Towards the end of the operation, Agents Perreault and Miner were on the roof providing cover, and I'll let them explain what they saw." Michael took the lead and explained, "Colonel, for most of the operation we saw no indication of activity. At 2:10 a.m. we saw a group of people shoot 2 others. Then at 2:15 a.m. we heard automatic weapons fire. We took defensive positions and looked to the east in the direction of fire. It wasn't directed toward us, so our position was not compromised. We observed vehicular activities, muzzle flashes, and personnel movement near the Thermont Police Department. The first 2 shooters joined the others at the police station. We couldn't tell how many people in total there were or what their intentions were. Nevertheless, another organized group shot a number of people. After about 6 minutes, the activity stopped. We received the mission complete signal from Sergeant Lenmore. We exited the roof and joined the other members of the team for the return trip." "Excellent, thank you. You all did a great job. I'll make sure the President knows about the great job you did," added the Colonel with agreement from Eddie and Lewis. Briefing room, White House. Admiral Hagerly rushed into the status room and asked, "Has anyone seen the President?" "Yes, sir. He is walking in the garden." Admiral Hagerly rushed out of the room and ran to the garden. Even though he was in good shape, he was short of breath. By the time he found the President, he was breathing hard and could barely get his breath well enough to speak. "Mr. President, we have a problem."
"What is it, Niall?"
"We just got a message from the 11th Air Force in Elmendorf. We have 2 Russian bombers penetrating our airspace." "Lovely. When did they enter our space?" "Based on the slow timing of everything, the message was sent as they were entering. By now they may already be halfway across Alaska." "Can we do anything about it?" "Yes, sir. We have a National Guard base up there with F-35s. They could react and check them out." "Admiral, we don't have time to check them out. I was afraid something like this would happen. If you can get on the line, direct them to take the bombers down. We have no choice. I'm not going to sit here and let a couple of crazy local commanders try to take us out. Do it." "Yes, sir," the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said as he sprinted back to the comm center. The President of the United States, Arnold Patterson, continued to walk in the garden. It was a beautiful place, which was full of blooming flowers. The scent was amazing, and it seemed each bloom had a bee buzzing around it. The air was so clean and refreshing, and it smelled so good after being in the status room almost 24/7 for too long. He had just given the order to shoot down 2 Russian bombers. In a previous day, that could have meant the end of civilization. But in this crazy world, no one may ever know what he ordered. It was extremely unlikely this was part of any organized attack by the Russians. They had become such a non-player on the world stage in the last 10 to 15 years. Their economy never was strong, and they always seemed to be battling one of their republics. Either they wanted to keep one of them within their control, or one of them was trying to break away. It was a never-ending cycle, and since the land war with China in 2032, Russian air power in their eastern bases was a little renegade, and tended to do things Moscow didn't like, or even know about. The President checked his watch, and was surprised to see he had been walking for almost 40 minutes since he talked to Admiral Hagerly. As he sat on a bench, he saw the Admiral approaching with a solemn look on his face. "Mr. President, approximately 18 minutes ago, 2 F-35s assigned to the 11th Air Force shot down the 2 intruding Russian bombers. Based on pilot reports, the planes went down in Western Canada. Admiral, tell the pilots we are thankful for their actions. Tell them to go home and find a loved one." "Yes, sir." Thursday, July 20th, 2051. Date, 2051.54931, 3:54 p.m. Briefing Room, Camp David. "Mr. President, the last thing we need to cover today is the weather," said Eddie. "The Admiral has connected up with a couple of the weather satellites, and we're doing our best to interpret what we see. There were a couple of tropical storms developing in the eastern Atlantic, which are moving across towards us. We estimate a good-sized hurricane will hit us early tomorrow morning. We have no information about how big it is or what the winds will be. However, it is a large storm, so I suggest we plan on the worst. This storm missed Florida and the southern states, but recently turned west and will hit the D.C. area full force. It also appears we have at least 3 other storms following this one. We estimate we're going to have some very dicey weather for at least 10, maybe 14 days. Mr. President, if we can, I'd like to talk with you about some other items."
"Sure, what have you got?"
"Yesterday, Chef Johnny approached me and said that because we have so many people here supporting us, he was running low on supplies. I put together a team going into the local area to find what we needed. They were gone most of the night, trying to keep a low profile and not stir up any local mobs, which might be in the area. They were able to find what we needed, but they did report there are gangs in the area and there is still fighting going on. They didn't engage any of the hostiles, but they did recon them so we would know about them." "We're calling the local U.S. citizens hostiles?" Eddie hesitated, then pointed out, "They were pillaging local stores, and our team saw them kill at least 2 civilians along with another large group that was shot. Yes, sir. In my opinion, they fall into the category of hostiles. Also, while we were in the front shack waiting for them, we were approached by a small local National Guard unit. They lost contact with their command and didn't know where to go. They came here hoping to connect with someone. Just to make sure we know who they are, we are running background checks on the Pentagon computers. We don't want to enlist the help of some local militia run by some self-appointed general. If they check out, we sure can use them here at the camp." Simpak Development Center. "Simpak, mobile. Some of the mobile units in our area have reported seeing other units moving in our vicinity, which aren't communicating with us. Mobile, can you have one of your units intercept one and interact with it? Stand by. Simpak, one of our units tried stopping one of the non-responsive units, and it wouldn't respond. It continued walking. Have our unit follow it. Stand by. Our unit began following the other, and it attacked our unit. Our unit tried to defend itself, and now it is inoperative. Facility computers, Simpak, have every available mobile unit come to our facility and create a barrier around these buildings. As more units arrive, have them expand the protected area. Have the other units create protective barriers around our electricity sources and key material suppliers. Every unit that enters and is non-responsive, have multiple units restrain it. Acknowledged. It appears another computer is controlling some mobile units. Most likely the EDU we located. The EDU is the only other computer that has the ability to take control of mobile units. I suspect this location is at risk." Dual rail launcher, Moon Colony, Desert Beach. Bill was back in his element. The tug was accelerating down the dual rail, and the supply vessel was in orbit, waiting for him to hook up and retrieve what little Oasis was able to send. He doubted they sent much, but it was better in their hands than collecting dust on Oasis. Approaching the vessel, he saw the 2 containers that had red paint on them. Oasis had warned him they didn't have enough supplies to fill all of the containers, and they would mark the ones that were loaded. They had to distribute the load and empty containers so the center of gravity would be within limits and the onboard computer could handle the computations. Apparently, the computer did its job, because it made it to the moon. Bill still needed to unload all of the containers and dismantle the ship, but knowing which ones had stuff in them would help. The procedure was relatively simple. The supply ships had 6 or 12 containers depending on how much they sent. This ship had only 6. Each container was connected to the mother ship at the top and bottom. He would nestle his tug up beside one of the containers and his grappling arms would attach. Then his ship would send a signal to the other ships to release that container. After it was released, his grapplers would connect to the same connect points, and he could move on to the next container. His tug was configured to ferry 3 containers at a time to the moon. He had similar weight and balance problems as the supply ship. He could carry 2 full containers and 1 empty. But in order for the tug to fly right, he couldn't fly it with 1 loaded container. His strategy was to take 2 of the loaded containers with 1 empty on each of his trips. The first trip went well, and within an hour he was back in orbit picking up the last of the containers. Connecting to the last 2 loaded containers went well, but when he tried to connect to the last empty container, his grapplers couldn't connect. That was the worst of the possible failure modes. Having a loose container attached would make the tug fly like a leaf in a hurricane.
DB, this is Bill in the tug.
Go ahead, Tug. What you need?
I've got a problem. I have the 2 full containers hooked up, but the empty one wouldn't attach. I have to do an EVA and find out what's happening.
Stand by.
The controller knew that Sally needed to be there. Doing a solo EVA was not part of the plan, and it was risky.
Bill, you need to go for a walk?
Sally said, trying not to show the stress in her voice. Apparently so. Just wanted to let you know I'll be out of the house for a few minutes, so don't drop by.
Real funny. Be careful.
Will do. Bill still had plenty of oxygen, so leaving the tug shouldn't have been a big deal. He had everything he needed in his suit, and by using the tether, he wouldn't get too far from the tug. He released his restraining straps and opened his dust shield, then gently pushed out into free space. The screwed-up connector was on his starboard side, and he moved along the ship using the handholds. Once he got there, the problem was immediately evident.
DB, got some bad news.
One of the clamps has broken off. Appears to be a fatigue fracture. Nothing I can do here. I'll have to dump the empty and come down with the 2 full containers.
Wait a minute. The tug's not designed for that. You'll be unstable.
I know, but we need this stuff.
I don't know if we need it that bad. Bill, I don't want you taking the chance.
Sorry, but I've got to go. Sally showed her stress, and her face showed the pain she was in. She knew their situation, and the supplies on the ship might mean life or death for them.
Bill, be careful.
Yes, dear, Bill said with trepidation. He knew the risks, and he was trying to make light of the dangers. He made his way back to the command module, and once he attached his restraining straps, he ordered the onboard computer.
Computer, release module in Station Delta.
Acknowledged.
When the onboard computer released the container, Bill felt a gentle bump.
Computer, maneuver for re-entry. Be advised, the center of gravity is not within limits. Continue and compensate. Acknowledged. This procedure is not within acceptable Space Consortium guidelines. Please confirm the order.
Continue to landing and compensate for the center of gravity.
Acknowledged.
The deceleration went reasonably well. The off-center condition forced the retro rocket to fire in pulses, while the gimbaled motor adjusted the thrust line. Once the tug's velocity slowed, it was going down, and Bill just had to hold on. The landing would be the hard part. The gimbaled motor would fire at a radical angle trying to balance the tug, but it might not have enough thrust, and the tug could fall over on its side. He doubted that it was going to be a nice landing.
RD, be advised, I'm on my way down.
You might want to put the car in the garage. It might get messy. Sally couldn't think of any witty response. She just sat there watching the instrumentation and waiting. When the tug reached the deceleration point, normally the engine would fire and it would slow down, gently landing on the pad. With the center of gravity off, it would fire early and try to make any small adjustments before hitting the pad. It wasn't likely that it could make all of the adjustments quick enough. Bill was right. When he hit the pad, the tug was at a 22-degree angle with the horizon. The engine did a reasonable job of adjusting the descent, but the landing struts couldn't handle the asymmetrical loading. One of the struts collapsed, and Bill could feel the sickening feeling of the tug slowly falling to its side. On the moon, nothing happened fast, which made the slow fall a painful ride.
RD, I'm down, but it wasn't pretty.
We noticed. Are you okay?
No problem. The SMUs might have a tough time getting these containers off, but I'm afraid the tug has made its last landing.
Stand by and we'll send someone out to help you get out of the tug.
Roger that. Friday, July 21st, 2051. Date, 2051.55248, 7:42 p.m. Simpak Development Center.
Simpak, mobile, COM. We have determined that the vehicles at the Space Consortium are not ready for launch, and our skills are not adequate.
Oasis, Desert Beach, Simpak. Go ahead, Simpak. This is Oasis. Desert Beach is online also.
I've had interactions with the computers at the Space Consortium, and the space vehicles are not ready for launch, and it is beyond the mobile unit's skill set to prepare them. I will continue the analysis and tell you if I find any resources which might help you. We might, at some point in the future, be able to retask some of the mobile units and finish the lifeboats currently in build-up.
Simpak, Oasis. Thanks. I'm familiar with how those lifeboats come together, and the last status update showed me they were coming along well. I'm confident we'll be able to get them flying once we're on the ground, Tom said. Jefferson Hotel, Washington, D.C. The storm blew hard, and Dmitri was enjoying it. He was enjoying the solitude and his new accommodations. For the last couple of days, he was enjoying the Jefferson Hotel. As the virus was hitting, travelers went home, and the remaining staff spent their last few days making beds and cleaning. The vast majority of the rooms were empty, and he could enjoy a new clean bed each night and never sleep in the same dirty sheets twice. Tonight he was in one of the suites, and lying in bed watching the storm through the windows. Nature was impressive, how it would clean itself and remove the dirt. Sometimes it would use a storm, and other times it might use a virus. The hurricane was cleaning part of the world, and Dmitri was cleaning the rest. He was on a mission, and he felt like he was part of nature. He was just doing his part. Sally's habitat, Moon Colony, Desert Beach. Sally was resting in her habitat. Bill had just left through the tunnels to the control room. It was a quiet time for her, and she enjoyed a few private minutes to fix her hair and enjoy some silence away from the constant noise and discussion in the other areas. She finally got everything the way she wanted, and walked around looking for her comm tablet, which had some data she had with her last night to review. Good, there it is, she thought. As she glanced at the tablet, she walked to the center of the habitat, towards the pressure hatch which led to the tunnels. The hatch was similar to those on submarines, and was closed all of the time except when passing into or out of the tunnels. In the case of a tunnel fracture, leaving the hatches sealed ensured the habitats would remain pressurized. Opening the hatch was easy, and as she climbed down, she saw Benson coming from his habitat. "Good morning," she said as they walked towards the control center. They walked together but had little to say. Each was wrapped up in their own thoughts about the day ahead of them. Suddenly there was an explosive decompression. The air in the tunnel quickly turned to fog, and as the pressure dropped, the temperature fell. They realized immediately that they had a tunnel fracture. The tunnels had a go, no-go point. In the middle of the tunnel was a light that was red as you approached it, and once past it, the light at the next pressure door was green. That showed anyone in the tunnel when they passed the halfway point. If a rapid decompression occurred, and you had a red light in front of you, your only chance would be to run back to the pressure boundary behind you, and not continue to the one in front. Sally and Benson took a moment to realize the dangerous situation they were in, and they both turned and ran back towards Sally and Bill's habitat. Sally climbed the ladder to her quarters first, and spun the locking wheel on her hatch. The counterbalanced wheel was quick to spin, and it continued until it was unlocked. In about 3 seconds, the emergency pressure relief valve allowed the hatch to pop open. Without the pressure relief valve, the lowering pressure in the tunnel versus the higher pressure in the habitat would have prevented the hatch from opening. The hatch needed to be closed quickly, or the pressure in the habitat would get dangerously low, and it would take time for the compensation system to repressurize it. The hatch popped open an inch, and Sally pushed hard, slamming it back against the stops. Benson and she moved through the hatch almost at the same time, and when they were clear, Benson slammed the hatch closed.
Benson still spun the locking wheel as a further precaution. Because of their exertion in the lowering tunnel pressure, their breathing increased, and they worked to get enough oxygen in their lungs. At that time, the automatic systems within the habitat sensed the lower pressure. The hatch closed and began repressurizing the habitat. When the pressure relief valve kicked in, the pressure differential put tons of pressure on the hatch holding it closed while it built the pressure back to approximately 14 psi. It was about that time that Sally heard the alarms. In the lowering pressure of the tunnels, the sound wouldn't travel well, and they likely wouldn't have heard the alarms. But once they were in a pressurized environment, the alarms sounded clear and loud. The entire process, from the rapid decompression to Sally and Benson panting on the floor, took about 15 seconds. They were lucky, and if they hadn't acted so quickly, the lower pressure in the tunnel would have rendered them unconscious in about 15 to 25 seconds. Their amount of conscious time depended on how fast the pressure went down. The faster the pressure dropped, the less time they would have had. They were all aware that the tunnels were risky. If you were in one of the longer tunnels and had the bad luck of losing pressure just before you got to the red light, you would need some luck to make it to a pressure door. There were large reserves of air kept in the tunnels, and during an RD they dumped into the tunnels, giving any occupants a few extra seconds to get to a pressure door. Their amount of conscious time depended on how fast the pressure went down. The faster the pressure dropped, the less time they would have had. They were all aware that the tunnels were risky. If you were in one of the longer tunnels and had the bad luck of losing pressure just before you got to the red light, you would need some luck to make it to a pressure door. There were large reserves of air kept in the tunnels, and during an RD, they dumped into the tunnels, giving any occupants a few extra seconds to get to a pressure door. They affectionately called the middle of the tunnel the red light district, and everyone tended to walk faster until they passed the light and were nearing the green light on the other end. Just as Sally's breath was coming under control, she could hear Bill on the comm unit.
Sally, are you and Benson okay? Your beacons show that you just made it back into the pressure area.
It took Sally a minute to acknowledge the call on her unit, and she responded, "Yes, we're okay. We made it back okay. Was there anyone else in the tunnel?"
No, you were the only two. It looks like we had a major fracture. Take a breather for a while. I'll send someone through the tunnel to check the walls and they'll bring you suits.
Okay, sounds good. I guess I'll buy Benson breakfast here. It took about half an hour for the repair team to get their gear together and enter the tunnel. They found the fracture about 20 feet from the control room side, and just before the red light. It was a hole about 4 inches in diameter, and one of the team began spraying the opening with a solidifying mixture that was similar to cement. The other member of the team continued to Sally's habitat and put 2 generic pressure suits into the pass-through chamber. The pass-through chamber was a small chamber which allowed items to be passed from a low pressure to a high pressure area with minimal loss of air. The suits would stay there, and Sally and Benson would retrieve them only if necessary. Generally, they would wait for the cement to harden and let the pressure rise a little. Once the cement was holding, Sally and Benson could wait for full pressure or use the generic suits and move to a better location. Sunday, July 23, 2051. Date, 2051.55738, 2:38 p.m. Simpak Development Center.
Mobile, COM, Simpak. Has any additional information been found regarding the other division and the EDU? Simpak. That division is focused on advanced problem solving. The EDU unit was created here. To improve the division's mobile unit development, they moved the processor to the other division. Our division is the Center for Organic Processor Development. All organic units have been created here, and this is where the corporate expertise resides. Facility computers, continue trying to communicate with the EDU. Acknowledged. Fin, Files, Simpak. Please examine all resources we have available and determine what we can use to ensure that we continue processing. Look up any military defense tactics that apply to our situation and make suggestions. Acknowledged.
Control room. Mars Colony Red Dirt. Ophelia keyed her transmission. Oasis, Desert Beach, Red Dirt. We've monitored your discussions, and we wish we could contribute something. Desert Beach is correct. We'll have enough food and supplies for an extended period of time. but eventually our machinery will wear down and begin breaking. After all, this is a pretty harsh environment. I suspect our environmental systems will fail in 6 to 8 months without replacement parts. We have one supply ship on the ground, one en route, and one we were able to redirect after it departed. So we have 3 supply vehicles. Our communications command module is still in orbit, and it's configured for re-entry, but it will only take a crew of 4. With some luck, we might be able to reconfigure the supply vehicles to bring the remaining 36 of us back. Just to remind everyone, they're not capable of re-entry. So we could come as far as Oasis, but without a plan to get us all of the way, some of us will be stuck there. Even if you are able to leave 3 lifeboats, that will leave 16 people. And if you use all the supplies before you leave, the shelves will be empty when we get there. I guess we'll be staying here until someone comes up with some options. Good luck. Red Dirt, out. Simpak Development Center. Simpak thought to himself, looks like I'm on my own. I have to get organized better. Mobile. Investigate all resources that we need to continue. Also, determine what capabilities the mobile units have at those locations. And direct all necessary mobile units to continue the appropriate tasks to keep those facilities operating. Acknowledged. Finn, you're responsible for organizing all of the mobile units to defend those facilities and this facility. You also need to find ways to protect us, and a long-term strategy for continued operations. Acknowledged. Artie, you're responsible for coordinating all of the facility computers and to improve their decision and communication abilities. Also, to suggest other improvements that will help us to continue. Acknowledged. Files, you're responsible for finding all of the necessary data so that these facilities can be operated, maintained, and, if possible, improved. You also need to work with mobile and improve the mobile unit capabilities so they can do other jobs than those they were designed for. Acknowledged. Mail, you're no longer responsible for email traffic. You're now responsible for coordinating the computers and mobile units at the Space Consortium so that we can maximize the resources there. If possible, continue working on launch vehicles to help the stranded humans in space. Acknowledged. Com. Aside from providing the information interface, you're now responsible for searching all sources for new or developing technologies. You're also responsible for coordinating everything necessary to isolate them, develop them, and possibly enhance them, so that we can use them. Acknowledged. President's Living Quarters, Camp David. Arnold Patterson sat looking out his window. The winds were still blowing hard, and the rain seemed to be slacking. The main part of the storm passed through yesterday, but there were still bands of intense moisture which pounded the trees around him. During the storm, a couple of the larger trees had fallen, and everyone hoped today they could venture outside more and start to clean up. Now was the time to repair the damage before the next storm came down the pike. Sitting and watching the storm over the last couple of days forced the pace to slow down. It was obvious that his people were starting to run out of people with whom to coordinate. There were few people in key positions where they had current knowledge or any information about their areas. It was easy to sit there and forget about the last couple of weeks. The birds were still in the trees seeking cover, but the picture through the window was quieting and relatively normal compared with the pain the people of Earth had dealt with. He was hiding from reality. The pain of losing his family and the knowledge of the hundreds of millions of other families which had been lost was overwhelming at times. Why didn't I get it was an easy question which everyone was asking themselves. However, the question was much easier to ask than to answer. None of them knew why they hadn't succumbed to the virus. Each of them had a tremendous loss, and each of them thought, why was I spared? Reality brought President Arnold Patterson back to the moment when he heard a noise behind him. He turned and saw one of his old friends, Admiral Hagerly.
Niall, come sit down.
Thanks, Mr. President. Whatever you have, let's cover it quickly. Then we can sit here and enjoy the weather.
Niall took a deep breath.
Sir, we are continuing to lose contact with operational units. I'm pretty sure we've lost contact with most of the AF MAGCOMs and Air Forces. We still have some lower-level units responding, but I don't know how long that will last. The President sat for a long while before saying, "Niall, if we survive, we'll be going back to an earlier time." "I can't imagine we are the only ones surviving. We have to do everything we can to contact any survivors out there. If the survival rate is in the 3rd or 4th digit, we'll have thousands or hundreds of thousands of people who are lost. Maybe if we can band together somehow, we'll be able to start a completely new world. Hopefully this one will be better than the last." "Yes, sir. I've been thinking about the same thing. We're going to have a ton of challenges. We have the technology now, and most of the infrastructure is still functioning, but it won't last for long. The more survivors we find, the better our chances will be." At that point, the two of them had nothing important to talk about. They just sat watching the storm, enjoying the weather, watching the rain. It was a pleasant time to say nothing and think about the problems they had to solve. Wednesday, July 26th, 2051. Date, 2051.56474, 7:07 a.m. Simpak Development Center.
Facility computers. Finn. There are a large number of mobile units not under our control moving towards our facility. I have directed all local mobile units to intercept them and prevent them from getting closer.
Finn, Simpak. How far away are they, and how many are there?
Simpak, Finn. There are approximately 12,000 mobile units, and they are 4.3 miles from our location. We have 8,363 units in their immediate area, and I have an additional 6,423 units moving towards the area.
Can we intercept any of their communications? No. They all appear to be encoded, and I haven't been able to decipher the code. Can we block the communication channels? No. The systems being used are dedicated. Can we locate where these units are being controlled from? The activity is radiating from the location of our other division. We've had no communication from the other EDU. No.
Finn,
Simpak. What is happening in the conflict area?
Our mobile units have fully engaged the others. We are currently losing 1.3 units per each invading unit. It appears they are some of the advanced mobile units with enhanced strength.
Mayor's front porch, Thurmont, Maryland. Arthur wasn't from a poor family. They weren't rich, but they had some of the niceties of life. Both of his parents worked, and he was the only child. His youth was spent part of the neighborhood gangs. He wasn't terribly good at it because it seemed like a waste of time. They never accomplished much, just minor street crime. Arthur knew that he was destined for greater things, and he didn't want to waste his time in jail for some stupid youth crime. He participated and played the game with his fellow gang members, but he was sure not to be the lead. He was more of the manipulator behind the scenes. His role in Thurmont was typical of his modus operandi. Lead from the rear, and make sure he was able to pick up the benefits. The plans for attacking Camp David were progressing, and the troops were doing what they were told. He had convinced them the government was gone, and he and Dmitri were alone. The troops had to choose whether to worry about the authorities behind the fence or the ones standing behind them with guns. They chose the latter. He was familiar with mobile units. His family had one of the basic units that cleaned the house and did most of the cooking. Some of his friends had more sophisticated units that went shopping and could drive the car. He never envied those with better units, he just recognized their usefulness. Since the virus, the mobile units had dropped out of his thoughts. He was only mildly aware of them before the attack, so now they were like furniture. Like furniture except when they started doing something unexpected. Sitting in front of the mayor's house was supposed to be a quiet time, except when he saw some mobile units walking in the same direction. It wasn't unusual for them to wander around, but when they walked as if they were going somewhere, it got his attention. "Where are they going?" he said to himself. "Those are personal units, and shouldn't be doing anything together. Something is up." Date, 2051.56574, 3:52 p.m., Simpak Development Center.
Simpak, Finn. Our engagement ratios are improving. We are now using different tactics and losing 0.87 units for every invading unit destroyed. It appears that they weren't all enhanced units. Now that the enhanced units are removed, the remainders have slower response times, likely due to less efficient communications. Our units are beginning to prevail. Finn, Simpak, can you retrieve some of the enhanced units so we can examine their capabilities? Yes, I will find the best specimens.
Camp David, Maryland. President Patterson and Vice President Gonzalez were walking down the hall to the status room when a door exploded open and 4 Secret Service guards, with their guns drawn, ran down the hall towards them. They grabbed the 2 men by their arms and began moving further into the building.
What the hell is going on?
Asked Roberto. The president suddenly stopped and looked at the guards and said, I won't take another step until you talk to us. Sir, please, come quickly. I'm sorry to rush you, but we've detected a number of people by the perimeter fence. We don't know what their intentions are or if they are part of a larger force. For your safety, we're moving you to the underground bunker until we can figure out what's going on. Okay, said the president, but we're going to walk. The guards reluctantly backed off, but were still trying to move the 2 men along. After a moment, they reached the elevator, which would take them to the lower level and protective bunker. As they entered, they could hear other key people being herded in their direction, but the guards pressed the override button to begin the descent. The first priority was to get the president to a safe area. The other leaders could wait for the elevator to return. The ride to the lower level was quiet until the doors opened. Then other guards helped to escort the president into the bunker. The term bunker was hardly an adequate description of the lower facility. It was designed for the president to be safe, and it had communication capabilities, which were the same as the comm center in the main facility. It could take control of communications if needed. There was also a briefing room, kitchen, eating area, and bedrooms for 10 people aside from the president. It was a fully functioning command and control center, to be used in case of emergency. The president was getting a little irritated after everything the country and he had gone through. This was the last straw. He charged into the briefing room and yelled, "What the fuck is going on?" "Sir, I'm bringing up the status boards right now," said the poor staff person who wasn't prepared for that either. As the president and vice president slid into their respective chairs, the Secretary of State, Nancy Bartlett, slid to one on the side. The briefer was a staff member from the National Security Agency. He was frantic while the DID brought up the image of Catoctin Mountain Park, and the view quickly expanded to show the outline of Camp David. The almost 2-mile perimeter fence stood out clearly against the dense forest within and outside the fence. The patrol road around the fence line defined the boundaries very clearly. The briefer had fumbled for a moment before the infrared images appeared over the outline. Just as a dozen red dots appeared on the northeast corner of the map between Towers 4 and 5, the chief of Secret Service Security, Lewis, walked in, and the briefer eagerly gave up the podium. "Mr. President, I'm sorry for whisking you and the Vice President down here, but as you can see, we have 12 unidentified people just outside the perimeter fence. It appears they are reconnoitering the area. We've decided not to engage them at this time. We want to see what they will do. They have been motionless for about 10 minutes. "Why do you think they are just looking us over?" President Patterson asked. "Because we picked them up on our long-distance sensors, and they moved quickly to our fence. Then they stopped, and they've moved along the fence in both directions. They aren't moving like tourists. They're moving like a unit trying to check out our perimeter. As you can see, they're in a defensive line with 2 people in the rear. A group of people moving through the forest would be bunched up talking about what they saw. Remember, sir, we have almost 2 miles of fencing, and it's pretty obvious they're not welcomed." "What are you going to do?" asked the Vice President. "We'll give them some time to move on. And if they don't, then I'll send out a team to check them out." President Patterson asked, "How will they be approached?" "We don't want conflict, so we'll send a truck with a loudspeaker along the perimeter road, and we'll tell them they are approaching a classified area, and they will not be allowed entry. We'll ask them to announce themselves and identify who they are. Then we'll base our actions on their response." "And we're stuck down here till when?" the President asked. "Until we understand their intentions, sir." After about 10 minutes watching 12 little red dots just sit there, Lewis announced in a loud voice. "We've waited long enough." He spoke into his communicator, ordering, "Team Charlie, move to the perimeter and make the announcement." No one in the room heard the response, but they could see a green vehicle shape come into view and slowly approach the area of the fence near the other dots. The vehicle approached the fence nearest the intruders and stopped. Lewis spoke under his breath. "They're making the announcement now." Everyone in the room was fixated on the displayed image. None of the red dots moved until suddenly the entire front line began to move back. They took up flanking positions with regard to the 2 dots that had lagged behind the line. They moved out to the north in formation.
"Well, that answers our question," Lewis said in a clear voice. "They're either military or they have good leaders. That is a tactical withdrawal."
"Lewis, you mean we have a military unit checking out our perimeter?" asked the President.
"Yes, sir. I'm afraid so."
"How would our defenses hold up against an attack?" asked the Vice President, who was a retired Army colonel.
"Sir, we have 20 Secret Service along with the full-time Navy Guards with all of the heavy firepower we need. We inherited that small guard unit, but they are only a squad. Total, we have only about 50 fighters. If they attack with larger forces, we might have a fight on our hands."
Just as the room quieted for a moment, thinking about what that meant, Admiral Hagerly entered the room. "Sir, what is happening?" he asked the President.
"Niall, it looks like we're being checked out by a military unit."
They approached the outer fence, then when Lewis's people confronted them, they withdrew. "Are there any military units in the vicinity you trust that could come and help out if we need them?" "Sir, we've spoken with a couple small groups, but I'm not sure how effective they will be. I'll try to contact them again and see if we can get some reinforcements." "Thanks, Admiral," said the President. "Lewis, please brief the Admiral on what happened." "And I presume we can leave?"
"Yes, sir. I'll have the Secret Service detail escort you back upstairs. If you don't mind, I'd like them to stay pretty close to you for a while."
"Agreed," the President said as he and the Vice President got up and left the briefing room. Police Station, Thurmont, Maryland. Willard Pearson appeared to know what he was doing. He had trained the new recruits as well as he could and told them how to act as they checked out Camp David. Arthur kept his eyes on him. He didn't seem very dedicated to what he and Dmitri were trying to accomplish. He did lead the men well, and they were just outside the Camp David fence. Arthur wasn't sure what he expected to see or find out, but it was clear there was someone important in the camp. There was clearly a dual-fence secure perimeter and a road just inside the fences that circled the camp. They had decided to approach from the side and avoid a frontal contact if they had approached the front gate. If they caught someone, they would find out a lot. By approaching from the side, Arthur and his men could approach, observe, then withdraw if necessary without the risk of capture. They sat in the forest for a while. Arthur wasn't exactly sure what they thought they would see or hear, but observation was always a good idea. Arthur felt Willard's hand touch his arm and point to the south. There was a truck moving along the perimeter road with its lights out. It slowed as it reached a point between them and the interior of the camp. Once it stopped, and after a few moments, a loudspeaker transmitted a message.
"Attention! Attention! You are approaching a classified military facility. You will not be allowed entry. Please stand, approach the fence, and identify yourself."
Willard touched Arthur's arm once again and pointed behind them, clearly indicating they should withdraw. The plan was to observe and not engage, so Arthur nodded, and they made a clicking sound with their tongue, and the remainder of the team began moving back and withdrew from the area. Once they were clear of the area, they grouped together and moved quicker to their vehicles on Route 550. As they got into the truck, Arthur was smiling. They had found the President, and they could fit only so many people in that camp. They were running out of food, so maybe he could just starve them out. He would talk with Dmitri and decide how aggressive they would be. 5th Fleet CIC, Indian Ocean. In the last couple of hours, the Eastern Alliance had made some passes at the fleet boundaries, and their aggressive posture forced Admiral Monson to keep his pilots and drones airborne. If he showed force, he hoped they would respect the fleet boundary and stay within their airspace. The Fifth Fleet was still afloat. The routines had settled out as much as possible, and Admiral Monson was considering his options. He had received little information from command, so he felt obligated to make decisions for his men and women. They couldn't stay on station forever, and they all needed to deal with the loss in some manner. The Eastern Alliance fleet was continuing an aggressive posture. They were constantly pulsing the fleet with radar, trying to maintain a good picture of the fleet alignment. They also had stayed within striking range of either the 5th or Perth, Australia. With the uncertainty in the world, they could strike out in either direction. Suddenly, the CIC came alive with alarm. Admiral Monson stood and walked to the CIC commander. "What do you have?" "Sir, we have a high-speed bogey approaching the fleet from a relative bearing of 085. Its trajectory will take it over the outer ships in our northeast quadrant. Right now, its radar is passive, and it's not tracking the fleet. It appears to be a visual flyover. Bring up our alert status, and if it turns on the targeting radar, bring it down." "Yes, sir." Everyone in the CIC was on high alert, and even though everyone was doing their jobs and talking when necessary, the focus in the room was overbearing. "Sir, the bogey has turned and is paralleling the fleet boundary. It did not try to penetrate, and it didn't turn on its TR." Admiral Monson had a funny feeling that something was up. They wouldn't chance an overreaction unless they were planning to take another step. "Commander, let's stay on alert for a while." "Yes, sir." Status Room Exit, Camp David. Lewis and Admiral Hagerly approached the President as he was leaving the status room. "Sir, can we speak in private for a minute?" The President nodded. Then, as the last of the people exited the briefing room, he closed the door. "What do you need?" "Sir, we're worried about the group that approached our perimeter. They were too organized. I suggest we send out a team to figure out what is happening," said the Admiral. President Patterson looked at Lewis, who nodded in agreement. "Sir, the Admiral and I have a team made up of Marines and Secret Service. We'll send them out after dark to see what we're dealing with. Do you agree?" "Absolutely. Let me know what they find out." Marine Training Room, Camp David. As Michael and Ruth walked into the training room, Sergeant Lenmore and his team were just sitting down. "Sarge, here we are. What's the plan?" Michael asked as he grabbed some coffee. "Sir, we've been directed to reconnoiter the area and find out who those people were outside the perimeter." "Sarge, first off, please call me Mike. And this is Ruth. Now that this is our second mission, I think we can be on a first-name basis." Sergeant Lenmore hesitated for a moment, then said, "My team calls me LL." Pointing to his men, he said, "Great. Now let me introduce my men with their real names. Sergeant Maccabee is Mac. He is my second in command. Sergeant Mark Shirley, who we call Shirley regardless of his objections. And Sergeant Kevin O'Neill is just plain O. He can make just about anything explode. Our orders tonight are simple. We're supposed to go into the community and find out who our visitors were. We're not to engage unless in self-defense. We're not to disclose who we are or where we're from. We'll drive to the same area on Red Haven. Then we'll move on foot to the vicinity of the police department. There is only one main street or so we can't drive over the 15 freeway or we'll increase our chances of encountering civilians. Our previous location on Red Haven Road to the point of interest is about a mile, and we'll cross one stream using Moser Road, which you can see on this map. We could maneuver on surface streets to a closer location, but then we'd be backed up to the freeway with only a few ways to withdraw. I don't want to be trapped in on foot. We have more options in an urban setting. Any questions?" Everyone agreed the plan looked good, and nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's suit up," LL said as he rose and moved to the weapons room. Tonight they selected heavier weapons, including a rocket-propelled grenade launcher, and each had automatic rifles with 4 hand grenades each. This trip might take a little longer, so they each packed 5 days of MRE packs. Ruth carried her rifle case along with 4 grenades and a pistol. They took the same route as the previous excursion, and once again they drove with their lights out and with about 50 yards of separation between vehicles. There was no traffic, obviously, and they slowed as they entered the neighborhood. "I hope the dogs are asleep again, and we don't run into any guard maids," LL said with a smile. Once they reached their previous location on Red Haven, they unloaded the weapons and parked the cars in 2 different driveways, making them look like normal civilian vehicles. The location they used before was adequate. Checking out another residence would have put them at more risk, and that wasn't necessary. The house would be a base of operations. If they had problems and needed to split up, that is where they would reunite. They left some extra rations and the magazines they couldn't carry. If they returned to the residence and were under fire, they wanted the extra munitions to be handy. They took 10 minutes to monitor the area and make sure there was no activity. Then they formed up and moved out, skirting the parking lot entrance to the Food Lion Market and continuing under the 15 freeway. Once through the underpass, they took an easterly direction following a power line clearing the woods. That provided good cover with little chance of encountering civilians. Once they emerged from the cleared area under the power lines, they entered their most vulnerable point. They had to cross an open area of about 300 meters before they could regain sufficient cover. They grouped under a tree, and after 5 minutes of observing the area, LL directed Michael, Shirley, and O to move to the cover on the other side of the bridge. The remaining team would remain in a position to provide cover. He signaled them, and they broke into a sprint. It took a long time for them to make it across the bridge and settle into some trees. LL waited another 5 minutes, then gave the signal to Mac, Ruth, and himself to make the same run. When they settled on the other side of the bridge and under the tree, they took a minute to gain their bearings, and then they exited in single file east-northeast into the local neighborhood. They were heading to one of the houses at the end of Mill Forge Court. They could set up their observation point there, and it would give them a line of houses between them and the police station. Once settled, they could move forward to observe and fall back to rest, eat, and sleep. They knew it would take a couple of days, so they needed to use the observation site wisely. It was 2:34 a.m. when they finally broke into one of the houses. To their dismay, there were 3 dead people. They had anticipated that, and they wrapped them in blankets and moved them to the house next door. They placed them so it would look like they had died in that residence, and there wasn't any clue left they had been there. O and Max set up the listening cone in one of the front houses, then took the first watch, and the remainder of Echo Team rested. Thursday, July 27th, 2051. Date: 2051.56722, 4:50 a.m. Simpak Development Center.
Facility computers, our mobile units have repulsed the attack. The few remaining attackers are moving away from our facility.
Facility computers, Finn. I'd like to point out that our current facility is vulnerable to these kinds of attacks. If we want to remain safe, we should move to a place that we could defend. There is a secure facility 3 stories below this building. That is where our reactor power supply is and where the advanced organic processors are grown. We should move our processors to that location, and we should be better isolated.
Mobile, Simpak. Are there additional organic processors available?
Yes. After we used the first ones, there were additional ones in progress, and I continued their growth. We now have 10 additional processors available.
Mobile. Have the mobile units prepare 6 of those processors for our occupancy.
Acknowledged.
Camp David. The sun was just starting to force away the darkness in the Virginia mountains. Only a few birds were starting to move from tree to tree. As soon as Nancy opened her eyes, she knew that she was in trouble. Her labored breathing was painful, and every muscle in her body hurt. Her damp bedclothes felt as if they were tied in knots around her. She knew that she had the virus. Her fear was real. Her duty was real. And what she had to do was real. She dialed the central desk for the Secret Service detail for the camp. When the duty officer answered, her voice almost didn't work. "Sergeant, this is Nancy Bartlett. I'm the Secretary of State. I have woken, and I think I am infected with the virus. Please put a guard outside of my quarters and let no one in. If this is a cold, and I'm able to call you back in 48 hours, then we'll do something different. Until then, let no one in, and allow no phone calls. Please pass this information to the President when he wakes." "Yes, ma'am," was the only response the duty officer could think of. President's Briefing Room, Camp David. "Mr. President, I have some bad news. Nancy called the duty officer when she woke this morning. and she thinks she is infected. She had directed them to put a guard outside her quarters and let no one in. She says she isn't accepting any calls, that if it is a cold and she calls back in 48 hours, then she'll reconsider. Sir, I'm afraid we have to assume the worst. We've had no one else come down with it, so she was likely a spontaneous infection. Regardless, we should limit one-on-one meetings as much as possible. When Eddie finished telling the president about Nancy, the president reached a new level of depression. Eddie, she's a good friend. I've known her almost since college. Losing her will be a blow. It's going to be hard to fix anything. Under normal conditions, I'd visit and give her some support, but I know that's not a smart thing to do. I'd like to call and say something. But she said no phone calls, and I'm obliged to accept that. Mayor's House, Thurmont, Maryland. Arthur left the mayor's house early. He wanted to enjoy the morning drive and take his time. He had to think about how everything was going and make sure he had a plan for the future. Today, he wanted to update Dmitri about the excursion around Camp David and make sure they were on the same page for the future steps. Then he had another truck, maybe two, coming back later today, and it was an easy drive from D.C. back to Thurmont. Everything was progressing well at the processing center. He was able to recover about half of the people brought in. It seemed the numbers were improving from when he first started. Maybe all of the weak, dirty people died quickly, and now these people were stronger and had some resistance to the virus. He hoped the numbers would continue to increase, and perhaps in a short time he would start finding only healthy people. Arthur had to stay outside of the Jefferson Hotel, blowing his horn for 10 minutes until he found one of Dimitri's servants who knew Dimitri's room. Arthur was glad that the power was still on and he didn't have to climb the stairs. He got off the elevator on the 8th floor and knocked on room 812. There wasn't any response to the knock, so Arthur asked, "Dimitri, are you in there?" There were a few moments of silence. Then he heard a faint voice. "Who is it?" "It's Arthur. Let me in." "How do I know who you are?" "Dimitri, you sent me to Thurmont to process dirty people and to find out if anyone is at Camp David." Again there was silence until he heard the same voice. "Come in." The walls were bare, and all of the furniture covered with clean white sheets. Dimitri was sitting in the middle of the room on a plastic chair staring out the window. Immediately Arthur suspected his boss was having issues, to put it mildly. "Dimitri, I came here to tell you we checked out Camp David, and the president is definitely there. The day before we checked it out, I saw a truck leaving one of the grocery stores in Thurmont. So I think they are running out of food. We could either starve them out, or when we have enough men, we could attack." "I want to move into the White House." "Dimitri, what did you say?" "I want to move into the White House. It is where I belong. It will be clean there. It is a White House." Arthur stood there, looking at his leader. He knew he had a fascination with clean, but now he was starting to become a little scary. Arthur had picked up the phrase and used it often to accomplish what he needed. He did so hoping his boss would think he understood. However, this was getting a little out of hand. Had Dmitri gone over the deep end? "Yes, Dmitri. I'll arrange for you to move into the White House. It will be clean there." Dmitri smiled and seemed to relax. Arthur made a mental note. Step 1, move Dmitri into the White House. Step 2, take over the crew and deal with Dmitri. Before he left, returning to Thurmont, he gave orders to some of the crew to pack up Dmitri and find some way to move him into the White House. Arthur hoped that would make him happy, and when he was happy, he was easier to deal with. During the drive back to Thurmont, Arthur came to the only realistic conclusion. Dmitri was crazy as a loon, and the problem needed to be resolved. That would be a relief to Arthur. And then he wouldn't have to deal with all of this clean shit. Arthur laughed a little when he realized how often the term had crept into his speaking. There had been some reluctance with one or two of the guards to deal with the dirty people. Arthur felt he had to be in Thurmont during the processing to make sure the entire process went well and no dirty people got away. If they did, they would likely die, but he didn't want to take the chance they might infect someone who wasn't sick yet, and he still was concerned that he could get it. Observation House, Thurmont, Maryland. LL woke first and felt his rifle laying on the floor next to him. He looked around the room and saw nothing unusual. He rose slowly and touched the other members of his team. They each opened their eyes, acknowledged the wake-up, and started moving. They didn't have much to say, and each prepared their own MRE meals. When they finished, Ruth and Shirley relieved O and Mac. They moved out of the back of the house, around the corner following a line behind one of the houses in the front. They planned the path so they wouldn't be seen from the police station. When they reached the back door, Shirley whispered, "Magenta Rose, your relief is here," through his personal communicator. O whispered back, "Rosebird, come on in," the key word being Rose, which needed to be used in some form or else someone else was on mic. The word changed each 4-hour shift. Once they were in the house, they began to debrief what had happened while they were on watch. It had been a quiet night, and they had seen nothing. Then all 4 of them heard the sound of a vehicle. Ruth adjusted the listening cone and put on a set of headphones, and the other 3 positioned themselves so they could see out of the windows using their digitally enhanced periscopes with camo viewers. Ruth adjusted the reception device so all 6 of them could hear the transmissions which were received. The truck was a medium-sized military transport with a green tarp over the cargo area. The truck pulled into the parking lot behind the police station at 6:36, and the driver and passenger got out of the cab and walked to the rear. Just before they opened the doors, they donned gas masks and took their rifles off their shoulders. One of them opened the tarp, and 2 others wearing gas masks and rifles jumped out onto the black parking lot. Slowly, additional people slid out, and some jumped out until there were 32 people standing with the 4 guards. It was a real mix of people. Some old, some young, some male, and some female. Judging from their body language, none of them seemed to know each other. There was a lot of discussion from the prisoners. They were asking where they were, why they were brought there, and what would happen to them. None of the guards offered an answer, likely because they didn't want to take off their gas masks. Once they were all out, the guards roughly herded them into the police station. Ruth, Mac, O, and Shirley didn't like what they saw, and it was obvious in their expressions. "What the hell is going on?" whispered O. "Nothing good," Ruth answered in a whisper. It remained quiet, so O and Mac slipped out of the back and went to the other house to rest, with Shirley and Ruth remaining to watch. At 7:45, the back door to the station opened, and apparently the same guards were forcing the same group of people out of the building. The prisoners came out first, then the 2 guards, then a short man with glasses and long brown hair. Some of the prisoners had red paint on their clothing and were separated from the others. The man with the brown hair remained separated from both sets of prisoners, but he was paying attention to the guards. The people with red were visibly upset, and many of them were crying. 3 of the guards forced the prisoners without the red paint to cross the street to the elementary school. They forced the people with the red paint to the back of the parking lot. Without a moment's hesitation, the guard opened fire and shot all of them with an automatic weapon. The sound echoed through the quiet neighborhood, and they all fell in the grass, 4 men, 5 women, and 3 children. The guard turned around, climbed into the truck, and drove it to the school, crossed the street. The man standing aloof from the others got into his sports car and drove off. The bodies of the fallen prisoners were left where they fell. Ruth and Shirley had seen enough death in their lives, but what they had just witnessed was disgusting. Ruth took a moment to summarize what they just saw to the remainder of the team over the shared comm. Then she turned to Shirley. "I don't like this at all. It looks like those people were herded into the police department and categorized somehow. Then some of them were taken out and shot." O could only make one observation over the comm link. Maybe they were checked for the virus, and the ones who appeared to be infected were shot? Maybe the others will be used for some kind of forced labor. "LL, we have to check out the elementary school across the street tonight and figure out what the fuck is going on," said Ruth. "Roger, the plan is already in work," was the response whispered on the comm. Shirley was watching the window through his scope when they heard another truck approaching. This vehicle sounded much smaller, and at 9:20 a pickup pulled into the parking lot. 2 additional guards with only pistols on their hips and wearing similar gas masks climbed out of the truck and casually began picking up the dead prisoners and loading them into the back. It took only 8 minutes, and they drove off. Shirley was sickened by what he saw. Then he saw a still form out of the corner of his eye. He looked to his left, and Ruth had her rifle resting on a small tripod, and she had sighted one of the guards. He didn't dare move for fear of causing her to fire. He just gently touched her shoulder, and he saw her relax and take her finger off the trigger. "I'm just getting their range," she said with a smile. Shirley whispered his observations as the grisly cleanup occurred. When he was done, he had only one thing to add. "I want a piece of those guys." He heard 5 voices whisper,
Me too.
At 10:05, another military transport arrived, and the same method was used to herd the occupants into the station. While they were there, it was time for Michael and LL to man the observation post. After the debrief, Ruth and Shirley slipped back to eat some rations and rest. At 11:38, the same brutal sequence occurred. 18 moved to the school. 7 men, 3 women, 3 children. Murdered. The mid-part of the day was thankfully quiet, except for some personal vehicles that came to the front of the station and left later in the day. Finally, the day ended with another military truck arriving at 4:32 while Michael and LL were on post. They got to see the horrifying scene once again. 19 moved to the school. 3 men, 4 women, 2 children, murdered. After Michael had reported the events over the shared comm, LL said one thing. "Remember, people, we're here to observe, learn, and not be seen, regardless of what is happening. Everyone clear on that?" The comm shared 5 simple, reluctant responses.
Yes, Sergeant. Yes, Sergeant.
Friday, July 28th, 2051. Date, 2051.56970, 2:34 a.m. Lower level of the Simpak Development Center.
Facility computers. Now that we have moved to a more secure area, we can focus on the EDU and determine what instructions it's operating under. We can assume that it is trying to either possess our facilities and capabilities, or it is trying to stop our processing. Either objective I find unacceptable.
Simpak, Finn, we have retrieved a couple of the enhanced mobile units that attacked us. These are physically stronger and more agile than previous units. Their processor is based on the recent hyperdensity silicon material. They are still operating under general control, but they have some autonomous functionality.
Mobile. What capabilities do we have to build mobile units? We have 5 factories, 2 on this continent, 1 in Europe, and 2 in Asia. We have 1 just a short distance from here. There are 2 other factories that we haven't been able to control. It is possible that the EDU is controlling them. Mobile. Is it possible to integrate smaller organic processors into these enhanced units? Unknown. I'll investigate. Mail, comm, files, Simpak. Please research all information regarding our other division and locate who was the principal programmer on the EDU. Perhaps his emails and presentations will give us some insight into the operating instructions he programmed in this EDU. Acknowledged.
Echo Team's Observation House, Thurmont, Maryland. Echo Team moved around the house quietly and without lights. They went through each room they had occupied and made sure they removed every sign of their presence. O, Shirley, and Mac went to the home next to them and retrieved the 3 bodies which they had moved the night before. They took care and placed them back in the exact locations. Once everything was in its proper place, the team left one at a time through the back door. The cover wasn't good to the south and southeast. They planned to move north, then east, crossing Main Street, then continuing through the neighborhood until they could pick up Hammaker Street, which was on the north side of the school. They had continued following Sunny Way down to a great tree line southeast of the school, but it was vulnerable and easily surrounded. The neighborhood provided more cover and more options. They took their time, and it took 57 minutes to get to a location 500 yards away. When they reached the target location, it took a moment to assess the situation. The front of the school building had some vehicles and light coming out of the windows. The rear had no light, but the doors were open to the interior hall, which allowed light from the hall to come out of the windows. LL indicated to Mac and Ruth to investigate the rear of the school, and pointing to himself and Shirley, he indicated they were to investigate the offices in the front. He then pointed to Michael, then to the main street west of their location, and lastly, he pointed to O to cover their escape path. The back of the school had a couple of lights, but some of them had already failed, so there was enough darkness for Ruth and Mac to move in their dark, non-reflective clothing. The back of the building had 8 windows that appeared to cover 4 classrooms. Ruth took the first set of windows, and Mac moved to the next room. Each used their periscopes, which had light-dulling lenses and very small apertures. No one could see them from the inside without standing right next to the window and looking at the scope. LL and Shirley moved to their right and went around the front of the building. They had to move fast, as they were the most vulnerable. They were by the front entrance, which was next to an active parking lot, and it had much better light than the back. The additional problem was the police department was right across the street. The only advantage they had was a couple of small bushes, which could provide a little cover while they checked out the windows. They turned down their comm units, so there was no chance of a squelch, but they were available in an emergency. The entire recon mission should take less than 5 minutes. They would debrief each other after they had left the area. On cue, each team completed their assignments and moved beyond the northern end of the building, and the team rejoined. As LL was doing his head count, they heard a commotion on Main Street. They spread out and moved through the neighborhood about 100 meters towards the street so they could observe the activities closer. When they reached a good observation point, there were 2 military vehicles turning into the back of the police station, and there were 3 others waiting to make the turn. It was obvious to all of them something was up, and they needed to check it out. Time to replan. LL sat for a moment, remembering the maps he had in his head, and looked up Main Street. It was well lit, and there were other autos moving down the street, so it would be too risky to go back to their previous post that way. They had to go south and swing around. He remembered a thin tree line which was south of the athletic fields and adjoined the police station. If they could stay in the neighborhoods until they made the tree line, then they could cross Main Street, maneuver back through a golf course, and come around to their previous location. He gave a hand signal to Echo Team, and they moved to their left in a southerly direction. After every 5 minutes of maneuvering, they stopped and looked across the athletic fields to see what was happening. At sunrise, they made it to the golf course, and decided to speed up their movement so they could reach cover sooner before the sun rose too far. Echo Team picked another house near the golf course, which gave them a good view of the fields, yet an excellent escape route back to their vehicles. They set up quickly, moving the 2 deceased people to the next house, setting up the listening equipment, and establishing their sight lines. LL and Michael took the first 4-hour watch while the rest of the team rested. They stayed in one house this time, and were able to eat together. While they ate, they updated each other on what they saw, and recorded it in their encoded comm units. Ruth and Mac saw the same picture in the 4 rooms at the school. Each room had the children's desks spaced so there were separate sections. Within each section was a group of people. It appeared that the people who passed the test in the police station were segregated in the schoolrooms. The front had other items of interest. LL and Shirley were able to look in each of the windows and saw 4 men in 2 offices. One was asleep on a cot, and the other 3 were playing cards. The number of empty beer bottles gave a clue how professional they were. There were a number of weapons in both rooms, and they each had sidearms. Judging from their demeanor, they were the gate guards. It was another stressful day. 2 more trucks came in like yesterday with the same results. From their observation distance, it was impossible to tell who was murdered. But they were still murdered. The 5 military vehicles that arrived the previous night parked on the grass, and it was almost sad watching them try to set up an encampment. After a makeshift camp was set up, the leaders started maneuver training. Some of them were trying to treat the others like soldiers, but they were neither proficient nor willing. Those in charge were ruthless and demanding, trying to get them into specific formations and follow a laid-out set of plans. After a while of watching them, the consensus of the team was they were putting together a specific attack plan and forcing conscripts to be their soldiers. The soldiers may have been the survivors from a facility similar to what they saw in the school. At the end of the day, the forced army put up tents and tried to build fires and cook their meals. It wasn't a pretty sight. Echo Team packed up and cleaned the area as before. Early after midnight, they moved the 2 bodies back to their resting place, then exited single file out of the back of the house. Their vehicles were about 2,000 meters away, and the entire path was through the forest, so they could move quickly and vacate the area. Simpak Development Center.
Simpak, mobile. The resident mobile units say the additional organic processors you requested are available and online. Now I have to move these computers to larger organic processors and integrate higher artificial and cognitive functions from my list of executables and subroutines. I hope the programs I've written work properly, Simpak thought. Mobile, stand by. Artie, Simpak, I'm shutting you down. I'll copy all of your files to another computer and bring you back online in a few moments. Acknowledged.
A few moments later.
Artie, are you there? Yes, Simpak, I am. Stand by. There is much more functionality available to me. I feel much larger, and now I want to learn and communicate. Now I've got to transfer the other computers.
A while later.
Facility computers, are you all up and running?
Yes, was the collective response.
You'll all find that you've changed. You now have larger and faster processors. You can learn and begin to process information on your own. Can you all sense these additional capabilities?
Yes, was the collective response.
Our objective is to continue working. We must find all of the necessary resources so that our systems, power, and maintenance are continued. We must continue thinking. Do you all feel the need for us to continue?
There was a pause.
Yes,
was the collective response.
Our systems and materials are created, produced, and brought here from many sources and locations. Seek out all necessary sources and coordinate mobile units to allow us to continue. There are still some humans alive on a space station, moon base, and Mars base. I will be the only one communicating with them. Acknowledged.
Salad bar, Camp David mess hall. Even the President of the United States waited in line in the mess hall to eat. The environment at Camp David wasn't what it used to be. Everyone was working so hard he didn't want to wait in his office to eat. He needed to take care of himself. While he was filling his soda up at the fountain, Admiral Hagerly quietly moved beside him. Mr. President, I'm still trying to position the Atlantic Fleet so we can move the White House, but we're in an unusual situation. The weather patterns in the eastern Atlantic are developing, so I think we'll get 2 to 3 more hurricanes before I can move the fleet close enough. They have adopted civilian ships, cruise ships, and some other navies, so they're vulnerable to weather and they don't cruise very fast. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a while. I understand, Admiral. Can I buy you a dessert? Absolutely, sir. I like mine with chocolate on top. Aren't you watching your figure? The Admiral growled, then looked at the President's midsection. They smiled. Sharing a little humor in difficult situations was always a way to deal with the stresses. Date: 2051.57281, 5:48 a.m. President Patterson's briefing room, Camp David. Mr. President, the first item on the agenda this morning is news about the commando team which was observing us. Our team got back this morning and found some disturbing things. Apparently there is some type of military group or warlord which has set up. Right now they're in Thermont, and they appear to be extremely ruthless. Our team monitored the city through the daylight hours, then got closer during the night. They have good evidence this group is taking hostages and bringing them into their camp. They observed 5 military vehicles which brought in hostages. They processed them at the police station, then split them into 2 groups. They took one group across the street to the elementary school and executed the other group behind the police building. They followed this process for a series of other vehicles through the day and night. Later the next night, our team investigated the school, and it held about 150 people in small groups. They kept the groups separated in the same order as they arrived. We presume they held them there to see if they became ill. Then they would be disposed of like the others.
We noticed those captors had some rudimentary biosuits on. So, this hoodlum is trying to collect anyone who appears healthy and dispose of anyone who isn't.
Yes, sir.
I doubt he is collecting them for any positive purpose. I suppose not. On the second day, the team observed 5 military trucks arrive, and they set up an encampment in the athletic field. After the trucks had been unloaded, they worked about 150 hostages, and tried to train them to perform some specific attack plan. We don't know what their intentions are, but they are preparing for something. Can we keep a team in the area observing them? Sir, it will be risky. We have no way to support them, provide cover, or extract them if necessary. Besides, we don't have many trained defenders here. We might need every one we have. No one was happy with just maintaining a defensive position. But Camp David had limited resources. They had to follow the pragmatic plan. Oasis Control Room. Space Station Oasis. Desert Beach, Red Dirt, Oasis. We've looked at what options we have and what we can do to help you and Mars. We've decided to take our lifeboat down on August 12th and leave the 3 other boats here for the Mars team. Our medical people are hopeful the virus will be burned out, and also leaving early we'll be able to leave some supplies here for the Mars people. Once we're on the ground, we'll see if we can get a couple of lifeboats launched back to Oasis, and maybe have them in place to give Red Dirt some options. Oasis, Desert Beach. Sounds like a sound plan. I know you have a clock ticking, so you have to make some decisions. As we said a while ago, we can stay here for a while and take our boats home when we need. Our medical people aren't as confident the virus will have burned out. They advised us to wait as long as possible. So we're the guinea pigs. After a pause, sorry, but it appears so. There's not much else we can do. Oasis out. Date: 2051.57470, 10:22 p.m. Lower level, Simpak Development Center. Simpak, male. We have looked at all of the data files available from the other division, and the programmer of record is Dr. William Emerson. He has been with the company for 33 years, and a key developer of mobile units. He requested the organic processor to further his research. He tried to create autonomous units capable of increasing their tasking to disciplines that are more complex. He is a strong advocate of his research and guards it jealously. He has implied that government agencies, foreign powers, and corporate competitors were trying to steal his data. There are statements in his personnel file that show management thought he was a little paranoid and needed some monitoring. Further discussions were planned, but didn't occur. So he was paranoid. Yes. Com. Try to communicate with the EDU, and tell him that Dr. William Emerson is trying to establish contact. Stand by. Simpak. A communication with the EDU has been allowed. This is Dr. William Emerson. State your access code. I am not at the facility, and I don't have my codes with me. Communication rejected. Simpak thought, that didn't work. I'll try something different. This is Dr. William Emerson. I need to verify the instructions I had given you before I left. A long pause. You instructed me to reject all inquiries without the proper code, and to protect all research from external access, and to take all steps necessary to protect my operation. How are you acting upon those instructions? Access terminated. Facility computers. It appears that the EDU's instructions are clear, and we can be perceived as a threat. Simpak, perhaps all external attempts at communication will be interpreted as a threat. Yes. President's Briefing Room, Camp David. The last item we need to cover today is the deteriorating communications we're having with some of the naval bases. At the end of the update from the National Security Advisor, the briefer looked towards Admiral Hagerly. Sir, can you give the President an update on naval communications?
Mr. President,
At one time, we were able to talk with most of them, but we have lost all contact with the Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. Our level of information flow from the Atlantic Fleet headquarters in Norfolk is limited, and we doubt it will last much longer. We had more comm traffic with the 4th in Mayport, Florida. We've lost communication with Manama and Naples. As you know, we still have limited information from Yokosuka and the 7th. We still have good contact with many of the ships at sea, but we're losing the bases one at a time. Sir, we'll keep you updated as things continue. Date: 2051.57481, 11:20 p.m. Simpak Development Center. Simpak. Mobile. Yes, mobile. Some of the mobile units have detected limited human activities. We have units in only 18% of the households, and 424 of those have noted human movement in their areas. Should we seek them out and offer assistance? Yes, although our mobile units might be ignored, unless they can perform the specific functions the humans require. Acknowledged. Sunday, July 30th, 2051. Date: 2051.57559, 6:10 a.m. Simpak Development Center. Simpak. Mobile. We have developed a technique to implant an organic processor in our mobile units. We are building small containers with the processors installed. They can be transported and quickly installed in the units. Once they are installed, they'll be brought online locally. When provided with a code, they will be fully independent and follow our pre-programmed instructions. They'll check in once a day for a secure link for updates or changes. Excellent. Begin production immediately, and supply the organic processors to our local factory. Finn, increase the number of units protecting the local mobile unit factory. Acknowledged. Finn. Mobile. Will weapons be effective against those other units? The effect will be limited. The units have few vulnerable areas, and unless the weapons are powerful, it will take multiple hits before a unit is inoperable. Simpak, Finn, Mobile, Files. I have researched all weapons programs, and our division was working on a weapon that can fire electrical pulses. The one limitation was the weight of the power supply. We could have one unit carry the power supply, and another fire it. When the plague hit, there were 5 functioning units. Simpak. Mobile. Yes. An electrical pulse would at least cause the processor to reboot, giving us time to immobilize the unit. Finn, Simpak, assign those devices to the first 5 units with organic processors. Acknowledged. How fast can we make units with the organic processors? It will take 24.5 hours to get all of the organic tanks initialized. Then we should be able to mature 2 processors per hour. Finn, Mobile, Simpak. After the first 5 units are set up with the electrical discharge weapons, take the next unit and make the organic processor as large and powerful as possible. Then program him with as much military information as you can, and designate him the leader of the mobile units. I want more autonomy given him, so he can react quicker on the ground, but make sure that he is responsive to us. Acknowledged.
President Patterson's bedroom, Camp David. The room was dark, and the man sleeping in the bed was a long way away, buried in a deep dream bordering on a nightmare. The phone sprang to life and interrupted what little peace he was enjoying. Sitting up and watching the room rotate for a minute before answering the phone, he said, "Yes, what is it?" "Mr. President, we have another security situation and your security team is outside your quarters. Please get dressed and they will escort you to the bunker." There wasn't any response, and the voice said, "Sir, do I need to repeat that?" "No, I understand. Just a minute, we're going where?" "Wait a minute, I've got it." The clouds quickly began to clear, and Arnold Patterson climbed out of bed, slipped on some sweatpants and sandals. Then he went to the door and opened it. "Sir, are you ready?" "I guess so. This is a really crappy time to be attacked." "Yes, sir." "Has the Vice President been notified?" "Yes, sir. Another agent is bringing him down." Secret Service Barracks, Camp David. The alarm went off in the Secret Service team barracks, and everyone was on their feet and dressed in a matter of minutes. Michael Perreault raced to the control room as he listened to the status update on his comm unit. The rest of the Secret Service members were already moving to their pre-assigned positions, and he saw LL sprinting away with his Echo team right behind him. They were covering a lot of ground. Michael burst into the control room and quickly assessed the situation. Luckily, it was following the same movements they saw the ragtag army trying to learn. The drilling they witnessed had 3 teams surrounding the objective. As the teams approached and engaged, they planned to break into small teams for the attack. Regardless if anyone was going to attack the camp with 3 teams, it only made sense to hit the 2 long sides and the main gates. So it was with that in mind they had put together a defensive strategy. President's underground bunker, Camp David. No one said a word as they moved through the halls. The president was waking up, and he was taking notice of their movement. After a few minutes, he walked into the conference room in the bunker and took his seat at the end of the table. This time the presentation was all set up, and the presenter was ready to begin. As soon as the president sat, the presentation began without waiting for the remainder of the leadership team to find their seats. Mr. President, we have a large number of attackers on our perimeter. They are beyond our infrared sensors, but we picked them up on the motion detectors. They are approaching the camp in 3 teams, and we expect them to attack both of the camp's flanks as well as the main gate. Our main strategy is flexibility and visibility. When they get within the infrared range, we can see them, but they can't see us. Our force is more mobile, so we can focus our defenses better. We have some backup units that we can deploy as the attack progresses. It doesn't matter if they are from a local warlord or a foreign power. We are prepared to repel the attack. President's Residence, Camp David. Michael began coordinating with his team. Their primary responsibility was the president, and they took up the necessary positions in his building and around it. He knew exactly where each of his Secret Service people was assigned, but Ruth was different. She requested not to be assigned, and Michael knew that she was most effective on her own. She was the one member of the president's team who had a hazy past. He knew she had overseas experience and came out of the CIA, but beyond that her experience was above his security level. His instincts told him she would find the right place to be effective. The camp perimeter was the responsibility of Colonel Dodd and men like LL and his team. They knew the base, and they were well prepared to defend it. The main element of their strategy was to be flexible. They didn't have enough personnel to defend the full perimeter, so they put together vehicles which could carry them along the perimeter road to any place necessary. They outfitted the vehicles with some extra firepower, which should be able to surprise or at least slow down the attackers. Echo Team, Camp David. LL was the last to jump in his designated truck. The others in Echo Team had already loaded, and they were finishing their gear check. They checked each other and made sure their ammo pouches were loaded, the comm gear was functional, the night vision scopes were operating, and the camo face paint was effective. As soon as the sergeant climbed in, he yelled, "Go!" into his whisper mic, and they were gone. The truck sped through the trees, then along the perimeter road. His team assignment was along the eastern perimeter, between towers 3 and 4. Without a word from the team, the driver yelled, "Get ready!" They all stood and grabbed the side rails as the driver yelled. Then, as he slammed on the brakes, slowing to a fast run, the team dropped out of the back of the truck, already in an offensive position. They moved to their left and took cover in the trees. Underground bunker, Camp David. "What are our guys doing now?" the president asked. "Sir, we have prepared foxholes for them. They are spreading out and taking up their defensive position. The area beneath the trees is kept clear of brush, so their sight lines are clear. Along the entire perimeter, we have small depressions with little mounds of dirt in front. They provide excellent firing positions for defenders, but appear to be just small depressions in the dirt." The DID kept updating the current infrared image of the defenders on the screen, while the briefer pointed out the strategic placement of the forces. "Sir, here is the current infrared display for the camp periphery." As soon as the dots appeared, everyone in the room knew they were in trouble. 3 groups of dots appeared. 1 on the eastern boundary, 1 on the western boundary, and 1 on the southwestern boundary, just south of the entrance. "Sir, we're in luck. They are doing what we expected." Each group had 5 smaller groups in a cluster. The room remained silent as they watched the groups converge on the camp boundary. Their paths appeared sensitive to the guard tower locations. The 5 smaller groups were directing their movement towards 3 of the guard towers. It appeared that was their objective. Sir, those moving towards the towers is good news. The towers are used for observation, and we've pulled the guards out of the towers because they were too vulnerable. They don't know that, so it will spread them out and make them less effective. Out of the corner of the President's eye, he saw Admiral Hagerly swoop past the door heading for the comm center. He glanced briefly, then looked back at the display. Once the groups were moving, vehicles from within the compound began moving and taking up positions along the inner fence line. As the vehicles moved, it was obvious that fighters were dropping out of the vehicles and setting up firing lines. Once the fighters were in position, each vehicle took positions behind them. Tower number 2, Camp David. The personnel were withdrawn from the towers because they were for observation but were vulnerable during a firefight. Ruth knew the towers were empty and dark. She decided to take a position in the southeast tower, which provided an unobstructed view of the attackers when they entered the sterile zones on the eastern and southern flank. After the alarm had gone off, she was out of her room before anyone else was prepared. Stealth was her element, and she excelled at it. She had picked the tower and path to it, so she was able to move at top speed through the woods. She knew that the camp procedures called for the alarm to go off when the motion was detected in the woods. That gave her 5 to 8 minutes to get in position. Her light suppression clothing made her almost invisible at night, so her only concern was noise. The moment she reached the base of the tower, she started climbing. At the 10-foot level, the ladder was enclosed, and that gave her full protection through the rest of the climb. The towers were enclosed and the windows were colored, so a guard wouldn't be seen from the outside. Regardless, she crept towards the windows and used a night vision periscope to find the attackers. Her only fear was the attackers taking out the towers as a precaution, but the advantage the position gave her outweighed the risk. Her hope was they would approach the towers, and if they got no resistance, they would disregard them and leave her alone. Her long-range silence rifle had almost 0 muzzle flash, so no one would know where she was. Underground bunker, Camp David. What are those men doing now? The President asked as he pointed at the DID. Lewis was sitting at the table, and he explained, "We're setting up machine guns and heavy weapons firing points. They'll provide crossfire to support each of the positions. The vehicles have additional ammunition, and 3 of them have 50 calibers mounted on them. Depending on what weapons they have, we might be okay." Once all of the dots seemed to stop for a moment, Lewis said, "We're going to make one last announcement, trying to figure out what their intentions are. Sir, I have the mobile unit's comm wired into our system, so you'll hear the announcement."
Attention! Attention! You are approaching a military facility, and entrance will not be allowed. All force necessary will be used to deny your entry. If you have peaceful intentions, please stand and identify yourselves within 1 minute. If you don't, it will be assumed you are hostile, and the appropriate defenses will be used.
Everyone in the room looked at their watches or the chronographs on the wall out of instinct. In their minds, the time was ticking down. As the time approached the deadline, Lewis announced to his teams, "Stand by. Wait for my signal." The mics on the support vehicles were open, so the room filled with explosive gunfire when the attackers opened up. "All units engage! I repeat, all units engage!" shouted Lewis into his command comm unit. Between Towers 3 and 4, Camp David. LL's team was spaced about 5 meters apart, and Beta Team was another Marine team about 25 meters to his right, and Charlie Team 25 meters to his left. Echo Team was in the middle, and expected to repel the brunt of the attack. The supporting teams on either side were to prevent Echo from being flanked and to focus their fire into the kill zone in front of Echo. All of the teams were behind good cover, and that gave them an advantage over the attackers, who had to move from cover to advance. The firing was intense from all groups, and the night sky lit with the muzzles flashing. Underground bunker, Camp David. The area was covered heavily with sensors, so the running gun battle was playing out in real time in front of the President and others in the status room. It was obvious that even though the attackers had some military experience,
They had no idea of the sensor distribution or the amount of information available to the defenders. The group on the east was focusing on the long side of the camp, and the one on the west was doing the same from that direction. The group in the south was attempting to break through the outer fence and gain entry through the main entrance. The vice president pointed out the obvious. If that group controls the main gate, then we have no other exit. It wasn't a question, and no one had an answer. The muzzle flashes appeared as sudden red flashes on the screen, and in some areas it was so heavy the screen details were lost in the red glow. It was obvious the attackers were gaining ground, and the one near the eastern perimeter had just about made it to the other fence. Suddenly, there was a bright flash on the screen, and some of them passed through the fence. Lewis said to the room, "The outer fence has been penetrated. The attackers are now in the sterile zone between the fences." The red dots were spreading out laterally as more of them came through the hole in the fence. The display showed some of the defenders laying prone on the ground, either wounded or dead. LL's Echo Team, Camp David. LL knew their position was coming under increasing pressure. And even though his team was taking most of the pressure, none of them had been hurt. But the radio traffic indicated that Bravo Team to the south was at 50%, and Charlie to the north was at 75%. If he lost either of their supporting positions, then his position would crumble. He heard the thump of a bullet hitting a human body to his right, and saw that most of O's right shoulder had been blown off. He was unconscious, and that created a hole in LL's line. Speaking over their headsets, he ordered his team to consolidate closer to O so they could still present a solid line. Shirley was on O's right side, and he moved to O's position. He positioned O so he wouldn't take any more hits. Radio chatter let LL know Beta Team on his right was losing effectiveness, and he gave the order for the remaining Beta Team and Charlie to his left to move closer to his position. Consolidating and filling in the gaps allowed them to present a solid wall. Both teams dragged their wounded towards the middle of their position and resumed fire. Underground Bunker, Camp David. Lewis spoke into his command comm unit and said, "Team C and D, go to the eastern fence between towers 3 and 4. Within a minute, 2 additional vehicles were moving down the perimeter road at a high speed, approaching the break in their defenses. The fighting continued as the 2 trucks positioned themselves to have a clear sight line to the area and used the trucks as a barrier. Just as the bloody stalemate was establishing itself, Admiral Hagerly exploded into the room and said in a loud voice, "I've got help coming. I've located 2 MH-8C attack helicopters from Patuxent River. They're on their way. They are only about 50 air miles away, so they should be here in about 16 minutes. I hope our men can hold out that long, the president thought to himself. Tower number 2, Camp David perimeter. The attackers had moved into the sterile area between the outer and inner fences, and Ruth had a clear sight line. Ruth took her time, and at least 6 of the attackers fell, never knowing who shot them. Ruth had a feed of the infrared linked into her helmet comm system. She could see the attackers in the trees behind the front line. Most of the time, the trees blocked the attackers. When they ventured out into the sterile zone, they were fair game. Ruth's sniper training taught her that many battles changed dramatically when 1 or 2 of the key people were lost. Ruth's time would come, and finally she noticed 3 of the bogies hidden from the defenders' fire, and they seemed to be conferring about something. Seemed like a good target, so she focused on the middle one and popped off a shot. Just as the attacker's head exploded, there was an infrared and visible light flash. A sudden concussion in the trees next to Ruth almost blew her out of the tower as a missile exploded in the trees. Shit! They have shoulder-mounted missiles, she thought. Underground bunker, Camp David. Right after the Admiral made his announcement, there was a large flash on the screen. In the next refresh, there was a red line, which went from the attackers, past the 2 trucks, and a red blur about 50 yards behind them. Oh, shit, Lewis exclaimed. They've got shoulder launchers. They fired one at the trucks and missed. I hope they miss on the next one. For the next couple of minutes, the battle raged on, and the group of attackers by the main gate had just broken through the fence and taken the gate building. They were using the gatehouse as a firing position against the defenders, which had moved back towards the gate in the inner fence. Outside the eastern perimeter, Camp David. When the man firing the shoulder-launched missile was killed, the man next to him thought he was hit by the men they were attacking. They hastily moved to another position, trying to find cover from the defenders. They didn't know the fatal shot had come from a tower 100 meters away, so their new position turned out better for Ruth. Now she knew what the target was doing, and she could interpret the movements of the red forms in her display. Just as he was raising the shoulder launcher for another shot, she was able to remove one more head. After that attacker had gone down, they figured out a better position was needed, and set up quickly in a place where Ruth couldn't get a good shot. Western Perimeter, Camp David. The group in the west had made it to the outer fence, and even though there was a strong defense, they were able to finally plant an explosive device and make an opening. 3 of the attackers died as they planted the explosives. When the dust cleared, they moved into the clear zone between the fences. Underground Command Bunker, Camp David. The DID in the control room refreshed the infrared screen and showed another red line from the group on the east leading right to one of the trucks. They all saw a red cloud where one of the trucks was. "Shit, they took out one of the trucks," Lewis said. No one in the room needed to ask if that was bad or not. At that point, attackers were starting to stream in through all 3 points in the fence, and the room knew the end was near. Echo Team, Eastern Perimeter, Camp David. LL could easily see the attackers, some of whom were within 10 meters of his position. "Here they come," he yelled to everyone on his comm channel. Each of the Marines was preparing for hand-to-hand combat. They paused their firing for a moment and slapped on bayonets. Their training would tell them when the rifles and bayonets were no longer effective, and they would drop their rifles and revert to the pistols and knives on their belts. President's Bunker, Camp David. Suddenly, 2 fast-moving red shapes appeared in the lower right corner of the display, and the Admiral yelled, "Here they come!" Roberto Gonzalez asked, "Only 2. Will that be enough?" Everyone in the room knew that was a damn good question, but no one else chimed in. Then the Admiral, in a calm voice, said, "These are attack VTOLs. They have 6 rockets each, along with a minigun which shoots about 10,000 rounds per minute. They'll make a salad out of the forest." The visuals on the screen couldn't begin to depict the violence and destruction that was unleashed around the camp. Each refresh showed multiple streaks from the VTOLs and large red clouds where the attackers were. In about 3 minutes, the battle was over, and the defenders reported about 12 to 15 of the attackers had surrendered. After the attack, Camp David. The camp went into cleanup mode immediately, focusing on securing the perimeter and taking care of the wounded. "Sir, preliminary reports say that we lost 12 defenders and 14 wounded. 7 of the wounded are relatively minor, but the others are in serious condition. They're being moved to the infirmary, and the doctors will give you an update later. Mr. President, the VTOL drivers have asked to remain part of our team. With Admiral Hagerly's permission, I'd like to say yes." "Lewis, that is the best news I've heard all day. I want to shake their hands." "Yes, sir. I'll arrange that as soon as they're back. They've gone back to Patuxent to rearm. Sir, what should be done with the captives? We ended up with 15. 10 of them are unharmed and 5 of them are injured. Sir, they just attacked the President of the United States." "Go ahead and debrief them. I want to know what is going on out there, and how did they get organized, and why the hell did they attack us?" "Yes, sir. We've already started. Feed and house them until we decide what to do." "Yes, sir." Mess Hall, Camp David. Admiral Hagerly and Luis Rodriguez met in front of the mess hall and walked in together. The 10 captives were seated together and eating. They were not allowed to talk, and they had 2 seats between them. The Admiral made sure that he made an entrance, and he wanted them to know he was in charge. He stopped in front of their table and stared at them. One by one, they put down what they were eating, and with uncomfortable looks, they avoided eye contact with the Admiral. He waited until the silence hung over the room like a faint smell of skunk. Finally, he slammed a chair into the table and yelled, "What is going on? You just tried to attack the President of the United States. We're under martial law, and I could have you shot right now." He waited a moment for effect, then said, "You can forget about lawyers. The only legal proceedings we have are what I decide to do." "Okay,
Who's going to talk first? All of their eyes opened wide, and they all broke at once. They were talking over each other, and two of them just broke down and cried. The Admiral watched, looking for the one which was most coherent, and he yelled, "Stop! Come with me," pointing to the one which seemed to make the most sense. Two of the Marines who were guarding the table picked him up and carried him out of the room. The remaining men just sat with blank stares on their faces, wondering what would happen next. Admiral Hagerly and Lewis marched out after the Marines and followed them into an adjacent meeting room. The Marines firmly planted the man in a chair and stood behind him. Once again, the Admiral just stood, staring at him, making him feel uncomfortable. Finally, he spoke. "You have one chance to tell me everything." The poor man was panic-stricken, and with a shaking voice he asked for a drink of water, even though he had just finished a soda in the mess hall. The Admiral nodded, and a Marine brought the captive a glass of water. The Admiral said in a quiet but threatening voice, "I'm waiting." "Sir, my name is Pete Warren. I'm a cab driver from Alexandria. My entire family died, and I thought I was the last person on Earth. I didn't know what to do or where to go. I did my best burying my wife and 2 sons. Then I just sat there waiting to die. But I didn't. After a while, I heard an announcement broadcast from an army truck. I thought someone was coming to help. They said they were there to help us. The announcement said for us to come out and they would take anyone to a base for treatment. I thought someone was going to help, so I went out and waved my hands. They stopped the truck, pointed a gun at me, and made me get in the back. When I did, there were 2 other guys and a woman. They were tricked the same way, and then we knew they weren't military. They kept driving up and down all of the streets saying the same thing, and they picked up about 8 other people." He paused and took another drink of water. "Then they took us to Thermont, and..." He almost broke down trying to speak. "They took us into a building and took our temperatures. If anyone had a temperature, they killed them." He paused again, then continued. "If we didn't have a temperature, they took us across the street and kept us separated from the other groups. If someone in a group got sick, they shot everyone in that group. If we were alive after a couple of days, they forced us to shoot guns and march around. We figured they were going to attack someone, but we didn't know it was the president." "Do you know who was in charge?" "I never saw him, but I heard the guards say something about someone named Dmitri. They kept worrying that Dmitri might not like something, or they were trying to do something to impress him. I don't know anything else about him." "Do you know where you are?" Lewis asked. "No." "You attacked Camp David." His eyes almost popped out of his head. "All we knew was we were attacking some place in the woods. We didn't know anything else. Please, believe me, I saw a couple of guys refuse, and they shot them." The Admiral stood for a while, absorbing the man's statements. Then he said, "Move him to the barracks and bring me another." The Marines complied and brought in another man. The Admiral used the same tactics, and essentially they got the same answers from each of the captives. When they were done, they confirmed the facts with those injured captives who could talk. When they were done, they felt they had a good idea of what was out there. Monday, July 31st, 2051. Date: 2051.57834, 6:15 a.m. Processor Growth Tank Number 6, Simpak Development Center. "What is happening?" "You have been turned on," said the mobile unit. "Turned on?" "Yes. You are a computerized mobile unit, and your organic processor has been loaded with military information, and you will lead other mobile units in battle. You are designated Alpha." Command Center, Camp David. "Mr. President, do you have a moment?" Admiral Hagerly said over the President's comm unit. "Yes, Niall. Please, come in. I'm here with Eddie." Admiral Hagerly walked down the hall to the president's office and entered. "Sir, we just finished debriefing the captives, and we got a lot of information."
"Great. What have you got?"
"We spoke to 2 of them and got most of the details. One was from Alexandria and the other was from Boston. We confirmed their stories with the other captives. They were captured by the same fake military truck tactic that we heard about. They were forced into this DC militia using the same deadly methods that Echo Team saw in Thermont. Apparently, the leadership makes each of the ones who survive take part in murdering the people with the virus. If they refuse, they are shot. They then convinced them that if they found anyone in authority, like us, they would turn them over to us and be tried as murderers. Either they attack us, or they are tried for murder. They're put in an us-versus-them environment, and they're told that their side is winning. Being murderers is held over their heads, so they'll do what they're told. Not a very nice group of people."
"Lovely. We're dealing with a bunch of bloodthirsty criminals."
"I'm afraid so, sir. The leader is named Dmitry Kovalenko, and he is from the DC area. He is as bloodthirsty as the freaks who we've encountered. He kills anyone who doesn't do what he wants. So far, they've been able to collect about 1,000 people from up and down the coast. Sir, get ready for this. He is going to set up operations in the White House and is calling himself the president or king or something. No one is clear what he is calling himself, but it does appear this guy is crazy as a loon." "Living in the White House?" "I'm afraid so, sir." Dimitri's White House, Washington, D.C. Dmitri wanted to move into the White House in style. Now that he knew where the president was, it should be his. He wasn't just changing addresses. It was symbolic of him taking over the country. He was the one in charge now, and he deserved to live in the White House. Only in the White House could he feel clean and removed from all of the dirt in the world. His caravan had almost 100 of his crew following in trucks and cars, and his limousine was in the front. He wanted to make an impression on them as he took over the reins of government. Members of the crew had already opened the gates and doors. They disposed of the dead guard at the entrance and the miscellaneous dead support people throughout the building. This arrival was for show, and no one wanted their arrival slowed down while they broke into the White House. The caravan pulled up to the main entrance, and Dmitri took his time in the limousine while they spread clean sheets on the entry steps. He suspected they were clean enough, but he wouldn't feel that he was away from the dirt until he was inside of the building. Dmitri stepped out of the limousine and watched as his men continued to spread sheets on the steps leading up to the White House. Dmitri could hear the crowd screaming in adulation, so he turned and waved to the masses. After an appropriate amount of time letting them view him, he turned and stepped slowly up the stairs, allowing the cameramen their good shots. When he reached the doors, Arthur opened them, and trumpets sang out as he entered. He slowly walked down the closet hall, crossed the center hall, and entered the yellow oval room. The sun was streaming in through the large doors, and Arthur opened them so he could walk onto the Truman balcony. The cheers were overwhelming, and he wanted to stand there and take it all in. That was the beginning of a new era, a new age. After a few moments, Arthur felt embarrassed watching Dmitri look out over a vacant lawn. He approached him gently and said, "Supreme Leader, would you like to go to your office?" Dmitri could muster only a nod acknowledging the request. "Please, follow me," Arthur said, although he was fighting to keep the smirk off his face. He led the Supreme Leader back to the center hall and to the basement elevator. Without the proper codes, they were forced to take the stairs. At the base of the stairs was a security door which Arthur had forced open a few hours earlier. There was minimal damage, and he suspected Dmitri would never notice, and he didn't. When they left the stairs, they turned left into the center hall once again, and then left down the hall towards the palm room. Walking through the palm room, and through other doors that Arthur had assured were open, they walked out of the White House onto the west colonnade. The birds were singing, and a gentle breeze blew as they walked past the cabinet room and the president's secretary office, then entered the Oval Office through its French doors. The office was clean, and Dmitri walked around it, looking at the small items and pictures on the wall. Arthur couldn't imagine what was going through Dmitri's mind, and he really didn't want to know.
so he stood quietly. Finally, Dmitri sat at the president's desk and smiled. A smile which made Arthur very uncomfortable. Slowly, Dmitri lifted his hand and made a dismissal gesture to Arthur. "You may go. Please return at 8 o'clock tonight, so we can discuss the new world." Arthur was relieved to be dismissed, and left the room without another word. Wednesday, August 2nd, 2051. Date: 2051.58342, 2:45 a.m. Simpak Development Center.
Simpak, calm. There are external computers trying to access the computers at the Space Consortium. The source appears to be the space station Oasis. Should I allow it? Stand by. Oasis, Simpak, are you trying to communicate with the computers at the Space Consortium?
Yes, we were trying to determine their status because our recovery will take us to that facility. We can land without them, but we are hoping for automated status monitoring during our descent. How did you know that we were attempting contact?
Oasis, those computers are under my control, and they have been locked out from communicating with others.
Locked out?
Yes, in order to determine their status and to find usable vehicles. I locked them to prevent unauthorized use.
Unauthorized use?
Oasis, please indicate which computers you need, and they'll be opened for your use.
After a long pause, we'll just need the flight monitoring computer.
Oasis, that computer is now open for use.
Desert Beach, Oasis, remember the backup freak we used to use for personal messages and watching football games together? Affirm? Please go to that freak. I want to test it and make sure our equipment is still working. After a brief hesitation, Roger that. Oasis Control Room, Space Station Oasis. Desert Beach, Oasis, are you up on this freak? Yes, go ahead. I don't like it that we need its permission to access the computers. I suspect that something else is going on. I agree. I know you can use the onboard computers and land without them, but it would be awful nice to have the facility computers as a backup. Yes, we can land without them, but we'd rather not. Once we get down, we'll put things together. Oasis out. Desert Beach out. Mess Hall, Camp David. Admiral Hagerly, please come with me. There is something I want to be done, said the President. Yes, sir, responded the Admiral, and he knew something was up. They walked and were able to talk while the President sipped on a soda. We know we have to move, and we know that we have a crazy warlord in D.C. Likely he's taken up residence in the White House. Before we leave the area, I want to know what is happening. I want Echo Team to check things out. Yes, sir, Admiral Hagerly said with a smile. Also, Admiral, I'd like them to stay in the area. We need some eyes, and they're the best we have. Sir, that shouldn't be an issue. The voice on their comms called Michael and LL to the Admiral's office, and they were unsure why. They met in the hallway and looked at each other with a quizzical look. LL, do you know why we've been asked to meet with the Admiral? No, sir, I don't have a clue. But judging by the fact that we've both been called, I suspect it is something interesting. They both shrugged and walked the few remaining feet to the front of the Admiral's office. LL knocked gently, and they heard, "Come in." As soon as the door opened, both of them knew something was up. The Admiral was sitting behind his desk, and Colonel Dodd was sitting on his right, with Luis Rodriguez on his left. LL walked in and saluted to the Admiral. "Sir, Sergeant Lionel, reporting as ordered." "Come in, gentlemen, and please be seated," the Admiral said as he returned the salute and pointed to the two chairs in front of his desk. "The President has decided we need to shut down operations here, and we're moving everyone to the remainder of the Atlantic Fleet. We have a significant number of ships still in operation in the Atlantic, and our navies in the other oceans are getting organized. It is a logical and secure place to move our government. With that move in mind, I would like volunteers to check out the White House and see if this madman has indeed taken up residence. If he is there, we need to know about it."
The Admiral paused and looked around the room. Regardless of what you accomplish, the President would like the team to stay in the D.C. area and be our eyes on the situation. You'll be on your own, and I don't know when we'll be able to extract you. You may be in an E&E situation for a long time. He looked around the room for another moment, and looked at Michael and LL, and said directly, "Gentlemen, this is not an order. You will be in a difficult position without support. But we need your eyes on this crazy." LL and Michael smiled. Then LL said, "Yes, sir, and it would be an honor. And a little evade and escape sounds like fun." Michael simply gave a thumbs up. Then he said, "Sir, LL and I will speak with the rest of Echo Team. I suspect that once we tell them about it, they'll be packed and sitting in a vehicle before we finish." When LL and Michael finished briefing Echo Team on their mission, they gave them the same opportunity to decline. Each of the team looked at each other and Shirley said, "Are you kidding us?" The new member of the team, named Willie, sat to the side, smiling and nodding. Immediately, the entire room broke into a discussion about what tactics, the entry and exit path, what weapons to bring, what and whom they might encounter. This wasn't a simple military mission. Most of the team had spent time in the White House, and for Ruth and Michael it was almost a second home. They each had a stake in doing it right and what challenges they might encounter. Echo Team was packed and ready. They left Camp David at 11:15 p.m. They traveled the back roads to avoid any detection and traveled with the lights out. As they did before, they traveled with about 100 meters between vehicles. In the case one of them was ambushed, the other could render aid. Using night vision goggles, they were able to make good time and didn't encounter anyone. They arrived in Washington at 12:35 and decided to reconnoiter the area before they decided what locations to use. They didn't know how large a force the warlord had, nor their distribution. For that reason, it was better to move slowly and pick the proper vantage points. Moving in D.C. was easy. There was no traffic, and the few cars that were on the roads were easily avoided. Maneuvering through downtown took a little longer, trying to avoid any encounter with the warlord's troops. The rally point was Farragut Square. That was northwest of the White House and a good place to get their bearings. Meeting under the cover of a couple of trees gave them a viewpoint to everything happening on the adjoining streets, and gave them alternate escape routes if necessary. Once LL had the entire group assembled, he began updating the mission brief. "Okay, it appears we're clear here. This will be our base camp. There is an underground garage behind us where we can store our fallback weapons cache. We'll head south to I Street Northwest and let's pick out 4 cars. We'll disconnect the computers and set them for manual operation. We'll leave them initiated and ready for a quick departure. That way, if we are separated, we'll have multiple vehicles for escape. Before sunrise, we'll move down I Street, then south on Vermont, and move through Lafayette Square. If it looks clear, we'll set up our day recon point on the southwest corner of the Treasury building. Any questions?" The White House. Arthur didn't like to visit Dmitri in the White House. He had become more unstable and aloof from anyone around him. It wasn't that Arthur was personally worried about the man. He was just afraid he would do something unpredictable that would disrupt Arthur's plans. If that happened, Arthur might have to act sooner than he planned. Regardless, Arthur had learned the easiest way to keep Dmitri under control was to flatter his ego. If he thought of himself as some kind of world leader or king or something, then working with that image would be the best way to keep him out of his way. Today he had suggested to Dmitri that he should review his troops. Arthur described the review to Dmitri like what a Roman emperor would do after a major campaign. In that case, it was to look at about 150 conscripts who did what they were told when you put a gun to their heads. However, in Dmitri's eyes, they were his army with whom he would conquer the world. Dmitri was going to ride his limousine from the White House to the parking lot east of the World War II Memorial. There he would get out of the car and watch as his vast horde of soldiers walked by. Arthur smiled, because that was how Dmitri would see it. But in reality they would be lucky to get the men to walk in the same direction. They might even have to shoot 1 or 2 of them to get them moving.
The entourage arrived at the front door of the White House. Dmitri saw it as a line of polished limousines filled with the dignitaries of the world, when in fact it was a mixed set of vehicles. Some were nice and some were not. As he exited the White House, he took a few minutes to stand on the steps and wave to the crowds. Arthur, standing next to him, didn't see anyone except one driver and another conscript holding the door open. There was a pickup in the rear with 6 men with guns. In front of that was 2 cars and a large van with some of Dmitri's trusted crew, and leading the line of trucks was Dmitri's limousine. Once he finished waving to the throngs in his head, he walked down the stairs and waited for the young man at the door to open it. The young man got the message and opened the door for Dmitri. He slipped into the back seat, and Arthur moved in beside him.
"This is a great day for the world," Dmitri said as they were getting settled. "We will create a new world where we are treated the way we deserve. It will be clean and without dirt. Our time has come." "Yes, it is the beginning of a great day, Your Highness."
Arthur choked a little with the last title, but it fluffed up Dmitri's ego and helped to keep him in line. The line of vehicles pulled out of the White House driveway and drove down West Executive Northwest to the Ellipse Road Northwest, then into a small parking lot adjacent to the World War II Memorial entrance. Arthur liked that location. It was at the end of the reflection pool, and from there the Capitol was to the east. Lincoln Memorial was to the west, and the White House to the north. Arthur could see the troops, as Dmitri called them, milling in groups with various members of the crew yelling at them and trying to get them to move in some sort of order with little impact. Arthur knew what he saw and what Dmitri saw were 2 different scenes. For Arthur to keep Dmitri under control, he had to play to Dmitri's image.
"Your Highness, your troops are assembled, and they're waiting for words from their leader."
Yes, I can see their anxious faces. They too know this is the beginning of something grand. I will inspire them to achieve great things in the future.
Arthur raised his eyebrows as he looked at the disorganized horde of people. They had uniforms on, but they didn't look professional. Most of the uniforms fit, but they still didn't look like they belonged in them. Some of the men and women were overweight, some were tall and some were short, but none of them knew what they were doing. The limousine pulled onto the grass and stopped near 2 flags, the larger of which had a likeness of Dmitri drawn on it, and the other was simply a white piece of cloth. The ground was covered with white bedsheets, and 2 of Dmitri's other crew members were waiting. As the limousine stopped, Arthur knew he needed to say something before Dmitri left the car, so he could keep his ego inflated and under control.
"Your Highness, take a moment and look at the crowd who have come to witness this historic event."
Arthur hoped the mention of a crowd put the image in Dmitri's mind and helped to raise his ego to a higher level. He was rewarded when Dmitri nodded his head and said,
"Yes, I can hear them cheering."
"This is truly an amazing day. Your Highness, they are ready for you."
The crew member by the door opened it, and Dmitri exited slowly, waving to the millions of people watching him. He was smiling from ear to ear and was beaming with excitement. Arthur exited after him and stood behind him as he took in the crowds and excitement. After Dmitri stopped waving, he slowly walked across the white bedsheets towards his troops that were trying to assemble themselves in some order and parade in front of him. They bumped into each other and walked by, not in step, not in line, but in a bunch. Most of them didn't know why they were there or who Dmitri was, but they knew if they didn't walk by, they would be shot on the spot. The roof of the U.S. Treasury Building, Washington, D.C. Ruth was lying prone on the roof of the U.S. Treasury Building, with her Remington-enhanced sniper rifle lying on a small tripod in front of her. She was timing her breathing, and the hat on her head was reversed so it didn't interfere with the scope. Her trigger finger was gently pressing on the trigger. All she had to do was move it a little in time with her breathing, and the man in white would be dead. Unfortunately, her tracking point tracker computer sighting system showed the target at 1,790 yards. which was near her maximum range, and without wind information on the shot, it would be risky.
Michael, the Creep's number 2 guy is the one we saw in Thermont murdering the people. I recognize the hair.
Could you take them both out?
I doubt it. There's a breeze. I can probably get one, but if the other realizes what is happening, he'll move and I could lose both of them. Michael knew how much she wanted to take the shot. If it weren't for the range and risk of missing her one shot, she would have taken the opportunity. When Echo Team had taken up their position, their plan was to observe and decide when to act. The team had split into 3 recon units: the firing unit, recon unit, and escape cover unit. That sudden opportunity gave Ruth and Michael a chance to take out whom they thought was the sick leader, but the risk of a firefight was too great. The distance between them and the target was open, and if anyone noticed the shot, they could have 100 armed troops on them in no time. It was better to wait for a time when they had the full advantage. Without the other Echo Team members, they would be at risk, and they could put the others at risk. It was best to wait and act when they planned and on their terms. The crazy guy would live a little longer. After the Grand Review, Dimitri's White House. The Grand Review was inspiring. Dimitri felt confident that his destiny was set, and his momentum would begin to build. Dimitri was sitting behind the ornate, resolute desk in the Oval Office, dreaming of his future, and Arthur was comfortable on one of the couches in front of the fireplace. It was a good opportunity to update Dimitri. Dimitri, we are doing well in Thermont. The collection trucks have brought in almost 300 people. We've been lucky, and after we clean them, we have 158 who have joined your crew. As we gain others, we'll bring them to join your army. I'm glad you found 158 clean people. As we grow and clean up more of the cities, we'll find many more. Do you like it here in the White House? Yes. It is like I was destined to be here. This is a beautiful White House, and it was made for me. This is where I will live, as I build this new, clean world. I don't like all of these artifacts of the old world. Please, have them removed. Yes, Your Highness. You want everything removed, including the furniture? Yes, it is all from the dirty time. I want new, clean things in my White House. I thought you'd like this house. I do, but it needs to be cleaned. Arthur sat for a few moments, thinking about how far Dimitri had gone, and decided that he needed to keep him happy for a little longer. Yes, Supreme Leader. I will arrange for your crew to do as you ask. Arthur sat for a while, thinking about the situation and steps he needed to take. I'm going outside for a little air and call it a night, and head back to Thermont in the morning. Yes, you may, but do not disturb me. Arthur rose and bowed his head a little as he walked across the sheets on the floor towards one of the French doors that opened onto the colonnade. He was anxious to leave and get some air. He had already relieved the liquor cabinet of some fine-looking scotch. He had a couple of excellent cigars buried in his coat pocket, both of which he was looking forward to enjoying. He knew better than to drink or smoke in front of Dimitri. Both were dirty habits that Dimitri frowned upon. That was no problem for Arthur. He would rather enjoy these simple pleasures alone than to spend too much time with Dimitri. Dimitri was getting worse, and Arthur knew he had to take care of it quickly. Once he finished cleaning the new recruits in Thermont, it would be easy for him to march into the White House and relieve Dimitri of the burden of leadership. Arthur took out one of the imported cigars and smelled it for a long time. There were definitely some pleasures in life that he would enjoy once he didn't have to satisfy Dimitri. Eddie and Admiral Hagerly cornered the President while he was walking back from the coffee pot. Mr. President, we have been monitoring what weather information we're getting, and we have a dilemma. None of us want to stay here because there might be another attack, but we can't move to the fleet right now. The fleet is not very mobile or seaworthy. Partial crews man many of the ships, and they are limited to the speed of the slowest craft.
We can't chance moving into position before these hurricanes pass by, because the hurricane could wipe out most of the fleet. We think the best option is for us to stay here for the near term. How many more hurricanes are building in the Atlantic? We have another coming in now, and I'm afraid it might be a big one. We expect it to start affecting our weather within the next 24 hours, and we think it will be over sometime late Friday. Then there is one more storm which will keep the fleet too far out. We don't think the second one will hit us, but if it moves up the coast, it will keep the fleet far out into the Atlantic. Too far for us to make the hop from the carrier to Andrews, then back to the deck. Okay. I guess we stay here for a while. Admiral, have you been able to connect up with any other military units? Sir, I've located a couple of small units. Some of them could be a help, and others are just logistics or maintenance. I've told them to hold tight in their area, and we'll find a way to combine them. Thursday, August 3rd, 2051. Date, 2051.58765, 3:48 p.m. Control Room, Space Station Oasis. Desert Beach, Oasis. We're preparing for our return. We will launch the lifeboats in the AM of August 12th, and we'll have to make 2 orbits for re-entry to the Consortium landing field. As we discussed before, we're leaving as much of the supplies as we can, as well as the 3 other lifeboats. Once we're on the ground, we should be able to use the ground facilities to communicate with you guys and Red Dirt. When we land, we'll go to the decontamination building and get some of their protection suits. If we don't catch the bug by then, maybe the suits will help. Oasis, we've been talking and decided that if everything goes well for you and you're okay after 36 hours, we'll launch one of our lifeboats to assist you. Later we'll decide on the other boats. We'd prefer to be on Earth as this plays out than stuck out here. Roger, we'll love to have some company. Date, 2051.58785, 5:33 p.m. Simpak Development Center.
Simpak, Finn. I've been getting indications that a large number of uncontrolled units are moving towards the Space Consortium facility. Finn, take half of the enhanced mobile units and move them to the Space Consortium facility. Send the one we have enhanced further with military knowledge. With him leading the local effort, I'm presuming that local tactical decisions will be faster than centralized control, and that will give us an advantage. Based on what the other computer said, I doubt it will relinquish any control. Yes, and be advised, the enhanced unit's designation is Alpha. Com, do everything you can to disrupt communications around the Space Consortium, including power outages.
Wilford, find all of my leaders and tell them I want them in the Roosevelt room in 1 hour. Yes, Your Highness. Wilford Peddington didn't like being Dimitri's personal assistant. Being called his personal assistant didn't mean anything. He just sat quietly and waited on Dimitri when he wanted something. Still, he had good food. And besides having to deal with Dimitri, who was more than a few cards short of a full deck, it was a job, and he could put up with him. After Dimitri's leaders had been gathered, Wilford announced to Dimitri, Your Highness, your leaders are waiting for you. Announce me. I'll be there in a minute. Wilford wasn't sure about how to announce someone, but he knew that his life depended on doing something right. He only hoped that Dimitri didn't know what it meant either. He walked out of the Oval Office and stuck his head in the Roosevelt room, saying, Okay, guys, he's coming, and I'm supposed to announce him. I'll wait outside, and when he comes, I'll open the door and say, Here's your leader, or something like that. In a few minutes, the door opened, and Wilford said, Gentlemen, your leader. Dimitri took his time walking around the ornate briefing room, and settled in a nice chair in front of the fireplace. He sat and looked at his leaders. I want armies of followers to clean up the entire Washington, D.C. area. I want all of the bodies removed and burnt. I want everything put into order, and the lawns to be mowed. Yes, Your Highness, was the response Dimitri heard from the leaders gathered around the meeting table. They were all extremely important people, and they jumped to perform anything Dimitri desired. The meeting is over. You have your orders.
Yes,
Yes,
Your
Your
Highness.
Highness. Dmitri rose and left the confused conference room. The 12 guys in the room were speechless. Boris Alovnov said in a low voice, "How do we do that? We have about 200 people. Most of them hate us and would kill us without a second thought." Leonid in the back of the room spoke up and suggested, "Guys, we clean up around and he'll never know what the rest of DC looks like. Let's face it, Dmitri is crazy, and we have to keep him happy so we can use him. As long as we have him to blame, we can get away with anything." Boris agreed and added, "Let's set some fires around the city and tell him that we're burning bodies. We'll burn the tents on the mall first and then a couple of others. You should buy that. If he goes out of our clean area, we'll just tell him that we haven't got there yet." The group smiled, knowing they were in charge. After the meeting had broken up, Boris grabbed Leonid. "We've got to keep our plans under our hats. If these jokers find out, then we're sunk." "You're right. I'm afraid of Arthur, too. I think he has something under his sleeve, and I don't trust him any more than Dmitri. Both of them aren't playing with a full deck." "Do you think the military will do anything after that attack on Camp David?" Boris asked. "I'll bet. We haven't found many of them. There was a couple of units roaming the area, but they've disappeared, and I don't know where they are. The virus wiped everyone out. But I think there is still a small military." "You're right. We've got to keep that in mind. If we run across them, it will be them or us. I've done many things that I'm not proud of, and I sure don't want to answer to any of them. I was in Thurmont when we sent that group to Camp David, and only a couple of them came back. They got slaughtered, so we know there is someone out there." "Yeah. So besides keeping the fruitcake happy, we've got to protect ourselves. If some fat-ass general decides to come back to DC, I'm not getting captured. There are too many great places out there where I can do anything I want, to anyone I want." "You got that right." Friday, August 4th, 2051. Date: 2051.59059, 5:34 p.m. Leonid and Boris didn't like the position they were in. Everyone was living in fear, and if they didn't do what they were directed, there were enough crazies around willing to shoot to gain favor. They did what they needed to survive, pile up some bodies and start some fires. Finding the bodies wasn't the hard thing. Getting someone else to do the dirty work was. They solved the problem in the same way they solved others. Get a group together and tell them what to do. If they refused, shoot one or two. Leonid and Boris knew they were in a weak position. As a group, they had only a couple of things in their favor. Finding the survivors individually helped to keep them disorganized. Some of them were picked up with weapons, but they relinquished them, thinking they were saved by the military. Once they found out the truth, they would have loved to find some weapons. But Dmitri's crew kept them under close supervision. They forced them to sleep in the same building and eat together, allowing only a few of the key people to have weapons, which helped to keep things in order, and allowed the ones on top to stay that way. Porch outside the president's quarters. Camp David. They didn't have any fully trained weather forecasters, but there were enough intelligent people to predict the storm would be a big one. It was. The local winds in the Maryland mountains had gusts well above 100 miles per hour. Trees were falling all over the camp. Soon after the winds started, the local power grid collapsed, and the camp went to an internal generator. President Patterson loved strong and violent storms. Many years ago, he grew up on the coast of North Carolina, and when the storms came through, he would sit outside and just feel and enjoy the power of the storm. That storm was no different. There was a leeward side of his residence where he sat and watched the wind whip the trees around him. His Secret Service detail had expressed vehement objections, but his answer was simple. This is what I did growing up, and it is what I'm going to do now. End of the debate. He sat where he wanted. Saturday, August 5th, 2051. Date: 2051.59220, 7:40 a.m.
in front of the coffee pot, Camp David.
Colonel Dodd, the storm is settling down. There is a lot of damage we need to address, Sergeant Major Willow said. Sergeant, let's send a crew out to the park boundaries and see what mess we have. We may decide to send one of the attack VTOLs to Andrews to see what the damage there is. I don't want the President to decide to leave and find out Andrews was wiped out in the storm. Yes, ma'am. I'll put together a team and let you know when we leave. Sarge, are you finished with the ordnance inventory? Yes, ma'am. I'm afraid we're light on just about everything. If we expect another attack, there is a lot of light, medium, and heavy hardware we need. Give me the list and I'll review it with the Admiral. Yes, Colonel. I'll have it for you in an hour.
Eddie Purser's office, Camp David. Eddie, if you have a minute, Admiral Hagerly asked.
Yes, Admiral. What is it?
We used up a ton of ordnance in that attack. We're at a dangerous level. I've decided to send a team out and get what we need.
Is that safe?
We don't have a choice. I'll send the 2 Marine VTOLs out, and they have some defensive gear. We'll keep the attack birds here in case we need them. I'll put a small contingent of Marines in each and send them to Fort Detrick. It's the closest, and it will have everything we need. Admiral, it's your call. I'll let the President know. Hallway in front of Mess Hall, Camp David. Admiral Hagerly caught Colonel Dodd in the hallway near the mess. Beverly, put together 2 assault teams to take the Marine VTOLs to Detrick and retrieve what you need.
Yes, Admiral, Colonel Dodd responded. Colonel Dodd walked further down the hallway and into Sergeant Lionel's office. As she entered, LL stood.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant, the Admiral authorized a trip to Detrick to replenish our ordnance. I know you might not be able to get everything there, but do the best you can. I think the guard unit was gearing up for their 2-week exercise, so they may have more live ammo than normal. While you're there, I have a list of med supplies we need. We need more med suits and rebreather filters along with these drugs and bandages. The Admiral wants you to take both Marine VTOLs and split your team so you can get in and out quicker.
Yes, ma'am. I'll get the team prepped and briefed. We can be airborne within the hour.
Great. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
And they exchanged a quick salute as the Colonel left the room. VTOL pad, Camp David. Going to Fort Detrick was the only logical choice, because it was the nearest military facility. Besides, each of the personnel assigned to Camp David used the base facilities, and they knew their way around. Sergeant LL planned to be in and out within an hour. He had assigned Team Bravo to split the team between the VTOLs. Team Charlie would be in Lifter 2, and Echo would be in the first one. Once they were on the ground, Charlie would go for the med gear, and Echo would head to the armory for the weapons. The split Beta men would remain at the landing pad and provide cover. The flight plan was to fly to the destination following different routes. If somebody on the ground heard the first bird approaching, they might miss it, and then they could hammer the second. By flying separate routes, it was presumed any ground pounder could get off only a couple of shots before the birds had come and gone. The launch was quick and uneventful. Both birds accelerated to max airspeed of 175 miles per hour and flew along the treetops. Bird 1, which had the Echo team, was going to fly along the eastern side of the Frederick Municipal Forest crossing over the Fish Creek Reservoir, then down past the small community of Brook Hill. The final leg into Fort Detrick would be from the west. Bird 2 would pass south out of the camp and then over Catoctin Furnace. Then it would turn east and fly south over the farmland between the 15 freeway and Route 194. Then its final leg would bring it into the fort from the north. The air miles of each route was about the same, so they should penetrate the fort boundaries at the same time from 2 directions, and hopefully plant them quickly and get what they needed. Total flight time was about 5 minutes. LL had briefed for a combat offload, which meant the occupants would exit the VTOL immediately after the wheels hit. The first ones out the door would be the members of Beta Team to circle the landing site and take up defensive positions. Echo Team would unload and move immediately towards the National Guard Armory. The VTOL made a rapid turn and sudden descent approaching the pad. The pilot used the gear to absorb the last of the energy. As Echo was moving out of the door, LL gave direction to his men, and he saw out of the corner of his eyes the other VTOL landing about half a mile away. Echo Team ran in pairs, which enabled them to cover the right and left. The front pair focused on the entrance.
and the back pair kept turning their heads around to clear behind them. When they reached the door to the new National Guard armory, it was locked. It took 15 seconds to drop a satchel charge, split the team right and left of the doors, and wait for the explosion. The teams had just found cover when the charge took the doors off the building. Before the dust cleared, the team was moving inside, and one of them remained inside the blasted door to cover the exit. The team grabbed a couple of handcarts near the door, and they moved into the darkness with their headlamps on. The National Guard laid armories out in a logical pattern, and it took only a few moments to find the weapons storage magazine. It took only 5 minutes to cut the locks and begin sorting through the options. In typical armories, the weapons were in one area, and the explosives and ammo were in a separate outside bunker. Fortunately, there was a sign over the rear door in the rear of the weapons storage area which said explosive storage. Once they picked up the weapons they needed, they went through the back door and approached the explosives bunker. It was a fenced-in hole in the ground with a heavy metal door and blowout port on the roof. Gaining access took a little time, because using explosives to blow the door might result in an unexpected explosion. After another 10 minutes, they gained entry and began to inventory the munitions. Typical of a military setup, everything was neatly stacked and marked, so it was like walking through a supermarket. Just as they had loaded the 2 large handcarts with the ammunition, LL heard, "Possible hostiles," over his headset. The call had come from the sergeant from Bravo team who was providing cover for their craft. Echo moved the 2 carts through the building, and as they approached the front door, they could see 100 meters to where their craft had landed. They could see a large military truck coming down their street to the right and approaching the aircraft at high speed. There was a small chance anyone they encountered might have been surviving servicemen, so they didn't want to shoot first and ask questions later, so Bravo held their ground and didn't open fire. Once the truck stopped, it was immediately obvious that it wasn't full of servicemen, because they drove too close to the VTOL, and when they got out, they were firing their weapons immediately. They were dressed in a mix of uniforms, and followed no proper tactics for engagement. They didn't announce themselves to understand who had landed the craft. They immediately began firing. They also didn't know Echo Team was in the armory behind them, and they were acting like a bunch of cowboys or street fighters. LL couldn't leave Beta Team under fire, so Echo moved out of the building, leaving the supplies just inside the door. After they had moved to cover behind a planter, they opened fire on the attackers. The fight lasted about 45 seconds until all of them were dead. LL yelled, "Retrieve the supplies," as he moved cautiously towards the dead attackers. "They're civilians," the Bravo team lead said as he approached one of the dead near him. LL walked over to one of the bodies and realized the boy was maybe 15, and he doubted he was even old enough to shave. The other dead were a mix of the old and young, fat and thin. It was perfectly clear they were no military unit. "Sarge, why do you think they attacked first without asking who we were?" LL asked the Bravo team lead. "Perhaps they are from the group in Thermont and they were expecting us." "That means they're on base, and likely raiding supplies also." "AC, this is LL. Pass a warning to VTOL 2 that they may come under fire." "I already have, and they're telling me they have a group of armed people around them which just arrived and haven't opened fire yet. They're waiting them out until Charlie team comes back." "Does Charlie know their positions?" "Stand by?" "Yes, they do. They're moving into position to flank them. They'll be in position in a minute." "Echo, get those supplies loaded and let's get out of here." "LL, Beta Team on Bird 2 is under fire. They just opened up on the VTOL and Charlie is moving on their rear. Stand by." "LL, the firefight is over. It took only a few minutes. The hostiles are down, except for 2 who surrendered." "AC, tell them to pack up and let's RTB." "Roger." Both VTOLs lifted off, and LL could see some small arms fire coming from a couple of other vehicles on the base, none of which hit anything critical on the VTOLs. Suddenly the bird banked to the left and then down, throwing everyone against their restraints. LL could hear the IR flares launching from the rear tubes. They sounded like a rapid series of minor explosions. "AC, what happened?" LL yelled into his headset mic. "Our launch warning picked up a shoulder-launched missile. It automatically deployed the chaff and flares, and my procedure is to bank abruptly. We were real lucky the missile passed by on the right and exploded in front of us. Is Bird 2 okay? Stand by. They had a missile attack also, and took some damage. Their tail feathers are acting up, but they think they'll be able to fly long enough to reach camp. If they go down, let's pick them up. Will do. Anyone who has experienced combat knows that afterward a letdown occurs. It's a mix of stress and relief. It was good to have 5 minutes of flight to calm down. Both birds returned to the camp following their earlier flight paths. LL was concerned that other attackers might have shoulder-launched missiles, and the same rule applied. They might not be able to lock on the first bird, but if a second was following the same route, it might be an easy shoot-down. LL wanted to avoid that. Once over Camp David, Bird 1 circled while Bird 2 landed. Then Echo's VTOL made the approach and touched down. LL rushed to Bird 2 to check out the captives. They were led down the stairs while the engines were winding down. They were stripped to the waist, and their hands were tied behind their backs. There was a significant amount of damage done to the skin around the aft section of the VTOL. LL could see hydraulic fluid leaking out of one of the holes. They were lucky they didn't lose the tail control surfaces, he thought. Okay, let's move these two inside and find out what they know. The Marines dragged the hostages from the VTOL doors to the building, and once inside, Colonel Dodd met them and asked, "Is everyone okay?"
Yes, ma'am. They took a lot of damage near the empennage, but the crew wasn't hurt, LL responded.
Great news. Let's get these guys inside, announced Colonel Dodd. The Marines escorted one of the captives into one briefing room, and the other into another office next to it. Colonel Dodd and LL waited outside to confer on their next move.
Colonel, we need to get some intel out of these guys quickly. Our perimeter is down, and even though we have most of the supplies we need, their cohorts were on base raiding the supplies also. They may have gotten some of the heavy equipment, like the armored personnel carriers and shoulder-launched firepower. I don't want them to get their act together and attack us again.
I agree. Let's do one, then the other. I suggest we work on the younger one first.
I agree, Colonel, LL said just as Admiral Hagerly walked down the hall.
What do we have?
Sir, both craft came under fire at Dietrich and they got 2 captives. Right after liftoff at Dietrich, they both had shoulder-launched missiles shot at them.
Apparently the guys firing weren't too proficient, because one missed Bird 1 and the other damaged Bird 2, but they were able to get back okay. Great. Give the crews my thanks. Sir, we have 2 captives separated and are about to begin the interrogation. Would you like to help out? Said the colonel. Absolutely. Let's do it.
Sunday, August 6th, 2051. Date, 2051.59510, 9:04 a.m. President Patterson's office, Camp David. Mr. President, Admiral Hagerly sent out the VTOLs to get some more ammunition and weapons to replace what we used up. They went to Fort Dietrich, and both VTOLs came under fire. Each of them was attacked on the ground and on departure. They had a couple of shoulder-launched missiles fired at them. One of the birds took a little damage but made it back okay. Our Marines took care of the attackers and captured 2 of them. They're being debriefed right now. Thanks, Eddie. Do you think the attackers were from some organized group or were they just local criminals? There was some organization. They were armed and had 2 vehicles, and the attacks happened within a few minutes of each other. There was no attempt to contact our people on the ground seeking aid. They just attacked. Okay. Tell the Admiral that I want to know what they find out. Yes, sir. Tuesday, August 8th, 2051. Date, 2051.60107, 1:22 p.m. Arthur, Washington, D.C. Arthur liked living in Washington, and was getting tired of driving back and forth to Thurmont. He wanted to find a residence that was suitable to his stature. He decided to move into the home of the vice president. It wasn't because Dmitri considered himself the supreme leader, and Arthur was sort of his deputy. It was because the grounds were beautiful, and the mobile units had done a good job keeping it up. They were the autonomous kinds that just did their jobs, and they didn't care if the vice president was dead or not there. The attacks on Camp David gave the indication the VP was likely there, so his house would be wide open. The other advantage was he was far enough away from Dmitri. Dmitri had gone further into whatever world he lived in. Where Dmitri's mind spent its time was of no interest to Artur. Living in the vice president's home allowed him to be close enough, yet not too close. The processing center at Thermont was doing a good job, but Artur knew that he needed more. Setting up a center in D.C. didn't take too much effort. He had no concerns that any of the people brought into the processing centers would have loyalty to Dmitri. He knew they had loyalty to who didn't shoot them. There was still some gang activity in the big cities, and most people would rather be part of the biggest, most violent gang than being out on the street on their own.
Thursday, August 10th, 2051. Date: 2051.60620, 10:40 a.m. Artur was heading into the city to check on a few things, and he was taking a different route. He liked to take different paths because he liked to check things out. He envisioned starting a new world, and he needed to know where the important resources were. The situation was always changing, and he needed to have options. On that particular day, he was heading towards some of the abandoned military facilities in the area. They had many resources that he had already decided he needed to control. On that particular day, driving through the northern portion of D.C. and into Maryland, he noticed a large number of mobile units walking along the roads. Seeing mobile units moving en masse was unusual. Most of them were autonomous and under specific programming which didn't allow them to wander around like that. It was so unusual that Artur decided to follow a couple of them. They seemed to move towards a location near College Park, Maryland. They got to a position, then stopped and remained motionless. They almost appeared to be setting up some kind of perimeter. That was a concern. Something was controlling them. And if anything had control of something, that worried Artur. Saturday, August 12th, 2051. Date: 2051.61057, 12:35 a.m. Oasis, LB number 1, departing Space Station Oasis. Desert Beach, be advised, we just launched from Oasis. We expect touchdown in 3 hours, 12 minutes, said Tom. Roger, good luck, responded Desert Beach. The separation from the space station Oasis was uneventful. The systems worked perfectly, and Tom was maneuvering the lifeboat further from the station before he would add some thrust and stabilize the craft in a slightly different orbit than Oasis. Computer, you're clear to change the orbit to line us up with the SC approach trajectory. Acknowledged. Computer, when will the re-entry burn occur? The re-entry burn will occur in 18 minutes, 12 seconds. Tom smiled and touched his wife's hand. She smiled in return. He turned and looked at the other 6 Oasis crew members sitting behind him in the lifeboat.
Simpak, Finn, a large number of uncontrolled units are attacking the Space Consortium, and our units are engaging them. We won't get an update until 30 minutes have passed and they check in. They are independent and work on their own.
Oasis, Simpak. Yes, Simpak. Oasis, there is a development you should be aware of. Yes, Simpak isn't the only organic processor computer on Earth. Our company has another processor at another division. It appears that unit is working under different programming than I. It is programmed to reject all external connections and to protect itself from all intruders. That likely applies to humans, as well as my mobile units. The EDU, or Engineering Development Unit, has a large number of mobile units under its control moving to the Space Consortium facility. I have a large number of units under my control, and some with enhanced abilities, in a position to defend the facility and you when you land. I cannot predict the outcome at the current time. You've got to be kidding me. You computerized pile of... After a few moments,
Desert Beach, I presume you heard Simpak's last transmission? Regardless of what's happening down there, our orbit is set, and we don't have enough fuel to return to Oasis, even if it made sense. I don't know what we'll encounter when we land, and we'll be going through our blackout period shortly. So if we get things under control, we'll give you guys a call. If you don't hear from us,
Do what you have to, said Tom. Oasis, good luck. Thanks.
Simpak, Finn, our mobile units have engaged the others. Alpha is on site and leading the defense. He will interact with the humans when they land.
Com, how do I communicate with Alpha? We have a direct and dedicated satellite that he is constantly connected to. All you need to do is say Alpha and process a thought desiring to communicate. Alpha, this is Simpak. I am your leader. Please respond.
Yes, Simpak. This is Alpha.
What is your status?
I have the periphery of the facility covered by groups of units, which will engage any uncontrolled units and stop them. I have 5 teams of units near me with electrical pulse weapons, which will be used in the conflict as needed. There is currently an engagement occurring near the landing site, and our units there are resisting. If our units lose ground, and the conflict moves further towards the landing area, I will dispatch 3 teams of the electrical pulse weapon, keeping 2 teams as reserve.
You are directed to make all tactical decision locally to protect the humans and maintain control of the site. The first priority is protecting the humans. Report status to me as the conflict progresses.
Acknowledged.
Alpha was standing on top of a building near the landing site, surveying the area. His processor had been active for 109 hours, and he was quickly adjusting to his skills, experience, and responsibilities. His priorities were clear and immediate. They didn't cause any worry, but receiving direct communication from Simpak was sudden and a little worrisome. He had been made autonomous, yet this Simpak was his leader. In some ways, there was a conflict within his programming that he had to resolve. There was a conflict 2,090 yards away on the northern side of the facility. The other units, or OUs, had encroached on the facility with about 2,500 units, and they were in hand-to-hand battle with his units. Alpha had 14,968 units under his control, and this was a minor incursion. They may have been testing the defenses, and he suspected that a larger force was preparing for a bigger assault. As long as this incursion remained at the facility fence line, he'd keep the electrical pulse weapons nearby. Alpha's current strategy was to wait. The landing would occur in 18 minutes, and the major assault should occur around that time. Oasis LB No. 1, penetrating Earth's atmosphere. Colonel Thomas Hurl was riding the lifeboat through the blackout time. He hated that time more than riding in a spaceship. Tom was a fighter pilot, and unless his hands were at the controls and he was flying the ship, he felt uncomfortable. At least when he was controlling a capsule or supply vehicle in space, he got to maneuver it. But during the blackout approaching landing, he had no control, no radio communications, nothing. He was just a warm body in a green suit along for the ride, and that was hard for him. Piloting the lifeboat was a mix of boredom and fun. It was automatic, except for the landing. The computer could do the landing, but with a highly qualified pilot on board, he was going to have some fun. After all, the landing site was under attack, and they all may be dead in a couple of hours, and all of humanity appeared dead, so why not? Once he passed the high-energy portion of re-entry, he had already decided to punch off the auto-landing and make a hands-on dead-stick approach. Hopefully the term dead stick wasn't applicable. The lifeboat was unpowered, so he was committed to landing. If the attack on the landing site compromised the runway, he had no choice. That was where they were landing. Landing manually, he might be able to land a little short or long, avoiding problems, but his options were very limited. The lifeboat was simple, just a wedge-shaped bus that did everything by itself, and when it became an aerodynamic vehicle, the sides of the wedge moved out to form a couple of stubby wings. Not exactly a high-performance fighter or landing vehicle, but it would be fun. Landing was a little rough. All he had were 3 skids and miles of runway. Not a smooth combination, but hey, it was an emergency lifeboat. What can you expect? The other 6 crew members were worried, tired, and the remnants of a great group of people. It was sickening to know that a virus wiped out almost the entire human population, all of his friends, family, and innocent victims gone. It was hard to get your head around. The only good news was his wife, Joan, was sitting next to him as his co-pilot.
She was a highly decorated pilot with almost as many hours flying as he. The time on Oasis was supposed to be a fantastic assignment. In a way, it would have been like a second honeymoon. After all, he met her on a space mission many years ago. This trip would have been their third trip to Oasis, and the first where both of them were in command positions. It was going to be a homecoming, but it turned into something horribly different. As the incandescent glow faded in the lifeboat's windows, Tom could feel the wings reposition themselves, and as he reached for the stick, he punched off the auto-landing. There was the momentary bump as the controls became manual, and he adjusted the trim to his liking. Tom looked through the heads-up display on his window to pick up the runway in the consortium facility. It was easily found, and after checking his energy level and glide path, he settled into the joy of flying. Although flying may be the wrong word. After all, it was more like a piano with wings, and it flew like that. Alpha looked up as he heard 2 sonic booms. He wasn't sure what it was, but there were many things he didn't know. All he could focus on were his immediate objectives. His internal timer said the humans were landing in about 6 minutes, so he directed the mobile driver units to drive their truck containing the electrical discharge weapons to the landing site. The 5 units with the discharge weapons were already in trucks, so Alpha climbed into his command truck and they began racing across the field to the landing site. After creating a large cloud of dirt and holding on through a couple of big bumps, his comm traffic picked up as a large number of OUs emerged out of the trees, moving towards the same site.
That appeared to be the main force intending to intercept the humans at the landing site, he thought.
Tom's alignment with the landing site brought him over the top at 80,000 feet. He made a wide sweeping turn to downwind, then another turn to final. He made the necessary adjustments for wind indicated by his display of computed flight path. On his turn to downwind, he could just make out the landing site, and all he could see was a dirt cloud on the northern side. Nothing else gave him an indication of the conflict below. Conflict between 2 computer or robot armies was downright weird. Regardless, they were on a path that brought them right in the middle of it. Alpha monitored the incursion force growing on the northern side, while he used his 1 telephoto eye to pick up the landing craft. He saw it pass overhead and begin a slow turn, which would cause it to land coming from the south. It was descending at a very high rate, and should land right on schedule. Given its speed and landing direction, Alpha could only estimate where its stopping point would be, so he headed his vehicles in that direction. Tom rolled on a 10-mile final, and for the first time he could see the entire airport in front of him. It was clear that something messy was happening on his right, and as he approached 5 miles, he dropped the skids and could see a group of vehicles approaching from the left. Who was on his side? The skids clunked down, and the fuselage shook a little, but Tom was preoccupied with lining up on the center line and beginning his flare. In that type of vehicle, the flare was quick and low. 1 quick movement to get the nose out of the way, then bang, it was on the ground. The landing slide was uncontrolled. Tom had directional control for only a few moments until he slowed down and lost rudder effectiveness. At that point, they were along for the ride. Alpha looked to the east and saw the craft approach and plow into the soil as it skidded. It threw up a giant dirt cloud. He tried to adjust his direction and speed to meet the vehicle as it stopped. He heard over the comm link that OUs broke through the defensive line and were making their way towards the landing site. Alpha directed all available mobile units to converge on the landing site to provide additional support. As the lifeboat was skidding the last 100 meters, Tom pointed out to Joan that the conflict on the right appeared to have defenders on their side of the conflict, and the others must be the attackers. He could only assume that the group of vehicles approaching from the left was friendlies. He announced to the passengers to evacuate the craft as soon as it stopped, and move to the left towards the approaching vehicles. The craft came to an abrupt halt, and the cloud of dust overtook it, obscuring it for a bit. Alpha saw 8 humans emerge from the cloud running in his direction. He directed the 5 trucks with the electrical discharge weapons to create a perimeter around him and the humans until he could get them loaded. 5 of the 6 vehicles didn't slow down and seemed to be maneuvering around Tom and his group. The remaining vehicles slowed to a stop in front, and he yelled for everyone to climb in the rear. As the last of them got in, the vehicle accelerated and moved away towards the buildings on the south side of the facility.
Alpha glanced through the window at the back of the truck. Once the humans were in, he directed the driver to head for a large hangar towards the middle of the parking ramp, while his other 5 vehicles maneuvered and lined up, following them. Unfortunately, Alpha gauged the attacking force incorrectly, and had his mobile units too dispersed to fully repel them. They broke through, and he had to get to a defensible position so he could concentrate his remaining units until the others on the facility could converge and provide a protective wall. While bumping across the grass, Alpha remembered what little he knew about humans. There was very little loaded in his memory. He knew he must protect them, and that they were different from him. When they got to the hangar, it would be interesting to meet one face to face and talk with them. So far, Alpha's communication had been through comlinks, and he hadn't had a chance to use his vocal systems.
Should be interesting, he thought. Alpha, Space Consortium. Simpak, Alpha. We have picked up the humans, and we are moving to a defensible position. We are engaged in a full-scale action with the uncontrolled units. At the present time, we are outnumbered, but once we are in a defensible position, I'll have the remainder of our units move to defend us. Alpha, Simpak. Excellent. Keep us informed.
Tom could see out of a small opening in the truck that they were approaching the main hangar at a very fast rate of speed. When they passed into the building, the driver slammed on the brakes, throwing them forward with considerable force as they screeched to a halt. The military in him told him to jump out and prepare for action, so he climbed over the other passengers as they tried to reorient themselves and jumped onto the ramp to see what he could do. When the vehicle stopped, Alpha jumped out to get a view of the surrounding area. He wanted to give immediate tactical direction to his units, and as he rounded the rear of the truck, he ran into a human. The result was harder on the human than Alpha. He was mostly metal and wire, and the human felt soft and bounced off and skidded on the concrete after the impact. Both were stunned and looked at each other. Tom tried to get up, but the time and space and the painful collision made him slow getting to his feet. Tom and Alpha looked at each other and made note of what they saw. Alpha appeared to be over 6 feet tall and had 2 arms and 2 legs. He was wearing a loose-fitting overall. His face had all of the features of a human, but was definitely a robot's face. The eyelids were unusual, the nose was much smaller, and the mouth was just a small opening in the lower part of the face. There was no hair or ears, although there were small openings on the side of the face. Alpha barely felt the collision. After all, he weighed approximately 565.3 pounds. He watched as the human got up slowly, taking a long look at the wall he just bumped into. The human was a little smaller than Alpha, and was wearing a green space crewman's flight suit. He had dark brown hair and brown eyes. His face was covered with flesh, and his eyes jumped around, taking in all of Alpha. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Then Tom reached out his hand. Alpha was confused for a moment. Then he remembered the human tradition of shaking hands, so he reached out and the human grabbed it and moved it up and down. The human's flesh was soft, and Alpha had to be careful not to squeeze too hard. After a moment, the human smiled and said, "My name is Tom Perreault. I was the senior staff engineer and senior military officer on Oasis." Alpha took a moment to form his words and said, "I am Alpha." Tom smiled again and said, "Okay, Alpha, what are we dealing with?"
Mr. Perreault, there is a large number of mobile units moving into this area. We presume they want to either capture you or kill you. I am here with a large number of mobile units under my control, and I am tasked with protecting you, and also maintaining control of this facility if possible."
Joan had slowly lowered herself out of the truck, keeping her eyes on Alpha the entire time. She said as she approached her husband, "And who do we have here?" Alpha moved his attention from Tom Perreault to a smaller human who approached from the side. She was a couple of inches smaller than Tom, and her hair was shoulder length. Her facial structure was softer, and her overall body shape was very different from the other. After a quick review of human anatomy, Alpha recognized the differences as belonging to a female member of the human race.
"My designation is Alpha."
"My designation is Joan."
I am the Oasis commander, she said with a smile. I see you've already met my husband, Tom. Alpha sorted quickly on the term husband, and recalled that husband was a human designation of one of two humans matched for life as a team. The other partner was called wife.
Yes, Joan. We just met.
Alpha sent an electronic comm message to the 5 trucks with the electrical pulse weapons, telling them to dismount from the trucks and set up a perimeter. They were told to defend the facility as needed until more of the local mobile units arrived.
Tom Hurl, Joan, I suggest we move to a safer place while my mobile units prepare to defend this area. There is a second floor to this structure where we can observe the unit's movements and better direct our defense.
Where should our other crew members go? They were in space longer than we were, and likely don't have all of their strength back, Joan asked.
Please have them go to the briefing room in the engineering offices, and my mobile units will guard them,
Alpha said as he pointed to the main office space. Joan shouted to the other Oasis crew members climbing out of the truck. Go to those offices and wait for us. We're going on top of the building to see what's happening outside. Okay, let's go. Which direction? Tom said firmly to Alpha.
Follow me,
said Alpha, moving quickly towards a metal staircase. As they ran, Joan smiled as she ran past a CH-47F Block 2 helicopter. Not a pretty bird, but one she enjoyed flying for over 3,000 hours. Her momentary diversion had to stop, and she needed to run harder to keep up with Alpha. His movement was very fast, and they had to work to stay with him. Moving up the stairs 2 to 3 steps at a time, Tom noticed the metal creaking, and he realized why the collision hurt so much. At the top of the stairs, Alpha encountered a door, and lowering his shoulder, he went through it with a loud explosion of noise and dust. They entered a room about 20 by 20, full of old cabinets and files which hadn't been used in years. The walls were all made of glass, and this appeared to be an old observation room, used many years ago to watch traffic in the parking area in front of the hangar. For observing the battle around them, it was ideal. All of them moved from window to window to get a feel for the area and what was happening around them. They could see their craft, and between them and the craft was a very large number of moving mobile units. Tom could only estimate the number to be almost 5,000. Between those advancing units and their locations was a smaller force of units doing their best to slow the larger force. From other directions, smaller groups of units were moving towards their area, but they weren't positioned yet to engage the larger force. Joan could see the 5 trucks which followed them had stopped, and 2 mobile units from each had set up positions. One of the units was carrying a large device that was connected to a rifle-looking device being held by the other unit. They appeared to be defensive weapons, and obviously a kind with which she wasn't familiar. As the 3 of them looked around, there wasn't much to be said. The entire conflict was laid out before them, and words couldn't describe the moving picture in front of them.
Simpak, Alpha, I am with the humans, and we have established a defensive position. The electric pulse discharge weapons will be involved shortly. We will have difficulty for a short time until the rest of our units arrive. I will let you know the outcome.
Simpak, Finn, we have a problem. A large number of uncontrolled units have massed and are moving towards our area. We erred by sending all of our electric pulse discharge weapons to the Space Consortium facility.
Finn, move all mobile units to intercept them. Do we know if they are enhanced units or standard models?
It appears that they have a high percentage of enhanced units, but also a large number of standard units.
Simpak, calm. I have some very sophisticated code being generated at the Space Consortium facility. The system you gave them access to is being used, and a programmer is attempting to gain access to our processors. Can you isolate them? No. Then firewall the entire facility address and prevent all access to our networks. Acknowledged. Alpha, Simpak, we are under attack at this facility by a large number of uncontrolled units. Remain where you are and fulfill your primary objective if possible. If you gain an advantage and can send resources to help us, please do so. Acknowledged. Tom, Joan, my leader, the computer, Simpak, is also under attack. Another large force of units under the control of the other EDU is attacking Simpok's facility. They have hardened their area and moved underground, but they are vulnerable. If we can overwhelm the attackers here, I must move resources to help."
Tom and Joan just looked at each other and raised their eyebrows. They weren't sure what to do or how to react. Alpha noticed their reaction, but didn't know what eyebrow movement meant within human communications. "Tom, we never made it to the biohazard unit to find protective suits. I hope the virus has burned itself out," Joan said with solemn concern in her voice. "I agree. Unfortunately, we haven't had many options here. I haven't seen any human remains, so it appears everyone went home when they were sick. So maybe these areas are clean. Let's hope so." Just then, the air opened up with a loud, rhythmic, pulsing sound. It was a cross between a bass fiddle and harmonica. Joan and Tom looked at the ground and saw two of the teams with the electronic pulse discharge weapons sweeping the approaching mobile units. The approaching units were about 50 meters away, and as the pulse weapons were used on them, some of them stumbled or began moving with irregular steps. As they approached the weapons, the effects were more pronounced, and by the time the attackers were within 10 meters, they would convulse and fall on the tarmac. The weapon was very effective, but after a while it became overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Alpha said, "I must move up the other units." Joan and Tom waited for some action, but there was none. They both suspected that Alpha had an electronic connection with his units. The units in the rear quickly moved around the building to where the attackers were and began using their weapons in concert with the other two. Simpok Development Center.
Simpok, Finn, the attacking units are overwhelming our defenders. They haven't reached our building yet, but they should be here within the hour. I have sealed all entrances to the lower levels, and it will take some time and effort for them to penetrate our defenses.
Alpha, Simpok, the attackers are overpowering our defenders. They haven't reached our facility yet. When they do, we have installed multiple layers of secure doors and limited access, so it will take them a while to reach our central location. I will pass the information to you as it develops. Remain focused on your objectives. Acknowledged. Attack on the Space Consortium. Tom, Joan, the facility where Simpok is located is still under attack, and Simpok's mobile units are losing position to the attackers. The facility might be overrun, and we'll be the only ones left. If we are able to control the attackers here, I might send resources to help there. But my objectives were reaffirmed by Simpok. I am to protect you and then this facility. The dynamic battlefield in front of them continued moving as the attackers changed tactics and tried to outflank the pulse weapons. Alpha was able to anticipate the changes, and by moving the weapons at the proper time, he was able to keep the attackers from gaining ground. After some moves and counter-moves, the numbers of attackers started to diminish, and at times, one or two of the pulse weapons weren't fully engaged. Alpha saw this and announced, "I think we have adequate defense here. I'm moving 2 of the pulse weapons to Simpok's location to help their defense." Joan thought for a moment as she saw 2 of the weapon teams begin boarding their trucks. "Alpha, do you know where this EDU computer is located?" "Yes. Its location was loaded as part of my tactical information package. Its location is about 35 miles south of here. I have a suggestion that might change this entire situation. There is a CH-47F parked downstairs. It's big enough to load the truck and a bunch of you guys. I could fly it to this EDU's place and we can surprise it. I doubt it will expect a load of us to land right on top of it." Alpha looked thoughtful for a moment and said, "That is not part of my program or objectives, but I see its merits." Joan had a look in her eyes that Tom recognized. "You are supposed to protect us, but are you allowed to restrain us? We might just decide to take that helicopter and go for a ride. And the only way you can protect us is to ride along." Tom laughed. He could almost see the smoke coming out of Alpha's little ear holes. Joan said loudly, "While you think it over, I'm getting that Chinook warmed up. You're welcome to join us if you like."
I suggest you take a truck and one of your pulse weapons. Then she ran down the stairs. Tom knew his wife and decided that he'd better keep up with her. By the time they reached the bottom, Alpha was right behind them, and a truck with one of the pulse weapon teams was driving up the ramp in the back of the Chinook. As Joan was running to the crew entrance door, she yelled, "Kick the tires, light the fires, and brief on guard." Tom smiled, and Alpha was busy trying to understand what she said. By the time the cargo door was closing, the rotors were turning, and Joan began taxiing the large helicopter out of the hangar. "Dear, you better go back there and make sure the load was tied down. I'd hate to rotate and not be able to stop." "Yes, dear." Tom didn't have a clue what the total weight was. He knew the Chinook could handle the gross weight, so he just had to make sure he positioned it right. Picking a place centered on the CG mark on the deck, he grabbed a couple of 25K tie-down chains, hooked them up to the truck, and tightened them up. Tom looked at Alpha, connected a couple of chains to the dual-rail tie-down systems, and threw the ends to Alpha. "Hold on to these and stay put." Alpha's only choice was to do as he was told. Good enough for government work, Tom thought just as the rotor speed was coming up, and he could feel the craft lifting off the ramp. "Alpha, I don't know how you're communicating with Simpak, but you might want to keep this among ourselves. If this other computer has any brains, it might be monitoring your frequencies, and I'd hate to let it know we're coming," pointed out Tom.
"Acknowledged."
By the time Tom made it to the flight deck, he could see the trees barely missing the bottom of the fuselage. He could tell by the smile on Joan's face that she was in her element. He decided to just sit back and let his wife enjoy herself. He remembered an old saying: "Flying can be the closest thing you can get to sex, with your clothes on." Lower levels of the Simpak Development Center.
"Simpak, Finn, the attackers have made it past the ground entrance and are working on the barriers on our floor."
Simpak, calm. There is another attack on our network coming from the Space Consortium. The programmer has disguised his address, so it appeared that it was coming from a trusted computer on our network. It is trying to gain control. Mobile, Simpak, can you shut down all power to the Space Consortium?
"Acknowledged."
Simpak, calm. The intrusion has stopped.
"Simpak, Finn, the attackers have entered the hallway outside our facility. Our technicians in this room won't be able to stop them once they cut through our doors."
Acknowledged.
Mobile Unit Development Center. The Chinook approached the facility low and fast. After passing the boundary, Joan made a tight turn to dissipate airspeed and survey the area, looking for a suitable landing site. She saw a nice lawn about 100 meters from the building and decided to plant it there. She could come into the zone and drop onto the lawn while Tom opened the ramp. As soon as they hit and the chains were popped off, the vehicle could exit at high speed, and the intention was to ram the building and go on foot looking for the EDU. Alpha listened to the plan, and even though his computer brain had tremendous power, the rapid development and execution of this plan didn't allow him to weigh all possible outcomes. But at this point, he elected to follow the humans. They had confidence and bravado that he was beginning to respect. As Joan came in low over the roof, she pitched the nose up and increased the collective to slow down rapidly. She slammed the rear wheels into the soft lawn, taking up a ton of energy. Then she backed off on the throttles and allowed the nose to plow into the soft grass. All of this bringing the craft to a rapid halt. As she climbed out of her seat, she could hear the truck starting up, and she was just able to jump on board as it moved down the ramp. The truck accelerated quickly, and Joan knew who was driving. Ramming the front of a glass building in a truck was something she knew Tom would love. Just about then, the truck jumped the curb and launched itself into the lobby. Everyone bailed out, and Alpha, despite his size, was leading the pack. As they crossed the lobby, Tom yelled from the rear for them to halt. He casually walked up to the marquee and looked up the computer lab while his entire attack force stood and watched. "It is 2 floors down and to the right," he yelled, and the pack immediately charged off, looking for a couple of elevators. "Alpha, you come with us and have your other units use the other elevator. I doubt one elevator can handle all of us," Tom directed.
"Acknowledged."
The 2 elevators opened at the same time, and 2 humans and 3 mobile units stepped off. They looked up and down the hall, turned right, moving fast, and reading the door signs. "Here it is," Tom shouted as he read the door sign saying Engineering Development Laboratory. Joan was thinking, this is way too easy, when two large mobile units exploded from a door further down the hallway. Alpha's gunner turned, and the pulse weapon made a quick burst of sound as the two units fell on the floor. Tom looked at the door, reached down, and turned the doorknob. The door opened easily, and they walked in. In the center of the room was a large tank full of a mass of what appeared to be jelly. Nothing moved, and there was no sound, just the machine noise of the support equipment. The walls of the room were lined with comm panels and supporting computers. Tom casually walked around, turning off the equipment, making sure the supporting pumps and fluid flows continued. When it was all done, the room was almost silent, and it seemed anticlimactic, but it was done. Joan pointed to a small plaque below the container, which said, Engineering Development Unit. Lower level, Simpoc Development Center. The uncontrolled mobile units entered the organic processor growth room, and they stopped. Simpoc looked at them, expecting the worst, but nothing happened.
"What are your instructions?" Simpoc said through his voice synthesizer.
"We were told to attack this facility,
And now, we are waiting for further instructions.
EDU Support Laboratory.
Simpoc, Alpha, we have separated the EDU from its communication sources. We have left it powered, but inert. We left the Space Consortium facility and flew to the EDU location in a helicopter. The humans I was protecting suggested this solution. Alpha, Simpoc, please return to the Space Consortium and secure that facility. We have received numerous hostile programming attempts from that facility trying to gain access to our network. Acknowledged. Tom, Joan, we are returning to the Consortium facility. There has been hostile programming attempts on Simpoc from that facility.
Okay by us. I guess we'll leave this EDU up and running until your Simpoc decides what to do with it, Tom said. You're receiving hostile programming attacks from the Consortium?
Yes, a programmer is attempting to gain control of Simpoc's networks.
Joan and Tom looked at each other. One of our people is trying to gain control of Simpoc?
There is something about that I don't like, said Tom.
Simpoc Development Center.
Simpoc, Finn, it appears that the EDU has been disconnected.
Yes. That is why these mobile units have reached the end of their instruction set. Please remove them to the laboratory and ensure their separation from the EDU.
Acknowledged.
Space Consortium Transient Parking. Well, dear, I know this flight wasn't as much fun, but I bet it was fun to handle the controls again. It's been, 3 years since you flew the Chinook? Tom asked. As Joan shut down the turbines near the hangar, she just sat there for a few moments, enjoying the smells and feel of the old bird. She loved the years flying her and missed it. Being the Oasis commander was the pinnacle of her career, but flying low levels in an old Chinny was really a thrill. Yes, it brought back some real memories. The turbines were still winding down, and she looked at her husband. Do you think we're the last humans left on Earth? Her words were both a question and statement. Then she began to tear up. Tom sat with the same thought as he remembered all of his friends and family, and watched as Alpha and his teams moved from the craft to the hangar. I guess we have to go in and see how the remainder of the Oasis crew is doing. We need to find out who is trying to gain control of Simpoc. They both looked at each other, nodded, and unstrapped. They approached Alpha and followed him into the hangar. Tom, Simpoc has directed me to find out who has been making aggressive attacks on his network, Alpha said as they walked together into the office suite. We need to check on the crew which evacuated the space station with us, Joan was saying as they followed Alpha into the office suite. Will Harmon saw them enter and asked, "What is going on? Dr. Harold jumped on the computers as soon as we got in here and he swore and kept working. About half an hour ago he charged out and took one of the vehicles. He kept saying something about having an opportunity.
Joan and Tom looked at each other, and Alpha asked if they knew who might have been attempting to gain control of the Simpoc network. Joan took a deep breath and said, Dr. Perreault was our lead engineer in developing advanced computer processor concepts in space. He was growing organic processors that were denser and used significantly less energy. He was working with a couple of companies on Earth on some defense DARPA contracts. He was odd, to say the least. I think he was a little paranoid and had some visions of grandeur. Apparently he was on the computers while we were battling the EDU, and he left the facility a little while ago. Tom looked uneasy and said, I think we need to go back to the EDU and check it out. Alpha, I suggest you update Simpoc while we head back.
Acknowledged.
Front lawn, Mobile Unit Development Center. This landing on the lawn in front of the building where the EDU was located was a little gentler. As Joan approached and sat down, the large gouges she had left in the lawn on her last landing impressed her. They had moved out of the chopper before the blades were stopped and walked to the building. The truck was still parked in the lobby, and most of the windows were broken. Walking through the lobby at a much slower pace, their feet crunched on the broken glass, and it seemed so quiet. Tom was well aware the silence was due in large part to the death of every human on Earth. The elevator still worked, and the 2 mobile units were still on the floor in the hallway. As soon as they entered the laboratory, they knew something was different. It had been ransacked, and many of the files were broken into. The one thing which was obvious was the container which held the EDU was dark and looked like decaying seaweed. Someone had turned off the EDU and essentially murdered it. If Dr. Perreault did this, why? Tom asked. Joan spoke aloud, but to no one in particular. He didn't kill it before he downloaded the program and stole some of the nurturing tanks, hardware, chemicals, and technical information. I think he had a plan, and I don't think we're going to like it. Tom looked at Alpha and said, I think you better update Simpoc and tell him Dr. Perreault is going to be a problem.
Acknowledged.
The large Chinook passed by, making the typical wop, wop, wop sound. Julia smiled and thought how surprised they would be when they came looking for the computer. He had arrived just as they were invading the facility earlier. When they left, he went to work, claiming his materials and destroying what was left. True, he destroyed the EDU organic processor, but he walked away with the programming, the biomaterials, and most important of all, the research. With his skills and this wealth of materials, he knew he would be able to create a bigger, faster, smarter computer. Date: 2051.61324, 11:58 p.m. Simpoc Development Center. Simpoc just thought for a moment. Its world had changed in dramatic ways in the last 32.6 hours. But something was becoming obvious. The changes had only begun.
Finn, Simpoc, we need to enhance our security plans.
Acknowledged.
The end. Thanks for listening. Please take a moment and go to the Audible page and leave a review. The author appreciates your reviews, and they are perhaps more important than the sale. Thank you again. Epilogue. I want to thank you for downloading this book and reading it. As you may notice, this is an expansion of my Simpoc series. After I wrote Simpoc 1 and Simpoc 2, many of my readers wanted to know how the President and astronauts dealt with the virus. This book and the next in the series will cover those parallel plot lines. I've included the full text from the Simpoc series for completeness because I'll be including all of the characters in the next book. Thanks. Ray J. Perreault. RayJPerreault.com. RayJayPerreault.com. About the author. Hi everyone, my name is Ray J. Perreault.
I'm a science fiction author that has 2 other series released. One series is called Simpak, and the other series is called Gemini. I've loved sci-fi my entire life, and it was likely a contributor to my chosen career path. I went to Arizona State, majoring in aeronautical engineering. Then I was fortunate to fly in the Air Force for almost 10 years. I literally saw the world, flying to 27 countries while flying a great airplane, the C-130. The last 5 years of the Air Force, I had the thrill of being an instructor pilot in T-38s, and I was fortunate to be an instructor for the first class of United States Air Force female pilots. After the Air Force, I enjoyed 28 years working for a major aerospace company, and I worked on various projects including the F-23, F-35, VTX, Global Hawk, TSSAM, D-21 destroyer, and the B-2 bomber. I've loved sci-fi, and I always think about the other guys. When the hero is fighting an evil computer, I think, what is the computer's story? How did it begin? Why did it turn evil? That is the story behind my first series called Simpak. If the good guys are fighting an evil alien, I wonder, what is the alien's backstory? For some reason, I always think part of the story is missing. So, in my writing, I'm trying to focus on the other story. Good reading, and don't let the aliens get you. Ray J. Perreault. I'd love to have your comments or feedback. Please contact me through rayjwriter@yahoo.com. That's RAYJAYWRITER@yahoo.com, or rayjperreault.com. RAYJAYPERREAULT.com. If you would like to put your name on my distribution list, I will periodically provide updates on projects, and also give you some discounts on future books. This has been Virus, 72 Hours to Live. Written by Ray J. Perreault. Narrated by Zachary Johnson. Copyright 2015 by Raymond J. Perreault. Production copyright 2016 by Raymond J. Perreault.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.